Dan Marshall Evil Sovereign Chapter 1532 to Chapter 1610. At this moment, Xianxia's remorse was indescribable. He even felt that it was inconceivable that such a thing would happen today. He had just casually flirted with a girl on the road, and he had hit the jackpot. Evil Lord's woman. It was the legendary Evil Lord who could laugh at the top of the three dynasties. When the evil dominator had already started to dominate the continent, these people were still picking up tree barks to eat. Now that they had made a name for themselves, they just had to provoke this legendary person. After all, who would have thought that Xianxia had only been a little stubborn all this time? Other than that, he had not shown much of his power. Who would have thought that the evil lord who had killed so many people in the past would become like this today? It was as if he had turned over a new leaf and started to reason with others. They had never heard of such a thing. Have you ever heard of the evil lord talking reason with you? It was simply impossible. Take him away and behead him. There was no need for Emperor Xianxia to interrogate him. How could his master make things difficult for him for no reason? Even if he really wanted to kill him for no reason, it was just a matter of words. There was nothing strange about it. How can you be so careless? You are the commander of this prison, aren't you? Xianxia called over the commander of the prison guards who had been cowering at the side because he wanted to make a move but did not dare to do so. This guy was still considered good. He was not impulsive, so Xianxia did not intend to make a move on him. He just wanted to teach him a simple lesson. Yes. Use all the methods you have learned on him. Let him understand a little bit and feel the taste of this kind of torture. Make him confess all the bad things he has done in his life. Xianxia said. Obviously, this was a very direct order. He was going to torture him thoroughly. How could he let Xianxia off so easily after offending him? At the very least, he had to peel off a layer of his skin. I can't let you die yet. Otherwise, the name Xianxia Evil Lord would be a waste. Yes, Lord Imperial Tutor. The guard commander hurriedly ordered his men to capture Xianxia. Now that he had something good to offer to Xianxia, it was time for him to give it to the latter. Moreover, there were many people in the sky prison who didn't like Xianxia at all. Some even felt rather disgusted with him. Who would have thought that Xianxia would fall from power one day? From today onwards, the Gua family was finished. Who would have thought that Gua Longquan's nearly 10 years of hard work would be squandered by his son in just one morning? And you? Xianxia pointed at Emperor Xianxia and said. Don't you know that Suemo is my friend? Could it be that my evil lord's friend is so easily pointed at by someone with a weapon? I let Suemo stay in the Vermilion Bird Army because I respect her, but you don't seem to take it seriously. Xianxia looked at Emperor Xianxia in front of him. Emperor Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He was very polite to Suemo. Even Suemo dared to stand up and point out his mistakes. In the entire Xianxia dynasty, other than Suemo, there was no one who dared to be so bold. How could he not respect Suemo? It was all because of this trash in front of him. If it wasn't for Gua Longquan, how could this situation have happened? Emperor Xianxia wanted nothing more than to strangle Gua Longquan to death. This disciple doesn't dare. This disciple failed in disciplining his subordinates and offended Marshal Uncle Su. Since Suemo was Xianxia's friend, this meant that their seniority was different. It had to be said that Suemo was able to sit on the throne because of his quick reaction. He immediately knelt in front of Xianxia. He didn't dare to raise his head. This was the first time Emperor Xianxia had knelt down so many times since he took the throne. He never thought that there would be such a thing that Emperor Xianxia didn't even dare to stand up. He didn't even kneel in front of his father's tombstone so often. It was clear that Suemo was afraid of Xianxia. This is the emperor. What are you doing? Suemo saw Emperor Xianxia kneel down again and quickly went forward to help Emperor Xianxia up. Your Majesty, you don't have to do this. Suemo is a soldier. Since Suemo spoke up for Emperor Xianxia, Xianxia could be forgiven. However, Gua Longquan couldn't be easily forgiven. As for General Gua, I haven't thought of how to deal with him yet. However, I feel good when I see General Gua kneeling here. You can kneel here until the end of the school competition. Xianxia said. Gua Longquan trembled all over. Thank you, Imperial Tutor. This was because if someone like Li Zhongjiu wanted to kill him, all he needed to do was to say the word. No matter how hard you worked, no matter how great your military achievements were. In the end, he could trample you to death with a single step. This matter was that simple. Sure enough, if Li Zhongjiu asked him to kneel, he had to kneel. Emperor Xingyan was also very surprised. He didn't expect Li Zhongjiu to spare their lives and not kill them. If it was in the past, these people would have been cut into several pieces and scattered on the ground. How could there still be a complete body? Anyone who had a little understanding of Li Zhongjiu's means would know that this evil lord couldn't be provoked. No matter who you offend, you can't offend the evil lord. Otherwise, the situation would be as miserable as it could be. Sometimes, you wouldn't even think of it. As for the Onyx Soul Army, Li Zhongjiu also let them go. After all, the Onyx Soul Army was only a soldier. There was nothing wrong with obeying military orders. If they disobeyed, it would be a real mistake. However, there were still people who had to die. That was Guorenjia's group of underlings. These people were simply a bunch of vermin. They followed behind Guorenjia all day long, like a fox assuming the tiger's majesty and flattering him. For such people, of course, they should be directly executed on the spot. They were just fence-sitters and didn't have any use. The reason why he didn't kill Guorenjia was to give Guolongquan something to think about. Although he was a little arrogant, at least he did something. But after this incident, he had no idea what was going on. It was impossible for the Sacred Flame Emperor to continue using Guolongquan in the future. If there was an opportunity, he would immediately execute Guolongquan. He would just casually find an excuse to deal with it. It wasn't a troublesome matter. Master, you came to watch the national school competition. Follow me to the special private room. It has a good view. Emperor Xingyan said. Now, the matter was finally resolved. The most important thing was that he always felt that Li Zhongjiu had changed into a different person. He never thought that there would be such a change. If it was in the past, the Guo family would have to compensate until they went bankrupt. The previous Li Zhongjiu was a fraud. Anyone who had experienced it would know. No need, we're just looking. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand and said. You can go do your own thing. There's no need to wander around here. Emperor Xingyan understood that Li Zhongjiu didn't want to be disturbed, so he cupped his hands and left. After Su Mo and Li Zhongjiu said goodbye, he also led the Vermilion Bird Army to follow Emperor Xingyan's footsteps. After all, he was a soldier. It was his duty to protect Emperor Xingyan. I didn't expect you to have the aura of a teacher. Qi Yanran looked at Li Zhongjiu and said. I'm very good at teaching people. Li Zhongjiu naturally wouldn't be polite. Such people can never be completely killed. Even if one dies, another will appear. It will always be like this. No matter how the rules are set, the same thing will always happen. Since ancient times, it has never been cut off. Qi Yanran sighed. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them were not weak, they would have been doomed today. They escaped, but there were many similar situations. Many people didn't have the ability to avoid such situations. They could only be forced to accept such a fate. Heaven is unfair, so you have to study hard. Only with strength can you get rid of your fate. It's the same for everyone. Li Zhongjiu looked at the sky above his head and said slowly. The exploration of the way of heaven. He did not delve too deeply into it. The most important thing was, of course, to cherish the people in front of him. Cherish the present time. Looking up at the sky all day long and thinking about life was actually a waste of time. Although Li Zhongjiu and Bai Yunfei could be said to have an endless lifespan. As long as one didn't seek death and wasn't killed by a strong enemy, it would be easy for one to have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. However, many things would appear and happen during these tens of thousands of years. The future was difficult to predict. Even the most powerful people would meet someone even more powerful one day. This was also a cycle that came from the way of heaven. Li Zhongjiu did not care. He was already very satisfied in this life. In the following days, he only needed to protect the grass and trees in Luoxia City. With Qi Yanran by his side and his parents by his side, what else could he hope for? However, it seemed that it was time to urge his parents to work harder and give birth to a son. Otherwise, their long lifespan would be very boring. After reaching a certain level, one could basically let go of things like managing a city and managing a family's property. It would be a waste of one's lifespan to do such things. There was nothing to do at all. As for some rules in the human world, they were in fact set by the strong, but there would never be perfect rules. Unfairness was everywhere. If you wanted to make the world more fair to you, then you needed to work harder. Only when you became stronger could you have the fairness in the world and enjoy real fair treatment. Li Zongjiu founded the Tianzong Academy, and it could be said that he spared no effort for the Tianzong Academy. It was to let more people have a fair chance. He was evil lord, not a psychopath. His style of doing things was a little strange, but he also had the thinking of a normal person. What Li Zongjiu did was what a normal person would do because he had the strength. Even if he had any dissatisfaction, he could release it at any time. It was not that many people were willing to compromise. Almost everyone wanted to live and become someone like Li Zongjiu, but there were very few people who could really succeed. Li Zongjiu thought that he had succeeded. There was only one such person in the world. So he was evil lord. The others were different. They didn't have the strength, and they would never have the opportunity to do so. But fortunately, the prosperous scene in Xianxia Sacred City was also real. Everywhere was a scene of prosperity. In fact, there were very few people who dared to abuse their power in Xianxia Sacred City. This was because Emperor Xingyan hated such behavior very much. However, Guolongquan had become a little arrogant recently. That was why such a situation had occurred. She hadn't grasped her position well enough, and it was mainly because she had been tricked by her son. He spoiled her too much. Seeing that it was about time, the two of them strolled around the streets and bought some snacks. Then, they walked towards the guild hall. The national inter-school tournament was held in the number 1 arena of Xianxia Sacred City. The Heavens Do Arena continued. The plan for the Heavens Do Arena was learned from the Heique dynasty. However, this place was relatively more formal, unlike the Heique dynasty, where blood splattered everywhere. The Heavens Do Arena's appearance was also to facilitate the exchange of cultivation between people. Being able to interact with each other was the most important thing. Otherwise, if they stayed behind closed doors forever, they would definitely create a monster. The tickets for Li Zongjiu and Li Zongjiu were also obtained by Xiao Zhao. Even the White Deer Mansion's name was used to prepare for this tournament. After all, the White Deer Mansion also needed new blood. If there were outstanding students among these students, they would be directly selected. If they entered the White Deer Mansion, it was equivalent to reaching the heavens in a single bound. Therefore, the youths of this batch were very hardworking. Li Zongjiu and Li Zongjiu's tickets were only ordinary seats. Sometimes, when one integrated with these ordinary people, it was as if one had truly integrated into the world. Once one became famous, doing such ordinary things would give one a different feeling. However, if one said that they were in such a state from the start, they would not be able to do so. In reality, that was just an excuse for their mediocrity. They had no choice, so they could only live an ordinary and comfortable life. However, when one became strong, the situation would be completely different. This Heavens Do Arena is pretty big. Li Zongjiu held a large bucket in his hands. Inside the bucket were many pieces of corn that had just popped out. Everyone else called this thing popcorn. It was a kind of snack. This was a secret recipe that Li Zongjiu had specially brought back from the sacred martial realm. Later on, he had handed it over to the White Deer Mansion, and this popcorn had become popular all over the country. The main ingredient was only corn kernels. Therefore, more than 99% of the 100,000 spectators had come to watch this brilliant battle with popcorn in their hands. As gongs, drums, and suona sounds rang out, the 100,000 plus people in the arena quieted down. There were seats all around the arena, while the stage was in the middle. Therefore, the spectators from all directions were able to clearly see what was going on in the arena. The person who stepped onto the stage was a gorgeous host. She attracted everyone's attention as soon as she stepped onto the stage. The introduction was mainly about the reward rules of this competition, as well as some information about the organizers. Most people probably didn't hear anything else. They only heard at the end that the champion of the competition would receive a grade 9 elixir, There was no doubt that this was the work of the White Deer Mansion. Apart from the White Deer Mansion, no one else would be able to take out such a valuable item. Everyone cheered loudly, mainly because this reward was too shocking for them. Moreover, apart from the participants receiving rewards for winning, the spectators also received rewards. Every spectator's admission ticket was actually a lottery ticket. There would be 10 lottery draws midway. 10 people would be drawn each time. A total of 100 people would receive a reward. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire arena boiled over. 100 people would be rewarded with a grade 5 elixir. Was there a mistake? This was too extravagant. A grade 5 elixir was given out in one go. This was truly a suffocating operation. At the same time, this was also a great publicity campaign. Almost everyone could participate in this kind of love, so no one would feel too tired. Who came up with these ideas? After hearing the host's introduction, Qi Yanran was completely shocked. This kind of thinking was really hard to believe. Who in the world would be willing to give a grade 5 elixir to random people for free, even if you spent money to buy a ticket, but you also watched the competition, so the prize was also incidental? Yet, it could greatly mobilize the enthusiasm of these people. It was simply unbelievable. Even Qi Yanran was full of admiration. Xiao, I don't know. His thinking seems to be a little ahead of its time. Li Zongjie was also a little confused. Just as they were chatting, he suddenly thought of someone. Who knew how long that little fatty had been gone for? Why wasn't there much movement? Li Zongjie also didn't deliberately look for him, because this kind of thing was hard to say. Under the heavenly Tao, there was a destiny. Some things couldn't be forced. But there were some things that you had to fight desperately for. And this little fatty was Wang Jing. He was Li Zongjie's only true brother in his previous life. At the beginning of this life, Li Zongjie also couldn't wait to find Wang Jing and use his talent in alchemy to teach the disciples of the Li family. But later, Wang Jing also found an opportunity to leave. So at this moment, Li Zongjie also understood that these things couldn't be forced. When the time came, it would naturally come. Until now, Li Zongjie had not deliberately searched for news of Wang Jing. However, this kid seemed to have disappeared, which made Li Zongjie a little surprised. Either this guy hid very well, or this guy was already dead. Whether he was dead or not, based on Li Zongjie's understanding of the latter, he would not die so easily. With this guy's strength, it would be very difficult to kill him. Therefore, something must have happened to him. Even in his previous life, Wang Jing's rise was not so fast. No one knew where Wang Jing had been all this time. The scene returned to the competition. After the host finished his introduction, the elders of the 4 major academies appeared and acted as the judges. At the same time, they were there to protect the safety of the participants. These people were all primitive emperors. No matter how powerful these students were, it was impossible for them to break through to the Yuan monarch realm in such a short period of time. Therefore, it was more than enough for the primitive emperors to come and control the situation. After all, they were just students of the academies. Zhouzhen was also among them. 4 major academies: Tianzong Academy, Royal Academy, Heavenly Star Medicine Matter, and Pine Academy. These 4 academies were also very famous. At the same time, there were almost 20 judges and referees below the stage. They were in charge of supervising these competitions to prevent anyone from interfering and breaking the rules. This was because this was an exchange between students and not a life and death battle. If anyone tried to kill, they would be warned. All aspects of preparation were also quite sufficient. The competition would directly determine the top 50 experts. Moreover, these 50 people would also be included in the first National Academy ranking list. It was a very good honor. With Li Zongjie and Zhou Zheng's cultivation realm, watching these young people fight in front of them was like watching a fight between children. However, when they saw some exciting counterattacks, they could not help but applaud. Usually, the atmosphere in their daily lives was too depressing. Many people did not know why they were so busy. Even Li Zongjie had been working hard on his cultivation during this time. It seemed that he was very eager to break through to the celestial realm. However, he had not been able to make a breakthrough in the past few years. He was merely at innate level 3. For Li Zongjiu, whose cultivation path had always been smooth, this was undoubtedly a blow. Immediately, Li Zongjiu thought that if he came out to relax and slow down his cultivation, he might be able to reap some unexpected benefits. The excitement of the previous battles could only be considered average. However, they were still young after all. At least they were able to let Li Zongjiu see their efforts in the arena. This kind of tenacity and unyielding willpower was quite admirable. After several rounds of lucky draw, Qi Yanran finally won the prize. Qi Yanran was so happy that she jumped up and down. She didn't know if the organizer did it on purpose or not. It was only a 5th-grade pill. For Qi Yanran, this pill was nothing at all. However, what made the latter so happy wasn't the medicinal pill, but rather the luck that he had. Suddenly, the audience was shouting Xiaxua's name. He even added the word goddess at the end. It seemed that Xiaxua was also the most popular one in the audience. When the latter appeared, it also made everyone go crazy. The reputation that Xiaxua had accumulated over the years was very high. And this year happened to be Xiaxua's last year in the academy. She would officially graduate next year. Xiaxua also used her own strength to hand in the best results. She defeated the other heroes and became the first in the audience. She shone brightly in the audience. This was already a normal competition. The top 50 had already been compared. Tianzong Academy directly sat firmly in the first place. This was because Tianzong Academy directly occupied 9 of the top 10 positions. Tianzong Medicine Manor was almost at the bottom. After all, Tianzong Medicine Manor itself was a group of people who were also alchemists. Because of the addition of Chaowu Pavilion, Tianzong Academy's combat power in this area had also improved. Lan Yuyan heaved a sigh of relief when she was able to achieve such results. Yes. At least she finally saw the results of her efforts over the years. She did not disappoint. As for the only 10th place in the top 10, it was from Qingsong Academy. This person was definitely an all-powerful existence in the untainted land. Even in the eyes of the latter, these Tianzong Academy and the like were not worth mentioning at all. How could they be his opponent? The first place should be his. But the reality was very cruel. Unexpectedly, 9 people in a row were no match for him. In the end, he barely occupied a position with the 10th place. And this position might have been deliberately arranged by Tianzong Academy. They just did not want to give people the feeling that Tianzong Academy was too strong. Wouldn't that be too bad? They still wanted to give people a friendly feeling. Only then did they give up on continuing to fight. Only then did they get a place in Qingsong Academy. Even the geniuses in the untainted land had begun to lose their competitiveness here. This meant that the overall level of the Xingwu continent was also improving. The reason why the untainted land was mysterious in the past was that there were many powerful existences in the untainted land. Ordinary people could not touch them. Wherever they touched, the other party would directly be in a very ridiculously powerful state. They had long surpassed the limits of the untainted land. That was why they were mysterious. However, as the strength of the Xingwu continent increased, these originally mysterious sects would no longer be mysterious. In fact, they would become even more ordinary. It seemed that the next step was to unveil the mysterious veil of the untainted land. The National Academy Martial Arts competition came to an end. Li Zongjiu and the others also stood up and applauded, expressing their blessings for the end of this competition. However, within the range of Li Zongjiu's mind power, a figure was rapidly approaching. Immediately, Li Zongjiu frowned. What's wrong? Beside him, Qi Yanran sensed the change in Li Zongjiu's mood. News from the sacred martial realm. Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and waved. It was a message talisman bird. This kind of bird had its own formation and could fly for hundreds of thousands of miles. It was also researched by Li Zongjiu. Sometimes, if he needed to prepare something, he would use this message talisman bird to directly send a message to the sacred martial realm. Chu Yan would prepare the thing in advance. However, this time, it was Chu Yan who took the initiative to send the message. Li Zongjiu was a little surprised. When Li Zongjiu read the attached content of the message talisman bird, his expression changed. It's bad. Something happened in the sacred martial realm. Qi Yanran rarely saw anything that could make Li Zongjiu's expression change. What is it? The ape clan. Li Zongjiu said slowly. A trace of shock flashed in Qi Yanran's eyes. The ape clan. Originally, there was an award ceremony at the end. She wanted to invite Li Zongjiu and Li Tianlan to be special guests. But in the end, she found that the two of them had disappeared. They had left in advance. In the end, Lan Yuyan changed her plan. She invited Emperor Xingyan out. It could be said that he had managed to subdue the crowd. At this moment, in the backstage, beside Lan Yuyan, there was a fat man in plain clothes. He was holding a thick account book in his hand. Look, the tickets are selling like hot cakes. And the winners are all our own people. It's not a loss at all. Wang Jing was counting money until his hands went soft. Originally, according to Wang Jing's plan, the final should be held a week later. That way, there would be more suspense. But Lan Yuyan didn't dare to take such a big risk. If the response wasn't good, wouldn't that be troublesome? So, she put the plan on hold for the next round. But after the competition, it did generate a lot of revenue for the entire Tianzong Academy. After all, the Tianzong Academy was a branch of the White Deer Mansion. But the Tianzong Academy couldn't always get revenue from the White Deer Mansion. In that case, if the Tianzong Academy couldn't grow independently, it would never have a breakthrough. Originally, the Tianzong Academy was already in the teaching aspect. Under Lan Yuyan's control, it could be said to have reached the extreme. It even tended to be stable. But if the Tianzong Academy wanted to have a bigger breakthrough, Lan Yuyan didn't have that ability. But Lan Yuyan found a treasure boy by chance. This person was Wang Jing. When Wang Jing joined, Lan Yuyan was like a tiger that had grown wings. She directly added in some wonderful ideas, expanding the influence of the Tianzong Academy to the maximum. Recently, I've contacted a few old friends in the Untainted Land. We've already agreed to open a training site in the Untainted Land. We'll exchange students from both sides to improve communication. Wang Jing said. Obviously, Wang Jing was also very keen on this career in front of him. For the current situation, Wang Jing himself was also very passionate. Over the years, he had experienced a lot of things, and he also had a narrow escape from death. At the same time, Wang Jing himself had already expected this. In the future, there would be immeasurable dangers. If they wanted to survive in such a crisis, they would have to be very careful. Therefore, it was necessary to vigorously develop the future and increase the strength of the people. Wang Jing's experiences during this period of time had made him realize that this was the only way to go. He had to use these future powerhouses to deal with the impending crisis. However, Wang Jing originally wanted to show off his skills. But when he turned around, he saw that Li Zongjiu had already paved the way. Since there was such a good deal, of course he would take it over. In any case, their goal was the same. Fortunately, Lan Yuyan was very open-minded and was able to accept Wang Jing's idea. Lan Yuyan's eyes lit up when she heard Wang Jing mention the Untainted Land. Wang Jing was indeed related to the Untainted Land. If it was her younger brother, Kuan Erishur, he would also be living in the Untainted Land and would not return home for many years. When she saw this guy, she would definitely give him a good beating. Are you going to send him to the Untainted Land so early? It's getting late. We won't have much time left. In addition, I've also invited some Supreme Being friends to refine a training tower together. In this training tower, the speed of cultivation will be faster and the effects will be stronger. Wang Jing said. Lan Yuyan did not ask about Wang Jing's mysterious origin. Everyone had their own secrets. As long as Wang Jing was really doing it for the Heavenly Sect Academy, there was no problem. It was a piece of cake. By the way, when I passed by the Heavenly Prison, why did I see someone kneeling there? There are many people kneeling in front of the Heavenly Prison. Lan Yuyan waved her hand and said. Now that the first competition had finally come to an end, Lan Yuyan heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Moreover, her team's results were pretty good this time. Finally, he could relax a little. At the entrance of the Heavenly Prison. When the guards of the Heavenly Prison saw that old General Guo Longquan was still kneeling there, they felt like they were dreaming. Now, Guolongjuan's military achievements were outstanding, and he had completed many tasks very well. He was also a hero in everyone's heart. However, it was a pity today. He could have offended anyone, but he had to offend the current imperial protector. Senior Evil Lord. It was the father's fault if the son did not teach him well. Until now, Guorenjia's painful cries could still be heard from the iron windows of the heavenly prison. Every time Guolongquan heard it, his heart would tremble. But it was worth rejoicing over. Li Zhongzhou did not want to take their lives. If they did not know how to be grateful, there would be no need for Li Zhongzhou to take action. Naturally, there would be someone who could easily get rid of them. It was best not to overestimate oneself. If they honestly corrected their mistakes, they would be able to live a good life. However, if they were stubborn, they would not be able to live freely. A guard came to inform Guolongquan. The competition was over. According to Evil Lord's words, it was time to get up. No, I can't get up yet. The great emperor has not forgiven me for my mistakes. Guolongquan understood. The evil revered emperor's words were very clear, but the sacred flame great emperor didn't say anything. If the evil revered emperor stood up now, it would mean that he didn't put the sacred flame great emperor in his eyes. Therefore, Guolongquan was still kneeling. At the same time, he was thinking about how to regain Emperor Xingyan's trust. After all, if he was not sure this time, he would lose Emperor Xingyan's trust. By the way, what did Guorenjia confess? Guolongquan asked. Li Zhongzhou's order to the prison guards was to tell them all the bad things Guorenjia had done. Otherwise, they would not stop. How could they not follow Evil Lord's orders? Even Emperor Xingyan did not have the guts to ask these prison guards to stop. Therefore, Guorenjia would be beaten every once in a while. Then, he would tell them all the wicked things he had done. As the prison guards were courted, they became angrier and angrier. This son of a bitch had directly harmed so many people. Immediately, a whip as thick as a wrist was lashed out. Li Zhongzhou did not take Guolongquan and his son seriously. At this moment, he had also come to the sacred martial realm with Qi Yanran. If there was no urgent matter, he would not be in such a hurry to send the news to Li Zhongzhou. There were no problems in Jincheng City. When Li Zhongzhou and Qi Yanran arrived, Qu Yanguan, who had been waiting outside, couldn't wait to come in. Master, Senior Evil Lord. Qu Yanguan saluted Qi Yanran. Obviously, Qu Yanguan was very surprised to see Qi Yanran here. A few years had passed since then. Qu Yanguan had matured a lot. Today's Great Yan Empire, under the governance of Qu Yan, was at least maintained in a relatively prosperous situation. However, the matter of the Yuan Beast Empire had been troubling the other great nations recently. It was a problem for the entire sacred martial realm. It was impossible to stop the Yuan beasts from building an empire. No one could do it. Moreover, the heavenly Tao was flawed. Since the Yuan beasts had such talent and rules, they were born with it. The rest of the people in the sacred martial realm had to follow the heavenly Tao. How about we let you build the Yuan Beast Empire, as expected? They thought the Yuan Beast Empire was just a joke. After all, they were a group of beasts. How could a group of beasts manage another group of beasts establish a system? Did they really think that they were human just because they could stand on their feet? They were still far from being human. However, the other party obviously didn't care if the empire would last long. Therefore, after the empire was built, they began to seal off the resources in the 100,000 mountains. They sent powerful Yuan beasts to guard the border and didn't allow any humans to get close. If anyone wanted to go in to search for treasures, they would be killed by these powerful Yuan beasts. Obviously, this was a very threatening behavior. If this continued, there would be another decisive battle between humans and Yuan beasts in the future. The last disaster of the fallen race had caused such a huge loss to the human race. Until now, the human race had only recovered for a few years. They were not prepared at all. Who would have thought that in such a short time, another ape race would appear? What's the situation? Why is it so urgent? Li Zhongzhou asked. It wasn't the time for small talk. He was here to solve the problem. Just as he was about to speak, Qu Yan and Guan Yan paused for a moment. This matter was a huge disaster for the entire sacred martial realm. they couldn't believe it. Everyone was shocked when they found out about this. The entire sky of the sacred martial realm seemed to have turned blood red at this moment. The sacred mountain has been breached, Chu Yan said. Just 6 short words. Both Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were shocked by the news. The sacred mountain was breached? Li Zongjiu didn't expect this to happen either. Even the people of the sacred martial realm did not expect this. As the most powerful force in the sacred martial realm, it was also regarded as a place of protection by the various great forces. It was a place strong enough to protect the entire sacred martial realm. Just 2 days ago, it was broken through by the ape clan. No one knew what kind of lineup or attack method was used to break through the sacred mountain. They only knew that this time, it was a huge blow to the entire sacred martial realm. Heavenly Saint Kunpeng and the others in the sacred mountain hadn't appeared until now. They were probably dead. Otherwise, how could the sacred mountain be occupied by the meta beasts? It was really unexpected that such a situation would happen. It directly exerted a huge pressure on the entire human race. The rest of the big countries also hurriedly sent out envoys to find people to negotiate. The ordinary people didn't know about this for now. He had already suppressed this matter. Otherwise, if he had told them directly, it would have caused unnecessary panic. As an authority, one must first grasp the situation well. Now, the 2 saint immortals from the east and Bei Kong, as well as Fu Ding, have all gone to the sacred mountain together. Experts from all sides have gathered, but the current situation is not optimistic. Even the sacred mountain has been breached. Even if these people go, what can they do? Quickly summon them back to guard the city's border and prevent the meta beasts from attacking, Qi Yanran said. Back then, the sacred mountain was guarded by Heavenly Saint Kunpeng. Even the experts of the fallen clan couldn't break through the sacred mountain. At least it could create a stalemate between the 2 sides. However, with the appearance of the ape clan, the sacred mountain was taken down so quickly. The thing that Li Zongjiu was most curious about was how the ape clan came about. Could it be that another space passage was opened? Could it be that the other side also had celestial realm experts? Li Zongjiu didn't know how strong the ape clan was or how they came in. However, Li Zongjiu knew that if he didn't stop them, it would cause another disaster to the entire sacred martial world, or even the sacred martial continent. That's enough. There are obviously some powerful existences, but they are not willing to show themselves. Li Zongjiu hated the other side for not doing anything. However, on second thought, there was no problem in doing so. If there was a meta-emperor level meta-beast attacking a city now, Li Zongjiu wouldn't do anything. Because there would naturally be people below to solve this matter. Although it might be a difficult thing for them. But it wasn't impossible. As for the price to be paid, it was a rather heavy price to pay. However, in the eyes of people at a higher level, this price was insignificant. This was also the reason why it was difficult for people with different levels of strength to sit together and have a good chat. Everyone had different points of reference and different worldviews, so how could they be on the same page? Prince Yan, General Jiang Bai, it's an emergency. A personal guard hurried to the front of Steward Chu and said. Although it didn't seem to be the right time, the situation couldn't be delayed. Speak. Chu Yan ordered. The Meta Beast army has besieged Whiterun City. 2 million people are trapped in the city. Whiterun City was already a city on the second line of defense. After this unforeseen event, Chu Yan immediately evacuated the people at the border and stationed the troops at the border fortress. However, it seemed that the border had been lost, and even Whiterun City, which was used as a temporary refuge, had been surrounded by the meta beasts. Obviously, it was an extremely critical moment. Yanran, go to Whiterun City and check on the situation. I will go to the sacred mountain. Li Zongjiu said immediately. Qi Yanran also nodded. Both sides could not afford any delay. There was no time to waste. Master, I will go with you. Ordinary meta beasts were not much of a threat to Qi Yanran. With the latter's strength and the assistance of the green bird platform. As long as it was not an expert above innate level 5. Basically, staying alive was not a problem. Compared to some special circumstances, it was inevitable that there would be problems. For example, the devouring Yuan clan that he encountered previously. Very few people's cultivation state could be as strong as Li Zongjiu's. His origin energy and physical body had been cultivated to a peak state. However, the devouring Yuan clan was most afraid of people with strong physical bodies. However, the previous situation happened because it was too sudden. Moreover, Qi Yanran's strength was not as strong as it was now. If it happened again, the devouring Yuan clan would be wiped out. Therefore, Li Zongjiu directly rushed towards the sacred mountain. Boom! Li Zongjiu immediately shuttled through the countless clouds. Finally, he arrived within 1,000 miles of the sacred mountain. However, at this moment, Li Zongjiu could not help but stop. Formation? Li Zongjiu's current cultivation in formations was quite strong. Although the front looked calm and empty, it had already been covered by a formation. If he approached, he would definitely be discovered by the other party. Breath control. Li Zongjiu descended. If it was in the past, he would not be so low-key. He would just rush in and kill together. However, he was now facing the legendary ape clan. Moreover, Li Zongjiu did not know the other party's situation. How could they break through the sacred mountain so quickly? They were at least in the innate level. This was because Heavenly Sage Kuan-Peng could at least reach the innate level 1 in the sacred mountain. Back then, the one who had the Heavenly Book of Fallen could only reach the innate level 1 in the state of the Heavenly Book of Fallen. Therefore, both sides couldn't do anything to each other. Even if the people below were to fight fiercely, as long as a Xianxia expert appeared, they would be able to wipe out the people below. That would be an easy task. Therefore, the battles between the various great war realms were nothing more than a game. In the eyes of a true expert, no matter how you do it, it won't have much of an impact. It's not a problem at all. Only when this person who was truly at the pinnacle was taken care of would the matter be truly settled. Therefore, to be able to break through the sacred mountain, there must be an expert within the ape tribe. If they had already been killed, then Li Zongjiu would not be able to bring them back to life, so it was better to be safe. After all, a real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Li Zongjiu activated an aura concealing array formation on his body. Using his own essence force as the foundation of the array formation, he added it to his own body. At the very least, he could deceive the opponent's array formation. Although the other party's array formation covered a wide area, it wasn't much stronger than Li Zongjiu in a real battle. It was just that Li Zongjiu was more cautious. His aura was like that of a stone. If one's cultivation wasn't high enough, they wouldn't be able to see the changes in Li Zongjiu's body. Even without using Yuan power, Li Zongjiu was still able to move as if he was flying. On this piece of land, he felt as if he was flying. Li Zongjiu's speed was also exceptionally fast. In the blink of an eye, he crossed 1,000 miles. Ahead was the boundary of the sacred mountain. However, Li Zongjiu had already seen the changes in the sacred mountain. Hundreds of sky-piercing stone pillars surrounded the sacred mountain. At the bottom of each pillar, there were also chains that bound the people who used to live in the sacred mountain to the top. Among this group of people, Li Zongjiu also saw one of the figures. It was Heavenly Saint Kuan-Peng. At this moment, Heavenly Saint Kuan-Peng was also sitting cross-legged on a lotus platform. Furthermore, there was a mountain above Heavenly Saint Kuan-Peng's head that was pressing down on him. It was constantly releasing a strong aura that made it difficult for Heavenly Saint Kuan-Peng to leave the lotus platform. They had to use this method to restrain Heavenly Saint Kuan-Peng. This was the reason why the other party was able to take down the sacred mountain. Evidently, Heavenly Saint Kuan-Peng had already fallen into the other party's trap. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this. However, Li Zongjiu didn't care about the process. Although he could see some figures on the path of the sacred mountain. However, they were only ordinary meta-beasts. Their strength was only at the Supreme Being level. Meta-beasts with such strength were nothing to be afraid of. However, the ape tribe did have the ability to tame these meta-beasts. Li Zongjiu didn't see any figures of the ape tribe. This made things a little difficult for him. He immediately prepared to catch a meta-beast and use his soul-searching technique to search for the information in the other party's mind. He could at least get some information and figure out what was going on. Suddenly, two figures broke through the air. One of them turned into a huge dragon sparrow and charged towards the mountain-shaped treasure above Heavenly Saint Kunpeng's head. Boom! Immediately, a violent vibration spread out. Suddenly, a figure jumped down from the stone pillar. There was a pitch-black iron rod in his hand. He smashed it towards the dragon sparrow. This dragon sparrow was Tianyi. Ever since the great battle in the sacred martial realm, Tianyi hadn't left. Now, she had completed the task that her ancestor had given her. All she wanted was to pass the heavenly tribulation. Now that she had finally entered the Supreme Saint realm, she naturally didn't need the treasures of the other two tribes. Therefore, Tianyi wanted to live for herself. Back then, Fu Ding had sacrificed himself to save her life. Now, it was only natural that he wanted to return the favor with his life. Therefore, Tianyi accepted Heavenly Saint Kunpeng's invitation. She usually cultivated on the sacred mountain and enjoyed the peaceful days. Occasionally, she would go out with Fu Ding to train. However, Fu Ding was obviously very dissatisfied with his strength. If he wanted to be with Tianyi, he had to be strong enough. He had to be at least half as strong as his master. Li Zhongjiu saw the figure that jumped down. He held a long rod and looked like an ape. However, his behavior was basically similar to that of a human. There was no doubt that he was an ape. If he couldn't tell that the person in front of him was an ape, then Li Zhongjiu might as well be blind. Clearly, Tianyi attacked to attract the ape. Tianyi's cultivation was also at the Supreme Saint realm. In the past few years, she had also made a small breakthrough. However, she was forcefully suppressed by the ape's combat power. Most importantly, the ape was only at the Supreme Saint realm, but it could suppress Tianyi, who was at the Supreme Saint realm. Clearly, the ape's combat awareness and attack power were very strong. Just as Tianyi attracted the ape's attention, another silhouette was quietly approaching. He also restrained his aura to the extreme. His figure was extremely fast as he passed through. Whoosh, it was a familiar voice. Fu Ding rushed out. He was immediately discovered by some meta beasts. Immediately, these meta beasts also rushed directly towards Fu Ding. In just 3 years, Fu Ding's cultivation had also entered the Supreme Saint realm. In addition to the cultivation of his willpower, the latter's combat power would definitely be more shocking. Go! Demon Suppression. Fu Ding threw out the Demon Suppression ruler in his hand. Immediately, the Demon Suppression ruler directly suppressed all the meta beasts that rushed forward under the ruler. Boom, he suppressed more than 10 supreme-level meta beasts alone. Fu Ding's target was obviously Heavenly Saint Kunpeng. Heavenly Saint Kunpeng was now the strongest in the entire sacred martial realm. Moreover, the other party also used this strange weapon to trap Heavenly Saint Kunpeng. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to defeat the other party. Li Zhongjiu saw Fu Ding's actions in the dark. This idea was good. However, it was a little bold. The other party's strength was obviously not that simple. Then, he saw the figure of another ape clan expert appear. He charged towards Fu Ding. However, just as the second ape clan expert was about to attack, another heavenly demon dragon sparrow descended from the sky. It directly grabbed with its sharp claws and brought the ape clan expert to the sky. The first silhouette was actually formed by the blade of creation. Interesting. Li Zhongjiu nodded his head as he watched. These people were all outstanding. The performance of these people was beyond Li Zhongjiu's expectations. At least in the beginning, Li Zhongjiu was also confused by the other party's lineup. He did not see clearly that the first figure was formed by the blade of creation. Although this series of coordination could not be maintained for too long, it could at least be said that Fu Ding was now in front of Heavenly Sage Kunpeng. Heavenly Sage Kunpeng opened his eyes with anticipation. Fu Ding swallowed the elixir that he had placed in his mouth. At this moment, Fu Ding's mental strength increased tremendously, his aura was also released instantly. They blasted out in all directions. Boom! Another demon-suppressing ruler appeared in Fu Ding's hand. Obviously, the demon-suppressing ruler in his hand was formed by Fu Ding's willpower. Now, Fu Ding could condense his willpower to such an extent. According to this realm, he was at least Ho Tian level 6, or even level 7. It was naturally far from Li Zhongzhou's level. However, with this level of willpower, he could easily defeat a supreme-level meta-beast. Break for me. It could be said that he had used all his strength in this move. He had done so much to prepare for this move. If he could not save Heavenly Sage Kuan-Peng in front of him, they would all be finished. Boom. A terrifying force that shook the heavens and earth attacked. This move is quite good. Li Zhongzhou saw that Fu Ding's move was swift and decisive, sparing no effort. This move had already adjusted his condition to the peak. Even if a supreme-level meta-beast was standing in front of him, it would not be able to withstand it. It was estimated that this strike of the ruler could directly split it into two halves. It failed. In the next moment, Li Zhongzhou's expression changed again. This was because Li Zhongzhou sensed that a figure had appeared quickly. And it happened to be blocking in front of Heavenly Sage Kuan-Peng. With just one finger, it easily blocked Fu Ding's attack. Boom. The terrifying power was only emitted from his fingers. Other than that, it did not have any other effect. That was all. An expert of the ape clan. Another one came. There were a total of 3 ape warriors. Furthermore, Li Zhongzhou could sense that the ape tribe powerhouse in front of him was the strongest. You wish. Unfortunately, your strength is a bit lacking. This ape before him was actually speaking. Furthermore, it was mocking Fu Ding. What? Fu Ding had never thought that there would be another ape. How were they going to play now? They were all played to death. Just as he was about to continue attacking the other party, the ape sneered and crushed the demon-suppressing ruler that was formed from Fu Ding's will with a single hand. At the same time, he threw out a punch and sent the latter flying. Bang, he fell heavily to the ground. The blade of creation was forced back to its original form. Furthermore, Fu Ding's devil-suppressing ruler had been instantly stepped on by the ape race expert. Originally, the devil-suppressing ruler had been flying towards Fu Ding. But now, he was directly controlled by the ape expert. In the sky, Tianyi was fighting with the ape clan's experts. After the blade of creation returned to its position, she was equally matched with the other party. However, when she saw that Fu Ding had fallen into the hands of the other party, she dashed towards Fu Ding immediately. She was bent on saving Fu Ding. No matter what, she would not leave Fu Ding alone. Boom, Tianyi's figure landed behind Fu Ding. The 3 ape race powerhouses had returned to their positions and were facing off against the two of them. There were also dozens of supreme-level meta-beasts that were surrounding them from all directions. This time, they were completely done for. Don't bother about me. You leave first. Fu Ding said to Tianyi. If all of them were to die here, there would be no hope for the human race. No matter what, at least one of them had to be alive to spread the news. I won't leave you behind. Tianyi said resolutely. In fact, for hundreds of years, Tianyi had always been alone. She had cultivated until now. However, in the past few years, being able to cultivate together with Fu Ding had Tianyi feeling a warmth that she had never felt before. This feeling was very good. No matter what, she would not leave Fu Ding alone. This is the fun of the human race. You harm others and yourself. You are so indecisive. However, you are obviously from the demon race. Why do you want to degrade yourself? The strongest ape race member stepped forward and said. There seemed to be a ray of light in his eyes. It was as if flames were burning in his eyes. It was daunting, and the boldness of this imposing manner instantly suppressed Tianyi. Immediately, Tianyi seemed to be sucked in by a force. Tianyi was also being controlled by the latter. What are you trying to do? When Fu Ding saw that Tianyi's condition had become quite unnatural, he knew that this ape race member must be up to something. He actually wanted to control Tianyi. You are courting death. Seeing Fu Ding rushing towards him, an ape race expert next to him directly punched towards Fu Ding's head. Killing a person was nothing in their eyes. Fu Ding was already prepared to fight with these people. Immediately, when the figure rushed over. However, he heard a swoosh sound. This ape race expert's punch actually missed. Fu Ding's figure disappeared. What? The ape race expert who punched out was also stunned. He had clearly locked onto the latter's figure. How could he have let him slip away? There is an expert. The leading ape race expert retracted his flame-like eyes. His eyes looked around vigilantly. Because even Tianyi had been rescued by someone. In just the blink of an eye. Even his method of control had not been completed. Tianyi's figure directly disappeared. This caused the latter to be quite shocked. Who exactly took action? No, it's an illusion. The leading ape race expert looked around but did not find any trace of her. Not to mention a person, he did not even see a strand of hair. Then, the ape powerhouse once again released his flame-like eyes. Like a flame, it burned everything in front of him. At this moment, the surrounding world seemed to be constantly being burned and refined. However, this layer of the illusion world was incomparably sturdy. It would take some time to see through it. At this moment, Fu Ding was also surprised to see the three ape race experts in front of him and the surrounding supreme primordial beasts all standing on the spot. Immediately, he was extremely surprised. The next moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of him, causing Fu Ding to become excited. Master! Fu Ding saw Li Zongjiu in front of him. He was pleasantly surprised. Then, he looked at Tianyi. It seemed that she was injured by the ape expert's attack just now. Until now, she had not woken up and had fallen into a coma. Master, look at Miss Tianyi. Fu Ding hurriedly said. Li Zongjiu used an illusion to control the other party. Seeing Tianyi's state, Li Zongjiu also took a step forward and pulled Tianyi out of the power that she was immersed in. Originally, Tianyi was also directly trapped in a power similar to an illusion. Because she was also controlled by the other party, such a situation would occur. As Li Zongjiu released his mental power, it also directly woke Tianyi up. However, Tianyi had the blade of creation to protect her. Even if Li Zongjiu did not do anything, Tianyi would be able to recover quickly without any external support. It's you. Tianyi saw Li Zongjiu in front of her. In the past, she had fought with Li Zongjiu several times. Later, it was unintentional that they joined forces to fight. Although she fought against Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, she only wanted the Blue Bird platform to help her break through her limit. But now, there was no conflict with Li Zongjiu. Unless Li Zongjiu wanted to settle old scores, she would be beaten to death by Li Zongjiu. Since you fought for the human clan, the previous score is written off. Li Zongjiu looked at Tianyi and said. Li Zongjiu was not a stingy person. Since Tianyi and he both came from the Xingwu continent, and in the last battle against the fallen race, Tianyi also contributed a lot. Now, she was firmly on the side of the human clan. Li Zongjiu was fine with it. He didn't want to argue with her. What's more, it seemed that Tianyi was very close to Fu Ding now. Maybe they would become a good couple. Master, quickly save Heavenly Saint Kuan Peng. These ape experts have already occupied the sacred mountain. They are here to seize the heavenly book. Fu Ding said. The human heavenly book. There was no doubt that it was an extremely powerful treasure. If they fell into the hands of the ape experts, then based on what Li Zongjiu knew, the ape experts would have directly obtained the three heavenly books. Ape clan, fallen race, and human clan, there were only 9 heavenly books in the world. If you collected all 3 books, you would be able to sweep across the 9 realms. It was really too terrifying. No matter what, Li Zongjiu would not let them take the heavenly book away. The close combat ability of these apes is extremely strong. I'm afraid that they were born with superior combat awareness. Fortunately, their mental strength is relatively weak, so it's easy for them to fall into illusions. Tonight, I'll find a chance to rescue Heavenly Saint Kuan Peng. Li Zongjiu said. Since these people's close combat ability was so strong, he did not have to fight them directly. Instead, he used his mental strength to deal with them and let them fall into the illusion. However, Li Zongjiu was still too careless. Although the other party was ambushed by Li Zongjiu's illusion and the effect seemed to be very good, they reacted very quickly. Especially the strongest one. He had a name, the Phantom Ape. The Phantom Ape was proficient in the Tao of Mind. Even these meta-beasts were controlled by him. Otherwise, these meta-beasts might not be so obedient. As for the other 2 apes, they were just ordinary Dajan spiritual apes. Their combatability was very outstanding. When the illusionary spirit ape broke Li Zhongzhou's illusion, it managed to locate Li Zhongzhou's location based on the remnants of Li Zhongzhou's mental strength. This caused Li Zhongzhou to be slightly surprised. Interesting. Both of you, go to the side. I want to see how strong these apes are, Li Zhongzhou said. When the two of them heard Li Zhongzhou's words, they went to the side without hesitation. They all went into hiding and watched Li Zhongzhou, waiting for him to start fighting. They were surprised that these apes could catch up. All of them were rather surprised. Even Li Zhongzhou was surprised. He hadn't expected the methods of the ape race to be even more formidable than he had imagined. Whoosh, whoosh, boom, the two spiritual battle apes descended from the sky with a black metal rod in each of their hands. They had tall bodies, sharp eyes, fangs in their mouths, and a wild aura. When they saw Li Zhongzhou, they dashed towards Li Zhongzhou without hesitation. This was what the phantom ape had told them. When they saw Li Zhongzhou, they did not need to say anything. They just attacked and killed him. They did not want to give Li Zhongzhou time to release his illusion. Therefore, the two spiritual battle apes also quickly moved to attack. Two huge metal rods. At the same time, they smashed towards Li Zhongzhou. What a strong aura. This aura is 10 times stronger than when we were fighting before. Fu Ding and the other one hid in the distance. They felt unsafe and retreated for more than 10 meters. Even when they were fighting before, they did not see the two apes use any weapons. Boom, the two rods fell towards Li Zhongzhou at the same time. However, Li Zhongzhou had already left his original spot. When the rods landed on the ground, it shattered the ground. It was like an earthquake, a fissure that was thousands of meters long instantly appeared. Just looking at this scene made one's heart palpitate. If the rods landed on him, he would be smashed into pieces and turned into a pile of minced meat. This was a very normal thing and was not hard to predict. You guys are too slow. Li Zhongzhou's figure appeared behind the spiritual battle apes without anyone noticing. At the same time, he threw out a punch. Instantly, it struck the head of one of the spiritual battle apes and blasted it away. Bang, the spiritual battle ape flew out several hundred meters and smashed into a small mountain peak. It immediately landed and shook its head. Its eyes were filled with ferocity. Interesting. The corner of the spiritual battle ape's mouth curled into a cold smile. It did not expect to meet such an expert. After so long, these apes had not met any decent experts. Even when they saw Li Zhongzhou just now, they did not have the intention to be too serious. They just wanted to play around. Who knew that Li Zhongzhou would be so arrogant and powerful? He sent it flying with just one punch. The other spiritual battle ape that was not sent flying also reacted and fought with Li Zhongzhou. Bang! 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 The two of them exchanged more than 10 blows on the ground. In the end, Li Zhongzhou saw the opportunity and threw the spiritual battle ape over his shoulder, throwing it to the ground. Boom! The ground under the spiritual battle ape was like a deep well that was blasted out by a huge bomb. It was at least a few hundred meters deep. The spiritual battle ape laid in the deep hole and looked up at Li Zhongzhou. This fall could be said to have directly smashed his internal organs into smithereens. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dark shadow flew over quickly. The spiritual battle ape in the deep pit also forcefully opened its eyes. It saw its weapon flying towards it. The black rod instantly pierced through the spiritual battle ape's shoulder. It pinned the spiritual battle ape in the deep hole. Roar! After being injured, the spiritual battle ape instinctively roared in pain. This was simply too painful. However, the ape tribe had a special characteristic. The more they fought, the braver they became. The spiritual battle ape, who was roaring in pain, pulled out the iron rod. It was still stained with its own blood. Then, it leaped up and flew towards the deep hole. Its aura also set off a stormy wave in the surroundings. Bang! Li Zhongzhou did not continue to care about this ape. The spiritual battle ape that was sent flying just now attacked once again. Moreover, its attack speed suddenly increased. Li Zhongzhou was also fighting with his bare hands. The opponent's spiritual battle ape was quite good at using the rod. Li Zhongzhou could not help but speed up. However, the spiritual battle ape finally found a gap and used the rod to push Li Zhongzhou back by a dozen steps. Your strength is only so. After the spiritual battle ape succeeded, it said proudly. Obviously, it was quite satisfied with its attack. At the very least, it was able to get back its pride and it felt quite proud of itself. Bang! The spiritual battle ape that was thrown into the hole by Xianxia also jumped out. The wound on its shoulder was healing at an amazing speed. Xianxia rubbed his stomach. In fact, Xianxia had purposely gone easy on the previous attack because he wanted to test the power of the spiritual battle ape's rod. However, it seemed that it could only make him feel pain. However, their staff techniques were indeed quite exquisite. Xianxia was also very curious about this. Your rod skills should be natural, right? Xianxia looked at them. It should be because of their natural strength and their special body structure that they could achieve such an effect. If it were other people, they would not be able to have such smooth movements and precise strength. Looks like I have to catch one or two of them to study your rod skills. Xianxia said. If he could learn the rod skills of the spiritual battle ape tribe from them, it would definitely become a set of extremely powerful martial skill secret book. Want to learn? Let me hit you a few more times and you'll learn it. The two spiritual battle apes immediately roared and charged towards Xianxia again. Boom! Freeze! Xianxia's mental energy instantly exploded. The powerful willpower instantly froze the two spiritual battle apes in place. The black dragon hammer appeared in his hand. Xianxia immediately took a step forward and hammered each of them. Bang! The two spiritual battle apes were directly sent flying. They flew for more than 1,000 meters and the rocks along the way were all shattered. Finally, they stopped under the support of a gentle force. It was the spiritual battle ape that was good at mental energy. The spiritual battle ape finally came. Obviously, the spiritual battle ape was extremely afraid of Xianxia and did not attack Xianxia. I guess you're the strongest person in the human tribe. The spiritual battle ape and Xianxia maintained a distance of nearly 200 meters. At least within this distance, if Xianxia made any strange moves, he could react in an instant and escape. Xianxia's illusion technique was above him, so he absolutely didn't dare to confront Xianxia head-on. However, after being vigilant, it wouldn't be so easy to trap them in this illusion. Among the human tribe, I'm at most average. If it was in the past, Xianxia would not waste so much time talking to him. He would just beat him up and be done with it. However, the situation was different now. If the three spiritual battle apes joined forces, they would still be a threat. Moreover, Xianxia was not being humble. What he said was true. This was because there were indeed some very strong existences among the human tribe. Xianxia did not know about them in the past. Now that he knew, it was better to keep a low profile. However, the apes didn't believe this. Even the most powerful sacred mountain of the human race had been taken down by them. They simply couldn't withstand a single blow. As long as Xianxia was eliminated, then it would be equivalent to ruling over the human race. This way, when the great emperor came, he could directly take the human relations heavenly book away. If he could do such a good job, he would definitely be praised. Therefore, these spiritual battle apes wanted to get rid of this man before them. We of the spiritual battle apes have no ill intentions. We just want to develop together. As long as you hand over the human tribe heavenly book, we of the spiritual battle apes will definitely not step foot into the territory of the human tribe. You guys can continue living your lives peacefully without disturbing. The intelligence of this spiritual battle ape was not low. In fact, it could even be said to be extremely high. Xianxia listened to the words of this fella. Naturally, he did not believe it. Only a fool would believe it. When it came to scheming, the human tribe was the granddaddy. How could such a clumsy performance fool Xianxia? Sure. Xianxia agreed immediately. This had the spiritual battle ape stunned for a moment. Could this be a trap? How could he agree to it so easily? If that was the case, wouldn't they have wasted all their effort earlier on? To think that he would agree to it so quickly. I'll help you look for it. Xianxia rummaged through his storage ring. Then, from an unknown corner, he took out something that looked like a book. The human tribe heavenly book is here. Come and get it. Xianxia gestured to the spiritual battle ape. The look of surprise on the spiritual battle ape's face gradually disappeared and turned into a cold glint. Immediately, he looked at Li Zongjiu. A murderous aura could be seen from the corner of his mouth. Do you think I'm a fool? This thing was just an ordinary book. How could it be the Human Tribe Heavenly Book? Have you seen the Human Tribe Heavenly Book before? Li Zongjiu retorted with a look of disdain. It was as if this spiritual battle ape was a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. This was too humiliating. Such a look, is this really the Human Tribe Heavenly Book? When the illusionary spirit ape saw Li Zongjiu's expression, it was a little suspicious in its heart. Logically speaking, the stronger one was, the smarter one would be. Therefore, it was possible that Li Zongjiu was thinking of surrendering and submitting to the ape race. Or perhaps, he believed in his words and thought that the ape race would not attack the human race after obtaining the Human Tribe Heavenly Book. Was he that stupid? In fact, even the illusionary spirit ape didn't quite believe it when it said those words. Of course it's fake. Li Zongjiu replied straightforwardly. He thought that these guys would have some intelligence. But by the looks of it, their intelligence seemed to be lacking. Yes, they were smart. However, they did not know how to take corners. Yes, they learned things quickly. However, things like this were ever-changing. It was not something that could be learned just by thinking about it. Since these apes thought that they were smart, Li Zongjiu had to play with them properly. But obviously, Li Zongjiu had not expected that he would succeed so easily. They were too gullible. The spiritual battle ape was stunned. Li Zongjiu mocked him mercilessly. Even Fu Ding and Tianyi, who were in the distance, couldn't hold back their laughter in this solemn occasion. Damn it! The spiritual battle ape bared his teeth. He spat out cold air. There was a murderous look in his eyes. But he did not act rashly. He did not rush out to fight with Li Zongjiu directly. What a pity. You're so smart. You probably did not expect that the cities and countries of the human race would have been conquered by the Yuan beast army led by the ape race. The order that I gave them previously was to kill all the humans. Don't you humans value relationships? Go back and enjoy this sadness. When my army takes over the cities, I will kill everyone in the cities as long as you don't hand over the Human Tribe Heavenly Book. You'll be responsible for the deaths of these people. The spiritual battle ape said fiercely. He wanted to make Li Zongjiu bear the guilt. Is that so? Li Zongjiu could not help but shake his head. Obviously, the strength of the ape race was still lacking. If the strength of the ape race in front of him was around the same level, he believed that Qi Yanran would be able to deal with them easily. In fact, Li Zongjiu was not going to let the three apes leave. Actually, you guys shouldn't have come. You're only going to die if you come here and cause trouble. Today, don't go anywhere. Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and waved. Suddenly, the surrounding ground rumbled, and 4 walls shot up into the sky. The sky was filled with thunderclouds. It directly trapped the 3 great ape clans within. Kill him! The spiritual battle ape roared. The 2 spiritual battle apes moved immediately. They had long wanted to kill Li Zongjiu. Now, they could finally take action. Initially, Li Zongjiu had been wary of the ape tribe. After all, Li Zongjiu had been wary of the ape tribe's expert. He had thought that most of the ape tribe would be extremely powerful. On top of that, the fact that the ape tribe was able to take down the sacred mountain so easily had Li Zongjiu surprised. However, after exchanging blows with the ape tribe, Lin Fan felt that the ape tribe's strength was only so-so. Although the ape tribe's overall strength was relatively strong, it was still far from being able to compete with Li Zongjiu. Let me show you the difference in strength. Li Zongjiu said slowly. Then, he activated his willpower. He moved and swung his fists. Bam! When the 2 spiritual battle apes approached, they clearly saw that Li Zongjiu had already begun to move. However, he disappeared in the next second. At the same time, the 2 spiritual battle apes realized that the other party had disappeared. He was the only one left behind. They stood in the middle of the white world. The surroundings were also extremely empty. Their companions had disappeared as well. No matter which direction he waved the staff in, there was no movement at all. Oh no! It's another illusion. Li Zongjiu had made them fall into an illusion with just a wave of his hand. Moreover, he had trapped the two spiritual battle apes. Li Zongjiu's attack was aimed at one of the illusionary spiritual apes in front of him. When dealing with the illusionary spiritual battle apes, he would naturally use illusions to weaken their strength. When dealing with the illusionary spiritual battle apes, he would break through them. This was the best way, therefore, Li Zongjiu approached the ape tribe immediately. The illusionary spiritual ape was shocked. It did not expect Li Zongjiu to be proficient in so many abilities. Immediately, a cold glint flashed across the illusionary spirit ape's eyes. It immediately unleashed an illusory technique in an attempt to trap Li Zongjiu. However, there was no time to undo the illusory technique on the spiritual battle ape. If it could trap Li Zongjiu, everything would be resolved. However, the illusionary spiritual ape's illusion had no effect on Li Zongjiu. He broke it in the blink of an eye. Then, his fist landed on the illusionary spiritual ape. The illusionary spiritual ape was so frightened that it screamed and fled. Whoosh, Li Zongjiu followed closely behind. The illusionary spiritual ape had nowhere to run. Fall. Li Zongjiu's figure suddenly appeared in front of the illusionary spirit ape. With a single punch, he sent the illusionary spirit ape flying. Bam, the illusionary spiritual ape was hit and it spat out blood. Suddenly, he flipped over and stood up. At the same time, he pulled out the monkey hair on his head and blew at Li Zongjiu. Hundreds of illusionary spiritual apes appeared. Another illusion? However, the ape tribe's defense seems to be stronger. Li Zongjiu did not hold back when he punched the illusionary spiritual ape. However, the illusionary spiritual ape was unharmed. Although it spat out blood, it did not die. If it was someone else, they would have exploded on the spot. In fact, the illusionary spiritual ape was shocked as well. It knew that Li Zongjiu's fist was strong, but it did not expect it to be so strong. Therefore, it had to release its ultimate move in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu would continue to attack. However, the hundreds of illusionary spiritual apes' doppelgangers also released their illusion at the same time. At this moment, Li Zongjiu finally felt the power of the illusionary spiritual ape. It was as if he was trapped in a quagmire and could not move. Interesting. Although Li Zongjiu was awake and was not confused by the illusionary spiritual ape, the illusionary spiritual ape was affecting Li Zongjiu's body. At the same time, the illusionary spiritual ape wanted to wake up the spiritual battle apes. However, when it got close to the spiritual battle apes, it realized that the two spiritual battle apes were attacking it at the same time. Bam, at this moment, the spiritual battle apes seemed to have regained their consciousness. They saw that Li Zongjiu was approaching and wanted to attack them. Of course, they lifted their poles and smashed it at him. Idiot, you guys are attacking the wrong person. The illusionary spiritual ape was caught off guard by the attacks of the two spiritual battle apes. After all, most of its strength was used to control Li Zongjiu. Otherwise, the two spiritual battle apes would not be controlled by Li Zongjiu. Bam, the illusionary spiritual ape was pushed back by the spiritual battle ape's strength. Even its body was being attacked by the spiritual battle apes. Bang. 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 After a while, the illusionary spiritual ape was hit in the head by one of the spiritual battle apes. Its head exploded on the spot, creating a bloody and violent scene. In the distance, Fu Ding and Tiani had also finished watching this normal battle. In fact, Li Zongjiu was simply standing at the same spot and had never left. However, the three great ape tribes were slaughtering each other right away. The scene was indeed quite bizarre. What a strong will. Moreover, your master also has a strong illusionary spiritual skill. If it were not for the illusionary spiritual skill, it would not have been so easy to fool the illusionary spiritual ape. The illusionary spiritual ape was killed. The remaining two spiritual battle apes were also killed by Li Zongjiu. When the last spiritual battle ape was still breathing, Li Zongjiu removed the illusionary spiritual skill and let the spiritual battle ape see clearly that Li Zongjiu did not move at all. They were trapped in the illusionary spiritual skill. This was the scary part of a strong will. It could easily confuse the other party. They would not even know how they died. In the future, you must remember not to casually snatch other people's things. Li Zongjiu said calmly. Finally, after the last spiritual battle ape heard these words, it immediately breathed its last and fell to the ground. However, things were not that simple. The three corpses in front of Li Zongjiu turned into three black hairs in front of him. What? Li Zongjiu's eyes suddenly flashed. He had worked so hard to get rid of 3 hairs? Li Zongjiu could not believe it. How could this be? How could this be? Li Zongjiu picked up the hairs of the ape clan. He did not detect any energy waves. However, the corpses turned into monkey hairs. Li Zongjiu could not figure it out. There's something strange about the hairs. Li Zongjiu had a vague guess in his heart. After all, it wasn't a simple matter to open a portal in such a directional manner. Back then, the ape race powerhouse had only extended a hand. After that, there were no other actions. Either these apes were released at that time, or in reality, these apes were merely transformed from the hair of the ape race powerhouse. Just a strand of hair is so strong. Li Zongjiu was shocked. If the elite ape clan was a celestial realm being, how scary would a celestial realm be? Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. Master, you're so strong. Can you teach me this move too? Fu Ding came in front of Li Zongjiu and said. I was born with it. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Tiani had experienced Li Zongjiu's illusory power a long time ago. If it weren't for that illusory power, she wouldn't have had the chance to come to the sacred martial realm and experience such an experience. What's this? Tiani looked at the 3 hairs in Li Zongjiu's hand. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing special. However, the corpses of the 3 apes were gone. Looking at Li Zongjiu's expression, it seemed that this problem was quite serious. These are the 3 apes just now. Tiani and Fu Ding were even more shocked. They had been fighting for such a long time, but they were only fighting with 3 strands of hair. Just those 3 strands of hair alone were enough to force the ape race to such a state. Even the current situation was beyond their expectations. Fu Ding and the others had tried their best. But in the end, they were no match for them. If it weren't for Li Zongjiu's help, most likely, they were all done for. Right now, they should have been captured by the ape clan. They were either killed or locked up. They would probably end up like Heavenly Sage Kuan-pung. Therefore, it seemed that they had only scratched the surface of the ape clan's strength. Master, the ape clan said that they want to attack our city? Let's go and help. Fu Ding also said anxiously. He remembered what the ape clan said before. Anyway, with Li Zongjiu here, nothing should happen. As long as Li Zongjiu arrived in time, he would definitely be able to save them from this crisis. Your master's wife is already dealing with it. There won't be a problem. Li Zongjiu said. With Qi Yanran's help, these problems would not be a problem. Although the ape clan did have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. However, Qi Yanran's current strength was also extraordinarily strong. Moreover, he did not know if Qi Yanran had learned any powerful moves from the Green Bird platform. If she had, then it would be very easy for her to deal with these people. Even Li Zongjiu did not dare to say that he had the confidence to win. Master's wife is here too? That's great. When Fu Ding heard that Qi Yanran had also come, he was also relieved. At least with Li Zongjiu's love for Qi Yanran, he would not let her be in danger. At this moment, Qi Yanran was also fighting with 2 spiritual warriors apes. But the battle was also quite intense. Qi Yanran was not good at illusion, so she could only fight with these spiritual warriors apes head-on. After a series of head-on clashes, the fluctuations that erupted during the battle were even more earth-shattering. But it was all under Qi Yanran's control. In the end, the 2 spiritual battle apes were beaten into a single strand of hair. It floated to the ground. When Qi Yanran saw this scene, her eyes were obviously filled with shock. Just 2 strands of hair from the ape clan's expert were already so powerful. If it was his true self that came, how terrifying would that be? It really worried Qi Yanran. The rest of the Meta Beast army was naturally defeated by Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran was now a master of the natural realm. Naturally, they were much stronger than the people in front of him. Qi Yanran, who was as heroic as a goddess, once again became a figure that was worshipped and admired by all the people in the world. It was precisely because of the intervention of such an expert that their lives were saved. Otherwise, the attack of the ape race would have definitely caused great suffering. Chu Yan, Guan Yan, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Master had taken action. He didn't know how the battle at the Holy Mountain was going. The news of the sacred mountain being conquered had yet to spread. If the common people knew that the sacred mountain had been attacked, they would be in trouble. If it was occupied by the enemy, the world would probably be thrown into chaos. At this time, faith was very important. I'll leave the rest to you. I'll go and take a look at Li Zhongjiu. Qi Yanran said. Master, don't worry. Guan Yan nodded and said. Now that the ape race had been eliminated, the rest of the matter was naturally not difficult for them. Guan Yan was still very capable of handling such a situation. After Qi Yanran nodded, her figure swept in the direction of the sacred mountain. At this time, Li Zhongjiu had also dealt with the three apes and came in front of Heavenly Sage Kuanping. Those supreme-level meta-beasts underground were all handed over to Tianyi to deal with. After all, Tianyi was a master of the natural realm. Dealing with these meta-beasts was a piece of cake. TSK, why are you so miserable, brother Kuanping? Li Zhongjiu couldn't help but tease. This heavenly sage Kuanping was indeed miserable. Every time someone came to attack the human race, they would first look for the Kuanping heavenly sage. After all, this guy was the #1 official of the human race. He was the guardian of the sacred mountain, but he wasn't recognized by the human network heavenly sage. After all, his talent was still lacking. Until now, he hadn't entered the natural realm. Therefore, it was natural that the human heavenly book didn't choose him. Probably, entering the natural realm was the minimum requirement. There were so many realms above, and there were bound to be some stronger people. Don't laugh at me. Do you think I want to? Heavenly Sage Kuanping was also full of grievances. It was written clearly on his old face. Becoming the guardian of the sacred mountain here, he thought that he could get enough benefits, but in fact, there was nothing. If any powerful enemy from another world came, the first thing they would do would be to attack him. How difficult was it? These days were really too difficult. He couldn't go on living. Li Zhongjiu studied the mountain that was pressing on top of Heavenly Sage Kuanping's head. It was a magical treasure. Now that the ape tribe was dead, they were gradually losing their strength. Therefore, after Li Zhongjiu increased his strength, he directly put away the magic treasure. In the blink of an eye, the originally huge mountain turned into a small ornamental stone the size of a palm. Don't look down on this stone. Li Zhongjiu could feel the power of chaos from it. Just like the chaos bell, it could contain the power of chaos. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu was also somewhat puzzled. He reckoned that this primal chaos force was so powerful that it could penetrate through the three realms. Otherwise, this primal chaos force would be practically omnipresent and in such a powerful state. After breaking free, Heavenly Sage Kuanping was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. He stretched his body. He didn't expect that he would be pressed under the mountain at such an old age. It was like bullying an old man. Fortunately, Li Zhongjiu took action. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as being pressed under the mountain. It was estimated that within a few days, they would be killed directly. The people who were tied to the sky-reaching stone pillars had also been released. However, Li Zhongjiu had a strange premonition when he saw the sky-piercing stone pillar. How did they release these stone pillars? Li Zhongjiu could clearly sense that these stone pillars did not belong to the sacred martial realm. Li Zhongjiu used his mental energy to probe them and was shocked to discover that they were not from the sacred martial realm. These stone pillars had merged with the sacred mountain. There was also a force flowing and circulating. However, this force didn't have a specific function. Li Zhongjiu couldn't tell for the time being. He only knew that if the sky-reaching stone pillar were to be destroyed, the entire sacred mountain would also be destroyed. At the same time, the sacred martial realm would be damaged. Only the sky-reaching stone pillars in front of them could not be destroyed at all. They could only stay here. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu could only temporarily isolate the sky-reaching stone pillars with his own strength. Although he did not know what the sky-reaching stone pillars were doing, it was definitely not a good thing. Therefore, it was the right choice to isolate them first. At this moment, above the sky, there was also a five-colored divine light that quickly swept over. Boom! It was Qi Yanran, Master's wife. After seeing Qi Yanran, Fu Ding hurriedly greeted her. Good boy. Qi Yanran was also very satisfied with Fu Ding. At least this little guy looked very obedient. You've grown up a lot. Qi Yanran greeted him. Of course, she also saw Tianyi standing beside Fu Ding. She nodded to Tianyi. Now Tianyi was no longer a match for Qi Yanran. Perhaps even Tianyi herself did not expect that Qi Yanran and Li Zongjiu's strength would break through so quickly. How long had it been? They had become so powerful in such a short time. This made Tianyi quite surprised in her heart. But fortunately, Tianyi could rely on the blade of fate in her hand. At least in the future, she would have a great guarantee. In the future, her realm would definitely not be low. After becoming powerful, Qi Yanran naturally did not have any hostility towards Tianyi. After all, everyone had a purpose, not to mention that they were comrades in arms who fought side by side in the past. If you have time, let's go to the Saint Martial continent and have a cup of tea together. Qi Yanran invited Tianyi. After all, in the face of foreign enemies, they were also comrades in the United Front, and they already had this relationship with each other. Of course, there was no need to make the relationship so tense. Okay. Tianyi also nodded. Originally, Tianyi didn't have any feelings for Li Zongjiu and Lin Mingya. She had made it very clear that she just wanted to borrow the Blue Bird Dao platform. In order to break through her own heavenly tribulation. To reach the absolute saint realm. In the end, he succeeded. Unfortunately, it was this disciple of Li Zongjiu who had blocked an extremely fatal and crucial blow for her, allowing her to successfully overcome this crisis. Speaking of which, she even had to thank Li Zongjiu. Are you alright? Li Zongjiu and the Kuan-Ping heavenly sage landed at the same time. They had also gone to isolate the sky-piercing stone pillars. This was to prevent the auras between the stone pillars from attracting each other. Because this stone pillar came from the ape clan. It was hard to say what kind of strange power was contained in them. Perhaps they themselves were teleportation gates. Once these powers were combined, they could instantly open a huge teleportation array. If that was the case, the sacred martial realm would be in trouble. I'm fine. I met two apes, but after I killed them, I turned into this. Qi Yanran took out the two hairs of the ape clan. Li Zongjiu also took out 3 strands of ape fur. It's the same on our side. It seems like the strength of the ape clan is unfathomable. They almost destroyed the entire sacred martial realm with just a few strands of hair. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran also felt quite serious. After all, this matter didn't seem to be so simple. If they were to fight with the real ape clan next time, they wondered what would happen. Why don't you just inherit the human heavenly book and become the guardian of the human race? With the power of human heavenly book, these people will have nowhere to hide. The Kuan-Ping heavenly sage advised. Only Li Zongjiu was the most suitable. He was obviously a person who cared about the world, but he had to pretend to be very cold. This made people very unhappy. I'm not interested in that now. Li Zongjiu immediately shook his head. Although Li Zongjiu yearned for the power of the Person Divine Book, he also knew that he would have to pay a huge price in order to obtain the Person Divine Book. Li Zongjiu didn't want to compromise so quickly for the sake of power. Therefore, he still needed to cultivate on his own. Even the legendary Black Sea Overlord didn't necessarily master the power of the 9 lineages heavenly book. He relied entirely on his own strength to reach his current level. However, the 9 lineages heavenly book, if there was a chance, Li Zongjiu would definitely snatch the heavenly book from the devouring Yuan clan. He had a deep hatred for the devouring Yuan clan. Moreover, he had long been unhappy with the devouring Yuan clan. If he wanted to resist the power of the ape clan, he would have to use the power of the heavenly book. At least for now, it seemed that the ape clan wouldn't be able to make a comeback in a short time. All of you should be careful from now on. There might still be traces of the ape tribe in some corner. Moreover, there might be any activity from this stone pillar. If there is any movement from it, hurry and inform me. Li Zongjiu said. This time, the ape clan's problem was solved. However, Li Zhongjiu couldn't possibly stay here for a long time. Anyway, if there was anything, he just had to look for them through the teleportation formation. It was very convenient. After giving careful instructions, Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran also patrolled the surrounding area. After confirming that there were no traces of the ape clan in these big countries, it seemed that there shouldn't be any problems. In addition, they collected some more resources and brought them back to the Xingu continent. However, in Li Zhongjiu's opinion, the ape clan wasn't simple. Judging from the previous fight with the ape clan wasn't that stupid. On the contrary, they were very courageous and resourceful. If Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran hadn't arrived in time, the entire Xingu continent would have been destroyed. The entire human race's sacred mountain would also be destroyed. In addition, the few countries in the sacred martial realm would also be easily destroyed. The destruction of the human race would have happened in an instant. As for the so-called Yuan Beast Empire, after the ape clan disappeared, it naturally fell apart. Even if there were a few smart guys in the Yuan Beast Empire, they wouldn't be able to withstand the rest of the stupid and boorish people. They could even easily overthrow the empire you built. This was the situation at the moment. The Yuan Beast Empire was still unyielding. The 6 big countries entered a trend of stability again. However, after this battle, the Xingu continent also had a wide range of geniuses. Opening the door of the Xingu continent to cultivate the powerful new forces of the future generations became the most important thing. The number of experts that could be brought out in this world was simply too few. For the Xingu continent, it was necessary to cultivate these people and nurture them into geniuses who could truly stand on their own. This was the only way. Only then could they ensure that they would have the strength to fight against the invasion of the foreign tribes in the future. Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran returned to the Xingu continent. The two of them often went into seclusion and occasionally came out to accompany their families. In the blink of an eye, spring passed and autumn came. 5 years later. Luoxia Mountain. Right now, Sunset Mountain completed this type of truly incomparable action. Tens of thousands of origin energy thrusters. They had sent the entire Luoxia Mountain into the sky. It was 120 feet above the ground. When they saw Luoxia Mountain, it actually appeared in such a state. When everyone in the world saw it, they were also amazed. This also meant that Luoxia City would truly be high and mighty. This was a high and mighty city. Everyone believed that everyone could feel the power of Luoxia City. The greatest significance of having the entire city and the mountains suspended in the air was that if an ordinary person wanted to launch an attack, they would not be able to do so. That was also a very difficult thing. As long as Luoxia City put away the cloud ladder, wanting to enter the city was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Unless you could ascend to heaven, otherwise, you would not be able to enter Luoxia City. Also, once you were attacked, you could even directly take the city and escape through the sky, leaving no trace for the enemy. Naturally, there were also some origin beasts. These potential threats could also be greatly reduced. Such an advanced city was simply a true fortress in the sky. Li Zhongjiu personally set up tens of thousands of arrays to shape Luoxia City into a real iron fortress. Besides that, Li Zhongjiu also personally mobilized hundreds of Tianwu ships. There were also several giant Tianwu ships. Although the Dao country was not very powerful, the strength of the warships was still very good. At least they could build these warships. And they were all in a rather advanced state. In the 8 corners of the city, there were giant warships connected to the city with iron chains. This could also greatly increase the degree of insurance. It could prevent the risk of the entire city losing control and falling. Hundreds of Tianwu ships were also hovering above the city in order to drive away some flying origin beasts that were close to the city. After witnessing the city fly into the sky, Li Tianqing and the others were so moved that they kept exclaiming. In the end, they could not help but applaud. It was too amazing. Such a magnificent feat in their eyes. It was simply a miracle, a true miracle had appeared in front of their eyes. Who would be able to witness such a thing? An entire city had flown up into the sky. Was there anything more awesome than this? Li Zhongjiu was also very satisfied. He had been busy with a lot of things. Even when Luoxia City flew into the sky, he invited Qi Xiaohun and the others. At least these two families had become a family. Naturally, they had to have a good meal together. After drinking, Qi Xiaohun and Li Tianqing had almost become brothers of life and death. They drank until they were dead drunk. The two of them were also heroes of their time. If Li Tianqing was not born poor, he would not be any worse than them. And now he also had a very powerful son. Their cultivations had also skyrocketed to the utmost exalted realm. Presently, Sunset City was fully deserving of the reputation of being the #1 city in the world. In addition, the Tianzong Academy had become the #1 academy in the world. However, recently, the Tianzong Academy had also started to establish branches of different factions. There was always some knowledge that needed to be learned in a special place. They even set up a chaos branch in the Untainted Land. Only those with outstanding cultivation talent in the main school could be sent to the desolate branch to continue their studies. The dean of the chaos branch was Kuan Erishur. Shuiyu was the vice dean. After these two people traveled around the world, they did not hesitate to choose to devote themselves to the great education cause. At the same time, with the name of Evil Lord, they also established an extremely huge system in the Untainted Land. This kind of operation also made people in the world exclaim. They studied in the Chaos Branch for 3 years. There would be countless sects in the Untainted Land coming to select disciples. Level by level, they would contribute to the cultivation of top talents. Li Zongjiu also often went to the Untainted Land. This was because Wang Jing's main focus was now on the Wilderness Branch. The first batch of elders in the Chaos Branch. It was Xia Shui and the others. Only 5 years had passed. Xia Shui had stepped into the threshold of the Supremacy Realm. Such aptitude stunned the entire Untainted Land. It was not because Xia Shui had touched the threshold of the Supremacy Realm at such a young age, but because the speed of her cultivation breakthrough had always been in a steady state. She had never had the slightest intention of discouraging. In fact, Xia Shui had long been able to reach the Supremacy Realm. However, under normal circumstances, she had suppressed it. She did not rashly break into the Supremacy Realm. This was mainly because once she entered the Supremacy Realm, then, who would teach her cultivation in the future? Therefore, this was also a problem that troubled Wang Jing. Logically speaking, since she was already in the Supremacy Realm, why would she need someone to teach her? But in fact, there was no end to learning. Any realm needed someone to guide you. Even if you were to use your own wisdom to learn, you still needed a teacher to guide you in front of you. Therefore, Wang Jing was now instigating Li Zongjiu to come out and teach from time to time. When Li Zongjiu heard this, he waved his hand repeatedly. I don't have so much time to play with these little brats. Li Zongjiu wanted to do the education thing. But he only needed to give a direction and provide a lot of resources. He did not need to do it himself. In fact, today, 5 years later, the original seed had already bloomed and bore fruit. Even the current operation did not cost much, and there was even a lot of feedback. Just these students who had been sent out, after becoming successful and famous, had donated money to the school. There were also various ways to make money. However, Lan Yuyan tried not to let the Tianzong Academy have any connection with this business. Once commercial activities were involved, it would be a very dangerous thing for the entire Tianzong Academy. It was even possible that the reputation of the school would collapse and be ruined by others. Sigh, it's still better here. Back then, I was accidentally brought to the world of the ape clan. The people there were simply ferocious. However, these monkeys were quite cute. While drinking, Wang Jing was also reminiscing about the past. Back then, Wang Jing had also disappeared for a period of time. You've been to the ape clan continent? When Li Zongjiu heard Wang Jing's words, he was suddenly stunned. Although it could be said that after the few hairs of the ape clan were killed last time, there had never been any movements from the ape clan. However, in Li Zongjiu's heart, he had never let go of this matter. He had always been thinking about the ape clan continent. If the real body of the ape clan came, it would be a very dangerous thing. Yeah, after I left your Li family, I came here to take a bath under a waterfall. As a result, I was washed into a cave. When I came out again, King found that I was in the ape clan continent. I didn't even wear any F*king clothes. When Wang Jing mentioned this matter, he was also quite angry. If it were you, wouldn't you be angry? You would want to bang your head against the wall and die. What's the situation in the Ape Clan continent like? Do they want to attack the Xingwu continent? Li Zongjiu did not expect that Wang Jing had actually been to the Ape Clan continent. This was really too surprising. The Ape Clan continent is not in chaos. They are very harmonious there. Why would they attack the Xingwu continent? The incident of the Ape Clan only happened in the Xingwu realm. However, when it was in the Xingwu realm, it was already settled by Li Zongjiu. Therefore, no one here knew about it at the moment. Could it be, Li Zongjiu guessed? Either Wang Jing went to a fake Ape Clan continent, or there was a problem in the Ape Clan continent itself. Generally, these were the two situations. If there was peace between the two clans, it would naturally be the best thing. No one wanted a life and death battle to suddenly happen. It would turn the world upside down. Do you know what this is? Li Zongjiu took out the hairs of the Ape Clan from before and showed it to Wang Jing. Originally, he planned to ask the Black Sea Overlord. However, Li Zongjiu thought about it. He had his own dignity. She had already said that she would come back when she was in the Sky Realm. If he went now, it would be as if he found an excuse to look for her. Therefore, Li Zongjiu held back. When Wang Jing took the hairs from Li Zongjiu's hand, he suddenly exclaimed. F*ck, it's the hairs of the chaotic world demonic monkey. Some information about the Ape Clan continent. Li Zongjiu also learned about it from Wang Jing. After all, Wang Jing had also lived in the Ape Clan continent for 3 years, and during this period of time, he had lived quite comfortably. He did not expect Wang Jing to have such a miraculous encounter. It seemed that many people might have encountered something like a fortuitous encounter, but it still depended on one's own luck if one wanted to truly transform this fortuitous encounter into one's own strength. If one's own strength was not enough, how could one withstand such a fortuitous encounter? Even if one was given a chance, one would have wasted it in vain. The Ape Clan continent was basically divided into 3 camps. However, these 3 camps were also friendly and peaceful with each other. This was because the monkeys in these 3 camps were of different species, and the areas where they lived were also different. Therefore, there would usually be no conflicts and they were very harmonious with each other. However, there were many legends about the Ape Clan's continent. Among them, the most long-standing legend was about the 7 devil monkeys. It was said that the 7 devil monkeys had existed before. Needless to say about their strength. Basically, the ability of each devil monkey was to shroud the Ape Clan continent in darkness, feel the power of darkness, and rule the Ape Clan continent. No one knew what these devil monkeys were thinking in their minds. Wasn't it good to have food and drink? Why did they have to create so much trouble? However, basically, the entire Ape Clan continent would work hard to suppress these devil monkeys. The monkey hair in Li Zongjiu's hand. According to Wang Jing's judgment, it should be the hair of the cosmic chaotic world devil monkey. This directly meant that the legendary cosmic chaotic world devil monkey had appeared and was now causing trouble in the Ape Clan continent. Perhaps, the Ape Clan continent had already been subverted by the cosmic chaotic world devil monkey. No, I have to go there quickly. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen to the Ape Clan continent. Wang Jing hurriedly drank the wine in the cup. You're going there alone? Don't you need my help? Li Zongjiu could not help but ask. What can you do with your skinny arms and legs? Wang Jing said. Lan Kuan, who was listening from the side, was also quite surprised. This was because Wang Jing's statement was simply unprecedented. In this world, there was actually someone who dared to speak to Li Zongjiu in such a manner. And Li Zongjiu's club also seemed to be very calm. He did not refute Wang Jing's words. If Li Zongjiu was not mistaken, the inheritance that Wang Jing had obtained should be one of the 7 chaotic devil monkeys. Even if it wasn't one of these 7, it definitely belonged to this level. Therefore, if they wanted to deal with the cosmic chaotic world demonic monkey, only Wang Jing could do it. Since Wang Jing said that there was no need, Li Zongjiu naturally would not insist. After being beaten up in the end, he would obediently come to ask for help. Wang Jing walked directly to an open space, and then he muttered some unknown incantations. Then, a force directly took Wang Jing away. His figure disappeared. Li Zongjie was also observing during this process. He found that this should be similar to a portable formation. His body had the foundation of this formation, so after chanting the incantation, he could directly activate the formation and take people away. Qi Yanran also happened to come over with a plate of freshly cut fruits. But when she saw that Wang Jing was not here, she could not help but look around. Huh? Where's Wang Jing? He went to the ape clan continent. Li Zongjie told Qi Yanran about Wang Jing. Is he okay alone? Qi Yanran could not help but worry. After all, the scene of fighting with the ape clan 5 years ago was still vivid in her mind. In the end, she only found out that after fighting for half a day, she only managed to kill a hair of the ape clan. Wasn't this quite a big blow to her, and now, it was difficult to estimate the strength of the ape clan. She only knew that there must be a stronger existence in the ape clan. It should be fine. Li Zongjie shook his head and said. Wang Jing was also a mysterious person, but who didn't have their own secrets. This meeting and chat ended in a hurry. The White Deer Mansion continued to hunt down the devouring Yuan clan. Long Ji and the experts of the Sea God Palace also continued to pay attention to the situation of the Abyss clan. And just 2 months later, on the peaceful continent, a tombstone suddenly fell from the sky. With a boom, it landed in an ancient forest. This ancient forest did not belong to any of the 3 dynasties, because it was too far away. If they wanted to include it in their own territory, they would not be able to manage it. In addition, there were countless dangers and mysterious traps that devoured everything in this place. And no one had ever seen anyone bring out anything good from this place. Because of that, it was deemed to be an ominous place by others. Not many people paid attention to this place. But when this tombstone fell from the sky, then, a huge tomb appeared in front of everyone's eyes. When exactly did it appear, no one could say. But when they found out, it was already a little too late. The monsters that came out of the tomb were all ferocious and extremely fast. The first to be affected was the Haiku dynasty. Immediately, the leader of the Haiku dynasty asked the White Deer Mansion for help in the shortest time possible. These terrifying tomb monsters carried an extremely strong aura of death. Wherever they passed, not even a blade of grass would survive. Furthermore, they had a very strong regenerative ability. Even if they were killed, they would be resurrected very quickly. This was the most frightening part. These monsters could actually resurrect endlessly. At the same time, these tomb monsters also had a special characteristic. They would only attack people who possessed Yuan Qi and whose Yuan Qi cultivation was above the Yuan monarch realm. It seemed that in the eyes of these monsters below the Yuan monarch realm, as long as you did not deliberately seek death, they would not pay much attention to you. Just from this tomb alone, who knew how many of these monsters came out every day? Suddenly, the Xinggu continent fell into the flames of war. The sudden crisis caught many people off guard. The news did not reach Li Zongjie so quickly. After all, it was normal for problems to occur in the Xinggu continent from time to time. If everything was reported to Li Zongjie, he would be very busy. However, Li Zongjie felt it. In this distant and unknown forest, there seemed to be a pair of eyes watching him in the dark. This gaze even seemed to contain a kind of provocation and a kind of desire. It longed to devour him. How dare you? When Li Zongjie felt this surge of power, he snorted coldly. He immediately traversed thousands of miles and sent his clone over. However, Li Zongjie was not too impulsive. He would observe the situation first. Although Li Zongjie's strength was very strong, he was not invincible. There were still many mysterious existences. Just these existences alone could not be provoked. He would definitely die if he touched them, at the border of the Haiku dynasty. There was a small town here. Originally, this small town also had a small city gate. However, it was now very dilapidated. Only countless rubble and ruins were piled up on the ground. There were many troops patrolling the border and they were all sent here to help the civilians. Although the undead monsters from the mysterious tomb were very powerful, the weaker one was, the safer they would be. Li Zongjie stepped into the small town. There were many soldiers walking around, taking inventory. There were also many mercenary teams. These mercenaries were specially recruited to deal with the undead monsters from the tomb and capture them for research. Only by finding the weaknesses of these monsters could they find a way to break them. Therefore, they naturally needed someone to do something. Although it was relatively safe for those below the Yuan monarch level, they would still be attacked if they took the initiative to attack. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the town. The crowd began to panic and ran towards the center of the town. Outside the town, an emergency bugle horn was blown. The soldiers who were still providing assistance in the city also quickly got into formation and rushed outside. Seeing this, Li Zongjiu quickened his pace. At the entrance of the town, a temporary fortification was set up. There were some tomb monsters in front of them. They seemed to be enraged. "Quick, bring the child in," a commander commanded from within the fortification. About 100 meters away, there was a little girl. She seemed to have been separated from her parents and was standing in the same place, not knowing what to do. Not far away, the tomb monsters could be seen running towards them. Oh no, these two monsters are enraged. They kill anyone they see. The little girl won't be able to survive. After witnessing this scene, an experienced mercenary muttered to himself. It was too cruel. However, in the face of such a disaster, it was inevitable that something like this would happen. Usually, it was very common and unavoidable. Even the commanders in the army chose to give up. But at this moment, a figure was rapidly approaching the little girl. It took the latter 5 or 6 seconds to cover a distance of 100 meters. "That girl, what's going on? Why didn't you stop her?" When the old mercenary saw the people who rushed out, he cursed at his subordinates angrily. "We didn't expect the young miss to be so impulsive." These mercenary groups were hired at a high price to deal with the current situation. However, the young miss of the mercenary group was also quite compassionate. She couldn't bear to see people lose their lives in vain. "Damn it, rush out and set up traps. Delay them." Li Zongjiu saw that the young lady who rushed out had already caught the little girl. However, if they ran back, they would definitely be caught halfway. Then, the mercenaries in the fortification, who had been preparing for a long time, suddenly rushed out. This was obviously a risky move. But they all did the same. The two of them immediately threw out a few rolling traps in front of them. This rolling trap was also a very interesting thing. She heard that it was also designed by the White Deer Mansion's Design Institute. Furthermore, it was jointly launched with the 7 Stars Fire Room. Among these small rolling balls, there were also some traps that could be triggered. Once touched, a huge net would instantly open and trap a person or meta beast. Or, hundreds of steel needles would burst out in an instant, turning you into a hedgehog. Other than that, the rolling trap came in many different styles. Just as he threw it out, the two monsters had already charged forward. There were 7 or 8 of them. Only 3 of them fell into the trap. With a stomp of their feet, a net of poisonous thorns appeared and trapped the 3 tomb monsters. At the same time, the tomb monster fell to the ground. However, the other 4 leaped forward and continued to attack the mercenaries. This was Li Zongjiu's first time seeing these tomb monsters. At a glance, their skin color and overall color appeared to be gray. Moreover, their bodies emitted a rotting smell that caused one to feel nauseous. At the same time, they appeared as if they had not bathed for a very long time, as a thick layer of dust had accumulated on their bodies. They had a huge head, 4 hands and 2 legs. They looked like giant ants that stood up. There were no eyes on their faces, only 2 pores and a mouth. Their mouths were wide open. Their mouths were filled with sharp teeth. They were densely packed. Just by looking at them, one could already feel their sharp aura. If one was bitten, even if one's body was made of iron, it would still be bitten off. The remaining 4 rushed toward the mercenaries from the left and right, as if they were attacking from both sides. As for the oldest mercenary, he remained calm and composed. He held a huge sword with both hands. Fight! Boom! Boom! Immediately, these mercenaries released their elemental energy one after another. Yuan King Elite, if they did not use their Yuan King level Yuan Qi, they would not be able to hurt these 2 monsters. However, once you unleashed the aura of a Yuan monarch, these 2 monsters would chase after you. they were so close. Even if these two monsters reacted, it would be too late. After all, they were still smart. He raised his huge sword with both hands and slashed it forward. Suddenly, a terrifying sword aura slashed one of the two monsters to the ground. The latter rolled a few times on the ground, and a large wound appeared on its stomach. Countless internal organs mixed with liquid flowed out of the wound. Naturally, it was quite disgusting. Bang! 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 The remaining three tomb monsters were quickly taken down as well. The mercenaries' cooperation could be said to be quite perfect. After the mercenaries killed the tomb monsters in front of them, they quickly wanted to retreat. Not good. However, just as they were retreating, a powerful aura had already locked onto them. Even among the tomb monsters, there were strong and weak ones. The tomb monsters that they had just killed were the most ordinary ones. Now, they had locked onto this one. Sid's strength was 10 times stronger than these monsters. You guys take little 9 and leave first. I'll hold that guy back. The old mercenary immediately said. He was quite decisive. If they did not stop this fellow, once this fellow charged into the small town behind them, it would definitely cause quite a lot of destruction. Who knew how many people would die a violent death? No, we have to leave together. However, the long-haired girl called Little 9 said stubbornly. How could she see her grandfather being killed by these two monsters? If they were to leave, they had to leave together. Go quickly, or it'll be too late. The old mercenary roared. At this moment, a figure quickly swept over from the sky. Oh no, it's a level 4 tomb monster. This level 4 tomb monster was at least an expert at the peak of the Yuan King level to be able to resist it. The mercenaries under him were also stunned on the spot. It was as if they were directly waiting for death to come. Swoosh, just before the level 4 tomb monster landed. The old mercenary vaguely saw a figure flash directly in front of his eyes. The opponent's speed was very fast. When he attacked, it was silent. The demeanor of an expert, there was an expert present. Bang, the tomb monster that jumped down directly turned into a pile of blood mist. Moreover, it automatically combusted. Just like that, it was burned cleanly. Li Zhongzhou's figure appeared in front of these mercenaries. The eyes of the mercenaries were full of shock. The most experience they had was dealing with level 3 monsters. The strength of these level 3 monsters was indeed very difficult to deal with, but they also had enough experience and confidence to kill them. But facing a level 4 monster, they didn't even dare to breathe. If they saw it from afar, they could only turn around immediately. Otherwise, they would only end up as the level 4 monster's food. Originally, this old mercenary, as the leader of this mercenary group, should have stepped forward bravely. He was prepared to sacrifice his own life to stop this monster in front of him. But unexpectedly, this young man, who had appeared out of nowhere, had actually killed this level 4 monster with a single slash of his sword. Who exactly was he? In addition to the shock in the old mercenary's heart, he was also thinking about the intention of the person in front of him. But at least the person in front of them wasn't here to take their lives. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to do anything. This was a very simple reason. Thank you, sir, for saving us. The old mercenary quickly said, expressing his gratitude to Li Zhongzhou in front of him. Are you familiar with these monsters? Li Zhongzhou raised his hand to indicate that there was no need to be so reserved. The girl, Xiaojiu, also handed the little girl to her parents who were looking for her. They were very grateful to Xiaojiu and the group of mercenaries in front of them for being able to recruit the little girl. These days, we have done a little analysis and have a preliminary understanding. The old mercenary said, his words weren't too full of himself. You are all mercenaries, right? Li Zhongzhou glanced at the dressing of the people in front of him. Their dressing was naturally very obvious. They were all mercenaries. The so-called mercenaries were people who worked for a commission. No matter what the job was, as long as the price was right, there would be mercenaries who would accept the task. Basically, they would exchange their lives for money. If it wasn't a very difficult task, it wouldn't be worthwhile to hire mercenaries to do these things. This time, this mercenary group came here because of money. But obviously, money wasn't so easy to earn. Just in the past few days, they had been in danger several times. Even just now, they almost died. That's right. We are the Zephyr mercenary group from Zephyr City of the Haiku dynasty. The old mercenary said. Being able to name a mercenary group after this city was enough to reflect the strength of this mercenary group. Very well, this is the deposit. Follow me to investigate the tombstone that fell from the sky. Li Zhongjiu said and threw out a primordial stone. Supreme-grade origin stones were not that precious in the sacred martial realm. They could even be said to be very common. But in the holy martial continent, not to mention the best-grade primeval stones, for these mercenary groups, even high-grade primeval stones were more than enough. And this was the down payment. After the mission was completed, perhaps the reward would be quite generous. Just thinking about it made him excited. His subordinates were also staring at him with their eyes wide open. However, the old mercenary shook his head after hearing Li Zhongjiu's words. Even if the supreme-grade primal stones in his hands were extremely tempting, all of them had to reluctantly reject him. They could risk their lives to carry out the mission. But they would not carry out these life-threatening missions. If they only searched around this town, then forget it. After all, although this mission was dangerous, at least it would not be so difficult after the withered leaves had been harvested. And these were all things that were possible. But now, he wanted them to go deep into the forest, the evil forest that existed in ancient times, to find this strange tombstone that had fallen from the sky. And it was said that there were many terrifying tomb monsters around this tombstone. No chance of survival. It was no longer a simple 9 out of 10 chance of survival. It was a real 10 out of 10 chance of survival. There was no possibility of survival at all. I'm sorry, sir. This mission is beyond our ability. We can't accept this mission. The old mercenary also said in a deep voice. Speaking of which, the one who could not bear to refuse the mission the most was, of course, the old mercenary himself. If he could get the supreme-grade origin stones, perhaps his brothers in this group could be saved. They would not have ended up like this. Until now, they were lying in this medical hall, waiting for treatment. If the medical fees were not enough, then it was very likely that they would lose their lives because of this. They could only wait for death in this medical hall. I'll go. Xiaojiu suddenly snatched the supreme-grade origin stones and put them in his pocket. Sir, I'll take you there, but you have to give me 3 supreme-grade origin stones. Xiaojiu said firmly. Nonsense. As a mercenary, if he accepted the mission, then he must complete it. And Xiaojiu in front of him actually used such a method. It was obvious that he wanted to die in vain. If he accepted the mission. In the end, if he did not complete the mission, the consequences would be very serious. Sir, I'm very sorry. My daughter is not sensible. You should find someone else. Our mercenary group is only left with so many people. It is really difficult to complete the mission. You just need to take me to the tombstone's location. I will guarantee your safety. Li Zhongjiu said with a smile. After the mission, I will give you 100 supreme-grade origin stones. 100, at this moment, everyone was boiling with excitement. Although they didn't say anything, their eyes were wide open. Even their breathing had become quite rapid. They couldn't wait for their boss to agree to it immediately. Leader. The old leader was also very tempted, but he was afraid that he would not be able to spend the money. Thinking that there were still brothers waiting in the city, the old leader gritted his teeth very straightforwardly. Okay, our Fierce Wind mercenary group will accept this mission. But according to the rules, you have to pay half of the deposit first. Li Zhongjiu understood the latter's intention. No matter if it was 50, 5, or 5,000. For Li Zhongjiu, it was not a problem at all. Okay. Li Zhongjiu threw out a storage bag. This storage bag contained 50 supreme-grade origin stones. Little girl, since you have accepted a supreme-grade origin stone from me, then you have to help me complete a mission. Go back to your home and wait. Also, don't be so willful in the future. You are not kind, you will kill everyone around you. Li Zhongjiu said to Xiaojiu. Li Zhongjiu was only a 15 or 16-year-old child. Although Li Zhongjiu had already experienced countless cruelties in the human world at this age. But Li Zhongjiu also liked to keep the beautiful things in this world. Even the leader of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Corps did not expect Li Zhongjiu to say such words and warn little Jiu. Moreover, he directly asked little Jiu to go home, which happened to coincide with his thoughts. Who exactly was this young man? Why was he so insightful? Moreover, he did not seem to care about these things. It was as if he was completely unafraid of some tricks in the world. Instead, he gave people a feeling that he was in the process of pursuing the essence of the world. Little Jiu was in a rebellious period, so he naturally did not listen to other people's words. However, for a master like Li Zhongjiu, his words seemed to be the truth. He was moved, but he did not have time to express it. The leader directly stuffed the supreme-grade primordial stones in his hand to little Jiu. Go to town and find Miss Feng. Ask her to bring you back to the city. Remember, don't expose these. You must not let anyone else know. The elder in front of little Jiu warned seriously. If these supreme-grade primordial stones followed them into the ancient evil forest, they might just stay there and never come out again. It was better to let little Jiu take the supreme-grade primordial stones away. At least it would be of some use. However, this was a huge sum of money after all. He needed to find someone he trusted to escort it. Although little Jiu was young, he had experienced many things in the mercenary corps. Therefore, under such circumstances, he was able to cope with his own situation. Little Jiu also understood the heavy burden on his shoulders. He nodded firmly. I'll wait for you in the city. After a series of instructions, he finally set off. Li Zhongjiu could, of course, rely on his powerful strength to directly rush into the forest. In front of the tombstone, he could investigate. However, Li Zhongjiu felt that the other party was a very smart person. Even within the forest, there was a force that was affecting his mental strength. It made it difficult for Li Zhongjiu's mental strength to search in such a range. If he were to forcefully search for it, he would undoubtedly trigger this power, and it might even discover his presence. Moreover, the enemy had deliberately set up such a trap in order to guard against experts like Li Zhongjiu. If they had come, they would have been able to make better preparations. This was a very intelligent person. He was using this tactic. That was why Li Zhongjiu thought that he had to find another way. He wanted to see what was going on inside. He was actually so smart. There were 9 people in the Fierce Wind mercenary group. Including Li Zhongjiu, there were 10 people. After receiving the money and accepting the task, they were quite dedicated to each other and showed their professional side. They formed a defensive formation to protect Li Zhongjiu. Even though Li Zhongjiu's display of strength was definitely far above theirs, Li Zhongjiu's. But for them, this was a mission. They could not say that they would not protect him if he was strong enough. They would let him fend for himself. That was that. Sir, although you are strong, there are a few points that I have to make clear to you. After entering this forest, if I tell you to stop, you must stop. If I tell you to go, you must go. We can't hesitate at all. Otherwise, we'll all lose our lives. Even if we all sacrifice ourselves, it will be difficult to save your life. Li Zhongjiu nodded in agreement. Since he had paid them to come, he had to respect what they said. And for Li Zhongjiu, this would save him a lot of trouble. It was a good opportunity to see how these people would act. This mercenary group was indeed very experienced. They could also detect and predict many dangers in the forest in advance. Then, he removed it directly. But the pace of progress was a little slow. Along the way, they could also see some rotting corpses. These were all people who wanted to go in to search for treasures. How could there be treasures in here? In the end, they all lost their lives. The old commander said in a deep voice. For this old commander, it was also a very regretful thing that happened in front of him. It was because it was a common occurrence that he felt regretful. If it were not for these people being too greedy. With their skills, they wouldn't have ended up like this if they had roamed the outside world for a while. The situation in front of them was all because a man's greed was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. After becoming mercenaries, they had seen too many people who lost their lives because of greed. The group of people also suppressed their cultivation. As long as they suppressed their own strength, there was basically no problem. Although the surrounding situation was extremely gloomy. Furthermore, it also revealed a deathly message. It made them feel as if they were gradually walking towards death. But fortunately, these people were also very experienced. At least, although the surrounding environment had some impact, it was not very big. They were still determined to complete the mission. There was a slight movement in front of them. The old commander immediately raised his hand and motioned for everyone to stop. They did not continue to walk forward. They looked around vigilantly. In the east, the other party also seemed to be moving quickly. Immediately, the fierce wind mercenary group also rushed forward quickly. Xianxia had already seen this situation on the other side. About 100 meters away, there was a similar group of people. Looking at their dressing, they were indeed mercenaries and were walking towards them. Sure enough, after a few seconds, the two sides finally met. Isn't this the Fierce Wind City's heroic mercenary group? I thought it was those two monsters. When the other party saw that it was also a human, they were also relieved. It was a false alarm. If they were facing some monsters, they would probably only be able to fight. But now that they were facing a human, they could at least say a few words. However, people's hearts were sinister. It was inevitable that the other party would make a move in such a situation. Who knew what sort of hidden hand might appear, causing them to harm each other? Especially when the other party was the infamous Blackwater mercenary group. This group of people in front of them specialized in assassinating their opponents. Their methods were quite sinister and vicious, and they were also very famous on the continent. And these people were also quite shrewd. Even in the end, they were completely innocent. There was no evidence to prove that it was done by these people in front of him. Even so, he still had to be careful. Yo, what kind of lineup is this? Old Commander, are you also here for the Soul Stone? Soul Stone. It was a product of these two monsters. Someone discovered that some special tomb monsters would carry different amounts of soul stones with them. However, these soul stones also had a function that almost made people crazy, and that was to improve mental strength. Anything that could be directly used to improve mental strength, even if the effect was minimal, was still very precious. One must know how difficult it was to cultivate mental strength. The number of spirit masters was extremely small. At the very beginning of Luoxia City, Xianxia and the others were in the hunting group. Xianxia herself was a natural spirit master, and Li Zongjiu also helped Xianxia. Now, Xianxia and the others could be considered as the first batch of heroes who protected the Li family in Luoxia City. They directly enjoyed very good benefits in Luoxia City. However, the number of spirit masters was too small. Except for those who had this talent. In addition, in the later stages of the spirit master's career, he would often experience mental breakdowns. If there was no correct way to control a powerful force, it would also lead to a real tragedy. However, this kind of thing was gradually decreasing now. Because of the emergence of the Tianzong Academy, there was also a special teaching and popularization in this area, so that these people could have the most basic life-saving ability. Then, you could hurry and go to the Tianzong Academy. After entering the school, you could naturally learn the correct way to master it. For those who had these special talents, the Tianzong Academy would also give special admission rights to those who had these special talents. There was no need to say much. The two groups of people met in the evil forest, and obviously, they would not be kind easily. Even if these people of the Fierce Wind mercenary group did not intend to do anything to them. But in their eyes, it was not certain. They could not trust people. The only thing they could trust was their own strength. We are not interested in the soul stones. We just want to complete a task. Blackwater, I don't think it's good for you to have a conflict in such a place. The old leader snorted coldly and immediately stared at the people in front of him. In the face of some fierce barbarians, you could not let yourself be in a weak position. Otherwise, the other party would think that you were afraid, and it would give them more opportunities to take advantage of. This was the most troublesome thing. Thus, they had to confront their opponents head-on. In a head-on confrontation, regardless of how powerful their opponents might be. When the leader of the other party heard the old regiment commander's words, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He actually dared to threaten them. However, what he said was also very true. If he were to make a move under such circumstances, indeed, it would be very troublesome. If a conflict occurred and a large number of tomb monsters were attracted, no one would be able to escape. Even though the Blackwater mercenary group had the advantage of numbers, the Blackwater mercenary group still had the advantage of numbers. However, these fierce wind mercenaries were all veterans who had experienced hundreds of battles. Their strength was not to be underestimated, especially when the surrounding environment was extremely uncertain. Both of us will retreat 100 meters and find another way, the leader of the Blackwater mercenary group said. All right. This was also a solution. This was a common practice. It was not necessarily a coincidence to find the other party after 100 meters. The main reason was that both sides were evenly matched. If one side was weaker, they might be directly devoured in this forest. It wasn't impossible. Li Zhongjiu did not interfere with the rules of these people. In the past, Li Zhongjiu had also encountered various situations and seen many small tricks in the Jianghu. Following the 9 people of the Fierce Wind mercenary group, their figures also quickly approached in another direction. After Li Zhongjiu and the others left, the people of the Blackwater mercenary group were not far away. They did not leave. And they were also looking at the direction Li Zhongjiu and the others left with a rather expectant look in their eyes. Don't you think it's a coincidence that the direction they are going is the place where a level 5 monster is entrenched? The leader of the Blackwater mercenary group laughed. The reason why he was watching here was to wait for these people to fight with that level 5 monster. Perhaps there would be a chance for them to hunt down this level 5 monster. There must be a soul stone on the body of a level 5 monster. Let these people exhaust themselves first. Then they would pick up the scraps here. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame their bad luck for having to rush in here. It just so happened that they became a whetstone. There is a level 5 monster in front. It should be level 5. Li Zhongjiu sensed and said. With a little analysis, he could know the division of the power system. According to this level, it should be level 5. These people probably did not have the strength to come into contact with a level 6 monster or even a higher level monster. After all, if this tomb monster appeared, it would definitely start a massacre. No one could stop its sharpness. Those who had seen it probably would not be able to survive. What, a level 5 monster? Was there a mistake? The few people suddenly became nervous. After all, this was not a small matter. Level 5 monsters usually carry soul stones with them, and they don't leave the forest of evil easily. They usually stay near the tombstone. Since we have encountered a level 5 monster, it means that we are very close to the tomb. However, the old leader took out a wrinkled map. No, at the beginning, the location we got, the tombstone was at least about 20 miles away. How could it appear here? The old leader was very confused. In fact, this map was very precious. It was a map that several brothers in his group risked their lives to get. It was also because of this map that the Fierce Wind mercenary group suffered a heavy blow. If not for this map, they would not have accepted Li Zhongjiu's mission. Trying to find the location of the tomb in such a situation where one's eyes were blindfolded was basically a sure death. The only difference was whether they would die sooner or later. Leader, it's coming. A thin man who was in charge of the lookout hurriedly transmitted his voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge movement came from the front. They saw a black shadow rushing through the wind. Swoosh! Li Zhongjiu directly waved his hand in the direction of the black shadow and threw out a sword energy. Bang! A muffled sound came from the forest in the distance. After that, there was no movement. The deadly threat and power that they felt just now disappeared. The pressure suddenly disappeared. What's going on? The few people were very shocked. The man who was in charge of the lookout also quickly went forward. After checking for a while, he came back with a face full of shock. It's dead. A level 5 monster was killed in an instant. It was evenly split into 2 halves. Even the soul stone in its stomach fell out. It's dead. The old leader looked at Li Zhongjiu with a face full of shock. Although he knew that Li Zhongjiu was very powerful, there seemed to be no limit to how powerful he was. Sir, who are you? With such powerful strength and such a young age, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Everyone looked at Li Zhongjiu in disbelief. killing a level 5 monster with a single strike. Even the city lord of Gale City did not have such a cultivation base. Even his attack was very ordinary. Under this strike, there was not even the slightest ripple that spread to other places. It could be said that the control of the power itself was quite precise. It was definitely not something that could be done so easily. A level 5 tomb monster had to be at least an primitive emperor to be able to kill it. So who exactly was this Li Zongjiu in front of him? It doesn't matter who I am, Li Zongjiu said as he shook his head. He did not reveal his identity. Otherwise, he was afraid of scaring these people in front of him. If that was the case, it would not be good. At that time, there would be no one to lead the way. If he had to walk alone, he did not know how long it would take. However, to be able to take out so many primordial stones so casually, he can't be an ordinary person. The old captain immediately reacted. However, in comparison, the situation in front of them left a deeper impression. This is the soul stone in the monster's body. The sentinel put it in the monster's body? The soul stone was taken out. It was a kind of black stone. However, there was a small hole on the black stone. After Li Zongjiu saw the soul stone, he knew that the stone itself had a certain degree of life. Such an evil thing. If this soul stone was absorbed by someone? Although it could indeed increase one's mental strength in a short period of time, after a long period of time, it would be awakened. However, after a long period of time, the life form within the soul stone would definitely awaken. The situation after that was self-evident. Perhaps the life form would directly take over one's body. You would become its puppet. Why is there so much danger on this continent every day? Where did all these strange things come from? Li Zongjiu himself was already a little tired of these things that kept appearing. Could it be that someone was causing trouble in the dark? Otherwise, why would there always be these things flying in and out? They would appear at the drop of a hat. Ever since Li Zongjiu had become the peak existence of the Holy Martial Continent, Li Zongjiu had become the Holy Martial Continent's top existence. After becoming an existence that could protect a part of the world, he discovered that there were too many things that wanted to rush to the Xinwu continent to cause trouble. Since this thing is evil, then give it to us. A sharp voice came from the forest. There was a trace of surprise and joy in his voice. Blackwater Mercenary Group, Li Zongjiu had noticed these people a long time ago. He didn't even go far. He had been following behind them all this time. Now that these people from the Blackwater Mercenary Group had appeared, the Fierce Wind Mercenary Group had already started preparing for battle. The first encounter might have been due to luck. Everyone had sensed the same movement and headed in the same direction. The possibility of meeting each other in the end was very high. But now, the two groups of people had met again. They must be plotting something. Blackwater, you asked for it. The old commander and the others also simultaneously released their essence energy. Suddenly, a powerful thunderous aura swept through the entire forest. You guys are crazy. Blackwater and the others saw the Fierce Wind Mercenary Group's people and directly released their essence energy. Using this method would definitely attract the tomb monsters nearby. If they were surrounded by these tomb monsters, then only death would await them. Attack, let's end this quickly. Blackwater was also a ruthless person. The Blackwater Mercenary Group had a total of 22 people, double the number of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Group. Moreover, there was a weak-looking person on the other side. Therefore, these people were very bold. They directly attacked, wanting to take down the person in front of them. However, Li Zongjiu made his move. Swish! A sword aura flashed past. It seemed that at this moment, there was a resplendent movement. However, it was quickly extinguished. The sword aura seemed to have flashed some light and then disappeared. Before anyone could react, Li Zongjiu sheathed his sword and stood there. Blackwater and the others then felt their bodies. It seemed that there was a strange situation. They lowered their heads to look. They actually found that their bodies had left them. Farther and farther away. Bang, before they could think clearly, they were already dead. Their whole bodies were split into two halves. The rest of the team members were also in the same state. They had all been easily sliced in half. After landing, They were also in a very miserable state. The fierce wind mercenary group's people saw this scene and were all shocked in their hearts. This kind of thing. But they had never seen it before. Li Zhongjiu had killed all of his old rivals with a single slash of his sword. But the others also reacted. This was a person who directly killed a level 5 monster with one slash. How could they underestimate him? His strength was not simple. Seeing this, the others directly sighed in their hearts. Of all the people to offend, they had to offend this mysterious master. Li Zhongjiu reached out his hand and sucked the storage bag from Blackwater's waist into his hand. After opening it, he found 6 soul stones. You have already gotten 6 soul stones, but you still don't want to give up. Too greedy. The others also shook their heads one after another. Obviously, they felt that it was a pity for the latter's behavior. If they could take these out, they would definitely be rich. At least they would not have to die. These soul stones will backfire on the host. How many of them are out there now? Where are the soul stones? Li Zhongjiu asked. The soul stones themselves appeared here. It was also a very dangerous thing to do. How many? I can't count them. There are at least 500 of them. Now in the black market, one soul stone has already been sold at a high price. It can only be bought with at least 100 mid-grade primordial stones. And there is a demand for it, but there is no market. Many mercenary groups are also risking their lives to enter. These 2 monsters are also randomly moving between the forests. They are also specially looking for masters to carry out suicide attacks. The old leader said. In this case, it seems that there is indeed a problem because these 2 monsters specially look for powerful people to attack. It seems that they take the initiative to send their soul stones to the enemy. Another young man said. Everyone's hearts were instantly filled with shock. That was a possibility as well. Now that it was said, it seemed that there was a very high possibility that it was inside. Someone is coming again. This time, not only Li Zhongjiu, but also the people from the Fierce Wind mercenary group noticed it. Because the other party's movement was very big, and there were fluctuations of the battle here just now, it was very normal for them to sense the situation here and rush over quickly. Clatter. A group of soldiers in black armor appeared one after another. They surrounded Li Zhongjiu and the others. However, the leader was actually a woman, and Li Zhongjiu knew this woman. It's the Black Ghost Army. Everyone, don't act rashly. They are from the government. The old leader raised his hands and said. These Black Ghost Army were not to be trifled with. Once they started fighting, they would definitely be quite fierce. When these well-trained people fought, the situation would be completely different. Lord Evil. When Wan Yulan saw Li Zhongjiu in front of her, she was also surprised. She took off her helmet and walked in front of Li Zhongjiu. Miss Wan, long time no see. Li Zhongjiu also greeted Wan Yulan. The daughter of the Haika dynasty, Wan Yulan, Marquis Wan Yulan, in the current Haika dynasty, she was the first of the 4 protectors of the country. Wan Yulan was able to sit in this position because of Li Zhong's guidance. Li Zhong was also a powerful spirit master. He was born with strong spirit power. Evil Lord. The people from the Fierce Wind mercenary group were shocked. They looked at Li Zhongjiu in front of them in disbelief. They would never have thought that the person in front of them was the legendary Evil Lord. Evil Lord, the Haika dynasty's gladiator arena was the place where the Evil Lord's name first spread. It was the place where the Evil Lord's name began to spread. Later on, those who had witnessed the battle of the Evil Lord felt that it was an incomparably great honor for them in this lifetime. Moreover, Evil Lord always killed his opponents with one move. Such a cool attitude. Sure enough, it was Evil Lord. We worship Evil Lord. Even Wan Yulan, General Wan, directly said that it was Evil Lord. Could it be that General Wan Yulan was mistaken? However, these people were obviously a little incoherent. They never thought that the person in front of them was actually the legendary figure. One must know that Xiaojiu worshipped the Evil Lord, Li Zhongjiu, the most. It was no wonder that Li Zhongjiu had refused to reveal his identity. Now that he had said it out loud, it had really frightened them. Wan Yulan was also very curious about Li Zhongjiu. She did not expect Li Zhongjiu to come here quietly. Obviously, he had taken this matter to heart. Since this was the case, Wan Yulan was very grateful to Li Zongjiu. "Are you also here for this soul stone?" Li Zongjiu asked. Wan Yulan nodded. "I found that there is something strange about this soul stone. Recently, there has been a case in the imperial capital." Wan Yulan glanced at the people of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Corps in front of her. Obviously, she was checking to see if these people were trustworthy. However, it was not a secret in itself. It was just that they found out about it earlier. It was just a little earlier. After a while, everyone would probably know about it. There has been a case where the soul stone backfired. In one night, the person who absorbed the power of the soul stone slaughtered his entire family. This was not a sensational story. It was something that had really happened. And such a thing had happened in the imperial capital. This was even more inconceivable. That was why Wan Yulan was sent to investigate this matter. After hearing Wan Yulan's story, the people of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Corps were very shocked. This kind of thing had really happened. Therefore, after evil Lord Li Zongjiu took a look at the soul stone, he directly pointed out the problem with the soul stone. As expected of evil Lord. He could tell at a glance. However, the pitiful ones were those who had been killed. It made people feel pity for him. Such a tragic thing had actually happened. It was indeed very painful and hard to believe. If they had stopped the spread of the soul stone earlier, they might have been able to prevent such a thing from happening. "I didn't expect it to be like what evil Lord said. Should we confiscate all the soul stones that we have found previously?" The old commander could not help but interject. This matter could be said to be? It was very serious. Just one soul stone was enough to make a person's bestial nature erupt, and then the people around him? Everyone was killed. How could anyone endure such an extremely dangerous situation? Even the entire country would fall into panic, and there would definitely be chaos in the future. Before we came, the imperial court had already issued a ban. No trading of soul stones is allowed, and all soul stones must be handed over. Wan Yulan glanced at the old regiment commander and said. But obviously, this didn't work. That's because many people don't really care about it. Even if it's in your hands? If these things were banned, it would only make these things more valuable. This was the most troublesome thing. You can deal with these matters yourselves. I need to find the location of this tombstone. Li Zongjiu said. When something like this happened, there would definitely be losses. Someone would have to pay the price for greed. If you were to cultivate in a down-to-earth manner, you wouldn't need to resort to such crooked methods. Naturally, such a problem wouldn't occur. These people were cultivating with the help of soul stones today. Sooner or later, they would die in the hands of some random things. There was nothing to be regretful about. In Li Zongjiu's eyes, the death of a few greedy people was not worth regretting. He even felt that it would be better for a few more people to die. Our mission is to seal off this forest area. At the same time, we'll try our best to control these soul stones in this evil forest. We can't let these soul stones spread outside. Wan Yulan said. In front of him, Wan Yulan had also led the black armored army to conduct a carpet search, and coincidentally found Li Zongjiu. Since they had met Li Zongjiu, this was a very rare opportunity. If they could join forces with Li Zongjiu, it would be a very good experience. Hence, Wan Yulan led the black armored army directly, and under the leadership of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Corps, they continued to search ahead. Their purpose was to help Li Zongjiu find the place where the tombstone fell from the sky. They did not expect to be protected by the black armored army. At this moment, the members of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Group felt a sense of security. At the same time, being able to move together with the evil dominator was a glorious thing that they could brag about for a long time after they returned. They could even brag about it for the rest of their lives. The surrounding vegetation is dark gray. It's the aura of death. And there are obvious signs of fragmentation. Lord Evil Lord, the tomb must be nearby. The few of them observed the surrounding terrain. Finally, they were sure. It was nearby, within a radius of 500 meters. When everyone went over a valley, they saw a place where there was a black aura lingering in front of them. In the valley, there was a trace of sinister aura. Even if it was just a slight glance, they already felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. It made them feel very uncomfortable. They even felt as if their souls were about to be absorbed. Looking at the scene in front of them, Li Zhongzhou's eyes lit up. Right in the middle of the valley, there was a tombstone. This tombstone did not look much different from an ordinary tombstone. Even its size was about the same. However, there were no words on this tombstone. A wordless tombstone. Not far from the tombstone, there was an entrance to the tomb. It was extremely dark in the tomb, and nothing could be seen. However, if one was an experienced forest hunter, he would be able to see that there seemed to be some figures in the surrounding soil. Obviously, as long as there was any aura near, it would definitely awaken these sleeping figures. Your mission is complete. You can leave now, Li Zhongzhou said. He did not know what would happen next. Li Zhongzhou was not these people's nanny. Most importantly, there was no need for these people to stay here. He immediately sent the Fierce Wind Mercenary Corps and the Black Armored Army away. Wan Yulan stayed. Wan Yulan's mental strength had already reached the peak of the primitive emperor realm. One more step and she would reach the Supreme Being realm. In order to break through the Supreme Being realm, she still needed a certain amount of time and opportunity to succeed. Therefore, Wan Yulan was also waiting for such an opportunity. After everyone left, Li Zhongzhou leaped and rushed toward the tombstone. The nameless tombstone seemed to have sensed something, and it actually moved quickly. With a swoosh, it hid in the dark tomb. At this moment, within a radius of 50 meters of the tombstone, a series of explosions instantly rang out. At the same time, dozens of figures emerged from the ground. All of them were tomb monsters. However, these tomb monsters seemed to have evolved more perfectly. They looked more like humans. At the same time, they had weapons in their hands. Some of them were swords and spears made of bones. This is the first time I've seen tomb monsters with weapons. These are at least level 7 and above. Wan Yulan could easily deal with these level 6 monsters. However, until now, she had not encountered any level 7 monsters. Clearly, the strength of these monsters was much stronger. Be careful. Apparently, the tombstone had deliberately set up a trap, waiting for Li Zhongzhou to jump into it. Therefore, when Li Zhongzhou landed, the monsters that were lying in ambush were all activated. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou's unparalleled sword did not stop moving. He waved it. Immediately, the unparalleled sword released a powerful sword chi, instantly killing all the monsters that were close to it. Bang! 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 These monsters were also easily cut in half. However, they quickly came back to life. Go, Wu Shuang! Wu Shuang jumped out of the unparalleled sword, and with a trace of fire, she rushed toward the monsters in front of her. In an instant, the fire lingered. She burned all the monsters in front of her. They turned into black ashes and fell to the ground. Then, Wu Shuang also landed in front of Li Zhongzhou. There's something strange about these things. Even Wu Shuang could feel the strangeness of these things. It was obvious that although these monsters had been blasted into powder, they were still alive. Suddenly, Li Zhongzhou saw that the powder on the ground seemed to turn over and become a living thing. Under such circumstances, it quickly rushed toward Li Zhongzhou. It was as if the black ashes had turned into a ball, approaching Li Zhongzhou. Li Zhongzhou blasted out a palm, and the powder was blown away. When the powder spread out from Li Zhongzhou's hand again, Li Zhongzhou had a bad feeling. Oh no! Immediately, he saw that the powder seemed to have grown eyes and wings. It gathered into a small ball, and quickly rushed toward Wan Yulan. He did not expect that the target of these things was not Li Zhongzhou, but Wan Yulan. Wan Yulan? He did not expect that these things were so smart. They did not go for the strongest Li Zhongzhou, but went for her, who was weaker. Spirit barrier. In fact, Wan Yulan was no ordinary person. Even in such a situation, she did not panic. She quickly released her own power and condensed her mental power into a force in front of her. This was an invisible barrier that nothing could penetrate. Don't use your mental power, Li Zhongzhou said, but it was already too late. When the powder came into contact with Wan Yulan's psychic energy, It was like fire coming into contact with gunpowder, instantly igniting. Instantly, Wan Yulan's spiritual power increased by tens of thousands of times. It formed an extremely strong spiritual storm. When the storm came, Yi Zichen's eyes widened. Li Zongjiu also felt a strong pressure. The opponent's strength had obviously reached the Xiantian level in an instant. Boom! Li Zongjiu was sent flying by the sudden surge of mental strength, and his body fell to the ground. Something that hadn't happened for a long time had actually happened. He was injured. The power that appeared in an instant just now also injured Li Zongjiu. Cough, cough. Li Zongjiu spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Now, Li Zongjiu's physique had changed. Even his blood had turned golden. With such a strong physique, he could withstand a stronger impact. Wan Yulan in front seemed to be entangled by countless sandstorms. She was reborn in this sandstorm. Boom! Wan Yulan could no longer be described as herself at this moment. The latter's eyes released a dark light. It seemed that all the power and mysteries were related to darkness. Suddenly, Wan Yulan's eyes shook. Suddenly, the aura within a radius of 10,000 miles shook. Boom! Like an extremely strong storm, it quickly rushed toward Li Zongjiu. In an instant, she actually activated the power of heaven and earth within 10,000 miles. It was like an energy tide that belonged to the essence of heaven and earth. In an instant, it swept toward Li Zongjiu and attacked. As for Li Zongjiu himself, he was also rapidly using his own will. Forged into a solid wall. Boom! And just as Li Zongjiu's will was formed. It was the tombstone hidden in the tomb. But suddenly, he rushed out. In the blink of an eye, it released a huge black light that was tens of thousands of feet long. Then, it suddenly fell towards Li Zongjiu. Oh no! Boom! In an instant, Li Zongjiu used all his strength to send out the unparalleled sword. Meanwhile, he himself was being suppressed by this nameless tombstone. And what was used was the power of Li Zongjiu's will. Using Li Zongjiu's will to suppress Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu had never seen such a powerful opponent. Who exactly was the opponent? In the unparalleled sword, Hu Wushuang now had the strength of an absolute saint. Naturally, he could move freely, which was already very powerful. And after Hu Wushuang was sent out, he understood that Li Zongjiu was in a very dangerous situation. Li Zongjiu was directly trapped by the opponent. The only person who could help Li Zongjiu was Qi Yanran. But Qi Yanran's strength was only on par with Li Zongjiu's. If he went to find Qi Yanran, it might not be effective. Black Sea. Hu Wushuang immediately flew on his sword. He flew quickly in the direction of the dark area. Now, it seemed that only the Black Sea Lord could save Li Zongjiu. It was Li Zongjiu's first time being trapped by someone. The power and the surroundings all came from him. How could he break his defense with his own strength? This was impossible. The opponent was really smart. At this moment, Wan Yulan landed and looked at Li Zongjiu with disdain. She raised her hand and piled up countless bones that belonged to the evil forest on Li Zongjiu's body. In the end, it was directly made into a tomb. With the addition of this tombstone. Coincidentally, it was also a complete tomb. However, Li Zongjiu could only be trapped and could not get out. Obviously, the opponent had used a powerful strength to directly take away Wan Yulan's will. It was obviously impossible for the opponent to take over his strength. So, he could only settle for the next best thing, which was to find Wan Yulan. In such a clear-headed situation, he directly poured his own strength into the opponent's body and sealed the opponent's will to take over the body. Even Li Zongjiu could not do this. This meant that the opponent's strength was far above Li Zongjiu's. However, the latter was obviously not in his best condition. If he was in his best condition, he would not have trapped Li Zongjiu. He would have directly killed him. Even though Li Zongjiu wasn't sure what was going on, he still felt a sense of crisis. Since that was the case, he decided to give the unparalleled sword away. At the very least, he had to have a backup plan. After all, Wushuang did not seem to be of any use here. The opponent's strength was not something that Hu Wushuang could compare to. He was trapped in front of an iron wall built by his own will. Li Zongjiu was actually unable to retract his willpower. What kind of strange move was this? However, looking at Wan Yulan's last eyes, it was obvious that something was very wrong. This mysterious existence had probably taken over Wan Yulan's body and would soon sweep across the entire continent. With these strange tomb monsters. And the Soul Stone. Soul Stone, Li Zongjiu thought of this Soul Stone. Although Li Zongjiu only discovered a little when he first explored, he thought it was a strange method, so he did not delve into the use of this thing. Therefore, Li Zongjiu also needed to understand this Soul Stone. What was the situation? Previously, Li Zongjiu had indeed encountered some formidable opponents. However, in Li Zongjiu's opinion, these opponents were nothing to be afraid of. However, this one was different. This person was very smart. This made Li Zongjiu feel that it was quite troublesome. He was not afraid of the opponent being strong, but he was afraid of the opponent being smart. Li Zongjiu even suspected that he had fallen into the other party's trap from the very beginning in order to trap him. Or rather, the opponent wanted to do something very inhumane to him. This made Li Zongjiu directly worried. This guy was really quite powerful. If he wanted to destroy the entire Xingwu continent, Li Zongjiu was not worried. With the existence of a powerhouse like the Black Sea Overlord, these people would not watch the Xingwu continent be destroyed. There must be a reason why the human race could survive on the Xingwu continent for so long. However, Li Zongjiu was worried about Luoxia City. Therefore, he absolutely could not be trapped here for too long. Immediately, Li Zongjiu also took out the Soul Stone. After looking at it, he did not find anything strange. Only by absorbing the power in this Soul Stone would he be able to. However, according to the example that Wan Yulan mentioned before, those who absorbed the power of the Soul Stone were all controlled in the end, and their murderous nature was even triggered. However, Li Zongjiu was quite confident in his strength. Immediately, Li Zongjiu also began to absorb the power in this Soul Stone. Now, although Li Zongjiu could not leave, it was also impossible for the opponent to enter. First, they had to break Li Zongjiu's willpower defense. Li Zongjiu was confident. It was not an easy task to break through his innate level 5 defense. According to the previous situation, the opponent's strength was only at the innate level 7. Gale City. Qi Yanran landed on the ground. For half a month, there was no news about Li Zongjiu. For Qi Yanran, this was a very unusual thing. For this reason, Qi Yanran specially went to the sacred martial realm. However, there was no sign of Li Zongjiu in the sacred martial realm. Qi Yanran immediately realized that something was wrong. Therefore, she used the White Deer Mansion's intelligence network. She collected all the information about Li Zongjiu. Although Evil Lord was invincible, the White Deer Mansion was an intelligence agency. Therefore, they only collected information, regardless of whether you were invincible or not. Therefore, the final news appeared in Gale City. Half a month ago, Evil Lord's name appeared in Gale City. It was said that Li Zongjiu and a mercenary group entered the evil forest together. They also encountered the Black Ghost Army. Recently, there were also tragedies related to the Soul Stones in the Haiku dynasty. Therefore, the imperial court of the Haiku dynasty quickly integrated their forces and completely blocked the Soul Stones. After obtaining them, they sent them directly to the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild. Under the refining of the true fire of dozens of alchemists, the Soul Stones were destroyed. Were the materials of these Soul Stones also incomparable? They were very strong. These high-level alchemists also needed to constantly concentrate their strength. It would take them several days to refine a Soul Stone. To be able to effectively control the Soul Stone within half a month was a very difficult task for the Heichu dynasty. But at the same time, it was also a very difficult task. One could imagine how much resistance they would encounter in the process. However, the Heichu dynasty also relied on their strong courage to deal with this matter. But now, there were a lot of hidden dangers everywhere. Therefore, more time was needed. Gale City had also become a key city under supervision. One had to know that Gale City was the closest city to the Forest of Evil. If a Soul Stone were to appear, it would appear there first. Today, the city lord of Gale City had received an order early in the morning. There was an important person coming, and he must receive this person well. Otherwise, not only would he lose his position as city lord, but he might also lose his head. Therefore, early in the morning, Jin Wuji, the castellan who held the power of life and death in Gale City, had been waiting there. Above the sky, a beautiful figure descended. When Jin Wuji saw this person, he was shocked. Although he had already mentally prepared himself, he was still completely shocked when he saw the person in front of him. He had never imagined that it would actually be this person. My lord, Gale City's city lord, Jin Wuji, awaits your arrival. Jin Wuji knelt down. He had been lucky enough to meet Qi Yanran before. That was during the meeting between the three dynasties. However, at that time, Jin Wuji was just a follower of the Haiku dynasty. He could not participate in the meeting. He was only able to survive because of Qi Yanran and Li Zongjiu. Recently, Jin Wuji's performance had been outstanding. Therefore, he was temporarily transferred to Gale City to carry out the ruthless means. The matter of preventing the soul stone was extremely serious. It must be done by someone who was tough enough. If it was too soft, there would be no way. Well. Therefore, Jin Wuji was transferred here. He did not expect that he could meet such a high and mighty person like Qi Yanran here. You are the city lord here. I want to see all the members of the Gale mercenary group. Qi Yanran said. Before coming, the White Deer Mansion was only visited by the imperial court of the Haiku dynasty. But Qi Yanran came faster. It was estimated that this guy had just received the order, and he had already arrived. I'll go and gather them. My lord, please come with me to the hall to rest for a while. Qi Yanran nodded. Was Li Zongjiu in danger? Qi Yanran was not worried about Li Zongjiu's life. However, maybe Li Zongjiu was in danger now and needed someone to help him to ensure his safety. She needed to get out of danger as soon as possible. Although she was anxious, she had to stay calm at this critical moment. Jin Wuji immediately sent people to gather the members of the Gale mercenary group. They happened to be in the city now. After all, the masters of this mercenary group were all experienced in hunting monsters in the tomb. If they went out, they might get the soul stone. Then, if they went a long way and deliberately bypassed Gale City, it would be difficult to stop them. Therefore, Jin Wuji specially ordered people to keep these people in the city. It happened that these people of the Gale mercenary group had received a huge sum of money. Now, they did not need to take risks at all. As long as they made good use of the money, they could live a comfortable life. Soon, the members of the Gale mercenary group were summoned. They were all brought to the governor's mansion. Jin Wuji told Qi Yanran that they were all here. Qi Yanran immediately got up and went. She came to these people. I want to talk to them alone. Qi Yanran sent Jin Wuji away. The news about Li Zongjiu was more or less a secret in Jianghu. How could these ordinary people know about it? After all, it would be inconvenient. There were 25 people in the Gale mercenary group. Previously, 15 of them were recuperating in Qinyu's mansion. Now that they had money, all their illnesses and injuries were directly treated. After that, the Gale mercenary group had been discussing how to use this huge sum of money. Fortunately, in the face of this huge sum of money, everyone kept calm. Moreover, the money was distributed equally. It was mainly because they had gone through many life and death situations together. As for whether it was money or not, there was really no need to worry about it. It was already quite difficult to find such a group of people who valued friendship so much. Now that they were suddenly summoned by the governor of Gale City, and their attitude was unusually firm, it showed that this matter was not simple. Everyone was not clear about the situation. However, they heard from the people who came that a big shot wanted to see them. Therefore, he summoned them here. Immediately, everyone was waiting anxiously. Qi Yanran walked in. She appeared in front of the members of the Gale mercenary group. You are. When the old commander saw Qi Yanran, he was stunned. His eyes were full of shock, and his heart was shocked. He even thought that he was old and dizzy. Master Qi. Qi Yanran did not have a famous nickname. She was not as Chinibu as Li Zongjiu. Even because of Li Zongjiu, Qi Yanran rarely showed up. But she was very well known in Jianghu. Those who knew Li Zongjiu must know Qi Yanran. In this world, how many people had not heard of Li Zongjiu's name? Therefore, when everyone in Gale City saw Qi Yanran, they were obviously shocked. After all, they had just met evil lords some time ago. And now, they were summoned by Evil Lord's wife again. What kind of luck did their mercenary group have? Let me ask you, what happened between Li Zhongjiu and you in the evil forest? You have to answer truthfully, not a word wrong. Qi Yanran said. Now there were too many versions outside, and it was strange. After all, in this kind of retelling, there were often people who exaggerated. When the old regiment commander heard Qi Yanran's words, he knew that something must have happened. That was why she asked this question. Immediately, the old commander did not dare to have the slightest hesitation and told her everything he knew. From the moment they met Evil Lord to the time they parted. Qi Yanran also listened carefully. The old commander also knew how to behave appropriately. For such an expert, any exaggeration could be seen through at a glance. Now that he had spoken about this matter, he had no choice but to do so. Then, of course, it had to be carried out exactly as it was. Wan Yulan? In other words, in the end, only Wan Yulan and Li Zhongjiu were together, and you have also met the mysterious tombstone? Qi Yanran said. Yes, we were all there, and every word is accurate. The old commander hurriedly said. Sir, can you lead the way again? Qi Yanran said. Obviously, Li Zhongjiu's disappearance must have something to do with this tombstone. Then, as long as they found this mysterious tombstone, they would definitely be able to find the relationship with Li Zhongjiu. As for Wan Yulan, she was also missing. They also received the news a few days ago. Wan Yulan also disappeared. Until now, she had not returned. However, the Marquis of Wan Yulan's residents did not use their connections to search for Wan Yulan. Even now, the Black Nether army was still in the small town, waiting for Wan Yulan's return. Perhaps in the eyes of the Black Nether army, it was absolutely safe for the general to stay with Li Zhongjiu. If Li Zhongjiu wanted to hurt Wan Yulan, Li Zhongjiu would not be able to stop him. In that case, no one in the world would be able to resist it. If Li Zhongjiu couldn't protect Wan Yulan, then who else in the world could protect Wan Yulan? Therefore, the Black Nether army was also very comfortable as they camped in this small town. They ate and drank well, trained normally, and received some information. This guard lasted for half a month. I'm willing to serve you, sir. The old regiment commander said. Since Qi Yanran had spoken, how could he refuse? If he refused, it would definitely not do him any good. When such a person spoke, there would not even be a chance to refuse. After all, the consequences of refusing such a person like Qi Yanran were not something they could bear. Even if Qi Yanran did not care about it, there would definitely be someone who would come to clean up such a situation. Therefore, the old regiment commander agreed very straightforwardly. We'll go too. The people of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Corps also said one after another. Although going again would put them in danger. However, they couldn't just stand by and watch their old regiment commander take the risk alone. You guys stay in the city. Your regiment commander will be back soon. Qi Yanran pressed one hand on the old regiment commander's shoulder. Then, the two figures directly disappeared from where they stood. The people of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Corps were stunned. They looked around and did not even open the doors and windows. They disappeared into thin air just like that. Is this the legendary teleportation? What a powerful ability. What kind of cultivation does one have to be able to do this? Obviously, these people of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Corps. They were also stunned by the strength shown by Qi Yanran. In fact, Qi Yanran's strength had always been a mystery in Jianghu. After all, Li Zhongjiu would take care of everything, not to mention this kind of thing, Li Zhongjiu would take care of it. Naturally, Qi Yanran did not need to do anything. But she was able to become Evil Lord's woman. How could her strength be ordinary? When the old regiment commander saw the things around him again, he had already arrived outside the evil forest. He was immediately shocked. So fast. Fierce Wind City was at least 100 miles away from the evil forest. The distance was 180 miles, but in the blink of an eye, they had already arrived. This was probably the origin of the phrase appearing and disappearing like a ghost. The old regiment commander also took Qi Yanran and walked quickly into the evil forest. The old commander himself could also see that Qi Yanran seemed to be very anxious, but he was a lowly person and did not dare to ask too much. Go straight, don't take a detour. Qi Yanran felt that there seemed to be a mental strength in the sky above the evil forest, disturbing the mental strength. So Qi Yanran could not use her mental strength in such a place. If the influence was deep enough, it might also have a great impact on her mental strength, which was not worth the loss. Okay. The old regiment commander did not hesitate. He directly took Qi Yanran in the direction of the mysterious tombstone. Along the way, some tomb monsters and the like appeared. They did not even have time to meet Qi Yanran and were directly killed by Qi Yanran. The old regiment commander's heart trembled when he saw this. Sure enough, this was the reason why he could not offend a woman. She did not even blink when she attacked. She directly shattered them. Even their soul stones had been shattered by the impact. The movement was loud. Wan Yulan, who was cultivating in the tomb, also opened her eyes at this moment. At this moment, Wan Yulan's appearance was gradually changing. It could be seen that Wan Yulan's hair had directly turned white. If you want to play, then I'll play with you. Wan Yulan bent her finger and flicked. Suddenly, this force seemed to split the space in front of her. Immediately, countless figures rushed out from this crack. Boom! 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 These tomb monsters were also crazily surging. Their movements were fast and their attacks were sharp. They were powerful. Qi Yanran and the old regiment commander saw that the ground in front of them was shaking rapidly. Stop. Qi Yanran said. The old regiment commander also looked at the situation in front of him following this fluctuation. This. In front of them, an overwhelming number of tomb monsters appeared. And they were different from the tomb monsters they had seen before. These tomb monsters were also holding a tombstone in their hands. I have never seen such a level of monster before. Level 10 monsters. The old regiment commander exclaimed. The scene in front of them was spectacular. Seeing this, the level 10 monsters rushed out one after another. This was for the old regiment commander. Even if there was only one of them, it was enough to destroy a dynasty. The monsters raised the tombstones in their hands and smashed them in the direction of Qi Yanran. Obviously, they were here to kill. The two of them. Boom! Boom! A strong force attacked. Qi Yanran waved her hand and defeated the opponent with the desolate heaven essence. Countless tombstones were smashed into pieces. But at the same time, these smashed tombstones turned into extremely sharp and powerful hidden weapons. They instantly rushed toward the two of them. Qi Yanran waved her hand. A wave of yuan power wrapped these flying stones and sent them back to where they came from. Whoosh! These level 10 monsters were hit one after another. Even their bodies were on the verge of collapsing in an instant. Bang! They instantly rolled to the ground. But soon, these level 10 monsters got up again. Divine light. Qi Yanran flicked her finger. Suddenly, a ray of light was released. These level 10 monsters that could destroy the world were killed on the ground. After falling to the ground, they couldn't be resurrected. Obviously, they were completely killed by the 5-colored divine light. But there were too many of them. Soon, they rushed in front of them. For Qi Yanran. This scene was also an extremely difficult choice. It was obvious that Li Zongjiu had been trapped by the other party. If she continued to move forward, she would definitely be able to find Li Zongjiu. But those people outside the forest would also suffer. Many of the level 10 monsters had completely overtaken Qi Yanran. Their target was not Qi Yanran, but the outside world they rushed out and wantonly destroyed. That was their true goal. Many monsters also rushed toward Qi Yanran. But the monsters near Qi Yanran were also smashed by the desolate heaven essence. But in the process, they had to protect the old people around them. Because of this, they slowed down Qi Yanran. Damn it! Qi Yanran's eyes were filled with anger. Suddenly, a wave of air burst out, killing all the level 10 monsters within 100 meters. These level 10 monsters were basically at the Supreme Master level. There were mid-stage Supreme Master and late-stage Supreme Master. There were even existences equivalent to the Supreme Master level. But these monsters were also killed by Qi Yanran. After releasing this move, Qi Yanran directly took the old commander with her. Her figure directly rose into the air and rushed out of the evil forest. He placed the old commander in a small town by the border. It wasn't until the old leader of the fierce wind mercenary corps steadied himself that he was deeply shocked. Even the shock he felt just now was still lingering in his mind for a long time. It had never died out. When he reappeared, the old commander instantly woke up. His entire body quivered. What kind of scene had he just witnessed with his own eyes? Although he didn't have the chance to make a move, even if he did, it wouldn't hurt at all. However, just looking at it with his own eyes was enough to make his blood boil. In front of Xianxia, those level 10 monsters were like dough that could be kneaded. He easily smashed these powerful level 10 monsters into smithereens. When I got back to the town, looking at the evil forest in the distance, it was as if there was a dark cloud that was forcefully covering over, as if it was going to devour everything. His aura could swallow mountains and rivers. The Black Nether army that was stationed in the small town discovered this situation. Without any hesitation, they began to organize themselves. Furthermore, they had also set up a defensive line. They were soldiers. Although this small town was poor and remote, it was still their country. As long as they were within the boundaries of this country, as soldiers, they had an absolute obligation to protect. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to this set of armor. Quickly set up a defensive line. The rest of you, assist the people in evacuating. Just by looking at the surging power on the other side, one could tell that it was definitely not simple. From afar, they could also sense the suffocating aura. Any human being would be terrified to the extreme. By the time they could see clearly, they realized that these monsters were also unprecedentedly powerful. Their auras shocked them. Everyone also felt that it was as if the end of the world had arrived. Immediately, everyone began to flee frantically. They wanted to completely escape from this place. However, the Black Nether army was under such a strong threat of death. They continued to stand guard. However, in everyone's mind, there was only one thought. That was the end. They had never expected such a ferocious force to attack. It was as if it could destroy heaven and earth. It was hard to believe, and they even felt despair. Black Nether army, listen up. Behind us is our home. In front of us are man-eating monsters? If we retreat, these monsters will destroy our home and eat our family. What should we do? The leader of the Black Nether army roared. His aura was boiling. His blood was boiling. Kill. The 2,000 Black Nether army roared in unison. Their momentum was vast, like a sharp sword, almost directly unfolding the aura of the people in front of them. However, the other party's aura was vast. Although the Black Nether army had tried their best, it was difficult for them to contend against it. In the face of absolute power, it was not useful to muster up courage. Some ordinary soldiers and civilians were also infected. Under such power, no one would be able to escape. Let's kill. The leader of the Black Nether army roared. Old Commander Lai Feng also looked at the Black Nether army in front of him, ready to die. He saw that those monsters were already less than 1,000 meters away. He looked at Qi Yanran beside him. He did not know when she had disappeared. As for Qi Yanran, the monsters were less than 300 meters away. The Black Nether army also kept clenching the weapons in their hands. Get ready. The leader of the Black Nether army roared. Less than 100 meters. They could already feel that the other party's aura was close at hand. Tens of thousands of them. Level 10 monsters. They all came to kill. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Whoosh, just as they were about to collide. Suddenly, there was a divine light. It fell from the sky. When this light fell, everyone also felt that this light was like the sun, dazzling and crazy. Boom, the 5-colored divine light fell in the center of these two monsters. Then, like a lotus, it instantly bloomed in all directions. Boom. A powerful force swept out. This seemingly boiling power instantly pierced through the two monsters. When the power of light swept past their bodies, they were incinerated. Qi Yanran's move. Kill? 100,000 Supremes. And just after Qi Yanran used this move, from the evil forest, there seemed to be a force that suddenly attacked. Qi Yanran's move almost exhausted her origin energy. But she did not expect. The other party actually attacked again. The person behind the scenes. Although they were separated by dozens of miles, Qi Yanran still saw a figure appear there. It's you. The other party's power was almost about to capture Qi Yanran. But at this moment, a green light surged from Qi Yanran's body. It instantly exploded, turned into a sharp sword, and suddenly slashed forward. Such a heroic scene caused the Black Nether army to look at it with complete respect. The battle situation in front of them was simply shocking. What's going on? It's so spectacular. Originally, the Black Nether army was ready to fight to the death. However, the sudden appearance of this person saved them. If this figure had not appeared in time, they would have been reduced to a pile of ruins, a pile of ashes. It's Lord Qi, Qi Yanran, Lord Qi. The old commander quickly stood up and said. He was very clear about the situation in front of him. Only Qi Yanran had such strength. It was really shocking. Originally, Qi Yanran could have walked into the depths of the forest and found the mysterious tomb. However, she resolutely retreated in order to protect the people. Now, Qi Yanran seemed to have met an extremely difficult opponent. Under Qi Yanran's strong attack, the opponent seemed to be unharmed. He even directly mobilized the momentum of the entire evil forest to fight against Qi Yanran. Everyone in the small town also widened their eyes and stared at the unprecedented battle in front of them. The intensity of the battle was also beyond their imagination. Between heaven and earth. The layers of space itself also became blurry. He could even see the space in front of him forming waves after waves. It was a sign that spatial ripples were about to form. Once the space ripples were formed, the town would be turned into ashes in an instant. It would disappear completely. Wherever the space was, it would be directly crushed by the power of space. It was not something that could be resisted by human strength. The town was also very dangerous. Even with Qi Yanran's help, the opponent's power fluctuation was strange. It was difficult for Qi Yanran to succeed. Boom! A strong black power suddenly burst out from the evil forest. It sent Qi Yanran's green bird sword flying. The green bird sword suddenly turned into a lotus platform and directly appeared under Qi Yanran's feet. Although the opponent looked like Wan Yulan. But Qi Yanran also knew that it was impossible for Wan Yulan to have such powerful strength. Something must have happened, which was why such a situation had occurred. However, since the other party had taken control of Wan Yulan, it meant that Li Zongjia was also in danger now. Otherwise, Li Zongjia wouldn't leave him in the lurch. Although the other party's moves were strange, Qi Yanran could barely cope with it. However, Qi Yanran herself could not guarantee what kind of moves the other party was hiding. Looking at the city behind him, it was already on the verge of collapse. Qi Yanran also could not let these people die because of the aftermath of this battle. Boom! Qi Yanran suddenly leaped and turned into thousands of clones. His own will had descended. Suddenly, a giant peacock appeared. When the peacock appeared, its body was surrounded by a ray of light. This ray of light was radiant with 5 different colors. When the peacock appeared, immediately, a surge of energy was released. Such a commotion. It almost shattered the space in front of him. This power, which could almost shatter the space, rushed directly toward Wan Yulan in the evil forest. You can imitate the 5-colored divine light of the peacock ancestor so well. It's a pity that the power of this primordial spirit is slightly weaker. Otherwise, I would have been hurt by you. Su Yuran spoke. Although the voice was still a familiar one. However, from the tone of this voice, it sounded like a complete stranger. It could even be said that she did not know this person at all. Possession and rebirth? A trace of surprise flashed in Qi Yanran's eyes. When thinking of this, Qi Yanran's heart was also quite shocked. This was only heard of in legends. And it also came from her own inherited memory. That was the green bird platform in her hand. She did not expect that such a thing would actually happen in front of her. Was it possible to possess someone and be reborn? At least this one was at the level of innate level 9. In other words, the person in front of her was actually at innate level 9. This also made Qi Yanran extremely shocked. She did not expect to meet such a strong person. You're not bad to know about possession and rebirth. But it's a pity that your primordial spirit is a great supplement for me. Immediately, Wan Yulan's eyes suddenly became abnormally fierce. At the same time, Qi Yanran felt that there were actually 4 tombstones around her, which were rapidly colliding with her body. If she was trapped in it, it would be difficult for her to escape. Therefore, Qi Yanran herself quickly escaped from it. Earth incantation. Poison. What Wan Yulan used was an extremely profound way of setting up a formation. It directly exploded beside Qi Yanran. The moment it appeared, Qi Yanran also felt a strong dizziness. This dizziness was not a kind of poison to her body. It came from her own will. The opponent's move could actually affect the power of her will. Not good. She felt that the opponent's formation was getting stronger and stronger. And she could not get rid of this formation. She could not get rid of this power. If the stalemate continued, it would definitely cause irreparable damage to Qi Yanran's body. Even her own life would be completely left here. Whoosh! Just when Qi Yanran was unable to get away. Suddenly, a stick fell from the sky. When the stick spun and leaped over, it attracted Wan Yulan's attention. The stick also instantly enlarged and directly smashed toward Wan Yulan. Under this threat, Wan Yulan could not help but raise one hand in front of her to block the stick. Only then did she block the stick. Boom! This power actually forced Wan Yulan to retreat. What? Wan Yulan was also very surprised. Originally, she wanted to use this powerful force to directly take down the person who came, but considering the limit of her body, she could not continue. In the end, she held back. Go! A voice sounded in Qi Yanran's ears. It sounded a little familiar. But now was not the time to recognize the person. The situation was urgent, and there was no room for any delay. Immediately, Qi Yanran directly turned the blue bird platform into a pair of wings and appeared behind her. At the same time, she directly took her body and quickly escaped from this spell. Boom! Immediately, Qi Yanran also quickly disappeared into the sky. Wan Yulan did not chase after her. Instead, she glanced at the place where she had blocked the stick. The stick was actually in her hand. It left a mark. Great Void Spell. Wan Yulan watched Qi Yanran leave. Qi Yanran ran away and wanted to chase after her. After all, Qi Yanran's divine sense was a great supplement for her. Wan Yulan's body could not hold on for many days, and then she would return to her original form. Therefore, the best way was to improve her strength and restore more power. After that, she would seize Li Zhongjiu's body. Then she would be able to achieve a complete resurrection. However, the other party escaped. She almost succeeded. The strength of the person who attacked was not weak. If she forced herself to leave the evil forest and fight against 2 people, she would be in a disadvantageous position. I'll let you live for a few more days. When my formation is completed, I will naturally be able to refine this boy. Wan Yulan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Killing these ordinary people. For the soul in Wan Yulan's body, there wasn't the slightest bit of benefit, nor was there the slightest bit of use. In the beginning, she only wanted to attract some experts, and attract them over. Now, she finally met experts of this level and realm. Therefore, she only needed to take 1 or 2 suitable ones. Qi Yanran was also suitable. Li Zhongjiu's body was naturally better. Li Zhongjiu was trapped in his own will seal at the moment. He had not given up. If he wanted to get out, he had to break through his own will. However, the best way was to break through his own realm. Although the evil dragon's eye was effective, it was only used for daily training and did not have other effective effects. At the critical moment, it was obviously a little difficult to rely on it to break through. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu took out the Chaos Bell. There are a total of 3 strands of chaotic power in this Chaos Bell. I only absorbed 1 strand at the beginning. Now is the time. The chaotic power that he absorbed at the beginning completely changed Li Zhongjiu's physique. In other words, it directly activated Li Zhongjiu's body. This allowed Li Zhongjiu's body to possess even greater power. Now, it was time for him to absorb the remaining chaotic energy. At that time, he would refine it together with the Chaos Bell. It could be considered a perfect refinement of the Chaos Bell. In this way, the power of the Chaos Bell could be fully displayed without reservation. Although Li Zhongjiu's realm and inheritance might be somewhat insufficient, it could be seen that the Chaos Bell in his hand and the Blue Bird platform were treasures of the same level. Treasures of such a level. Of course, Li Zhongjiu had to go through a better refinement before he could grasp the power within Li Zhongjiu's mind. Enter the World Chaos Bell's world. Currently, there were still many dragons in the Primordial Bell. These were all captured by Li Zhongjiu last time. Li Zhongjiu's figure hovered above the Primordial Bell. Boundless primal chaos energy came from all around. It crazily poured into Li Zhongjiu's body. These were the remaining two chaotic power. They were all summoned by Li Zhongjiu and absorbed directly. Endless Sea Region. Hu Wushuang was flying above the Endless Sea Region on the unparalleled sword. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he could cross hundreds of miles. However, the Black Sea Region did not appear. Either he was going in the wrong direction. Otherwise, ordinary people would not be able to find it in this Black Sea. Why can't I find it? In Hu Wushuang's eyes, all he could see was a boundless ocean. No matter how he looked, he couldn't find the right direction. Is it because I'm just a spiritual body? Some places were set up with restrictions. If you don't have someone to guide you, then it's absolutely impossible to enter, unless you're strong enough to break the restriction. Then you can try to rush in. But obviously, Hu Wushuang did not have that kind of strength. Hu Wushuang had no choice. To think that it was actually a head that plunged into the deep sea with the unparalleled sword. Boom! The unparalleled sword rushed in and looked for a way. Then, Hu Wushuang integrated his power into the sea. He wanted to use this method to summon the Black Sea Overlord. Above the sea, one could see that the crimson flame was spreading continuously. The chances of that happening were extremely slim. In fact, it was even possible for him to exhaust all of his strength. But Hu Wushuang had no other way. He could only release his power and use this method to attract the Black Sea Overlord's attention. Hu Wushuang's power spread crazily above the Endless Sea Region for 7 days. The area covered by the sea was more than 1,000,000 miles. But the power of the unparalleled sword was limited. Especially now that he had left Li Zhongjiu. At the same time, he was in such a place and in the deep sea. 7 days was the limit for the unparalleled sword. But during this process, there was no response at all. 7 or 8 days later. On the unparalleled sword. Gradually, the power of frost began to condense. It was freezing the unparalleled sword. The bottom of the sea was an extremely cold place. Hu Wushuang stood on the surface of the sea and used his last bit of strength to look in the direction of Li Zhongjiu. He didn't say anything. The last bit of power disappeared. Then, Hu Wushuang's figure gradually faded. In the end, he disappeared. The last ray of light on the unparalleled sword disappeared. The ice power covered it. It was forever sealed at the bottom of the sea that swallowed everything. There wasn't even the slightest bit of light. After the unparalleled sword was frozen. Suddenly, there seemed to be a huge wave on the calm surface of the sea. The waves on the surface of the sea were already extremely turbulent. And under the surface of the sea, there were even more raging waves. It was as if there was a sea that appeared out of thin air. A figure appeared beside the unparalleled sword. The person's long hair was as black as ink. It fluttered behind him like a huge wave. The person glanced at the unparalleled sword. There wasn't the slightest bit of emotion in his eyes. After a long while, he sighed slowly. It's a sword that values emotions. However, there's nothing I can do to help. The Black Sea Lord sighed faintly. There were rules in the world. However, although the Black Sea Lord couldn't attack directly, it wasn't a big deal for him to help in the dark. The Black Sea Lord extended his hand and gently plucked the sea. This heart of the extremely cold Jade Sea is enough for you to become a half-immortal artifact. It's your own fortune. The Black Sea Lord flicked his finger and the black stone in his hand shot into the unparalleled sword. Immediately, the ice on the surface of the unparalleled sword gradually shattered. At the same time, the heart of the Jade Sea was gradually fusing with the unparalleled sword. In the end, it fused perfectly with the unparalleled sword. when the heart of the Jade Sea fused with the unparalleled sword. From the unparalleled sword, there seemed to be a burst of extremely strong energy. Buzz, a ripple spread out. Hua Wuxuang. He actually woke up from the deep sea. When he felt the power on his body, Hua Wuxuang's fiery red hair turned icy blue again. Hua Wuxuang woke up in the deep sea. She didn't know how long she had been unconscious. However, he could also feel that his strength had become many times stronger. She knew that it must be that expert who had helped her. Her strength and cultivation base had been raised. That was to say, the quality of Wuxuang's sword had improved. Although she didn't know why the other party didn't want to see her. However, the strong all had their own reasons. Maybe he was restricted by some anger or other reasons, so he couldn't help her. He could only help her in such a way. Thank you, Senior, for helping me. Hua Wuxuang could feel that his Li Lang had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. He bowed towards the depths of the ocean from afar. She wanted to express her gratitude. Since the senior didn't want to see her, it was probably because the time wasn't right. When the time was right, they would meet. Hua Wuxuang naturally knew what the Black Sea Lord and Li Zongjiu had said. Seems like I have to find Qi Yanran. Hua Wuxuang thought to herself. Although her strength had made a breakthrough, she was still much weaker than Li Zongjiu, not to mention the mysterious enemy who had controlled Li Zongjiu. Since she couldn't invite the Black Sea Lord, she could only find Qi Yanran. She wanted to see if Qi Yanran had any ideas. Whoosh! Immediately, Hua Wuxuang quickly flew out from the deep sea. She soared into the sky. Boom! The power of ice and fire, it's a perfect fusion. My grade has been completely improved. But Hua Wuxuang's strength. Now, they were all rising steadily. She was close to the 5th grade of the Absolute Saint Realm. One should know that the Termite Demon Queen was only a 7th grade of the Absolute Saint Realm. In addition to the power of the Heavenly Book in her hand. Moreover, Hua Wuxuang herself was only a sword. She herself was just a sword spirit. It was quite terrifying to be able to cultivate to such a level. Her strength was much stronger than that. Hua Wuxuang didn't waste any time. She quickly headed toward the sacred flame royal city. Qi Yanran? Even Hua Wuxuang herself didn't know where she was. He could only look for Xiao Zhao in the mansion and ask her to help him contact Li Yan. No matter what, Li Yan was still Hua Wuxuang's disciple. This was not something that could be easily changed. Even Li Yan's current status was bestowed upon her by Hua Wuxuang. If he wanted to find them to do something, it would naturally be very easy and very normal. Boom! The unparalleled sword cut through the sky. They headed towards the sacred flame royal city. At this moment, Qi Yanran was not in the sacred flame royal city. Instead, it appeared at the bottom of a waterfall. The person who helped Qi Yanran that day was Wang Jing. This was the fatty that Li Zongjiu had met. To be honest, Qi Yanran was also very confused at first. Why would Li Zongjiu and Wang Jing become friends? Even Wang Jing himself was confused and didn't understand the situation. However, their personalities were also quite good. Everyone was able to get along well. Therefore, they naturally became friends. Qi Yanran didn't know what Wang Jing was capable of. However, since she heard that Wang Jing had been to the Ape Clan continent, she understood. In fact, Wang Jing's strength was far above hers. Therefore, she couldn't sense Wang Jing's real situation. And Wang Jing himself was definitely not a simple person. It's safe here. That guy will definitely not find this place. Wang Jing looked around. After making sure that it was safe, he finally sat down on the ground. He was also thinking about what had happened before. He felt quite shocked. Because such a terrifying guy was not common. If it wasn't for the powerful weapon in his hand, he might not have been able to escape. Where is this? Qi Yanran glanced at the waterfall. The roar of the waterfall was deafening. At the same time, after Qi Yanran's observation, she also found that the situation here had changed. You can see that this is a place where space overlaps. I was also very surprised to find this place. The other continent that overlaps with the Saint Martial continent is the Ape Clan continent. Wang Jing said. In theory, this place was already at the border of the two continents. Although this is the border, in fact, there seems to be a locked door on both sides. Only by opening it with a key can you go back and forth between the two continents. Wang Jing said. Qi Yanran didn't expect such a place to exist. It was really surprising. Ahem. Qi Yanran was seriously injured. After coughing a few times, she didn't hesitate anymore. Under the protection of the lotus flower transformed by the green bird platform, her injuries were being healed. The green bird platform was instinctively protecting its owner. It could be seen that this was a very powerful divine weapon. This thing is already close to a fairy weapon. It belongs to the top among the supreme spiritual weapons. I wonder what material it is made of. Wang Jing? He circled the object twice and studied it, but he couldn't find anything different about it. Refining weapons was broad and profound. That guy from the ape clan has really broken the sky. Wang Jing was also having a headache about this. Something big had happened in the ape clan continent. It was the War of the Ape Clan. The legendary celestial chaotic world demonic monkey had created a huge hole in the heavenly realm during the Great Battle. This was equivalent to breaking a hole in the ceiling of your house. Although the power of the Way of the Heavens had quickly repaired this big hole. However, no one knew exactly how many people were involved in that process. Many experts from the heavenly realm had fled to other realms. Of course, Wang Jing himself didn't know much about the existence of this boundary. He only knew some basic knowledge. In terms of cultivation, he was far from being as powerful as Li Zongjiu. Just now, he had sneak attacked Wan Yulan because of his special weapon, which was protected by the Great Void spell. Therefore, he was able to temporarily deter the other party. If they really wanted to fight, Wang Jing was no match for the latter. Therefore, even when Qi Yanran was here, he could only take her away directly. He didn't dare to continue to be entangled with the other party. Otherwise, if he continued to dig, Wang Jing's life would also be lost. What about other places? I'm not sure. Anyway, one came from the Holy Martial Continent. I guess there's more than one. This is just a little bit ostentatious. Without a doubt. The expert who came from the sky with the tombstone was from the heavenly realm. The reason why he could come to this place was that the great heaven chaotic demonic monkey had broken the heavenly realm. The heavenly realm. It was a higher level of space than the Nine Realms continent. Those who could go to this world were from the Nine Realms, which was the continent represented by the Nine Lineages arcane book. The place where the top experts could go together. Those who came to this place were extremely strong. But what about the heavenly realm? Wang Jing didn't know what the situation was. Wang Jing had returned to the Ape Clan continent. He found that the Ape Clan was indeed in the middle of a war. Some time ago, they had just fought a battle. But now, Wang Jing himself had also safely retreated from it. Wang Jing was going to come back to ask for help. After all, the other party was too strong. He couldn't beat them. When he came back, he found that Li Zongjiu had disappeared. He knew that Qi Yanran was on her way. So, Wang Jing came to the evil forest. In the evil forest, he happened to encounter Qi Yanran's dangerous situation. That was why he decided to lend a helping hand. It was rare for him to reveal his strength. However, at this point, there was nothing to be concerned about. Now, such a situation had happened. All the continents were in a precarious situation. He would definitely make a move in a situation where he had no other choice. Qi Yanran was healing in the green bird platform. Wang Jing didn't dare to leave. However, this Azure Bird Dao platform was clearly something very powerful. Even if there were really enemies coming, it was estimated that they would be able to resist them and protect Qi Yanran. Look at it, it's so smart. Wang Jing said to the stick in his hand. This stick was called the Universal Wishful Stick. Wang Jing himself didn't know who made it, but when he accidentally came to the ape continent, this rod seemed to have been following him all the time. And the key to connecting the two worlds was the Universal Wishful Stick in his hand. The Universal Wishful Stick in his hand was very powerful. It could easily travel between the two continents. But this was a secret that Wang Jing had kept very well. He didn't tell anyone. while Wang Jing was waiting for Qi Yanran to recover. The unparalleled sword was also looking for the two people. Hu Shuang arrived at the White Deer Mansion and mobilized all the resources in the White Deer Mansion. In this way, they could quickly gather information about Li Zongjiu. However, no matter how resourceful the White Deer Mansion was, it was still an intelligence organization formed by ordinary people. If one wanted to find innate experts like Wang Jing and Qi Yanran, who could appear tens of thousands of miles away in an instant, it was impossible to catch up with them. They could only search the official website from afar. It was impossible to track them down. There's no news. They all disappeared into thin air. When Xiaoxiao presented the information he had gathered to Hu Shuang, he couldn't believe it either. However, this was not the first time they had seen such a situation. But these experts all disappeared at the same time, so there must be a problem. Therefore, Xiaoxiao was very clear in his heart. The whereabouts of these experts were almost erratic. It was just that this was too much of a coincidence. Nothing? Hu Shuang's eyes narrowed slightly. However, if we can't find them in the range of the three dynasties, then we definitely can't find them in ordinary places. Maybe we can try these places, Xiaoxiao said. Since there were no traces of these people in the places covered by the spies, then in these places they had not set foot in. They might be able to find them. On the Xinggu continent, there were many strange places that humans had not set foot in. Although the continent was only so big, there were always some hidden corners. It's just like the house you live in. Although you come and go every day and the area is only so big, there will always be some corners that you can't observe normally. These corners. Xiaoxiao called them forgotten places. Now, there were at least 7 forgotten places on this continent. They were all places that humans had never set foot in. There were very few records about these places, and some even didn't exist. They were different from the forbidden places in the untainted land. The reason why the forbidden places were called forbidden places was that people had gone there and set foot in them, or had seen the dangers with their own eyes. Therefore, they were called forbidden places. This was to warn the future generations not to set foot in such places easily. These places were very dangerous. The forgotten places were really places that no one had gone and no one had discovered. Xiaoxiao marked the specific locations of the forgotten places. However, these 7 places were very far away from each other and were difficult to find. Just as Xiaoxiao was about to say something, Hu Shuang had already put away the map in front of him. Then, he quickly flew toward the sky. Boom! Obviously, Hu Shuang didn't want to waste any more time. Since there were only 7 places, then he would start searching from these 7 places one by one. Men! Xiaoxiao shouted. Now, more and more extraordinary things were happening on this continent. It seemed that there were strong enemies gradually appearing in the dark. Director. Let the Research Institute start the Ultimate Weapon Project. Xiaoxiao said. The Ultimate Weapon Project. At any time, if you wanted to become richer and stronger, you had to be strong first. You had to be strong. In fact, Xiaoxiao had drawn up this Ultimate Weapon Project a long time ago. However, he didn't implement it. Because this project was too advanced. At the same time, it would consume a lot of money. At that time, there was a strong guardian like Li Zongjiu, so the White Deer Mansion naturally didn't have to go to this step. However, it suddenly appeared now. These top experts had all gone missing. It was obvious that even they were in danger. Therefore, Xiaoxiao had to bring forward the plan. No matter when, it was never wrong to make some preparations in advance. Only in this way could he ensure his own safety and property. In Xiaoxiao's opinion, it wasn't too late. Now, the White Deer Mansion had enough financial resources to recruit the truly talented and intelligent people in the world and directly integrate them into the Research Institute. Using this method to ensure that the best weapons came from the White Deer Mansion, if it wasn't because of the 7-star fire room? If it was Song Jiayu behind it, then Xiaoxiao would have already bought the 7-star fire room. He directly bought it. However, just now, all the forging masters of the major weapon workshops had been summoned by the White Deer Mansion. The launch of the Ultimate Weapon Project. It would also greatly promote the weapon industry of the entire continent. It was no longer traditional cold weapons. Instead, it was a variety of origin energy weapons. Although they already had origin energy weapons before the launch of the project, they were only using the power of primordial stones in a very superficial way at that time. Xiaoxiao directly instructed that a storm would be stirred up in the area she was in charge of. This research institute, which was known as the Ultimate Weapon Project. Almost all kinds of geniuses had gathered here. Before they were discovered by Xiaoxiao, even their companions and relatives thought that they were crazy, possessed, or stupid saboteurs. In the eyes of others, such people were simply a threat. However, Xiaoxiao gathered all these people here. He directly carried out the best kind of training and specially prepared a place for them to experiment. He also provided them with a large amount of funds. This allowed them to repeatedly create and research. Now, they were finally going to integrate these resources that had been opened long ago into a real sharp knife. It possessed such absolute majesty and power. Even Nangong Wuji and the others could not enter this research institute. This was because the ideas they received were too traditional and it was difficult for them to truly jump out of it. Xiaoxiao did not know whether this plan would succeed or not. However, the current situation did not allow Xiaoxiao to continue waiting. In the evil forest, Li Zongjiu was still trapped in the wall formed by his own will. At this moment, Li Zongjiu had also left the Chaos Bell. However, the chaotic power was already in Li Zongjiu's body. For Li Zongjiu, refining these two kinds of chaotic power at the same time was a very risky act because it was very likely that the chaotic power would exceed the limit that his body could bear. At that time, it would directly cause a loud boom. It would be blown to pieces by the chaotic power. Fortunately, this situation did not happen. Instead, it quickly stabilized the destructive power of the chaotic power in his body. Li Zongjiu's physique was very strong. Previously, he had experience dealing with the chaotic energy. Hence, he was able to absorb it like a fish in water this time. It was easy and simple. Boom! At this moment, Li Zongjiu's body was like an exploding supreme-grade primordial stone, and it was still exploding continuously. However, Li Zongjiu had to withstand this power. Otherwise, if he did not control the power, his entire body would have been shattered by the chaotic force. The process was extremely painful. Within the evil dragon eye, Li Zongjiu's mental strength was being continuously shredded. But now, Li Zongjiu was also enduring the feeling of his body and mind being torn apart at the same time. Furthermore, they couldn't be revived here. If Li Zongjiu died, then the wall of willpower around him would naturally disappear. Li Zongjiu had not reached the state where his willpower could remain after he died. Hence, he needed more power to concentrate on his body to break through. Hold on! Li Zongjiu roared. Even the heretical gods I was forced out. This was a natural skill of Li Zongjiu. However, it was difficult for him to calm down at this moment. Hence, he could only release it continuously. This allowed Li Zongjiu to continue maintaining his powerful combat strength under such circumstances. Hence, he was able to persevere. Wan Yulan, who was still cultivating in the mysterious tomb. She seemed to have sensed the change in Li Zongjiu's direction. However, that was it? After taking a look, he sneered disdainfully. I'll let you do whatever you want. You're just an ant. Do you think you can overturn the sky in my hands? The latter was extremely disdainful. However, she was also in a hurry. At least, she had to ensure that before Wan Yulan's body completely collapsed. She had to restore some of her strength. All parties seemed to be working hard. They all had their own things to do. It seemed that an earth-shattering battle was brewing. Hu Wushuang had already explored 5 places in a row. However, they were all empty. Although it took a lot of time, in Hu Wushuang's opinion, there didn't seem to be too many problems. Hence, during this process, Hu Wushuang's strength was rapidly increasing. Hu Wushuang didn't know what the mysterious expert had given her. It was actually able to allow his strength to increase so quickly. It was as if she had broken her own limit. There was no trace of Qi Yanran in any of the forgotten places. Hu Wushuang's figure stood in the air. Through the mutual sensing with Li Zongjiu from afar, Hu Wushuang could also feel that Li Zongjiu seemed to be getting stronger. This meant that Li Zongjiu's body was fine, and he could even obtain a greater opportunity to improve his own strength. Hu Wushuang and Li Zongjiu had already signed a contract. Li Zongjiu had directly refined the Wushuang sword. Therefore, he could maintain the energy of the Wushuang sword and improve its cultivation. Therefore, Hu Wushuang could accurately sense the situation of Li Zongjiu. Since I can't find him, I'll try again. Although Hu Wushuang had already transformed into a spiritual sword. However, their intellect was still there. This time, she had to hide her aura and strength. Since Li Zongjiu was fine and his strength was gradually increasing, this was a good thing for Hu Wushuang. At the very least, she had to sense an opportunity, which was when Li Zongjiu needed a powerful weapon. Then, she could appear by Li Zongjiu's side in time. Boom! Hu Wushuang flew towards the forest of evil. The existence of the Abyss race was still waiting for an opportunity to attack the threat of invading the continent. However, the current strength of the continent had become quite strong. There were also many experts who appeared one after another. An expert of the younger generation like Xianxia was already very strong. At the very least, she could hold her own in various major battles. She could use this method to kill the enemy. Therefore, when Xianxia finished her apprenticeship, she led the disciples of the Sky Sect Academy to establish a battlefield to resist the Abyss race. On such a battlefield, Xianxia fully displayed her strength and beheaded her opponent. Coastline. On a beach not far from Binhai City. This was because this place was vast and all the sand could be used by the Abyss race. Therefore, the Abyss race had also come to this place. They used this place to conduct a large-scale landing. It seemed that during this period of time, the Abyss race had sensed the chaos of the continent, so they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to do something. Therefore, they launched an attack. Xianxia led many experts and engaged in a fierce battle with the Abyss race on this coastline. This day was the day when the Abyss race launched their attack. On the vast sea, there were ferocious Abyss race monsters baring their teeth in front of them. While the two sides were fighting, Xianxia suddenly raised her head. She saw a fireball appear in the sky. This fireball looked very small. However, it was extremely fast. With a boom, it fell directly into the sea. Suddenly, a huge wave with a radius of 10,000 miles surged. All the Abyss race in front of her were burned to ashes. The fireball that suddenly fell from the sky shocked everyone who was fighting on the coastline. Even the powerful Abyssal clan in front of them were burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Who else in the world could have such powerful strength? There was only the evil dominator. Evil Lord? Xiaoxue's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. If there was someone who could help them kill the Abyssal race at this time, and at the same time had such great strength, then it had to be the evil dominator. But in the next moment, another terrifying wave of air came from the surface of the sea. The wave of fire swept over. It was as if hundreds of fire meta beasts were rushing over. Some of the human clan experts on the shore were also caught. After being caught, they were completely melted by the flames. All those who were caught were directly refined into a pile of ashes, and all the power poured into the latter's body. It was sent to a fireball on the sea. Immediately, Xiaoxue saw her companions being killed by the power of the fireball. She hurriedly yelled, "Retreat! A powerful enemy has appeared. Retreat quickly!" It was as if there were countless arms extending out of the fireball. They grabbed at the people on the shore. Some of the disciples of the Sky Sect Academy were also taken away. The opponent was quite powerful. Xiaoxue used her sword energy to cut off the flaming arms. But she found that even her sword energy could not do it. The opponent's flaming arms kept spinning above the sea. The strong flaming arms evaporated the surrounding sea water in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the opponent burned thousands of people on the shore and turned them into the latter's power. Then, the power rushed toward her. The blazing power made Xiaoxue and the others feel despair. This kind of power was almost suffocating. It was difficult to fight against it. They could only watch from afar, staring at the power of the opponent and waiting for death to come. Boom! Even the sky seemed to have been burned into a piece of red iron. At this moment, the beach along the coastline had been directly refined into a desert. Xiaoxue led several junior brothers and sisters to evacuate with difficulty. Finally, the opponent's flaming hand rushed towards Xiaxue. Xiaxue quickly pushed her companions away. He was left alone to face the flaming hand that had suddenly appeared. Boom! Instantly, the opponent's flaming hand was blocked. It fell on Xiaxue's body. Immediately, a violent force surged in Xiaxue's body. At this moment, Xiaxue felt as if she had been sucked into a huge fireball. Senior Xiaxue! Senior Xiaxue! Just as Xiaxue was about to burn the other party clean and end up like the rest of the people, suddenly, a ray of light gushed out from Xiaxue's body. This power was extremely strong. In an instant, the flames were extinguished. Xiaxue also escaped safely. With a bang, he fell onto the beach. Xiaxue had also sensed this power just now, and it was particularly familiar. She immediately understood in her heart that this was the power of Senior Evil Lord. Before Li Zongjiu left, he had already placed a protective talisman on Xiaxue's body long ago in order to save her life at this critical moment. Obviously, the effect this time was very significant. He directly broke out the power of the innate realm and forced the opponent to retreat. The person hiding in the fireball in front of her was obviously very surprised. However, what made the latter more surprised was that a force was rapidly approaching, so he became vigilant. I didn't expect that there would be such an expert in this small underworld. On the coast, Xiaxue landed and instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the power just now was suffocating, and she had no power to resist at all. She was not at the same level as the opponent at all. If it wasn't for the protective power that Evil Lord had left on her body, she would have died. Xiaxue probably would have died just now. This made Xiaxue tremble with fear. At least now, she could be considered to have escaped with her life. Senior Xiaxue, are you okay? The junior brothers and sisters rushed over. Protect Senior Xia and retreat. Look, what's that? Everyone raised their heads and looked in front of them. Even some of the people who were running for their lives were staring with their eyes wide open. At this moment, above the sea, because of the fireball, a lot of the sea water had been burned dry. This kind of burning speed was not that simple. It was a speed that was visible to the naked eye. It was precisely because the power was too strong that the expert hidden in the dark appeared. The originally blue sea water directly turned black at this moment. When the black sea water turned black, it was as if a pitch-black force was rapidly attacking. It rushed above the fireball. Was it not afraid of the power of the latter's flames? It completely covered the fireball. Everyone had seen the power of the fireball just now. When it fell, it had already set off a huge wave, killing all the abyssal monsters. This kind of strength was not ordinary. Black Sea water? Not many people knew about the legend of the Black Sea. Even if they knew, they only thought that it was just a legend. However, they did not expect that such Black Sea water would really appear. Moreover, this Black Sea water seemed to be full of vitality. It quickly attacked and completely extinguished the other party's flames. The two sides seemed to be fighting. The person in the fireball wanted to escape. However, he was firmly restrained by the power of the Black Sea. It was difficult to escape. There was nowhere to hide, even if he tried his best to escape. There was still nothing he could do. He was firmly restrained. He could not escape. The other party's flames, even if they were so far away, they could still feel the terrifying power. Even the surrounding seawater, except for the Black seawater, all the other seawater had evaporated. It formed a strange situation of Black seawater pillars. The seawater in the distance was also rushing over quickly. It directly poured into these evaporated places. Boom! From the Black Sea, a powerful force suddenly erupted and directly dragged the fireball into the seawater. It set off a huge wave. Under the Black Sea, the Black Sea Overlord met the person in the fireball. To be able to enter the celestial realm, you are considered not bad in the lower realm. Unfortunately, your cultivation is far from enough to kill me. A red-haired middle-aged man walked out of the fireball. Even in the Black Sea, there was a layer of flames around him to protect him. It resisted the invasion of the power of the Black Sea. Black Sea Overlord didn't waste his breath. Speaking of which, he was quite unlucky. He had just given away the heart of the Blue Sea to someone else 2 days ago. Otherwise, with the heart of the Blue Sea in his hand, it wouldn't be the turn of this person. The visitor from outer space was arrogant. There was no place for him to be arrogant. However, he had to subdue the latter now. A handprint condensed. Sea overturning spell. A wave of power was released from Black Sea Overlord's handprint. It was as if countless flying fishes were attacking with the water of the Black Sea. In the blink of an eye, they rushed to the flaming man in front of him. Boom, 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 the power of the curse technique kept bombarding the flaming man's body. It was as if the latter's body was going to be penetrated. The continuous attacks had greatly damaged the flaming man's vitality. However, under the attack of Black Sea Overlord's spell, he couldn't be idle. Fire Dragon spell. However, the flaming man was obviously not to be trifled with. Similarly, the power of the spell was released. The majesty of this fire dragon was completely different from the one on Dragon Island. It was the majesty of a true divine dragon. However, it was precisely because of his serious injuries that the power of the fire dragon spell was greatly weakened. Boom, the power of the fire dragon devoured the surrounding seawater. At this moment, the scene of the battle on the shore had caused the seawater to turn upside down crazily. Rumble. Immediately, one could see that the entire sea surface and the sky had turned pitch black. However, in this sea, there were some terrifying red flames that were constantly being released. It was as if a volcano was erupting in the seawater. It was carrying out a destructive attack at the bottom of the sea. What's going on? The surrounding people were also quite shocked. The scene of the battle in the seawater had already affected the shore. At the same time, many cracks appeared on the shore. This was because of the impact of the other party's power. This caused many deep ravines and cracks to appear on the land. It kept erupting, and seawater kept pouring in. Suddenly, the cracks that appeared from the impact had already spread to Binhai City. Not good. Evacuate the people in the city. The Binhai Navy's fleet was directly penetrated by the powerful impact. Countless soldiers fell into the water. If it weren't for the seawater's slight resistance, Binhai City might have long been destroyed by the other party's terrifying battle. The evacuation operation couldn't be delayed. In fact, during this period of time, unless it was necessary, ordinary personnel had already been transferred to a branch city 60 kilometers away from Binhai City. For the time being, this place was used as a temporary residence. He himself had been in a state of intense battle recently. A figure flew over from the sky. What happened? Longji flew over from afar. Longji was already a top expert representing the White Deer Mansion. She had been participating in the fight against the Abyssal race. Now that the war had broken out, the Abyssal King that she had just fought had turned around and fled. This made Longji feel very surprised. When he looked again, he sensed a huge commotion in the direction of Binhai City. There are 2 experts fighting at the bottom of the sea. All? We don't know the other party's identity. Xianxia said. It was naturally difficult to determine the other party's identity. Xianxia had never seen this Black Sea Overlord before. Furthermore, there was also the person with the fireball that descended from the sky. Even if Li Zhongjie was here, he would not be able to differentiate them. Longji looked into the depths of the sea. From time to time, surging light would erupt. Even Longji was shaken to the core. Furthermore, Longji didn't dare to rashly enter the water. At this moment, the power that erupted from the bottom of the sea was too terrifying. Longji couldn't withstand it. Therefore, she could only watch from the shore. When did so many experts appear? Even if the experts of Dragon Island were to join forces, they wouldn't be able to resist experts of such a realm. This? Longji's heart was also quite shocked. No wonder her ancestor had once said. He wanted the people of the Dragon Island to remain on the Dragon Island and not to leave the Dragon Island easily. If the evil dragon god had really angered the human experts back then, by now, most of the people on Dragon Island would have been killed by them. Even when Li Zhongjie rushed to Dragon Island back then, he had started a massacre. No one in the dragon race could resist him. If Li Zhongjie was willing, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill all the dragon race. It was just that he didn't want to do it. Now, the two people fighting at the bottom of the sea had terrifying auras. A casual attack from the other party could destroy Dragon Island. With this power, everyone couldn't wait to avoid it. Should we evacuate everyone first? Longji took a look and came back to her senses. Unknowingly, after staying in the human world for so long, Longji seemed to have fallen in love with it even more. Therefore, during this operation, she wanted to protect the human race first. She got used to it. While the people of Binhai City were evacuating, they could already see Binhai City being struck by a huge force. Immediately, a city wall along the coast of Binhai City was destroyed into two. When Zhang Hingliang saw this scene, he felt extremely aggrieved. "My city!" Zhang Hingliang cried. However, in the current situation, although the city was destroyed, fortunately, the people in the city weren't in trouble. It was more or less a consolation. At the very least, Zhang Hingliang could guarantee the safety of his people. Long Ji and Xiaxia stood in the air. The battle at the bottom of the sea became more and more intense. However, the power of the flames was getting weaker and weaker. The power of the Black Sea became more and more intense. Boom, finally, in the deep sea. The flaming man wanted to escape. He rushed out of the sea. However, Black Sea Overlord had never thought of letting him go. Once such an expert left, he would definitely cause considerable damage. Furthermore, once the latter's cultivation level recovered, even Black Sea Overlord might not be able to subdue him. He attacked continuously. He even used the power of the Black Sea to reach out of the sea and grab the other party. However, this person was also very cunning. He actually used an avatar as bait. As for his main body, he fled in another direction. With a boom, he disappeared into the horizon. Although he had lost an avatar, he had at least preserved his life. "Just you wait. When I recover and return, I'll definitely burn your Black Sea," the other party said ruthlessly and disappeared into the sky. Black Sea Overlord stood at the bottom of the sea and stared at the other party's departing figure. The other party had already left the range of the sea. Even she was helpless. In the end, she could only leave dejectedly. After the battle, one could see that the sea and land were in a mess. The battle between the two mysterious experts, it came and left quickly. Furthermore, no one would come out to explain anything to them. The Battle of Binhai City. It also displayed an extremely terrifying destructive power. Of course, this was also because most of the power had been absorbed by the Black Sea. The expert in the Black Sea was also trying to avoid these injuries and prevent the destructive power from spreading. If it weren't for this expert in the Black Sea, the entire Binhai City, or even the land within 50 kilometers of Binhai City would have been completely destroyed. These mysterious experts had made a move. Longji was also caught off guard. At the very least, she found this situation very unbelievable. Xiaxia could be considered to have experienced a life and death battle. She had almost died. Fortunately, that expert had made a move. Is the world going to fall into chaos? Xiaxia had also heard a lot of things recently. These kinds of things were obviously not good signs. Recently, there seemed to be some very terrifying movements in various parts of the dynasty. There were many natural and man-made disasters. However, the Xingyan dynasty had gradually become stronger recently. The country was strong. Furthermore, the current emperor Xingyan was very open-minded. At least he knew. If he wanted to govern the dynasty well, he had to ensure that the White Deer Mansion was in his favor. He had to curry favor with the White Deer Mansion. Only when the White Deer Mansion made a move could the world be peaceful. Since he had such a good helper like the White Deer Mansion, what was there to dislike? He naturally had to make good use of it. If he could accept this point, it would naturally be considered a success. This was because the White Deer Mansion disdained to compete with him for these things. His strength had long transcended the world. When his opponent's strength had reached a level that was beyond his reach, he would no longer be a match for him. They would no longer be a threat to you. The White Deer Mansion was now much more low-key. It seemed that it was rare to see the White Deer Mansion everywhere. They must be doing something behind the scenes. The people outside naturally couldn't guess. However, the recent movements had indeed become much lesser. Hua Wuxuang once again arrived outside the forest of evil. She transformed into a blue-haired woman. They were waiting in the city. Hua Wuxuang herself was extremely intelligent, even though the situation was very urgent. He also wanted to save Li Zongjiu as soon as possible. However, acting rashly would only spoil things. Therefore, Hua Wuxuang was very calm. They were waiting outside the town. Recently, she could feel that Li Zongjiu's strength seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. If that was the case, then perhaps Li Zongjiu was also in the process of breaking through. At the nameless waterfall, Qi Yanran woke up in the Bluebird Taoist platform. The injuries on his body had also healed. But at this moment, Qi Yanran did not find Wang Jing's figure. Wang Jing was nowhere to be found. After looking around, Qi Yanran didn't find Wang Jing. She didn't hesitate and just left the words evil forest. He also headed straight for the forest of evil. However, when Qi Yanran passed by a forest, she was shocked. This was the Black Water Forest. It happened to be the border between the Xingyan dynasty and the Haika dynasty. The forest terrain was also extremely vast. This was the Black Water Forest. At this moment, it was burning with a raging fire. The Black Water Forest covered more than tens of thousands of miles. However, as the fire burned, it easily covered 1/10 of the area. It was at least 3,000 miles in radius, and one could feel the heat wave from afar. What's going on? It was impossible for such a huge fire to appear in the elemental beast forest. Once such a situation occurred, powerful elemental beasts would usually take action. No matter how weak they were, the elemental energy of heaven and earth could easily extinguish any fire. It was rare for such a powerful fire to appear. Qi Yanran also tried to cover the forest fire with her own strength. However, even with Qi Yanran's strength, she couldn't completely extinguish the fire. Boom! The fire within hundreds of miles was extinguished instantly. However, in the blink of an eye, the flames burned fiercely once again. This is the power of the fire. The person who released this fire has an unfathomable cultivation. The fire itself belonged to a rather powerful force. Therefore, unless Qi Yanran absorbed the fire into her body one by one and refined it, the fire would never be extinguished. Moreover, the fire would spread. Even rivers, lakes, and seas could be easily burned to a crisp. Once the Black Water Forest was burned to a crisp, the surrounding cities would naturally be burned to a crisp. Luoxia City was already a city in the sky given by Qinhua. Moreover, they could evacuate at any time. However, if they couldn't stop the fire from spreading, it would be useless no matter where they escaped to. Moreover, Li Tianqing and the others in Luoxia City would definitely not sit idly by. Even when the fire first appeared, they already found something wrong. After a series of experiments and work, they found that the fire couldn't be extinguished at all. Many elemental beasts were even burned to death in the forest. They couldn't escape in time. The fire could spread so quickly because the other party's power of the fire was too fierce. Moreover, once the fire touched the body, it couldn't be extinguished. When the elemental beasts ran out, they naturally brought the fire to other places. After being touched by the fire, the only outcome was death. After these elemental beasts were burned by the fire, they couldn't escape very far. Soon, they were burned to a crisp by the fire. By now, the fire was already so strong. It was so intense that it had reached a level where it was spreading unbridled. Under such circumstances, Li Tianqing led Zhou Bachuan and the others around the perimeter of the Black Water Forest. With their strength, they continuously cleared out the areas of the Black Water Forest that had not yet been engulfed by the fire to create an isolated zone. At least, they could slow down the spread of the fire. It wouldn't spread so quickly. However, this was only a delaying tactic. What was really useful was to extinguish the fire. Even now, they were more than 700 miles away. Luoxia City, which was high up in the sky, could clearly feel the heat waves covering the sky. Such a situation occurred. It made Luoxia City look like a huge steamer. Fortunately, the elemental energy thrusters in charge of patrolling the surroundings could replace the elemental energy with a kind of primordial stone that could release cold air. Only then did the temperature of the entire Luoxia City drop. During the design of this sky castle, they had already considered all possible problems in all aspects. Qi Yanran wanted to continue to take a look at the forest of evil. However, the fire was spreading here. It would definitely threaten Luoxia City. How could Qi Yanran watch Luoxia City get into trouble without doing anything? She immediately rushed towards Luoxia City. Luoxia City. Li Tianqing and the others also gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Now in Luoxia City, a group of ambitious people had gathered. Li Zhongjiu might not remember one of them. But in the later process, he had a lot of cooperation with Luoxia City. Even now, he had become the #1 herbal medicine business in Tianzong Academy. The daughter of Thousand Taste Cottage. Lu Yao. Although Li Zhongjiu did not remember, Lu Yao had never forgotten Li Zhongjiu. This guy was also quite ruthless. It was as if she had never appeared in his life. But this did not matter to Lu Yao. Lu Yao's character did not allow her to do things that were too impulsive. So Lu Yao preferred to be like this. She would silently contribute and wait. Thousand Taste Cottage was also a great success now. In the beginning, they got Li Zhongjiu's permission to enter Luoxia City and seize the opportunity. After getting familiar with them a little, they had also quickly established a relationship with him. After all, the strength of Thousand Taste Cottage was not bad. Over the years, they had been well behaved and doing business well. However, the appearance of this fire also attracted Lu Yao's attention. If this fire is not extinguished as soon as possible, at least 5 extinct volcanoes in the Black Water Forest may be ignited and revived at any time. Once they are revived, the destructive power will be immeasurable. Lu Yao said. After a few years, Lu Yao was also slender and elegant. She was no longer the shy girl before and had become more generous. She was a lady from a noble family. Although now she had not officially taken over Thousand Taste Cottage. But in fact, she was already the real helmsman of Thousand Taste Cottage. Now, under the management of the latter, Thousand Taste Cottage was even more stable and improved. It was undeniable that this was Lu Yao's ability. Lu Yao was also a medicine gatherer. Compared to practicing martial arts like swords, spears, and sticks, Lu Yao preferred to use her own hands to find and dig precious medicinal herbs, explore some more mysterious terrains, and find some new medicinal herbs. She wanted to try other effects of the medicinal herbs. This kind of thing was what Lu Yao liked to do. The Black Water Forest was rich in resources. There were many places where spiritual grasses and spiritual medicines were hidden. Some heavenly treasures were also hidden in very inconspicuous places. As long as one understood their habits, it would be easier to find them. Furthermore, Lu Yao was very familiar with the various terrains of the Black Water Forest. Herb Gatherer was more like a pathfinder. Therefore, the 1000-flavor herb hall didn't just have a simple topographic map. Often, there would be markings on the map. Any special topography, energy distribution, and specific situations in the vicinity would also be marked in great detail. That's right. Although these volcanoes have been dormant for a long time, as long as they are supplied with some energy, the magma book hidden in the depths will awaken and the originally calm energy will become even more violent. The power of the 5 volcanoes will stack together and not a single blade of grass will grow within 1,000 miles. If we want to restore this kind of terrain, it will be even more distant. A group of people were also discussing using the Tianwu boat to transport water here? Impossible. These flames, even with my origin energy cultivation, can't be extinguished. Li Tianqing shook his head repeatedly. When the flames burned less than 100 miles, they had already discovered the signs, although it was already very big at that time. But if it was just an ordinary fire, with Li Tianqing's sovereign cultivation, it wouldn't be difficult for him to extinguish the flames. But the difficulty was that the flames were not easy to extinguish. Even if he wanted to refine the flames, he couldn't keep up with the speed of the flames spreading. If we want to extinguish such flames, perhaps the frost dragon on the Dragon Island can help. Lu Yao of the 1000-flavor herb hall said. Since the Dragon Island appeared in the public sight, it was inevitable that many people would study the Dragon Island. As for the Frost Dragon clan, they were also very powerful. But the Frost Dragon was a solitary creature. It was a solitary character. Even if the Dragon clan was facing a disaster, it didn't participate. Every day, it would hide in the coldest place on the Dragon Island to sleep and cultivate. It had always been indifferent to the outside world. Frost Dragon. Then we have to go to the Dragon Island. Speaking of going to the Dragon Island, Li Zhongjiu must be the one to make the trip. After all, Li Zhongjiu was the only one who had been to the Dragon Island. Although he had some contact with the Dragon clan due to his relationship with Long Ji, it might not be possible to ask the Frost Dragon for help even if Long Ji personally made the trip. Something like this was still possible. Li Zhongjiu had to make the trip. However, Li Tianqing hadn't heard any news from Li Zhongjiu recently. Either the latter was in seclusion. Anyway, with Li Zhongjiu's strength, it was impossible for anything to happen to him. Li Tianqing was confident about this too. I don't know where that brat went. But since such a big matter didn't disturb him, it means that he's busy with something more important. If we're talking about going to the Dragon Island to ask the Frost Dragon for help, I'm afraid other than the three of you, we're not strong enough. Li Tianqing said. This was indeed the truth. The three elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace were all supremacies. Apart from the Khanate experts, no one in the world could withstand the might of a supremacy. This point was still very obvious. The strength and advantage of strength were right there and couldn't be ignored. But speaking of going to the Dragon Island, in fact, the three elders were extremely unwilling to do so. The three great demon clans had turned against each other and became enemies. Although they didn't turn against each other, they were at least competitors. And they used to be the three great demon clans. Wouldn't it be a little demeaning to ask another person for help now? They couldn't let this matter go. Although the relationship between the Sparrow clan and the Dragon clan isn't harmonious, we're doing this for the sake of the world. The first elder of the Sparrow Divine Palace sighed. On behalf of all the suffering people, Li Tianqing thanks the first elder for your help. Li Tianqing hurriedly said. He didn't put on airs at all. In fact, if Li Tianqing had asked the three elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace to go, they wouldn't have dared to refuse. Refuse to go? Aren't you afraid that Li Zhongjiu will give each of you a slap and knock your heads off when he comes back? You'll know what regret is when that happens. Although Li Zhongjiu wasn't here now, he would be back sooner or later. However, Li Tianqing didn't use this method of coercion. After all, people should know how to respect each other. This way, they would be more willing to do their best. To be honest, many people didn't expect Li Tianqing to be so courteous despite his noble status. Given Li Tianqing's current status, he should be considered the most powerful person in the three great dynasties. With this son, he could get anything he wanted. If he wanted the world and the country, he could get it with just a word. However, Li Tianqing was willing to be such an otherworldly expert. If something happened, he would be the first to step up. The rest of the people also stood up and expressed their gratitude to the three elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace. At this moment, a ray of light flashed outside the window. Everyone immediately felt that there seemed to be an extra person in the room. Father! Qi Yanran shouted in surprise. Li Tianqing was shocked. At first, he wasn't used to hearing it. However, after taking a closer look, he realized that it was his daughter-in-law. Yanran, you're back. Li Tianqing was obviously a little surprised. However, he was also quite happy to see his daughter-in-law. The parents of both sides had also met last time. For the two of them to have a low-key wedding, in fact, they did not reject it. It was fine as long as the children were happy. There was nothing wrong. At that time, they also served tea to both parties. After the ceremony, Qi Yanran naturally changed the way she addressed Li Tianqing. She's Qi Yanran. Lu Yao looked at Qi Yanran. She was indeed a rare beauty in this world. Only such a person was truly worthy of Li Zhongjiu. If it were someone else, they naturally wouldn't have such strength and luck. Lu Yao was also clear about this in her heart. She didn't even think of doing anything excessive. She just admired the two of them. Palace Master. When the three elders saw that it was Qi Yanran who came, they were all pleasantly surprised. Lord Yanran. The rest of the people also cupped their hands and bowed to Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran's identity was very impressive. She was Li Zhongjiu's wife. She could subdue Li Zhongjiu. Imagine how terrifying Evil Lord's wife would be. Evil Lord's wife. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. I just passed by the Blackwater Forest. For safety's sake, let's move Sunset City first. When everyone saw Qi Yanran's return, they all regarded her as their savior. Once they found Qi Yanran, they would be able to find Li Zongjiu. At least, Qi Yanran must know about Li Zongjiu's situation. Once they found Evil Lord, what was there to be afraid of? All problems would be easily solved. They had such a good opportunity. Of course, they had to seize it quickly. It was not because they had developed this kind of dependence. It was because the emergence of this disaster had exceeded the scope of what they could bear. They could only seek help from a higher level. Where's Li Zongjiu? Why didn't I see him? Li Tianqing asked. After everyone heard this, they felt as if their eyes and ears had been refreshed. They only remembered the title of the evil dominator, but they had never heard of anyone who dared to call Li Zongjiu by his name. It was estimated that in this world, the number of people who dared to call Li Zongjiu by his name could be counted on one hand. He's in seclusion, Qi Yanran said. On the way here, she had already thought of an excuse. After seeing Li Tianqing, she would definitely ask about Li Zongjiu's situation. Although this would deceive Li Tianqing, it was inevitable. It was not good to let the two elders worry. What's more, Li Zongjiu's invincible image had been firmly established in everyone's hearts. If these people knew about the situation, there might be chaos in the world. Oh, so it's like this. This brat is really lucky. I'll definitely teach him a lesson later. Li Tianqing also said. When the masses heard that, they rolled their eyes one after another. That was a little too much. Wasn't he just trying to show off that he could take care of the high and mighty Lord Evil Lord whenever he wanted? Wasn't he just relying on the fact that he was the father of the Evil Lord? If not for the fact that you're his father, who knows how badly you'd be beaten up by the Evil Lord? But this kind of thing was indisputable. Who asked Li Tianqing to be so lucky to have such a good son? The pride on Li Tianqing's face had never been restrained. But business was more important. This flame is so strong that even with my strength, it would be difficult to refine it. It would take a lot of time, and the effect would be minimal. Qi Yanran had already tried it before she came. It would take at least 3 people with the same strength as Qi Yanran to refine the flame at the same time. Or perhaps it was an expert with ice attribute elemental energy at the same level. Only then would it be possible. Since even Qi Yanran couldn't do it, he had to do it alone. In that case, he could only continue to invite the Frost Wyrm. Li Tianqing also told Qi Yanran about this method. Now that things have come to this, I can only try. Qi Yanran said. 3 elders, stay in the city and help control the volcano. I'm going to Dragon Island. If I don't return in 5 days, immediately tell the White Deer Mansion to find Long Ji and have her return to Dragon Island. Qi Yanran said. Yes, sir. The 3 elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace hurriedly agreed. Luckily, I don't have to go to Dragon Island. With the palace master's strength, these guys on Dragon Island couldn't do anything to her. Therefore, the 3 elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace were not worried. If the 3 of them went, it would be like asking for help. However, if the palace master were to go, it would mean that the request had changed. These people on Dragon Island didn't dare to disobey. Father, I'll go first. Say hello to Mother for me. Qi Yanran said softly. Oh, okay. Be careful. It doesn't matter if you can't find her. The most important thing is that she's fine. Of course, Li Tianqing didn't want Qi Yanran to risk her life. This kind of thing was noble, but it was better to do it under the premise of ensuring one's own safety. Otherwise, the sacrifice would be in vain. After Qi Yanran nodded, her figure turned into a 5-colored light and disappeared. Boom! The crowd only had time to look up from the window. They saw the light that Qi Yanran turned into disappear in the blink of an eye. Seeing that his son and daughter-in-law were so promising, Li Tianqing's heart was filled with relief. But when he heard Qi Yanran's answer just now, in fact, Li Tianqing had already noticed that there seemed to be something wrong. He guessed that Li Zongjiu had gone somewhere. If this brat did something wrong to Qi Yanran, Li Tianqing would definitely give him a good beating. After all, if his son went the wrong way, it would be his fault for not teaching him well. He would be the one to lose face. Qi Yanran had already set off. Li Tianqing and the others also continued to set off. Day by day, the whole continent was restless. They had never thought that there would be so many calamities appearing one after another. This was a huge test for the entire continent, and even more so for those in power like them. This was a real test. Li Tianqing and the others had to withstand such a test as well. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. These words were becoming more and more true. All parties also directly joined forces. Zhou Buchuan led the city guards and kept chopping trees to create an isolation belt. This was to prevent the flames from spreading. At the very least, it could provide some relief. However, this would be a very large project. Although there were many advanced equipment and their own strength, it sped up a lot. The three elders of Sparrow Divine Palace flew directly to the volcanoes and used their cultivation to suppress the boiling and roaring volcanoes. At the very least, they lowered the temperature around the volcanoes and tried to delay as much time as possible. Otherwise, a small spark could ignite the volcanoes in an instant. By then, it would be a real disaster. Evil Forest. Li Zhongjiu's chaotic energy had entered the final stage of refining. Li Zhongjiu immediately felt it. Powerful energy was continuously flowing into his body. Boom. Li Zhongjiu's body was also recovering in this crazy shattering. Finally, he survived the most difficult moment. For Li Zhongjiu, the most difficult moment was over. It's true. You made me suffer so much. After this round of refinement, Li Zhongjiu's strength had also condensed. The bones and internal organs in his body had reached a state where they were truly impregnable. It had supreme power. Since his cultivation had broken through. Innate level 7. Previously, Li Zhongjiu's strength was limited because his strength was only at innate level 6. No matter what, it was impossible to break through this limit. But it was different now. Li Zhongjiu's cultivation had broken through completely. All the hardships he had suffered during this period. All of it was shown in his strength. It had to be said. Li Zhongjiu's strength? His constitution was amazing. He had even surpassed all geniuses and all inheritances. To be able to achieve this level. Besides Li Zhongjiu, it was hard to find a second person. Above his head, there was a tombstone that was suppressing him. Li Zhongjiu looked up. Primordial bell, smash him to pieces. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu gave the order. The chaos bell in his hand turned into a ray of black light and crashed upward. Boom. A violent vibration resounded in the evil forest. Wan Yulan, who was trying her best to recover her cultivation in the tomb, opened her eyes. At this moment, she also opened her eyes and felt the power of the vibration. There was also a trace of disbelief in her eyes. What? Even in her eyes, it was obvious that she did not dare to believe that such a thing could happen. If Li Zhongjiu wanted to break out of the formation, then there was only one feasible way. This method was to break through on the spot. In such a desperate situation, he made a breakthrough on his own. To anyone else, this was something that was impossible. How long had it been since then? It was easier said than done to break through the Khanate realm so easily. It was impossible to achieve this without 100 or 80 years of cultivation or even 1,000 years of cultivation. Just as Wan Yulan appeared and looked at the formation that she had set up. At this moment, under the formation, there was also a burst of power that was erupting. Stay still. Wan Yulan formed a seal with her hands and released a spell that continued to fall downwards. Boom. The powerful force fell on the tombstone again. However, Wan Yulan had been trying her best to recover from her injuries these days. She was originally fine and only suffered a little damage. But she did not expect that she would be hit hard by a stick some time ago. Furthermore, there was actually an incantation technique hidden on the staff. It was this great void spell that had tormented her for several days. At this moment, she finally got rid of this power. Boom. A black ray of light shot out from the tomb. The chaos bell appeared. Suddenly, an endless golden light fell in all directions like a sharp sword. Swoosh. Swoosh. The golden sword chi also covered the area within a radius of a few thousand meters. Seeing this, Wan Yulan raised her hand and brought the tombstone to her. She did not move at all, allowing the golden light to attack her. Obviously, this attack did not break her defense. This nameless tombstone was obviously a powerful magic treasure. However, at this moment, the chaos bell only released a little of its power to make it easier for Li Zongjiu to come out. Your moves are very strange. It seems that you came down from the upper realm. Li Zongjiu's figure appeared in midair. He stood in the air. His eyes were filled with endless coldness and murderous intent. She immediately stared at the person in front of her. There was a cold curve at the corner of her mouth. I didn't expect there to be such a treasure. You were able to break through in such a short time. Your physical body must be endlessly talented. Wan Yulan's eyes were bursting with desire. At the same time, they crazily wanted to take Li Zongjiu's body. They actually coveted it to such an extent. Even Wan Yulan herself did not expect Li Zongjiu's body to be so strong. If he cultivated in the upper realm for a few years, he would be able to turn the world upside down. To go directly against the heavens, to attain to go to Tao, to go against the heavens with such powerful strength, it was really enviable and amazing. You'd better return to the tombstone by yourself. Otherwise, I will destroy your soul. Li Zongjiu glanced at the sky. Then, he slowly said to Wan Yulan in front of him. Do you think you can be my opponent after breaking through? Wan Yulan laughed disdainfully. If I can seal you once, I can seal you a second time. Wan Yulan's finger flickered. Suddenly, power gathered on the tombstone in front of her. Lines of runes constantly emerged from the tombstone. Li Zongjiu, however, laughed disdainfully. He stretched out his hand. He shouted. Sword, come. There seemed to be an extremely terrifying vibration coming from afar. As it vibrated, it came with the power of ice and fire. Boom. This power felt like it could shake the heavens and earth. In an instant, it rushed in front of Li Zongjiu and attacked from behind Wan Yulan. However, Wan Yulan dodged it. This aura. Wan Yulan stared at the sword in front of Li Zongjiu. Her eyes were filled with surprise and shock. How did you become stronger? Hu Wuxuang appeared again. Her ice blue hair was filled with coldness. And the fiery red dress made people feel the warmth in it. You're free. When Hu Wuxuang saw that Li Zongjiu was fine, she was naturally very excited. However, her expression was quite restrained. However, Li Zongjiu could see that Hu Wuxuang was very excited. If it was any other time, she would definitely not have such an expression. This is the Black Sea Lord's help. Hu Wuxuang said and then pointed at the heart of the Azure Sea on the sword's hilt. The heart of the Azure Sea, this is a top-grade treasure. Li Zongjiu saw that there was an additional heart of the Azure Sea on the Wuxuang sword. This was a legendary gem. If it was just a stone, it could easily create an ocean. In the ocean, as long as there was such a gem, it could ensure that it would not dry up for thousands of years. And for an ocean, who knew how many thousands of years it would take to form such a heart of the Azure Sea? It was the representative of the top power of the water attribute, the water of extreme yin. I owe her a favor. Li Zongjiu said. Hu Wuxuang also nodded. At this moment, she also felt an unprecedentedly powerful strength. If she could completely release her own strength, who knew how terrifying it would be? She was just a sword spirit. To truly release the power of this treasure sword, she still needed to rely on Li Zongjiu. Let's stop talking about old times. Wan Yulan looked at the two people in front of her and was naturally unhappy. They actually started chatting in front of her. This was not putting her in their eyes. From the nameless tombstone, a powerful force suddenly erupted. It was as if a ghostly hand was reaching out from the tombstone. It grabbed towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu did not dodge. He directly waved the Wuxuang sword. The sword contained the strong power of ice and fire, and directly blasted towards the person in front of him. Boom! The power of the sword chi collided. In an instant, it collided with the hand that reached out from the tombstone. The overbearing sword chi instantly broke the hand of the tombstone. Another sword. Li Zongjiu continued to sweep out his sword. Wan Yulan was also shocked and used the tombstone in her hand to block. Then, she heard a bang. On the tombstone, there was an additional crack. Your defense, is this all? Li Zhongzhou's disdainful voice sounded in her ear. Then, Wang Yulan's eyes flashed with surprise. Obviously, she did not expect Li Zhongzhou to be able to get close to her. After the breakthrough, Li Zhongzhou's strength naturally increased greatly. At the same time, he had already sensed the person in front of him who had taken Wang Yulan's body. Sure enough, there was a limit to his strength. He was not that unattainable. At his peak, the other party was at most at the level of innate level 9 and had not reached the celestial realm. Li Zhongzhou could deduce. The Black Sea Overlord should be at the level of the celestial realm. The person in front of him was now in a state of injury, so he wanted to obtain a strong physical body. Unfortunately, Li Zhongzhou's physical cultivation was too strong and could not be subdued so easily. So he needed enough time to prepare. But who knew that when he was preparing, Qi Yanran had disrupted his plan. At the same time, he was hit by Wang Jing's staff and was hit by the Great Emptiness spell. So he could not make any progress. Not long after he came back to his senses, Li Zhongzhou in front of him had actually broken through. This was something that Wang Yulan had not expected. The people from the lower realm were truly able to continuously surprise her. Li Zhongzhou did not intend to exchange pleasantries with him and listen to his own bloody history. So Li Zhongzhou directly slashed at Wang Yulan with his sword. The power of ice and fire intertwined. The surging power surged out. Immediately, a storm was formed. It instantly enveloped Wang Yulan. Under this storm, Wang Yulan also instinctively rushed back. Boom! The tombstone instantly enlarged and immediately formed a wall. It blocked Li Zhongzhou's sword energy. Li Zhongzhou instantly waved dozens of sword energy in succession. All the sword energy blasted at the same place in unison. The tombstone was actually split into two halves by the powerful sword qi. Boom! This power exploded in an instant. Wang Yulan's eyes revealed a look of horror. How can you be so strong? You're too weak. Li Zhongzhou said disdainfully. In the next moment, the primordial bell also fell from the sky. Wang Yulan exclaimed. Despite being locked down by the primordial bell, she was still able to split into two and forcibly escape from the primordial bell. But at the same time, Wang Yulan was also heavily injured. The primordious bell fell to the ground, instantly erupting with turbulent energy. Wang Yulan, who was in front of him, was sent flying. Boom! The latter coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Li Zhongzhou continued to chase after him. 4 directions, heaven and earthquake. When Li Zhongzhou approached, his body seemed to vibrate like all kinds of floor tiles, instantly surrounding Li Zhongzhou. A hint of surprise flashed across Li Zhongzhou's eyes. It came from all directions like thunder, like an earthquake. This kind of powerful force came crashing down on Li Zhongzhou's body. Boom, boom, boom. This force made Li Zhongzhou unable to distinguish it. Therefore, he could only resist it with his own strength. His body was refined with 3 streaks of chaotic energy. Li Zhongzhou also forcibly withstood the opponent's attack. The qi and blood in his body were tumbling, but Li Zhongzhou's body could be considered to have withstood it, and the injuries in his body were rapidly recovering. In the blink of an eye, Li Zhongzhou's injuries were almost healed. Now, Li Zhongzhou's body's recovery ability could be said to be terrifying. It was almost equivalent to an immortal body. I've already said that you're too weak. Li Zhongzhou said indifferently. Wang Yulan did not expect that such a powerful curse could not hurt Li Zhongzhou at all. Damn it! Wang Yulan suddenly wanted to turn back and escape. Running away was not shameful. After all, with his strength, as long as he recovered to his peak, he would definitely be able to kill Li Zhongzhou completely. Why would he be in such a difficult situation? For the latter, this was just a delaying tactic. When he was in the upper realm, he also made a living by running away. In the upper realm, his little bit of strength was actually considered nothing at all. Trying to run? Li Zhongzhou snorted coldly and rushed forward in an instant. With his own speed and the power of the Chaos Bell, he quickly caught up with Wang Yulan. Boy, if you continue to chase me, I'll self-destruct this body. Wang Yulan turned back and said. He wanted to threaten Li Zhongzhou with Wang Yulan's life. However, the moment he turned back to look at Li Zongjiu, he met with Li Zongjiu's eyes. Soon, a force directly poured into Wang Yulan's body. Illusion, the soul hidden in Wang Yulan's body immediately became alert, but it was too late. Li Zongjiu had already found an opportunity. He used his mental strength to blast the soul out. Wang Yulan's body fell down. The unparalleled sword swayed and caught the unconscious Wang Yulan. "Brat, you've ruined my plan. Just you wait." The power of the black soul let out a sharp cry. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Obviously, it had used some kind of divine ability. Li Zongjiu did not panic and just smiled faintly. The primordial bell in the distance was hidden behind a tombstone. Suddenly, there seemed to be a force pouring in from the tombstone. The tombstone suddenly came to life. It was just that this well-hidden tombstone obviously did not expect that it would be destroyed as soon as it was restored. It was directly covered by the primordial bell. Bang! It was completely covered by the primordial bell. It was like a birdcage. It had long been waiting for the rabbit. What? The black soul was obviously stunned. It did not expect Li Zongjiu to have such a backup plan. How did he find out about it? Li Zongjiu's figure appeared from the primordial bell. "Do you really think that everyone is as stupid as you? With your little ability, this sovereign has already seen through it," Li Zongjiu said without any trace of politeness. The reason why this guy needed to continuously seize bodies was because his physical body had already been destroyed. Therefore, after being forced out of Wang Yulan's body, he definitely needed to find a place to store his soul, and according to Li Zongjiu's previous observation, this black soul must have been stored on the tombstone that fell from the sky. Sure enough, when it fell down, after escaping from Wang Yulan's body, it had to find a new place to stay. And this tombstone was obviously left here by Li Zongjiu on purpose. He had already discovered it. After the latter went into it, he directly suppressed and captured it with the primordial bell. At this time, this guy naturally did not have any temper. The escape method that the latter was good at? Li Zongjiu obviously could not see through it. But as long as he landed, he could easily catch it. "Do you think that a mere semi-finished immortal treasure can trap me? Even if you trap me, once I recover my strength, I will definitely kill you." The black soul shrank into a ball. It directly hid in the tombstone and did not show itself. Since the latter was able to escape from the upper realm, he obviously had powerful means. As long as he did not show himself, Li Zongjiu naturally could not do anything to him. Of course, this was only his own idea. After capturing this guy, Li Zongjiu naturally did not bother with this guy. His figure retreated from the primordial bell. Now that the primordial bell had been completely refined by Li Zongjiu, his every move in the primordial bell was also under Li Zongjiu's control. It was completely impossible for him to disappear quietly. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to deal with him. First, he helped Wang Yulan up. Obviously, during this period, Wang Yulan must have suffered a lot. In any case, she was a guest of his White Deer Mansion. Of course, Li Zongjiu would not leave her in the lurch. At the very least, they were all Li Zongjiu's friends. If Li Zongjiu had negotiated with this mysterious black soul, it would have been disadvantageous for Wang Yulan. The most effective method would be to take him down without saying a word. Everything would be fine. Hu Wushuang placed Wang Yulan on the ground. Li Zongjiu came to Wang Yulan's side and checked her pulse. He also found that Wang Yulan was fine. Perhaps, because of this, he could even gain a blessing in disguise. The power of the black soul was really special. This was because he did not want to directly take over Wang Yulan's body. He only wanted to borrow it temporarily. After all, the latter really cared about Li Zongjiu's body. However, during this period of time, the cultivation power was concentrated in Wang Yulan's body. It was equivalent to directly strengthening Wang Yulan's physique. This was because as long as Wang Yulan's strength was strong, he could also use more power. Now, the black soul was chased away by Li Zongjiu. The power from before was also left in Wang Yulan's body. Li Zongjiu also used a stream of elemental energy to enter Wang Yulan's body and woke Wang Yulan up. In just a moment, Wang Yulan opened her eyes. When she saw Li Zhongjiu, the first thing she said was, "Quick, Miss Yanran was injured by me." Obviously, during that period of time, Wan Yulan was also aware of the situation in the outside world. What? Li Zhongjiu's eyes suddenly turned cold. The cold air on his body exploded. Tell me the situation in detail. After Li Zhongjiu calmed down, he said. The killing intent just now was not targeted at Wan Yulan, but the mysterious black soul in the primordial bell. Even so, Wan Yulan still felt an extremely frightening and threatening power. If the momentum was stronger, Wan Yulan even had a feeling that she would be killed by Li Zhongjiu's momentum. After that, Wan Yulan also told him the situation in her memory. After listening, Li Zhongjiu also breathed a sigh of relief. As for the person who attacked, Wan Yulan only mentioned a fat man with a stick. Li Zhongjiu knew who the person was. In Wan Yulan's hands, there was actually a curse seal left behind. If Wang Jing attacked, then there should be no problem. Let's find them first, Li Zhongjiu said. When Wan Yulan learned that Qi Yanran was fine, she also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if Qi Yanran was injured by her, then Wan Yulan would also be injured. She would definitely fall into incomparable self-blame. Fortunately, according to Li Zhongjiu's analysis of the situation, Qi Yanran was fine. Li Zhongjiu had experienced the power of the Blue Bird platform. With the strength of the Black Soul, it was still impossible to destroy the Blue Bird platform. As long as the Blue Bird platform was still there, then Qi Yanran must be safe. At least an expert of the celestial being realm was needed. So Li Zhongjiu was also quite clear. After this kind of thing happened, Li Zhongjiu also went back to Luoxia City first. There was also an intelligence station of the White Deer Mansion in Luoxia City. At least he could know about Qi Yanran's situation and Wang Jing's situation. Wan Yulan also expressed her apologies. She wanted to go with them, at least after seeing that Qi Yanran was fine, then her tense heart could really be relieved. Li Zhongjiu was naturally worried. Although he believed in Qi Yanran's strength, he could really be relieved after seeing it with his own eyes. My strength, how did it increase so much? During this process, Wan Yulan unexpectedly discovered that her strength had increased tremendously. Although he had already stepped into the Supreme Being realm previously, he was still a Supreme Being. However, in just a few days, Wan Yulan was already close to the level of an 8th grade Supreme Being. From this point, it could be seen that the Heavenly Monarch's actions were unfathomable. The people of the upper realm could do a lot of things, and even the miracles they could achieve were beyond imagination. For them, increasing the strength of a supremacy was as simple as Li Zhongjiu increasing the strength of a Yuan king or a Yuan emperor. In Wan Yulan's eyes, this was simply a huge surprise, but in reality, in their eyes, it was just a casual enlightenment. Wan Yulan was pleasantly surprised. Since he was given such a good opportunity, he naturally had to grasp it. After that, he continued to increase his strength. Naturally, it would be faster. Although it was very dangerous at that time, and he could have died at any time. However, thanks to Li Zhongjiu, his life was saved. Otherwise, he would definitely have lost his life in the process. Once the mysterious black soul's strength increased, it would definitely devour the vitality in Wan Yulan's body first. In this way, it would be difficult for Wan Yulan to be resurrected. If Li Zhongjiu did not take action, Wan Yulan would only have a dead end in the end. When Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran flew into the boundary of the Black Water Forest, immediately, they felt a heat wave hit them. Immediately, both of them had a confused expression in their eyes. They looked at each other and saw the scene in front of them. They were shocked to find that there was a huge fire in the Black Water Forest that was hard to come by in 10,000 years. The fire was burning fiercely. There is such a fire in the forest? Why didn't the high-level meta beast take action? Wan Yulan said. The appearance of the fire was strange. The range of the fire had expanded to 1,500 miles. At a glance, there was a real sea of fire in front of them. It was boundless. It connected heaven and earth. Just by looking at it, it felt as if the whole world was being burned. Wan Yulan tried to take action. She tried to use her own meta-force to suppress the fire. He wanted to use his own elemental energy to directly extinguish these flames. This way, she would be able to extinguish the fire. However, when Wan Yulan's meta force came into contact with the fire, they were burned to ashes by the flames. What, this fire is actually so domineering? Li Zhongjiu naturally saw Wan Yulan's attempt. Obviously, Li Zhongjiu was surprised by the other party's strength. Even if he did not take action, he could feel the strength of the fire. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu did not take any action rashly. Let's go back to the city first. Li Zhongjiu knew that the fire would not be extinguished in a short time. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu was worried that it would be really dangerous if the fire spread to Luoxia city. How many things had happened on this continent during the time he was trapped? Therefore, Li Zhongjiu and Lan Xuanyu forcibly broke through the fire and rushed towards Luoxia city. During this process, the unparalleled sword also released a blue sea force to protect the two of them. Although the fire was strong, it did not hurt the two of them at all. Li Zhongjiu also realized that there seemed to be a person trying his best to hide his aura in the fire. It was as if these flames had only appeared along with his breathing. It didn't even feel as if he had deliberately released the power of these flames. Li Zhongjiu could feel the strength of the other party. There was also a trace of seriousness in his eyes. This was because the aura was even stronger than that of the mysterious black soul. There must be some kind of trouble that caused these things to happen one after another. Otherwise, these things wouldn't have happened for no reason. Moreover, they appeared in groups. It would be fine if one of them appeared. There was another one here. Moreover, there might also be strange people appearing in other places. This made Li Zhongjiu very confused. For the time being, Li Zhongjiu didn't look for trouble with the person in the raging fire. The black water forest was burned down, but if he dared to make a move against the Luoxia city, then Li Zhongjiu would definitely not spare him. However, looking at the current situation, it was obvious that the fire was bound to spread to Luoxia city. Before that, he had to get rid of them. When Li Zhongjiu passed through the fire, they finally saw Luoxia city hundreds of miles away. At this moment, there were more than a dozen giant warships around Luoxia city. They were spraying something similar to ice cubes outside. When these powers appeared, they would be able to lower the temperature better. Only by reducing the temperature could they prevent the fire from entering Luoxia city. However, these flying ships were already doing their best. Now, Luoxia city could naturally be left. However, Li Tianqing chose to stay. To deal with the situation in front of him. He wanted to help the mainland resist the fire in front of him and do his best to stop it. These ships are quite interesting. Li Zhongjiu saw the flying ship spraying ice cubes. The ice cubes flew down like a series of waterfalls. The surrounding trees had been cut down. There were even many trenches dug to prevent the fire from spreading. However, the fire was too big to be stopped. Li Zhongjiu flew into Luoxia city. Qing Shilong was also sitting here. When he saw Li Zhongjiu, he was also surprised. Master. Li Zhongjiu landed in front of Qing Shilong. These days, Qing Shilong had been monitoring the situation of the fire in front of him. However, they also felt rather bored. Since the fire couldn't be extinguished, it was better to run away. When he saw Li Zhongjiu coming, Qing Shilong was also very surprised. Where's my father? He's in the city lord mansion. Li Zhongjiu and Wan Yulan also rushed here. In the city lord mansion, Li Tianqing and the others were also having a meeting. Basically, during this time, these people were also discussing things. Father. Li Zhongjiu appeared in the meeting. He appeared in front of everyone. When they saw Li Zhongjiu appear, they were all pleasantly surprised. Evil Lord! Evil Lord! You're finally here! Everyone cried out in alarm. Li Tianqing also spent a lot of energy during this time. After all, when there was no one above, he had to take over. Fortunately, Li Tianqing was more or less experienced in this aspect. The overall situation was not a mess. If it were someone else, they might have already run away. You brat, you're finally here. When Li Tianqing saw Li Zhongjiu and Wan Yulan coming together, his eyelids suddenly twitched. Wasn't this brat in seclusion? Why was he with Miss Wan? Miss Wan is also here. Please take a seat. However, after thinking about it, it was normal. After all, the Haika dynasty was on the opposite side of the Blackwater forest. At present, the fire was only burning here. However, sooner or later, it would burn to the Haika dynasty. Therefore, it was normal to find Li Zongjiu to come together. Therefore, Li Tianqing also introduced the situation of the fire to them, up until now. Everything that had happened. Yanran went to Dragon Island? How many days has she been there? Li Zongjiu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that Qi Yanran was fine and had gone to Dragon Island. However, he also knew that there was a frost dragon on Dragon Island. However, Li Zongjiu also knew that this frost dragon was not to be trifled with. It could be said that this frost dragon seemed to have existed since the birth of Dragon Island. It was very, very ancient. On this Dragon Island, it was already a kind of otherworldly feeling. How many days has she been there? Today is the third day. With Qi Yanran's strength, she wouldn't even need 3 days to go back and forth. She must have encountered some obstacles. I'll go to Dragon Island first. The fire here isn't a big problem for the time being. Anyway, everything that should be burned has been burned. Wu Shuang, you stay here. Li Zongjiu left the Wu Shuang sword behind. After all, Wu Shuang's current strength was equivalent to the existence of the innate realm, and with the support of the heart of the blue sea, with the addition of the power of water and fire, there was an absolute balance between the power of water and fire. With such strength, it was naturally not a problem. Wu Shuang was even more effective than him in stopping the fire. Okay. Wu Shuang nodded. The rest of the people were quite surprised when they saw Evil Lord turn into a stunning beauty in the blink of an eye. There were many benefits to becoming a top expert. There were beauties lingering around every day. This kind of time was quite blissful in the eyes of others. You also stay here to help. Li Zongjiu said to Wan Yulan. Yes. Wan Yulan replied. Now that she knew that Qi Yanran was fine, Wan Yulan was naturally relieved. Because it had been half a month since Wan Yulan injured Qi Yanran. Since she was here, it meant that her injury had been healed. Just when Li Zongjiu was about to go to Dragon Island. Suddenly, outside the city, more than 400 miles to the west, there was a violent explosion. At the same time, a heat wave came rapidly. Boom, even the few giant flying ships in the sky started to sway due to the wind. Oh no, the volcano erupted. Someone said. Li Tianqing's face suddenly changed. Oh no, Miss Lu Yao from the Thousand Taste Herb Hall is still investigating the situation in the volcano area. Li Tianqing's face immediately changed. After all, Lu Yao was quite a capable person. She was also a very important person to Luoxia City. While everyone was watching, Li Zongjiu's figure had disappeared from where he was. When Li Tianqing spoke, Li Zongjiu's mental energy caught sight of a few figures in the center of the explosion. So, he moved without hesitation. Those who took the risk to get close to the volcano at this time must be to stop the fire. At this moment, Lu Yao and the others were also adding powder to the extinct volcano, trying to neutralize the power in it. This way, even if it exploded, the power could be weakened. At least that was what Lu Yao thought. There was no other way. Once it was unleashed, its might would be able to instantly cover 100 miles. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to avoid it. All the people and meta beasts in the vicinity of the volcanic area would be wiped out by this force. Lu Yao couldn't bear to see such misery and suffering. Even before that, Lu Yao had also used her own power to treat the small animals that had escaped from the forest. She had even treated a large number of injured meta beasts. They were all treated by Lu Yao. This fire not only had a great impact on the human race, but it also had a greater impact on the small animals in the forest. This Blackwater forest was their home. But now, it was burned to such a state. At this moment, Lu Yao and the others were quickly escaping to the back. It's 20 hours faster than we expected. This is only the first one. There are other volcanoes that are in danger of erupting. The first one was just a warning. The second one is the real eruption. Lu Yao shouted loudly. However, at this moment, the volcanic ash that was falling from the sky like countless flying blades was rapidly spreading towards them. Boom! An expert from the Thousand Taste Herb Hall also put up his own defense. He protected Lu Yao and the others in it. He had told Lu Yao not to come here. But Lu Yao was very experienced in the geological exploration of volcanoes. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to find anything. So, Lu Yao came here personally. She didn't expect such a big thing to happen. Miss, let's go. Take this document with you. My analysis just now has been recorded in it. Take me with you. Who are you? You can't leave. Lu Yao said. At the same time, she threw a crystal into the hands of the Thousand Taste Herb Hall expert. Miss. Don't talk nonsense. This is an order. The expert nodded with tears in his eyes. Finally, he turned around and flew out. During the first round of eruption, they had already lost 2 people. They had sacrificed 2 people. If they didn't leave now, all the efforts of Miss would be wasted. The second round of eruption came. The volcanic ash was like meteorites from outer space, falling down rapidly. The power attached to it was enough to devour all life. Lu Yao turned around and looked at the volcanic ash. It was like a black cloud, but also like a huge wave. In short, it was very terrifying. She clenched her hands tightly, waiting for death to come. There wouldn't be any pain to die under the volcanic ash. Because in a few milliseconds, one's body would become part of the volcanic ash and be washed away. It would be smaller than the tiniest grain of sand in the world. However, after waiting for a while, Lu Yao still felt that her body seemed to be intact. When she opened her eyes again, she found that she was already high in the sky, and all the volcanic ash was under her feet. Looking down from this angle, it was obvious that this scene was even more shocking. Don't you know how to run? Are you an idiot? Li Zhongzhou's voice sounded in Lu Yao's ears. When Lu Yao heard this voice, her body trembled. She was so shocked that she couldn't believe her eyes. When she turned her head, she happened to see Li Zhongzhou's resolute side profile. Miss, I was caught by Evil Lord when I was running halfway. The expert from Thousand Flavors Herb Hall said awkwardly. With his cultivation of the Origin Emperor realm, he was pulled up by Li Zhongzhou as if he was a chick. He couldn't resist at all. In fact, he almost couldn't escape. The power of the volcanic ash was enough to destroy any Origin Emperor realm expert and cause their bodies to fester. Even a Supremacy realm expert couldn't resist it. This was the power of heaven and earth. It wasn't something that could be resisted with just a few decades of cultivation. The volcanic ash had been deposited for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. If it had intelligence, it would be a monster that could destroy everything. Li Zhongzhou, why are you here? Lu Yao looked at Li Zhongzhou and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. When Li Zhongzhou heard this voice, he also felt the same. He couldn't help but look back at Lu Yao. You've grown up? Lu Yao didn't expect Li Zhongzhou's first sentence to be this. What did he mean by grown up? Back then in Northern Medicine City, you were just a little girl who pretended to be mature. Li Zhongzhou's next sentence directly cleared Lu Yao's doubts. And the content of his words made Lu Yao's heart tremble. Northern Medicine City. Why did he remember it so clearly? It had been a few years. Why did Li Zhongzhou still remember such a small matter back then? Back then, Li Zhongzhou had barged into Northern Medicine City directly. He had even killed the city lord of Northern Medicine City in the end. Li Zhongzhou was only able to leave under the cover of Thousand Flavors Herb Hall. Who would have thought that the impulsive kid back then had become a top existence in the continent in the blink of an eye? With such a cultivation, he could still remember such a small matter back then. You still remember? But I was. Lu Yao didn't appear back then. Although everything was instructed by Lu Yao, the one who actually did it was Lu Manxian. Now, Lu Manxian had become one of the pillars of Thousand Flavors Herb Hall. She had put in a lot of effort for Thousand Flavors Herb Hall. I knew it long ago. Otherwise, do you think your Thousand Flavors Herb Hall would be able to reach such a scale today? Li Zhongzhou said. Li Zhongzhou naturally wouldn't forget the kindness back then. He remembered all those who had helped him along the way. As for his former enemies, their fates were naturally very obvious. All of them were buried in the ground. How dare you? Lu Yao naturally didn't expect this. Lu Yao originally thought that Li Zongjiu didn't know of her existence at all. He didn't even remember her at all. But who would have thought that Li Zongjiu was actually? He had been paying attention to her for such a long time. It was simply. Lu Yao herself couldn't believe it. She didn't even know how to react for a moment. Why did you come to this place? Li Zongjiu asked. Only then did Lu Yao come back to her senses. Business was more important. These volcanoes are about to erupt. Once all of them erupt, the destructive power won't be inferior to this fire disaster. Hurry up and stop it. Lu Yao said immediately. Lu Yao didn't need to say more. Li Zongjiu had already seen through it. Li Zongjiu waved his hand casually. The chaos bell suddenly grew bigger. In the end, the chaos bell was so big that when it fell, it directly covered the volcanic crater. With a loud boom, the crater of the volcano was completely engulfed by it. Keep. Li Zongjiu's voice fell. Suddenly, the scene of magma in the volcano surging into the chaos bell could be heard. Li Zongjiu had already absorbed the power of primal chaos in the world within the primordial bell. Therefore, it could be said that the primordial bell was an endless space. Therefore, in this space, it was possible to carry things without any restraint. Li Zongjiu had also divided the world inside the chaotic bell into several layers. The giant dragon tribe that he had captured previously was placed in the middle layer. However, Li Zongjiu had also placed the tombstone that he had captured previously at the lowest layer. There was still a mysterious black soul hidden in the tombstone. If Li Zongjiu wanted to deal with the black soul, it would take a lot of effort. Then, Li Zongjiu directly absorbed the magma of the volcano, which had accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years, and poured it all into the chaotic bell. Immediately, the boiling hot and dense magma submerged the tombstone. The mysterious black soul in the chaotic bell was shocked when he felt the magma coming towards him. A soul like him was most afraid of the scorching energy between heaven and earth. Now, the black soul was attacking him. This caused the mysterious black soul to scream. Li Zongjiu did it on purpose. Previously, the black soul had used Wang Youlan's body to injure Qi Yanran. This debt naturally had to be settled properly. Now, it was time to collect some interest. After that, he would teach this guy a lesson. After a while, the amount of magma in the volcano naturally decreased by a lot. Li Zongjiu did not absorb all the magma. In that case, the volcano would dry up and become a very ordinary mountain in the future. This was too tragic for a volcano. Therefore, Li Zongjiu gave it a chance to continue living. In the future, when it accumulated to a certain extent, it could still become a new volcano. This is settled? Lu Yao and the others were in disbelief. Lu Yao had spent a lot of time and effort in order to calculate and collect a lot of data. It took a lot of effort, but in the end, with Li Zongjiu's help, the volcano was easily dealt with. There was no longer any danger of an eruption because the storage capacity of the magma was no longer enough for an eruption. Of course it's difficult for you. Li Zongjiu said calmly. When Lu Yao saw Li Zongjiu's expression, she thought that if it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't beat him, she would have given Li Zongjiu a vicious punch to his face so that he could continue to show off. It was truly infuriating. In the past few days, it could be said that they had gone through a lot of hardships before finally accomplishing these things. It was truly shocking. To be able to do this was already very good. However, they didn't expect Li Zongjiu to solve the crisis of a volcano in less than a few minutes. There are 4 more volcanoes. You should also take them. Otherwise, they will also be in danger of erupting. Lu Yao was already too tired to complain. If she had known that it was so easy to solve these problems with strength, she wouldn't have spent so much effort. It would have been better if she had dug out Li Zongjiu earlier. In fact, Li Zongjiu himself only had such strength because he had completely refined the chaos bell. Otherwise, it would have taken a lot of time to absorb the power of the volcanoes. In order not to waste time, Li Zongjiu also quickly rushed into the distance and absorbed the power of the remaining 4 volcanoes into the world of the chaos bell. All of it was poured into Onyx Soul in the tombstone. In this way, Onyx Soul was also bathed in the endless magma. It was also suffering from the pain of the raging fire at every moment. Li Zhongjiu even compressed the sea of magma continuously until it was only 1/10 of its original size. With that, the might of the flames also increased. They were 10 times stronger than before. Although it couldn't cause any substantial damage to the ladder, such a powerful magma would definitely consume the ladder's strength. This also caused the ladder to be in a state of exhaustion all the time, which would naturally cause a certain amount of trouble for the ladder. The hidden dangers of the 5 volcanoes had been eliminated, which at least reduced the danger by a lot. Lu Yao also heaved a sigh of relief. Although it seemed like she had been wasting her time for so long, everything would be fine as long as these volcanoes didn't erupt. Go back by yourselves. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Li Zhongjiu casually left the 2 of them by the roadside. The other person was a primitive emperor expert, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to return to the city. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu didn't waste any more time and directly flew in the direction of Dragon Island. If these fools on Dragon Island dared to do anything to harm Qi Yanran, Li Zhongjiu would have already made up his mind to directly overturn Dragon Island. Looking at Li Zhongjiu's disappearing figure, the 2 of them were obviously very surprised. I've always heard of Evil Lord's achievements in the past. Now, I finally know. Evil Lord should be called a god. The primitive emperor expert beside Lu Yao couldn't help but say. As for how strong he was, you could only feel it when you were facing him. Who would have thought that Li Zhongjiu's strength was actually so terrifying? This was the power of 5 volcanoes. Just like that, the power of the magma stored in these volcanoes was easily absorbed. This guy. Lu Yao's thoughts were also in a mess. She had never thought that Li Zhongjiu had already known about her. This caused Lu Yao to feel rather uneasy in her heart. She couldn't believe it at all. Therefore, Lu Yao's heart was also in a mess. She didn't know what was going through her mind. Let's go. Anyway, the situation here has been solved. Lu Yao said. The 2 of them walked in the direction of Luoxia City. Dragon Island. Qi Yanran had never been to Dragon Island. Last time, Li Zhongjiu rushed to Dragon Island in order to chase after the devouring Yuan clan. Therefore, Qi Yanran spent more than half a day to find Dragon Island. When Qi Yanran came to Dragon Island, clearly, the Dragon Island had become more vigilant after the previous calamity. Even the various dragon tribes had joined forces once again. The Dragon Penitentiary had also directly subdued all the major dragon clans on Dragon Island. It didn't continue to give them freedom anymore. Because it gave them too much freedom, these people always thought that they were going to heaven. Therefore, the Dragon Penitentiary announced that it would directly rule the dragon clan and command all the dragons. If anyone was disobedient and refused to listen to advice, they would all be thrown into prison. After the previous experience, there was already a trend of this happening. Fortunately, the Dragon Penitentiary only did this because it wanted to unify the power of the Dragon Clan. When Qi Yanran came, she was also directly faced with the tenacious resistance and attacks of the Dragon Clan. The 3 wardens of the Dragon Penitentiary came in person, but they still couldn't defeat this human. However, Qi Yanran didn't kill them. She just asked the Dragon Clan about the whereabouts of the Frost Dragon. After a fight, the Dragon Clan found that even if all of them combined, they were no match for Qi Yanran. Finally, after a conversation, they actually just found out. Qi Yanran was the wife of the Evil Lord. No wonder she had such terrifying strength. The wardens of the Dragon Penitentiary almost began to doubt themselves. They thought that the human clan had reached the stage of eruption of masters, and any one of them could destroy the entire Dragon Clan. Since she was the wife of the Evil Lord, it naturally made sense. After all, the Evil Lord was the one who directly destroyed the Dragon Clan a few years ago. However, in the end, he had already wasted 2 whole days. Fortunately, after knowing the identity of the wife of the Evil Lord, the warden of the Dragon Penitentiary also personally took Qi Yanran to find the Frost Dragon. However, the Frost Wyrm had obviously given him the cold shoulder again. In this endless range of icebergs, even the Dragon Clan was here. They also felt a kind of bone-piercing cold. Only the Ice Blast Wyrms could cultivate and survive in such an environment. If it were the other dragons, they would have to admit defeat immediately. If the Frost Dragon clan didn't want to show up, even the warden of the Dragon Penitentiary couldn't do anything. I seem to have heard that the Frost Dragon clan has a rule that they will only show up if someone can break their frost formation. The warden explained to Xianxia. Although it was just a rumor, it was true. But this was not far from the truth. Anyway, they hadn't seen the Ice Blast Wyrm for so many years. Furthermore, it was said that the Frost Dragon clan was extremely terrifying. They were existences akin to the demonic dragons. They were not the dark kind. Instead, they were born to belong to the demon dragons and were born to be bad people. That was why there was such a rule. Last time, the guy who called himself the evil dragon god didn't dare to provoke the Frost Dragon. Because as long as you didn't look for him, he wouldn't show up. In this way, there would be no problem. Where is the formation? Xianxia asked. One more step, and you will be in the range of the Frost Formation. The Great Frost Formation did exist, but whether or not they could find the Frost Dragon after breaking it was a legend. On the Dragon Island, there was only this glacier in front of them. If there was no glacier here, the Frost Dragon would most likely be dead. The head warden of the Dragon Penitentiary watched Xianxia walk into the frost array. A gust of cold wind blew past Xianxia's back and covered her figure. She completely disappeared. She entered the array. Even the head warden of the Dragon Penitentiary could not do anything about what happened next. He could only pray that Xianxia would come out of the frost array as soon as possible. At the very least, he hoped that she would not die in the frost array. Otherwise, how could he explain when the evil lord came knocking on his door in the future? With that being's temperament, he would probably overturn the entire Dragon Island without saying a word. The head warden had no doubt that Xianxia could do such a thing. I heard from Longji that the reason why the evil lord came to Dragon Island and caused trouble for the Devouring Yuan clan was because the Devouring Yuan clan injured the evil lord's wife, said the second warden. Although they were very angry about the fact that Xianxia had a dragon soul, they were still very angry. But there was nothing he could do. His strength was too strong, and there was no way he could compete with him. Therefore, the ancestral behest was thrown to the back of his mind. He could not sacrifice the lives of the entire dragon clan on Dragon Island just because of the ancestral behest. After all, wasn't the ancestral behest set up to better protect the dragon clan? If he did that, it would definitely bring disaster to Dragon Island. This was probably what the ancestors of the dragon clan did not want to see. The main reason was that Longji often came to report. She said that Xianxia's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and that he was no longer competitive. During this process, he no longer had the mentality to catch up. Yes. Who would have thought that there would be such a rare genius in the human clan? At least for now, it seemed that it was the right choice to let Longji go down and establish a friendly relationship with Xianxia. If anything happened, Longji would be there to ease the tension between them. Then, the matter would naturally be resolved. There was no need to start a fight right from the start. This time, when he fought with Xianxia, he also found out. Xianxia alone was enough to beat the entire Dragon Island. If the evil lord himself came, how powerful would he be? Just the thought of it made him sweat profusely. Time flew. The two wardens of the Draconic Penitentiary were also guarding outside the glacier, but Xianxia seemed to have disappeared directly. He didn't see anyone in front of him. He should have entered a secret realm. In other words, it was another independent space. That was the only way he could disappear in the blink of an eye. No wonder the Ice Blast Dragon didn't show up when the Dragon Island had such a big change. It was because the Ice Blast Dragon was actually sealed in another space, and the Dragon Island was just an entrance. Just as the two of them were waiting, suddenly, a loud boom was heard. Someone seemed to have fallen behind him. The two of them turned around and saw the third warden of the Draconic Penitentiary thrown to the ground. Boom. Third brother. Who beat you up like this? The two of them saw the bruises on the third brother's face. He must have been beaten up. Who was so arrogant? The two of them were about to fly into a rage. Tell me quickly. I'll take the dragon tribe to destroy his whole family. The hot-tempered second warden roared. He couldn't wait to avenge the third brother. It's me. A man's voice was heard. When the first warden and second warden of the Draconic Penitentiary heard the voice, they felt as if someone had poked their spines. Instantly, they stood up straight. When they turned around, they saw Xianxia with a calm face and a small black hammer in his hand. Evil Lord. Lord Evil Sovereign, it's been a long time since we last met. I was just speaking casually just now. The second warden said hurriedly and kicked the third brother at the same time. He knew that this big devil was here, but he didn't even greet him. Instead, he was still pretending. Where's my woman? Xianxia asked calmly. When he arrived, Xianxia didn't find anyone else. He went straight to the third warden and beat him up without saying a word. Then, the third warden obediently brought Xianxia here. Is it Her Highness Xianran? She entered the Grand Frost Formation yesterday to look for the colossal frost dragon. The first warden reacted quickly. He said directly. After all, looking at Xianxia's appearance, he seemed to be very anxious. At this time, if he was half a beat slower, something might happen. Xianxia turned around and looked at the glacier in front of him. With Xianxia's cultivation, of course, he could see the spirit boundary on the glacier in front of him at a glance. What's the matter with the frost dragon? Xianxia was already a little impatient. Why are you so wishy-washy when I ask you to do something? You can't even do something small. Now, this frost dragon dared to act like a big shot in front of him. Come out when I ask you to. You even dare to do these things. When I catch you, I'll definitely give you a good beating, you ice blast WIRM. The head warden quickly explained the frost dragon's story to him. Xianxia sneered after hearing it. Not to mention the intensity of the fire below, as long as I, Evil Lord, call you, you have to F***king show up. Don't act like a big shot here. I'd like to see what's so great about this frost dragon that you have to break the formation to come out. Xianxia immediately leaped into the air. The 10,000 dragon hammer in his hand summoned the heavenly thunder. Instantly, it blasted towards the bottom of the glacier. The glacier in front of him also exploded in an instant. The three wardens of the dragon prison also saw Xianxia's terrifying attack. The thunder and lightning he summoned just now could easily smash them into pieces. In fact, the three wardens of the dragon prison were only in the absolute saint realm. But Xianxia had already entered the higher heaven realm. His cultivation was even higher than Xianran's. Xianran, who was only in the higher heaven realm, was able to smash a dragon, let alone Xianxia. This time, his attack was even more earth-shattering. The terrifying power that erupted from his attack also made the three wardens gasp in amazement. If such power fell on them, they would be shattered into pieces. Just like this glacier, he would be blasted into pieces. He really had no temper at all. The three wardens were also extremely shocked in each other's eyes. At least when they were fighting against Xianran, they still had the mentality to fight. But when facing Xianxia, they had no such mentality at all. They couldn't even muster up the will to resist. In front of such a peak-level expert, the great power displayed by him had convinced everyone. Xianxia's power was enough to repel the power of the spirit formation and prevent it from absorbing him. After all, the strength of the person who set up the spirit formation was not much stronger than Xianxia. If you still don't show up, then come again. Xianxia blasted down several more thunderbolts in a row and furiously struck down. Rumble. The sound of continuous explosions rose and fell one after another. Above the entire glacier, there seemed to be many forces that were erupting one after another. Such a terrifying momentum was like a giant beast crashing through the thick and solid ice. But this power was created by Xianxia. It was as if a giant was holding an ice hammer in its hand and was easily smashing the ice in front of it into pieces. The whole process was extremely easy. The glacier in front of them was all shattered by Xianxia. After that, the three wardens retreated one after another. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. And they were also forced to retreat by the cold air released by the dragon. If the frost dragon really wanted to speak, it was almost the real ancestor of the dragon clan. It was the group that created the Dragon Island. Later on, the frost dragon went into hiding. It would only appear when the dragon clan was truly facing a calamity. As for the so-called Great Frost Array, It was just an excuse to not let others disturb it. Was that why he had set up such a barrier on the glacier as well? Unless you could defeat the frost dragon, it would be difficult for you to rush out of the great frost array. Li Zhongjiu naturally saw through all this. What a bullsh***** array. After I teach you a lesson, I'll let you tell me about this great frost array. Boom, Li Zhongjiu blasted the glacier into smithereens. The other party still didn't appear. Li Zhongjiu summoned the chaotic origin bell. It absorbed the power of the magma from the 5 volcanoes. All of them were poured out directly from the ground. Boom, the magma immediately fell towards the bottom of the glacier, turning the frozen glacier into a land of blazing magma. Immediately, a giant beast from ancient times seemed to open its eyes in the depths of the glacier. In an instant, a ferocious and ancient aura was awakened. Immediately, an earth-shattering aura swept out. Boom. The surging power was released without stopping. With the appearance of the cold air, the power of the magma from the 5 volcanoes was easily extinguished. The 3 wardens opened their eyes wide. Judging from the situation, it seemed that the frost dragon was about to appear. Then, the 1,000-mile-long glacier surged up. All the ice cubes were sent flying. The cold air that had accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years was released from the bottom of the glacier. Boom. A gust of cold air instantly erupted. Then, a frost dragon claw suddenly reached out from the bottom of the glacier. Just this claw alone was already as big as a mountain. It was as if a 1,000-feet-tall mountain was just a small stone in the hands of the latter. The 3 wardens also widened their eyes. A powerful existence from the same era as the elder ancestor. Now, it was finally going to be awakened. Last time, when the evil dragon god wreaked havoc on Dragon Island, this elder ancestor did not wake up. Now, under the pressure of Li Zhongjiu's powerful strength, it was finally going to appear. To them, it was naturally a very exciting thing. They just watched it happen. Li Zhongjiu also stood in the air. He stared at the scene below. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu looked. His eyes also saw through the entire appearance of the frost dragon at the bottom of the glacier. This guy's body was at least 100,000 meters long. 100,000 meters. That was a full 200 miles. This glacier that was 10,000 miles long? To the ice blast WYRM, it was just a slightly made bed. Under such an environment, it had been frozen for so long. This was normal. If such a big guy were to take action, it would really destroy the topography of the Dragon Island with just a casual stomp. Li Zhongjiu looked at the real giant beast that appeared. Among all the giant beasts that Li Zhongjiu had seen, there was only one that was comparable to this frost dragon in front of him. And only one that he had never seen before? The chaotic world demon monkey. Back then, Li Zhongjiu had only seen one of its hands. It easily captured the beast god temple. The beast god temple was huge, but in the hands of the latter, it was like a small wooden stick. But in terms of size, who was stronger, they would only know after a real comparison. Innate level 5. Li Zhongjiu took one look and determined the strength of this frost dragon. It was very precious for the dragon tribe to be able to enter the primordial realm. Among the human tribe, only Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran had officially entered the primordial realm. In Li Zhongjiu's opinion, the Black Sea Overlord might be on the same level as the Ice Blast WYRM in front of him. As for how long it had existed, it was hard to determine. Li Zhongjiu wouldn't have been able to do anything to the Frost WYRM if he had the same strength as before. Unfortunately, Li Zhongjiu forcibly broke through under the pressure of the mysterious Black Soul. He endured the pain of refining the primal chaos force and made a breakthrough in his cultivation. With his current strength. Now, it was no longer difficult for Li Zhongjiu to deal with the Ice Blast WYRM in front of him. But after all, the Ice Blast WYRM was a real ancient giant beast. He still had to be careful when fighting with it. It was okay to defeat it, but there was still a gap between them. Li Zhongjiu stepped on the primordial bell. The Ice Blast WYRM's huge body woke up on the glacier. After waking up, it didn't say anything. It opened its mouth and spat out a frost force towards Li Zhongjiu. The air along the way was frozen into thick ice. Li Zhongjiu could also feel the chilling air around him. It seemed that to extinguish the fire in the black water forest, he really needed such a strong frost force. But before that, he obviously had to defeat this arrogant guy in front of him. The chaos bell vibrated slightly. Then, a vibrating force swept out. It shattered all the cold energy that was released from below. Boom boom boom, the frost spat out by the ice blast WYRM was easily shattered by Li Zhongjiu. It seemed that Li Zhongjiu had a treasure in his hands. The ice blast WYRM didn't hold back. With a flip of its claws, it threw countless ice cubes at Li Zhongjiu at lightning speed. Boom! The ice cubes quickly swept over. Li Zhongjiu's figure flickered, and he suddenly rushed down. He easily shattered the ice cubes with his body. Boom boom boom, in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of the ice blast WYRM. In fact, Li Zhongjiu had rich combat experience against such a giant beast. And compared to the Hydra, his speed was much slower. He was already very slow. Li Zhongjiu's training in the evil dragon's eye back then could be considered to have truly displayed his formidable strength. Whoosh whoosh. In a flash, he directly approached the ice blast WYRM. Immediately, the ice blast WYRM also spat out frost, trying to freeze Li Zhongjiu. However, Li Zhongjiu's speed was too fast, and he easily dodged the opponent's frost. At the same time, he went behind the ice blast WYRM and fiercely punched the latter's head. Boom! But the ice blast WYRM had been under the ice for many years. It had long formed such a strong and sturdy ice armor. The ice armor blocked Li Zhongjiu's punch. Suddenly, the aura around the ice blast WYRM kept flowing, forming an extremely strong frost current. Like a frost tornado, it wrapped Li Zhongjiu in it. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu couldn't escape. He was swept up by this frost tornado to a height of 10,000 meters. Boom boom boom. Li Zhongjiu received the power of thunder. In an instant, he fell down. The power of thunder instantly spread all over the ice blast WYRM's body. In the distance, the three wardens of the draconic prison were stunned. They stared at the battle in front of them with their mouths agape. To them, it was simply too shocking. His cultivation was too strong. He could split heaven and earth at the slightest move. From the looks of it, it seemed that their frost dragon patriarch was the one at a disadvantage. After a series of battles, the ice blast WYRM ancestor was forced to retreat again and again. At the same time, the ice blast WYRM ancestor was almost in a passive state. It could only rely on its big moves to force Li Zhongjiu away. But in just a few seconds, it was already close to the ice blast WYRM ancestor again and then gave it a beating. In terms of strength, if the ice blast WYRM wanted to defeat the three wardens of the draconic prison, it was just a matter of a slap. However, Li Zhongjiu was able to force the ice blast WYRM ancestor into such a state, which was indeed amazing. In fact, Ancestor Frost is already very powerful. The three wardens of draconic prison were also discussing the battle. Surprisingly, they were also analyzing the situation in front of him. At the same time, they were gloating over Ancestor Frost's misfortune. With regards to Li Zhongjiu's strength, they were now completely convinced. Fortunately, Li Zhongjiu did not have the hobby of unifying the world. Otherwise, the Dragon Clan would definitely be enslaved by Li Zhongjiu. But in fact, this matter was also Ancestor Frost's fault. She didn't say anything before they started fighting. At least, she should have asked what was going on. It was only a matter of time before Li Zhongjiu took down the Ice Blast WYRM. The Ice Blast WYRM was from the Dragon Clan. It was also very resistant to beatings, so now it could barely compete with Zhongjiu. However, Li Zhongjiu was bound to find his opponent's weakness. In fact, if Li Zhongjiu took the unparalleled sword, then, it would be much easier to destroy the Ice Blast WYRM. But since the Ice Blast WYRM wanted to put up a desperate struggle, Li Zhongjiu would give it a good beating. Just when the two top experts were fighting, suddenly, a sharp sword aura was felt. Suddenly, it was released from the space. As if the space in front of them had been broken, a figure appeared in front of them. It was Qi Yanran, who was holding the blue bird sword. What? The Great Frost Formation was broken? It was broken? Oh my god! The Great Frost Formation had existed on Dragon Island for a long time. Many people even wanted to break the formation to obtain the inheritance of the Ice Blast Wyrm. But obviously, none of these dragons succeeded. Therefore, the Great Frost Formation had become one of the most difficult challenges. For tens of thousands of years, no one could break it. But now, it was finally broken, and the one who did it was a human. The three wardens were dumbfounded once again. Yanran. Li Zongjiao saw Qi Yanran appear in front of him unscathed and immediately shouted in surprise. However, Qi Yanran did not expect to see Li Zongjiao after breaking the formation. She thought she was dreaming. Zongjiao, you are okay. In fact, Qi Yanran was burning with anxiety. She wanted to solve the fire crisis quickly, then find Li Zongjiao and rescue Li Zongjiao. After all, Li Zongjiao had been in danger for too long. The longer he stayed, the more dangerous it was. For some reason, Wan Yolan's strength had suddenly become so strong. It was difficult for Qi Yanran to be a match for her. This mysterious fire was bound to bring misery to the people. Therefore, Qi Yanran chose to solve the crisis of the flame first. But she was trapped in the Great Frost Formation for a whole day. Fortunately, she managed to kill her way out in the end. Qi Yanran was surprised to see Li Zongjiao in front of her. I know all about it. You silly girl, your man still has the ability to protect himself. Next time, don't take such a risk. Li Zongjiao was naturally very worried about Qi Yanran's safety. It was better to let Li Zongjiao face such a dangerous situation by himself. Naturally, Qi Yanran did not need to take the risk. I am worried about you. In front of the Frost Dragon and the others, Li Zongjiao and Qi Yanran were flirting in front of them in broad daylight. It was a public display of affection. They didn't even have the face to watch. The Frost Dragon had been sealed in ice for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if they fell in love under such circumstances, they still had to see the two of them flirting here. Therefore, they burst out at once. Immediately, a terrifying storm of ice cones flew toward Li Zongjiao and Qi Yanran. Swoosh! Swoosh! Let's get this guy down first. Swoosh, swoosh. Li Zongjiao said. Qi Yanran nodded. She just needed to listen to Li Zongjiao. She didn't need to worry about anything else. The three wardens of the dragon prison couldn't help but walk toward the distance. Previously, Li Zongjiao had already beaten the Frost Dragon into a disadvantageous position. Now, another expert had arrived. Moreover, this expert was capable of splitting apart the Great Frost Array. The Frost Wyrm would not stand a chance against the two of them at the same time. Obviously, for the Frost Dragon. It even felt like it was overestimating its own strength. A strong pressure came at it instantly. 1 against 2, and the two of them were not weaker than it. The Frost Wyrm could only take a beating. Qi Yanran kept releasing sword energy from her hand. The Blue Bird sword directly gathered the power of the Blue Bird platform. At this moment, it completely burst out, turning into rays of blue light, and blasted forward. The Frost Dragon unleashed countless frost shields. Under the situation of layers of accumulation, they wanted to resist this power. Bang! 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 When the blue light sword energy broke through the countless shields. Li Zongjiao also quickly attacked. Boom, he punched out. Berserk chaotic energy burst out from his fist and swept out in a frenzy. Rumble! One of the Frost Wyrm's teeth was instantly sent flying by the power of the chaotic force. Immediately, the Frost Dragon fell backward. Li Zongjiao and Yi Zichen instantly approached the Frost Dragon. Should we continue? Li Zongjiao and his wife had already arrived on top of the Frost Dragon's head. The Primordius Bell also hung behind him. The Frost Wyrm had already experienced the coordination between the Primordial Bell and the Blue Bird Sword. Immediately, the Frost Wyrm transformed. It turned into an old man wearing a crystal white robe. Aren't you two young humans going too far? I'm an ancestor of the Dragon Clan after all. How dare you beat me up like this? Who is your master? The Frost Dragon transformed into its human form and scolded Li Zongjiao and Qi Yanran. When it saw Li Zongjiao's expression change, the Frost Dragon changed its tone. Cough, cough, I am Xianxia. Since you have broken the Great Frost Formation, I will reluctantly accept you as my disciples. Xianxia wanted to save his face very much. Although he was defeated by Li Zhongjiu, he still wanted to save his face. Especially when he saw that the three juniors were also watching. Seems like you still want to be beaten up? Seeing Xianxuang's reaction, Li Zhongjiu's eyes flashed with a cold light. Xianxuang didn't want to be beaten up enough. Cough, cough, young people nowadays are so violent. Xianxuang waved his hand. He didn't want to continue. These two young people were too good at fighting. Even his old bones couldn't stand it. I'm more than 100,000 years old. It's ridiculous to fight with you young people all day long. We are all civilized people. Let's talk nicely. Qi Yanran didn't expect that this Frost Wyrm would have such an old man's character. Where did the arrogant and furious Frost Wyrm go? Now it appeared in such a way. Naturally, Qi Yanran was quite surprised. Cut the crap. Come with me and do something for me. Li Zhongjiu said. Since the Frost Dragon didn't want to continue the fight, he would let him go for the time being. Obviously, it would be humiliating for the Frost Dragon. If he followed Xianxuang's order, he would really lose face. However, he was under the pressure of Li Zhongjiu and Xianxuang's fists. It was not easy to fight against them. But he had to be careful. Well, if you want to help me, although I can't defeat you, if you want me to do it willingly, you need to show me some sincerity. Okay, we'll show you some sincerity. Watch it. Li Zhongjiu said directly. Qi Yanran naturally knew what Li Zhongjiu meant. The two of them pretended to continue the fight. Xianxuang waved his hand. It was always Li Zhongjiu who was the one who tricked others. So far, no one could trick Li Zhongjiu. Apparently, Xianxuang had overestimated herself a little. He didn't expect that Li Zhongjiu would be so straightforward, and he didn't care about his face at all. However, this was also under the Frost Wyrm's persuasion. Li Zhongjiu also looked at the other party's age and gave him some face. Xianxuang held his head high and walked to the three wardens of the Draconic Penitentiary. Which generation are you from? Xianxuang said indifferently. At the same time, he released a stream of majesty. In front of these juniors, he had an absolute suppression. He was beaten up by Li Zhongjiu and Xianxuang. Now, he had to get back at these juniors. After all, he had been asleep for such a long time. He was beaten up as soon as he woke up. No one would be able to stand it. Greetings, Ancestor. We are. The three wardens of the Draconic Penitentiary hurriedly lowered their heads and saluted. They knew that this big boss was in a bad mood, so they didn't dare to offend her. Nonsense. Alright, alright. Since I'm your ancestor, I'll check if your strength has improved. I'll see what realm you've reached. Come on, let's see what you can do. Ah? The three wardens of the Draconic Penitentiary had never expected that the first thing Ancestor Xianxuang would do after showing up was to vent her anger on them. The three wardens were the most difficult to deal with. They had never thought that they would end up like this. They had just been beaten up by Li Zhongjiu, and now there was another one. Wasn't he too pitiful, after a while? The three of them were also sealed in ice. They were thrown aside. Finally, Xianxuang vented her anger on the three of them. She looked happy and full of energy. She said goodbye to Li Zhongjiu and Xianxuang, then flew out of the Dragon Island. Since you want to put out the fire, I'll summon the rest of the ice dragons here. Now, the ice dragons had been revived. Naturally, it was necessary to revitalize the power of the ice dragons. No matter what, they couldn't be as weak as they were before. They had to rise again. However, Xianxuang came to the Dragon Island and roared. In the end, there were only 6 of them. What? The ice dragons, only have this little army left? Obviously, the 6 ice dragons in front of her were miserable. They were like the hair of a bald man, pitifully few. How could they be so miserable with this little bloodline? Ancestor, we've had a hard time all these years, enough. Let's go. Let's go. Li Zhongjiu looked at the time. If he delayed any longer, the fire would definitely grow even more ferocious. If it started burning, it would definitely be extremely terrifying. If you can extinguish it earlier, then it would be best if you let me have it. Not only that, but they also had to find the one who set the fire. Li Zongjie would never allow these people to do whatever they wanted in his territory. The fire alone had brought danger to the Luoxia city. They had to get rid of this danger. The one who set the fire behind the scenes was the real source. Although the 6 ice dragons in front of them were pitifully few, they were at least a top force. Li Zongjie took these people and flew down. However, Li Zongjie was too fast. In just a short time, they disappeared. Xianxia and the others naturally chased after them. They had already fought with Li Zongjie. Since they had agreed to help Li Zongjie, Xianxia would do it. Otherwise, the world was only so big. Where could they escape to? One day, Li Zongjie would find them. At that time, no one would be happy about it. Since their cultivation had reached this level, there was nothing to hide. If you helped me today, you might have to beg me to help you tomorrow. As long as there was no deep hatred, they would get along peacefully. After all, it was lonely at the top. Otherwise, it would be too lonely to be alone in this world. The Frost Dragon understood this very well. He didn't have much lifespan left. It was fate that he could be awakened by Li Zongjie at this time. In the future, Dragon Island might need Li Zongjie and his wife to take care of it. The fire in the Blackwater Forest was spreading. It had even reached less than 50 miles away from the Luoxia city. Under such circumstances, just the blazing fire in front of them. The flying boat in front of them was already in a state of high temperature. It would burn at any time. We can't hold it anymore. We have to evacuate. If it goes on like this, the origin energy thruster will explode. Nangong Wuji said. Of course, the origin energy thruster in his hand had been modified and could withstand high temperature. However, the external temperature and the internal temperature could easily cause damage to the origin energy thruster. In this way, it would be very dangerous. If 1 or 2 of them exploded, it wouldn't matter. However, if there were a series of explosions, the Luoxia city would fall from the sky. Once it fell, more than 90% of the people in the Luoxia city would die. Therefore, they had to leave as soon as possible while they still had enough energy to move. Okay? Let's retreat 100 miles first. Li Tianqing said. There was no other way now. After all, the speed of the flames was too fast. Now, the entire sky had turned crimson red. When they looked at the sky, they felt like they were in hell. Even the people in the city began to panic. They were like pigs placed at the edge of a volcano. If they were pushed down, they would become roasted suckling pigs. Therefore, they had to leave as soon as possible. Fortunately, the Luoxia city had completed the plan of the Sky City. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome to move such a big city. Even if this person could be moved away. However, it was impossible to move the city. Most likely, they would be incinerated completely, and their memories of the past would no longer exist. Nangong Wuji nodded in agreement. Considering the lifespan and usage of the origin energy thruster, they had to move it in advance. If it exploded, the 50,000 origin energy thrusters would be equivalent to 50,000 bombs. It would directly blow up the Luoxia city. Nothing would be left. However, just as Nangong Wuji and his people were about to modify the origin energy thruster. In other words, by adding a force in the opposite direction on the opposite wall, it would be able to propel the city into flight. However, before they had time to do it. Then, he saw a figure appear on the horizon. Hu Wushuang was originally on the city wall, observing the situation. If the situation worsened, she would take action in time to stabilize the situation. Suddenly, a voice appeared. It surprised Hu Wushuang. Li Zongjie is back. Hu Wushuang said. Her tone was quite calm. At least, there was no fluctuation in her voice. Where is he? Qing Shilong didn't see it either. When they saw it, Li Zongjie and Qi Yanran were already on the city wall. Wushuang, yours? Why did your hair change color? Qi Yanran saw that the color of Wushuang's hair had turned into ice blue, which made her look even colder. Because of the heart of the Jade Sea. Hu Wushuang also displayed the unparalleled sword, the heart of the Azure Sea. What a beautiful gem. When Qi Yanran saw the heart of the Jade Sea, she couldn't take her eyes off it. After all, the gem was too beautiful. I think so too. I've never seen such a beautiful gem. The two women then began to discuss the stone. Isn't this the dojo master? Namgong Wuji shouted. Now that Li Zhongjiu's strength and status were different, even though he didn't mind it for a long time, it wouldn't be good for him to continue addressing someone else by name. Even Namgong Wuji couldn't bear the consequences. Therefore, he addressed Namgong Wuji as the dojo master. After all, Li Zhongjiu was the owner of the White Deer Mansion. Although they rarely showed up, it was very real. No one could shake Li Zhongjiu's position. Namgong, you're here too. There's no need to move. Let's put out the fire today. Li Zhongjiu said. Go and call my father and the others here. Li Zhongjiu said to a city guard next to him. Even though they were in such a scorching hot environment, they were still wearing their heavy armor. The ice cubes next to them would soon turn into a pile of boiling water. After a while, Li Tianqing and the others arrived. After all, they were always paying attention to this kind of thing. Originally, if the city was to be moved, it should be in a safe place. As a supreme being, Li Tianqing didn't care so much. He just happened to see Li Zhongjiu coming. When he saw that Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran were both safe and sound, Li Tianqing was very happy. No matter when, as long as the family was happy together, it was naturally the best result. Moreover, these two little ones were so capable. Even this pair was praised and spread by many people. They were called good examples to learn from. Naturally, it made people very envious. Sister Yanran. Wan Yulan also appeared and greeted Qi Yanran when she saw her. On the way, Li Zhongjiu also told Qi Yanran what happened before. Qi Yanran was not a petty person. Moreover, this was not Wan Yulan's fault. It was the mysterious black soul expert who took control of Wan Yulan's body. You've recovered too. That's great. You don't have to take the previous fight to heart. Qi Yanran said. Wan Yulan also nodded desperately. After all, if this happened to anyone, they would feel guilty. Now that everyone was fine, this was the best result. Several people exchanged greetings. Lu Yao was also watching from afar, but she didn't go forward. Now Li Zhongjiu was accompanied by so many beauties. It was meaningless for her to go forward. As long as Li Zhongjiu still remembered her as a friend, it was enough. So now, naturally, she wouldn't go forward to participate in anything. Did you really bring the Frost Wyrm here? Qing Shilong was also a member of Dragon Island. Later on, he pledged his allegiance to Li Zhongjiu. Unexpectedly, this was also a rather fortunate thing. With this opportunity, Qing Shilong was now living a carefree life. Every day, he ate, drank, slept, and went wherever he wanted to play. Li Zhongjiu didn't have time to care about him. The rest of the people also looked at Li Zhongjiu. Obviously, they wanted to know whether this matter was successful or not. However, they also thought about it. In this world, there seemed to be nothing that Li Zhongjiu couldn't do. Even Li Zhongjiu didn't need to answer them. Suddenly, a gust of cold air burst out from the horizon. They didn't even see the person who flew over, but they already felt the cold air of the other party approaching. Boom! The frost dragon's body stretched for 100,000 miles. It proudly displayed itself in front of everyone. His attitude caused everyone to be shocked. Even from afar, he was the first to feel a cooling sensation. Even Luoxia City hadn't felt such a cool and refreshing feeling for a long time. That is really the legendary frost dragon. The world only knew that there was a very powerful frost dragon on this dragon island. However, in Qing Shilong's memory, even on this dragon island, this frost dragon was a legendary existence. None of the dragons had ever truly seen this frost dragon. Because this was an existence of the same level as the ancestor who built this dragon island. Therefore, when Qing Shilong saw the appearance of the frost dragon, he wanted to kneel. He even wanted to kneel down. This was simply a miracle. To think that he would have the fortune of 3 lifetimes to see this legendary frost Wyrm. When the frost dragon arrived, he already knew what Li Zhongjiu wanted him to do. He was a dignified frost dragon, but Li Zongjiu actually treated him as a tool to extinguish fire. This was really too embarrassing. However, on account of the fact that this was to save the people of the world, he let go of this matter in his heart and directly let go of his position. The main thing was that if he didn't go, he was worried that Li Zongjiu would beat him up. The frost dragon's huge body directly spread its wings, spraying cold air around the flames. In fact, this was equivalent to a dragon's breath. Under the dragon's breath. It was not an exaggeration to be able to create thousands of miles of ice. Moreover, the frost dragon's breath was very effective. It directly extinguished the flames below. It actually directly froze the flames. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to block it. Such ferocious and powerful flames were finally extinguished by the ice blast Wyrm today. And the frost dragon's dragon breath came down. It directly extinguished the flames within dozens of miles. The effect was extremely significant. After Li Tianqing and the others saw it, they all felt a very exciting feeling. It was really shocking. Sure enough, they still had to find the right medicine for the illness. With the frost dragon's breath. It was enough to make up for all the efforts they had put in these days. Boom! The frost condensed. Everyone was also dumbfounded. They looked at the spectacular scene of the flames being extinguished in front of them in amazement. It's too powerful. Lu Yao could not help but say. After all, they had experienced the power of the flames before, and knew the power of the flames. At this moment, the mighty power of the ice blast Wyrm had left a deep impression in their hearts. Yes, it's really awesome. Look, there are a few little dragons over there. The little dragons that they were talking about. They were all bona fide ice-type dragons. Although their strength was not as powerful as the frost dragon ancestor. But behind them, the 6 dragons working together were also able to extinguish some of the flames. After all, there would always be something that they missed. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. However, Li Zongjiu's eyes became serious at this moment. Because at this moment, Li Zongjiu could also feel that in the center of the flames, there was a power awakening. He looked at Qi Yanran. Obviously, Qi Yanran also sensed the existence of the other party. Let's go. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran rushed in the direction of the center. The unparalleled sword naturally followed. As for the others, they naturally stayed in the city to observe the situation. This matter was not necessarily easy. For the time being, they did not know the strength of their opponents. If they really fought, they would most likely be at a disadvantage. Li Zongjiu could feel the strength of his opponent. The frost Wyrm also sensed it. Xianxia could feel that a power was waking up. The surrounding flames were also released by this power. Moreover, the other party had only casually released a little of it, and it had already brewed such a tragic scene of a volcano. If he truly awakened, what kind of terrifying power would he possess? Therefore, after circling the area a few times, the frost dragons finally stopped. He stopped in his tracks. His eyes were fixed ahead. At this moment, in the heart of the Blackwater Forest, there seemed to be an area of fire with a radius of about 20 miles. In this environment, the power of the fire seemed to be stronger than the fire he had extinguished before. Nothing could be seen except for the endless flames. It was like a fireball that was half buried under the ground. Just the half-exposed surface of the ground had already formed a rather terrifying power. You all retreat. Xianxia could feel the power of the other party, so he immediately ordered the frost dragons to retreat. If they fought later, they might be at a disadvantage. These little guys were not strong enough to withstand many attacks. At this moment, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran had also arrived. What's going on? Li Zongjiu asked. Xianxia also transformed into a human. I should ask you. What's going on? I guess the person down there is not easy to deal with. Xianxia also frowned. Obviously, the person down there was very powerful. If they fought with him, they would obviously be at a disadvantage. What era was this? Was it the dance of gods and demons? For Xianxia, it was quite troublesome. She had just woken up and had slept for more than 100,000 years. Now she was in the world after 100,000 years. Shouldn't she be at the top? Did they exist? Why did she encounter threats one after another? They were all very terrifying. This made the frost dragons speechless. They are from the upper world, Qi Yanran said. She then repeated what Wang Jing had told her before. Since they were both at the same level, she only needed to give a few pointers to understand the cause and effect of the incident. When Xianxia heard that they were from the upper world, her face instantly turned pale. Apparently, she couldn't believe it. What? They are from the upper world? Xianxia repeated. What's the big deal? I have already caught one, Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. Apparently, that mysterious black soul had also escaped from the upper world. Of course, Li Zhongjiu would take action and deal with those who were causing trouble down there. If Li Zhongjiu hadn't been lucky, it would have been Li Zhongjiu who had been killed. Li Zhongjiu also clearly felt that the person under the fireball was more powerful than the mysterious black soul. Don't touch him first. Li Zhongjiu? He didn't take action directly. Because he was still a little bit scared. Mainly, if the other party was also at the primordial realm, after the fight, the movement would definitely be earth-shattering. Not to mention the black water forest. It was difficult to find a complete stone within a radius of 10,000 miles. Therefore, if Li Zhongjiu wanted to fight with the other party, he had to at least move Luoxia City away first. Since the other party was under the protection of the fireball, it meant that the other party was recovering and needed time. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu could take advantage of this time to find out the background of the mysterious black soul. In addition, he had to set up a formation. It would be a hindrance to the other party. In this way, at least he would be prepared and wouldn't let the other party be too arrogant. More or less, he could be prepared. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu retreated temporarily. He didn't fight with the other party down there. Instead, he went back to make some arrangements. At least the other party had already felt the icy power outside, so he was quickly withdrawing the power he had released. In the end, it directly formed the range of 20 miles. He had to move Luoxia City away. I think so too. We should find some helpers quickly. Otherwise, this guy will be very difficult to deal with, Xianxia said based on her intuition. If they really fought, she really didn't have the confidence. It was better to stabilize first. Qi Yanran naturally listened to Li Zhongjiu. The three of them directly returned to the city wall of Luoxia City. When everyone saw the white-robed old man in front of them, their eyes lit up. When Li Zhongjiu and Xianxia went out, they didn't see the old man. Now the old man appeared and the frost dragon also disappeared. Didn't this prove the old man's identity? This is the frost dragon just now. What's your name? Li Zhongjiu turned around and asked. I'm Xianxia. You can call me Lord Xianxia. He didn't know where Xianxia was so thick-skinned. She was really thick-skinned enough to ask others to call her Lord. At this moment, the 6 frost dragons had also turned into humans and landed on the city wall. Right behind ancestor Xianxia. Li Tianqing and the others naturally had to thank Xianxia. If it weren't for Xianxia, not only Luoxia City, but also the surrounding cities would have been finished. If the fire burned directly, who knew how many people would have died and how many people wouldn't have been able to escape in time? In fact, this flame would probably cause a huge loss to the city. Li Tianqing and the others cupped their hands to Xianxia. Lord Xianxia, thank you for your help. At this moment, Xianxia also felt that his face was full of glory. The ice dragons behind her all looked over. They were quite envious of Xianxia, who was so proud of her. Xianxia? Are you Xianxia, one of the top 10 experts of the dragon clan from hundreds of thousands of years ago? The great elder of Sparrow God Palace couldn't help but ask. He didn't expect that this expert from hundreds of thousands of years ago could still be alive. Of course, this was also because of his special attribute. After all, he was of the ice attribute. As long as he could enter the frozen state, he could preserve his vitality for a long time. That was why he was able to preserve his life until now. When the surrounding people heard that he was in existence from hundreds of thousands of years ago, they all opened their eyes wide and looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Xianxia waved his hand casually. It's just a false reputation. Back then, I was only ranked third in the dragon clan. It's not worth mentioning. Over the past hundreds of thousands of years, my cultivation has deteriorated a lot. Li Zhongjiu had never seen a dragon so good at bragging. Would this guy die if he didn't brag, or was it because he was about to die, so he had to continue bragging? Hearing Xianxuang's words, the others were naturally amazed. Even Li Tianqing was like a curious baby. He wanted to see what kind of world it was hundreds of thousands of years ago from Xianxuang's body. If it weren't for the lack of time, he would really want to stay and have a good chat. You are from the Heavenly Sparrow clan, right? Back then, your peacock ancestor was also very powerful. His strength was not inferior to mine. Xianxuang looked at the elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace and said. When Qi Yanran used the blue bird sword, he already knew her identity. The other party's strength was indeed that strong. However, Xianxuang was indeed bragging. Back then, the peacock ancestor could beat 10 of him without a problem. It just so happened that the peacock ancestor was already dead for more than 100,000 years. Anyway, it was certain that no one would be able to expose this **T unless someone could go back hundreds of thousands of years and verify the peacock ancestor's bragging. That's not right. My inheritance told me that the peacock ancestor once fought against the top 10 experts of the dragon clan alone. He wasn't at a disadvantage. Qi Yanran stood out and said. How could she let Xianxuang slander this kind of thing? After all, Qi Yanran had also received the inheritance of the Peacock Great Immortal. The records in the Blue Bird platform were quite rich. At least Qi Yanran was also a member of the Sparrow Divine Palace. Of course, she had to clear the name of the Sparrow Divine Palace. Ahem. That was from the previous batch. I was one of the top 10 experts of the second batch. Xianxuang's old face turned red. Then, he casually said a few words in an attempt to gloss over this matter. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu also stood out and interrupted the idle chatter. Father, the fireball in the Black Water Forest came from an expert. We don't know whether he is an enemy or a friend. Let's move Luoxia City first. After hearing this, Li Tianqing also remembered. By the way, there was this information 2 days ago. Take a good look. Li Tianqing handed Li Zhongjiu a shadow recording stone. This stone could record light and shadow, as well as some images and information. Li Zhongjiu opened the shadow recording stone. This scene came from Binhai City. What was displayed was the scene of a black sea and a fireball clashing against each other. Anyone who saw this scene would feel very puzzled. Because there wasn't even a single person in sight. However, Li Zhongjiu could tell at a glance. The person who had attacked was the Black Sea Overlord. The other person was the owner of the fireball in front of him. Although neither of them had revealed their true bodies, it was clear that the Black Sea Overlord was stronger than the Black Sea Overlord. Yet, he was unable to kill the Black Sea Overlord. As for whether this guy was injured or not, the situation was unclear. Li Zhongjiu immediately frowned. After reading it, Li Zhongjiu's expression became a little more solemn. If that's the case, this fireball is an enemy. Li Zhongjiu said. The Black Sea Overlord? Qi Yanran also knew about the Black Sea Overlord. Even Hua Wushuang had appeared just now. It's indeed the power of the Black Sea Overlord. After this fireball appeared, it had killed many disciples of the Sky Sect Academy. This was enough to sentence it to death. With Li Zhongjiu here, it would have no way to survive. I have to kill you. This, although I didn't see it clearly, no matter how I look at it, this is too strong. Xianxuang couldn't help but say. Even an existence like Xianxuang was afraid. It was obvious that its strength was at least at innate level 9. However, in Li Zhongjiu's opinion, to be able to escape from the Black Sea Overlord, it had to be at least at the Celestial Realm. Even if it wasn't at the Celestial Realm, it had to be an innate realm expert with certain means. So. Serious? Li Tianqing also frowned and looked at Li Zhongjiu. It's quite serious. Li Zhongjiu said. Even the fearless evil lord said that this matter was very serious. Then, it must be very serious. Quick, let's move. Let's move Luoxia City directly. Where should we move to? According to the previous plan, we'll move to somewhere near the sacred flame royal city. This way, it'll be convenient for us to take care of each other. As long as the city was there, it didn't matter where they went. Moreover, the flying boat industry was gradually developing. Going anywhere was also a very simple matter. As long as you had enough money. If they were to move to the sacred flame royal city, it would obviously be a huge change. For Xianxia city, it was equivalent to upgrading. If one wanted to do high-class business, he had to leave his name in Xianxia city first. That's a good idea, Li Zhongjiu said. Wan Yulan also witnessed this miraculous scene. The huge city actually flew directly into the sky, and then slowly flew in the direction of the sacred flame royal city. His speed also gradually increased. In the vicinity of Xianxia city, countless powerful warships could be seen flying. They were escorting Xianxia city. What's so good about this divine artifact? Our Dragon Island is many times bigger than this. Xianxia couldn't help but say. Obviously, in Xianxia's mind, Dragon Island was more powerful. She didn't see the other people's surprised eyes. However, she didn't know that Dragon Island was also a magical treasure. The city in front of them was built with this kind of advanced technology. The gap between them wasn't that simple. Of course, as a magical treasure, Dragon Island had such great power, which naturally made people envious. Wan Yulan also followed the flying Xianxia city. After all, it was her first long-distance flight. It was indeed very difficult to fly with such a huge city. Nangang Wuji and the others were also very nervous. Along the way, they were constantly observing the situation. The process was naturally very long. Even some of the commoners ran to the edge of the city wall to watch this historical scene. Under the city wall, there was a large open space. After all, it directly raised half of the mountain. Therefore, it was already very good that they couldn't fly in such a situation. The risk wasn't high, but if you fell from the city wall, you would fall to your death. Moreover, in this high altitude, you would often encounter some chaotic airflow. The Skyblaze Lion King and other experts were also escorting him. Therefore, the danger was actually quite small. After all, there were so many experts. Just counting the Supreme Being experts, there were no less than 10. The Skyblaze Lion, Li Tianqing and his wife, the 3 elders of the Sparrow God Palace, Qing Shilong, Wan Yulan, and the others. No wonder Xianxia city became the king of thousands of cities. It was because of its powerful strength. Even the imperial family of the Xingyan dynasty didn't necessarily have so many experts. If there was still a problem under the supervision of so many experts, Xianxia city could be considered unlucky. They watched Xianxia city leave. With the cultivation of Li Tianqing and his wife, it was naturally not a problem. After all, the cultivation of the Supreme Being realm wasn't just for show. It was real. Li Zhongjiu, Qi Yanran, and Hua Wushuang were also preparing to work together to set up a formation. They also needed Xianxia to observe the situation of the flame. If the flame suddenly broke out, of course, they needed someone to appear in time to put out the fire. Xianxia was also willing to help. After all, they were all on the same continent. So? They couldn't escape. If they didn't help now. At that time, the person in the flame would appear. Li Zhongjiu and the others wouldn't let Xianxia go. We are all in the same boat, and unless we can't settle this matter in the end, it's all right for us to go our separate ways. What formation? Qi Yanran asked. These 3 could be said to be the most powerful formation masters on the whole continent. It was impossible to find another one who was more powerful than them. It's best to use a water formation to deal with fire. But it's safer to use an earth formation to form a reverse state with water, Hua Wushuang said. After all, Hua Wushuang himself was of the fire attribute and had cultivated the fire attribute for so many years. Hua Wushuang also knew that to deal with water, there was a certain bottom line between them. But for an earth formation, unless the flames were many times stronger, it was basically impossible to do so. It could only be used to escape. It was also the most difficult formation to deal with. I have a formation here, the Black Tortoise Heavenly Tribulation Formation, Li Zhongjiu said at this moment. The origin of this formation was also found in the process of treasure hunting in his previous life. It should be from the tomb of Saint Martial Emperor. The reason why Li Zongjiu didn't search for treasures crazily in this life was that he didn't need to search for treasures to improve his strength quickly. And the treasures in his previous life were basically in Li Zongjiu's mind. There was no need to go through so much trouble. The Black Tortoise Heavenly Tribulation Formation. The Black Tortoise was of the water attribute. However, it also had the earth attribute, which made it an expert of the land. Furthermore, Li Zongjiu had also analyzed the Black Tortoise Sky Tribulation Array in his hands. This array formation was more than enough to deal with fire-based attacks. In addition, the array itself was very powerful. If it was used, it would definitely be able to keep this guy in check. Li Zongjiu shared the array with Qi Yanran and Wu Shuang. After the two of them studied it for a while, they both understood that this formation was indeed very powerful. This array is so powerful that even if the three of us join forces, we may not be able to break it. Wu Shuang thought about it for a while. She immediately said, "Indeed, this array was very powerful. However, it would take a lot of energy to set it up. Do you need my help?" Xianxia asked from the side. "You also know how to set up arrays?" Li Zongjiu looked at Xianxia and asked. Obviously, he was very curious. It seemed that this old guy was quite useful. Even though he was a person from hundreds of thousands of years ago, he was not out of touch with the current era. "Haha, I'm not that talented. The frost array that this lady broke through was just set up by me hundreds of thousands of years ago," Xianxia said. Although he said that he was not that talented, his eyes were shining like stars. It seemed that he should be shining at this moment. "That frost array is just SOSO," Qi Yanran said mercilessly. After all, the great frost array didn't last long in her hands before it was completely flattened. After all, Qi Yanran also wanted to break the array. After a little research, she directly solved it. Cough, cough. "No matter what, I'm still a 12th level array master," Xianxia said indifferently. Li Zongjiu and the others could not believe it. They did not expect the person in front of them to have such a powerful background. "You even sent a level 12 array master. Look at how awesome you are. Why don't you just go to heaven?" Obviously, Li Zongjiu did not expect the latter to have such an ability. However, Xianxia had a high awareness. At the very least, he knew everything. If they can't stop this flaming monster, then even the Dragon Island will cease to exist. They won't be able to resist this kind of threat. So basically, everyone was in the same boat. If this huge wave were to hit them, if everyone did not work together, it would be difficult for them to resist it. At this moment, even if you jump into the sea, it will be useless. No one can save you. The four formation masters worked together to set up this formation, guarding the four corners of the north, south, east, and west. After studying the materials in his hands for a while, the few of them got the hang of it very quickly. Then, he began to set up the array. Fortunately, the Blackwater Overlord had injured this person before this, which gave Li Zongjiu and the others so much time. If this guy had rushed out directly, it might have caused a very dangerous situation. Just with this ability, it would be enough to make people collapse if he went around setting fire. Perhaps something had happened to him. The whole continent would be plunged into an endless sea of fire. By then, the flames that could be seen everywhere would really not be something that a mere ice blast WYRM could deal with. During this period of time, Li Zongjiu and the others had enough time to prepare. At this moment, the people in the fire certainly sensed the people who were setting up the formation outside. Of course, such a small movement could not be hidden from them. After sensing for a while, they sneered disdainfully. "If you were an elephant, would you care about a trap set up by 5 ants around you?" Therefore, the experts in the fire only cared about healing their injuries. At the same time, they did not dare to expose their aura. Once they were exposed, the previous expert might come to kill them. Therefore, the current situation was only temporary. First, he had to stabilize his injuries and improve his strength. If he accidentally lured that expert over again, he would probably be done for. No one would have thought that the world below was so small. It was really shocking. A group of lowly ants, how dare you touch the ground in front of me? The expert in the fire sneered. The formation set up by the other party was just a child's play in his eyes. Now, he also needed time to heal his injuries. As for the thousands of miles of fire, if that was the case, it really had nothing to do with him. He didn't have the mood to care so much. He had to find an opportunity to burn down the entire forest. It was just the flames that came with it. Who knew that the things in the lower realm would be so fragile? With just a little bit of fire, such a situation had occurred. It had nothing to do with him. It was because they were too weak. Both sides were also fighting for time. At the eye of the formation, Xianxia used the primordial bell to hold the formation. As long as the power of the primordial bell could be stabilized. Only the strength of the primordial bell could be so strong that it could support the formation. Even if it was injured, it could still maintain a strong power. It was also filled with the power of primordial chaos. 15 days later. The embryonic form of the formation was completed. It was indeed not easy for these 4 array masters to work together to settle this matter. This showed how strong the formation was. It was suffocating. At this moment, there was a stream of primordial chi in the sky above the black water forest. It looked like a yellow tortoise shell. The sky was filled with the patterns on the turtle shell, and they looked very clear. The patterns were projected and intertwined in the sky. It almost formed a thunderous power. Seeing this, everyone was quite shocked. I kind of want to try the power of this formation. When Xianxia saw the black tortoise heavenly tribulation formation, she felt a little itchy. Xianxia glanced at Xianxia. The old man's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Obviously, he must have been a warmonger when he was young. However, as time went by, the energy in his body became less and less. He was getting weaker and weaker with each passing day. How many more years can you live in this state? Xianxia looked at Xianxia in front of him and said. However, when Xianxia heard Xianxia's words, her heart skipped a beat. Children don't need to know about adult matters. If it were someone else, they wouldn't have the right to say that. However, even if Xianxia had 3,000 years of life experience in his previous life, it would still be insufficient in front of this old dragon from hundreds of thousands of years ago. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a child. However, Xianxia was good at alchemy. Although he tried to hide it, Xianxia could see through him. Your strength is less than 1/10 of your peak. You should have been in the celestial being realm when you were at your peak. I was in the heavenly dragon realm. But it's all in the past. Xianxia stood with her hands behind her back. She looked at the sky with melancholy in her eyes. Her heart was full of sadness and vicissitudes. It seemed that it was not a person in front of her, but a stone that had experienced thousands of years of vicissitudes. It was full of stories. At most, I don't think you have more than half a year left. Xianxia said. Hearing that, Xianxuang's eyes dimmed. You have a good eye. Xianxuang sighed. Although the dragon tribe had a long lifespan, Xianxuang's vital essence had been exhausted after being frozen for hundreds of thousands of years. Even her cultivation in the heavenly dragon realm had been reduced to level 6 of the nascent realm. After fighting with Xianxia, she knew that she was no match for this young man. So, she didn't want to continue fighting with him. Just thinking about it. Just stop it. At the same time, she tried her best to help Xianxia because she saw Xianxia's potential and hope. If Xianxia could help, Dragon Island would at least have some protection. As a member of the dragon tribe, she certainly didn't want Dragon Island to be destroyed. She wanted to establish a good relationship with Xianxia. At least, Xianxia was quite powerful and had a good character. Since he had reached such a realm, he was either a bad person or a weirdo. Good people usually didn't survive. Through observation, it was clear that Xianxia was not a bad person, but a strange person. His nickname was Evil Lord, so he was an evil person. It was filled with evil energy. I can save you. Xianxia said calmly. So what if he was an expert from hundreds of thousands of years ago? So what if he knew everything? You don't even know how to refine pills. The vitality that the pills could bring to people wasn't what they imagined. It's so simple that it's far beyond your imagination. This matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. The true meaning of the Great Path was also contained within the elixir. If he could comprehend it thoroughly, it wasn't difficult to revive someone from the dead. Regaining one's youth was even easier. Coincidentally, in his previous life, Li Zhongzhou's alchemy cultivation was also at this level. It was a sunny day. However, Xianxia felt that a bolt of lightning was striking down from the top of her head. If he heard correctly, this was Li Zhongzhou. What did you say? Xianxia heard it clearly, but after carefully analyzing the content, she couldn't stay calm. She even thought that she was hallucinating. A level 6 expert hallucinating? This is the Heaven Recovery Pill. Your cultivation is too strong, so this Heaven Recovery Pill can give you 2 more years at most. Li Zhongzhou gave the Heaven Recovery Pill to Xianxia. It was a grade 10 pill. When the effect of the foundation had reached the extreme, Li Zhongzhou naturally liked to do some research and explore other areas to open up his own cultivation path. Longevity. It was the ultimate goal that many people pursued. No matter what, they all wanted to live on and to live forever. Even though it wasn't too difficult for a supreme being to live up to 3,000 years old, it wasn't too difficult. However, by that time, they would be old. They couldn't be like young people anymore. However, Li Zhongzhou was more than 3,000 years old, but his vitality was so strong that it made people feel that he was only 30 years old. That was the real power. It was because of this that Li Zhongzhou was called the evil dominator and was in an undefeatable position. Otherwise, just take a look at the martial master of the Saint Flame dynasty's imperial family. He was only 200 years old, but he already looked so old. It was obvious that Li Zhongzhou was the evil lord. Just how strange was this? Heaven Recovery Pill. Oh my god. I don't even need to eat it. The vitality in it. You are an alchemist? Xianxia was also shocked. Even in the antiquity times, no one could make a pill that could restore vitality. Not to mention now. Now, these people were not as strong as they used to be. Their overall level was very low. Therefore, Xianxia couldn't imagine that she could meet such an alchemist. Haven't you heard of my name, Evil Lord? Of course, you can call me the God of Alchemy. But I don't think it sounds good. I'm just the best alchemist in the world. You don't have to call me a god. That's so tacky. When it came to acting tough, Li Zhongzhou was definitely an expert. There were very few people who could compete with him. Xianxia had thought that with her thick skin, after cultivating for more than 100,000 years, she would be invincible. However, after meeting Li Zhongzhou, she realized that talent was also important. Li Zhongzhou's confident temperament, which emanated from within him, was something that outsiders would have a hard time seeing through. With just a glance, they could more or less figure it out. At least they knew that the man in front of them was truly invincible. It didn't matter to those with thick skin. As long as the pill in her hand was effective, it was fine. You're awesome. You can say whatever you want. Xianxia swallowed the Heaven Recovery Pill in her hand without hesitation. Instantly, the pill in her hand turned into a flow of pure energy. It got into Xianxuan's body. Xianxia refined the power. She didn't even need to refine it. The power entered her body and healed her deteriorating organs one by one. Oh my god. This pill is so effective. It's so awesome. Xianxia opened her eyes wide. She gave Li Zhongzhou a thumbs up. Just do your job. You can only live for 2 more years. If you can't kill that guy, all of us can only live for half a year at most. Li Zhongzhou said indifferently. The formation started to absorb energy automatically. Now, there was one more thing they needed to do. That was to properly interrogate the expert who was stuck on the tombstone. For safety's sake. The few of them decided to interrogate the ladder within the primordial bell. After all, they weren't sure what kind of means the ladder had. If they were to make any noise, this guy might be able to escape. But it was unlikely. This was because Li Zhongzhou had been monitoring the ladder all this time. As long as it was slightly repaired, Li Zhongzhou would turn his chaotic power into a long whip and whip it back and forth on the tombstone. In this way, he would exhaust his vitality. Inside the chaotic origin bell, the 4 of them showed up at the same time. They surrounded the tombstone in front of him. The mysterious black soul in the tombstone obviously sensed the appearance of Li Zongjiu and the others. He immediately panicked. How could so many experts suddenly appear? He had seen Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran before, but he had never seen Hua Wushuang and Xianxia. With regards to the sudden appearance of these two experts, his heart also raised a bit of vigilance. Especially the old man's strength, which was almost the same as Li Zongjiu's. Just the two of them together was enough to make the black soul feel troubled. Sure enough, he had thought that there would be experts in the mortal world, but he didn't expect there to be so many. Supremes and Supremes could be killed with ease, but they could be easily eliminated. There was no pressure at all. However, once they reached the innate level, it would be difficult to compete with them in terms of strength. One or two of Qi Yanran's level was okay. He could withstand 2 moves. But if he reached the level of Li Zongjiu and the white-haired old man, he would not be able to withstand it. Now the 4 of them showed up. It was obvious that they wanted to cause trouble. This made him very vigilant. What the hell? Why don't we just break the tombstone? Xianxia said. Sure. I think this guy doesn't want to show up. Zhao Kaishan took out the 10,000 dragon hammer. The black hammer was full of explosive power. Once released, it would be fierce. Xianxia also had a treasured saber with cold air. Under normal circumstances, Xianxia did not need a weapon. However, this kind of formation required it. Hence, he also found a cold iron saber. He was prepared to hack the tombstone in front of him to death. Immediately, Xianxia moved as well. He even gestured in front of the tombstone. The powerful blue bird sword appeared in Qi Yanran's hand. Hua Wushuang naturally used the peerless sword. But this time, the power of the peerless sword was clearly enough to make the latter wary. The power of ice and fire gathered on it. If it exploded, the power it displayed would be very strong. In Xianxuang's eyes, the matchless sword was already very strong. However, for the time being, he did not have the ability to unleash the full might of the unparalleled sword. Even Li Zongjiu was unable to display the full power of the peerless sword. The current peerless sword was too strong. It was truly shocking. Alright, what do you want? Can you give me a way out? The soul of the tombstone finally could not bear the pressure anymore. He could not bear the fact that he was about to be smashed into pieces. If I were in my prime, I would not allow you to be so presumptuous here. The soul of the tombstone said. Initially, he thought that he could at least live a carefree life in this lower realm. However, he was targeted by Li Zongjiu and the others the moment he arrived. In the end, he ended up in such a state. This made him quite surprised. It had completely disrupted his plan. The soul of the tombstone was in a dilemma. What should he do? Now that he saw the 4 of them, he realized something was wrong. With their strength, none of them were easy to deal with. The soul of the tombstone could not bear the pressure and spoke. However, Li Zongjiu and the others still acted according to the original plan. They directly attacked and smashed the tombstone. Even though the tombstone was indestructible. However, Li Zongjiu and the others still smashed it with all their strength. It was quite exciting. Naturally, the tombstone could not withstand such an attack. When the soul of the tombstone floated in the air and lost its only resistance, it was like a naked girl in front of everyone. No. You bunch of beasts, you actually destroyed my hiding place. The black soul suddenly roared in pain. It was really unable to accept such a blow. Cut the crap. Tell me your background. What exactly is the situation? Why did you come to the lower realms? If there is even a single sentence that I don't like to hear and I suspect you, I alone will not be able to completely eliminate you. But how long can you last with the 4 of us working together? Li Zongjiu sneered. Although the black soul was obviously very unhappy. However, it was a matter of life and death now. The other party was an expert from the lower world. Those who could cultivate to such a level were basically not easy to deal with. Therefore, after thinking about it for a while, it was clear that admitting defeat was the only way out. Otherwise, he would really be killed. If you want to ask questions, just ask questions. Why did you break my tombstone? the black soul muttered. Then, the black soul began to transform as well. Sigh, how should I put this? It's like this. Actually, you guys are in big trouble. The black soul said indifferently. I'm a tombstone in the Xiantian mausoleum. You may not know the Xiantian emperor, but in the heaven realm, the Xiantian emperor is a real top expert. There are countless treasures and secret books in the Xiantian emperor's mausoleum and 5 macro worlds. Of course, this has nothing to do with you. The black soul said. Then, he saw that Li Zongjiu seemed to be ready to attack, so he immediately waved his hand. Young man, don't be impulsive. As for why I came to the lower world, actually, I'm also very confused. Because suddenly, there was a hole next to me, and then I was sucked down. If it weren't for my power, which was weakened in the process of traversing, not to mention the 4 of you, even if there were 40 more of you, you wouldn't be able to defeat me. Hearing this, Xianshuang's face was full of surprise. You're saying that you're actually a tombstone spirit? Tombstone spirit, this was indeed a very vivid description. Bah, you're the tombstone spirit. I'm the Xiantian emperor, the way of the heavenly mausoleum, formed by the power of life and death. I'm the incarnation of the great way. What do you know? When he heard that he was called a tombstone spirit, he felt a great sense of humiliation. You're also a tombstone spirit that can talk. Li Zongjiu said affirmatively. No matter what this guy was, Li Zongjiu and the others would not let their guard down. It was really shocking that a tombstone of the mysterious Heaven Great Emperor could reach such a state. If this was the mysterious Heaven Great Emperor himself, how terrifying would he be? Who's that guy outside? Li Zongjiu finally asked the important question and pointed outside. At the same time, Li Zongjiu also controlled the chaotic bell to show the situation outside. Hence, the tombstone spirit saw a fireball in front of him. Oh my god, how could it be him? Why is he here? You're all dead. Hurry up and leave this world. The tombstone spirit seemed to be very agitated and immediately flew around. At least, they could feel his anxiety. You want to continue being whipped by my chaotic force, right? Li Zongjiu said indifferently. This guy had once hurt Qi Yanran. If this guy was not useful, Li Zongjiu would have smashed him into pieces. If he refined him directly, he would still be able to jump around here. This is the incarnation of the limitless true flame world, one of the 5 macro worlds. It is said that this person is extremely fierce and can destroy the world. Many people who came to the limitless true flame world were eaten by this guy. This person is very aggressive. Let's go quickly. Once he wakes up, everything in sight will be destroyed by him. No one will be able to escape. The tombstone spirit said. Li Zongjiu and the others roughly understood. It seemed that all this was the doing of the so-called mysterious Heaven Great Emperor. The person in the fireball was one of the characters in the 5 macro worlds created by the mysterious Heaven Great Emperor. You said that he is an incarnation or the real body. What do you mean by incarnation? Qi Yanran asked. This guy had mentioned incarnation many times. This term was very unfamiliar to Qi Yanran and the others. Even in Qi Yanran's inherited memory, she did not obtain any information about this. Perhaps it was because her level was not high enough. The so-called incarnation is a manifestation of one's strength. Some experts will condense their will into an incarnation. After going through a tribulation, they will form this incarnation and finally merge it with their real body. It was Xianxia who explained. If you want to condense the power of this incarnation, you have to break through the celestial realm and reach the heavenly Lord realm. The person in the flame in front of him. It was the power of the incarnation of the so-called Lord of Heaven of the infinite true flame. The other party was using this method to cultivate. It was very likely that there was more than one incarnation. Instead, he would divide his will into dozens or even hundreds of strands, and then go through a period of training. Finally, when this incarnation reached the great perfection realm, he would be able to retrieve this power. That was probably what he meant. This was a very advanced method. What the hell is this? It's so complicated. Doesn't that mean that this guy is actually just a manifestation of his will and doesn't have a true soul? Li Zongjiu asked. The tombstone spirit nodded. You can say that. But if you think that he's stupid, then you're too stupid. The incarnation has gone through a tribulation and gained wisdom. It's far better than you guys. It's 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times better. Li Zhongjiu and the others were completely fed up with the Tombstone Spirit's performance. Who cares about his incarnation? Since there's no room for negotiation, then let's just fight. Li Zhongjiu didn't care about these things. Since you want to destroy the Xingwu continent, you're going against the Luoxia city. Li Zhongjiu would never let you go. I'll definitely kill you. You used a method to freeze my will. Are you going to hand it over, or do you want me to refine you and get it myself? Li Zhongjiu said with a gentle smile. He was also very generous to allow the person in front of him to have a chance to choose. Such a person was really too magnanimous. That was because I used my tombstone true body to freeze you. Now that my true body has been shattered by you guys, I'm only left with a remnant soul. How can I perform such a unique skill? The Tombstone Spirit seemed to have thought of his broken tombstone and began to sob softly. Li Zhongjiu nodded. Alright, it seems like you've chosen to let me refine you personally. Fine. Li Zhongjiu immediately moved his body and summoned his chaotic energy. The Tombstone Spirit seemed to be immune to other forces and couldn't hurt him at all. Only the chaotic energy could deal with it. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu summoned his chaotic energy without hesitation. The Tombstone Spirit clearly did not expect Li Zhongjiu to attack without any warning. Li Zhongjiu was completely unreasonable. Immediately, the Tombstone Spirit began to shout loudly. No, 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 I'll tell you, it's the Mountain and Sea Mind concentrating spell. The Mountain and Sea Mind concentrating spell. As Li Zhongjiu listened to the introductions of these people, he gradually understood. These people seemed to be good at a type of attack called curse art. Li Zhongjiu had never come into contact with curse art. But he had seen the power of curse art. Hand it over? If I find any falsehood in this curse art, I won't hesitate. Li Zhongjiu said calmly. This Tombstone Spirit was clearly a coward, because it still wanted to escape if it had a chance. Therefore, it was willing to pay the price to resolve any threat from Li Zhongjiu. Although this Tombstone Spirit wasn't its true body, it still had a certain effect on the latter. Moreover, it knew that Li Zhongjiu's temper was so direct that it naturally didn't dare to provoke him. Immediately, the Tombstone Spirit opened its mouth. Then, it spat out a scroll. The scroll was also engraved with a lot of large characters with mental energy. This is the secret of the Mountain and Sea Mind concentrating spell. The Tombstone Spirit said. With your bad temper, you're the most suitable person to go through the checkpoints of the 5 great worlds. There were endless treasures and secret techniques in there. What about it? It'll be a chance for you to reach the peak of your life. I can take you in, but you have to let me live and give me freedom. From now on, you and I don't owe each other anything. How about that? The Tombstone Spirit said calmly. However, there was no sound in the surroundings at all. It immediately looked. Li Zhongjiu and the others had actually disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, they were all studying the Mountain and Sea Mind concentrating spell in their hands. Seeing that Li Zhongjiu and the others had really left, Black Soul also let out a sigh of relief helplessly. To think that I, the great Tao incarnation, actually had to compromise in such a way. It's really sad for the Tao of life and death. Then, Black Soul lowered its head and repaired the tombstone fragments on the ground. It looked extremely miserable. Li Zhongjiu and the others weren't interested in the latter's misery. The Mountain and Sea concentrating spell. Even after obtaining the scroll, Li Zhongjiu did not keep it for himself. Instead, he gave it to the others. Hu Wuxuang had no way to cultivate, so he had to stay in the array formation to guard it. She perfected the Black Tortoise Heavenly Disaster formation. The remaining 3 people also practiced this spell together. Xianxia didn't expect Li Zhongjiu to be so generous. The level of the spell was obviously very precious. Even in the upper world, it would be very popular. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't hesitate at all. Xianxia was touched. The 3 of them studied the spell together. However, Xianxia only studied it for 2 days, then she left. Speaking of this incantation technique, it was quite strange. While Xianxia was cultivating, every time he recited the main points, there would be a considerable change in his body. It would give Xianxia a splitting headache. Xianxia even thought that if she continued to cultivate, her body would explode. Her head was going to explode. Originally, Xianxia had thought that her cultivation was because she had been practicing a fake spell. However, they were all reading the same book. Both Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran had obviously entered the state, and there was an extremely powerful aura brewing in their bodies. It was obvious that the two of them had succeeded in their cultivation. Damn it. Is my talent not good enough? I'm getting old. Xianxia looked up at the sky and sighed. He also quit cultivating. Apparently, the spell wasn't suitable for him. Or he should go and tinker with the formation. He should go and check on the incarnation of the Wuji Lord of Heaven. At the same time, he was complaining in his heart. How boring was the Shantian Great Emperor? Why did he create such a thing? He was obviously here to make trouble. Creating such a thing, and then turning the other worlds into a mess, how wicked. Luoxia City had successfully moved to the top of the Sacred Flame Royal City. However, it wasn't directly above the Sacred Flame Royal City. Otherwise, a casual gust of wind from the Luoxia City would blow some rubbish down to the Sacred Flame Royal City. Moreover, what if Luoxia City was really shot down by someone one day? What would happen? There would be no saving it. It would fall from the sky like a huge meteorite. After it landed, it would destroy the Sacred Flame Royal City. That was 2 cities that had lost their lives. Many people were amazed by the successful transfer. In the world, only the Luoxia City had the power to do that. Only the White Deer residents would be able to accomplish such a task. As for the fireball in the Blackwater Forest, the White Deer Mansion didn't make it public. They only warned others not to go near the place. Otherwise, if they didn't do it, something. Ordinary people didn't need to know what was really going on. This was because it would be detrimental to the management of the Saint Flame dynasty. In Qianquan Sacred City, Emperor Xingyan was sweating profusely. He was really worried. What if the Luoxia City flew over and hung above the Sacred Flame Royal City? What should he do? Wouldn't it be a declaration that the Luoxia City was the real ruler? Others lived in the sky. You lived on the ground. How could you control the people who lived in the sky? Fortunately, they didn't have such intentions. Sacred Flame Great Emperor was so scared that he immediately brought his men to Luoxia City to see what was going on. He wanted to know if there was any dissatisfaction with his management. He didn't expect that there would be such a big movement. The number of experts in the Luoxia City had far surpassed the royal family. There was no competition at all. Li Tianqing and the others only met for show and had a meal. After all, the other party was the Emperor Xingyan. At least, he was the master of the royal family. They had to give him some face. It was obviously very hard to govern such a huge country. However, most of the time, Li Tianqing was also anxious to find Qi Shaohun. The two of them were like brothers who hadn't seen each other for many years. They drank and chatted happily. The people in the Luoxia City were boiling. One must know. Now, the entire Luoxia City. Some of the businesses in the Luoxia City were all for the sake of it. This was the reputation of the Luoxia City. But in fact, there was nothing around the Luoxia City. It was just because of its good reputation. They wanted to occupy a place and contribute to the Luoxia City. It could be said that they had built a relationship with the Luoxia City. They wanted to build a relationship with the White Deer Mansion. In case something happened in the future and they needed the help of the White Deer Mansion, they would be able to build a connection. But now, the Luoxia City was near the Sacred Flame Royal City. It directly raised the level of the Luoxia City. The transportation here was convenient. Doing any kind of trade could be done easily and directly. Such a good thing instantly caused these people to boil with excitement. At the same time, it was a huge impact on some of the merchants in the Luoxia City. It was equivalent to reaching the sky in a single step. Xiao Zhao also found time to pay a visit to Li Tianqing. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. It was really the first time in the history of the city that such a thing had happened. Xiao Zhao was very clear about the current situation of the entire continent. So, he really needed the ultimate weapon plan. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 2 months had passed. Xianxia was also glad that Li Zongjiu gave him a pill to save his life. Otherwise, he would have been buried in the ground and laid to rest in the tomb. Even now, Xianxia was still alive and kicking. It was all because of Li Zongjiu's pill. This kid is really amazing, Xianxia said. He was also very emotional. Half a month ago, Qi Yanran withdrew from the state of cultivation. Xianxia wanted to see this move. But Qi Yanran shook her head helplessly. I still can't understand the last seal. There is an obvious repulsive force. Obviously, Qi Yanran also failed. Only Li Zongjiu was their last chance. Don't worry. He will succeed, Xianxia said. She didn't expect that Xianxia would comfort Qi Yanran. It seemed that Xianxia was more familiar with Li Zongjiu. Qi Yanran also looked at Xianxia in surprise. Right at this moment, a wave of fluctuation came from the ground. Then, countless cracks appeared on the ground. From within the crack, a blazing aura burst forth. The scorching aura gradually increased. The aura that was spewed out could instantly reach a temperature that was dozens of times hotter than magma. Once one got close to the heat that was emitted would instantly roast one. Even if one had the cultivation of a Yuan king, one would not be able to withstand the heat. Oh no. The two of them looked at each other. Immediately, they flew toward the Black Tortoise Heavenly Calamity Array. Hua Wushuang had been staying in the array all this time. However, Hua Wushuang was not a real person. She was just a spirit. Therefore, most of the time, the energy that she could control was not as good as that of a real person. Fortunately, Qi Yanran and Xianxia arrived quickly. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of them. What a strong energy fluctuation. It seems that he is about to be revived. The two of them looked extremely solemn. Li Zongjiu had not woken up yet. He was still cultivating in the mountains. Open the array. Can't we let him escape? Run away, Xianxia said. The three of them worked together to open the Black Tortoise Heavenly Calamity Array. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared in the sky above the black water forest. It was a divine beast, the black tortoise, with a dragon head, tortoise body, and snake tail. Although the power of this black tortoise was not fully restored, it was still very powerful. At least for the Saint Martial continent, this power was about to reach its limit. With a casual move, it felt as if the space in front of it would shatter. Rumble. Under the black tortoise, a fireball was also rapidly condensing. In the fireball, a figure gradually appeared, and even the flames around him were gradually retracted into his body. In the end, there were only 2 balls of fire left, which circled around his body. It was as if there was a specific pattern. The 2 small fireballs were spinning around him. This person's true appearance was finally revealed at this moment. It was a middle-aged man with red hair, a red beard, and red eyes. He had a pair of black pants on his lower body. It was unknown what material they were made of, but they were not burned by the flames. There was a hideous tattoo on his upper body. It looked like a ferocious beast. Moreover, this ferocious beast seemed to be able to wake up at any time. It turned into a shadow and wrapped around his body. The incarnation of Limitless Immortal. Originally, the incarnation of the Limitless True Lord was sufficient to become the gatekeeper of the first trial in the Limitless True Flame Great World. However, because of this crack, he came to this lower world. This was an extremely precious opportunity for the incarnation of Limitless Supreme. In that lousy world, he was a gatekeeper. That was really stupid. Now that there was a chance to escape from that world full of restrictions, it was obviously a very rare and precious opportunity for this incarnation. However, the incarnation of Limitless True Lord did not expect this either. He had only just arrived in this world and had only killed a few people to replenish his energy. In the end, he encountered an existence similar to a guardian from the lower world, which was the Black Sea Overlord. Only someone with the strength of the Black Sea Overlord could injure him. But he was too strong. Even the Black Sea Overlord could not make him stay. He could only force him to leave. He couldn't catch this cunning guy. After the other party escaped, he was unable to leave the Black Sea. Therefore, he could not continue to pursue and let the other party escape. Because of that fierce battle, he had also spent a period of time. It was completely an injury on top of an injury. Fortunately, there were not many experts in other places. Even these experts could not do anything to him. As for the Black Tortoise Heavenly Calamity Array that he had set up while he was recovering in seclusion, it was nothing to him. Indeed, it was not a threat at all. Some inferior trash from an inferior world. Want to fight him? Can't compete with him. It was simply wishful thinking. Today, let me break the thing that you inferior trash from an inferior world are so proud of. The incarnation of the limitless supreme sneered. Immediately, his figure swept into the air. He punched the power of the black tortoise that was suppressing above his head. It was enough to see the power of fire condensing. When the fire condensed, it also showed a rather terrifying aura. Boom! The fire rushed towards the black tortoise. The other party just casually made a move, but it gave Qi Yanran and the others a lot of pressure. At this moment, they could feel the strength of the other party. It was so real. It was so strong that it was terrifying. Boom, it was just an ordinary punch. It was enough to repel the shadow of the black tortoise. It was almost as if the world was turned upside down. They could not withstand a few punches from the other party at all. Soon, they would collapse. Have you seen it now, you weak mortals? The incarnation of the limitless supreme smiled faintly. The punch just now was also a test. After all, he was not a fool. When he first came, he had more or less suffered a loss. Naturally, he could not be careless now. However, he had to be sufficiently awe-inspiring with his words. Otherwise, what would he do? Others thought that he could not do it? Sometimes, this kind of awe-inspiring mouth would be even more powerful. After all, this kind of thing needed to be done properly. After testing the punch, they also understood that these people were really weak and did not do it on purpose. Compared to the woman in the Black Sea, you are still far behind. The incarnation of the limitless supreme mocked. Then, he suddenly jumped up, opened his mouth, and spat out a flame from his mouth. It was like the breath skill that a giant dragon was good at. But when this breath directly exploded, the power of the flame was like thousands of giant dragons rolling in the sea. The stormy waves that it set off were even more shocking. Now, Qi Yanran said. The three of them exerted their strength at the same time. The Black Tortoise Heavenly Tribulation Array was not a defensive array. It was a real offensive array. As the array reversed, immediately, a cold light surged over. Immediately, this power fell. Above the sky, there seemed to be countless bolts of lightning falling from the sky. And there was also a trace of chaotic power contained in it. Chaotic heavenly thunder, this was the power that Li Zongjiu had fused with a special method. At this moment, it was released, and naturally, its power was boundless. Qi Yanran's timing was also quite accurate. Then, a bolt of chaos lightning came crashing down. Boom! It directly blasted into the mouth of the incarnation of the limitless supreme. That blazing heat immediately? The power of the flame, mixed with the power of the thunder, directly exploded in the body of the limitless supreme. Oh! The latter was obviously extremely shocked. He did not expect that these people had a backup plan and directly used this move. It also gave him no chance to resist at all. One move hit the target. Although the Black Tortoise Array was a little impacted. But this incarnation of the limitless supreme, it was also blasted into the body by the chaotic thunder. Such a situation immediately caused the body of the incarnation of the limitless supreme to rapidly expand. Qi Yanran and the others were also very nervous as they watched the changes in the latter's situation. Even such an attack, it was unable to directly destroy the latter's body. At least in their previous estimation, this move was enough to completely shatter the latter's body. But now it seemed that it did not achieve the expected effect. They saw that the incarnation of the limitless supreme actually forcibly swallowed this chaotic heavenly thunder. His body had clearly expanded. It had even expanded to the limit. But he still forcibly held it back. Furthermore, he forcibly suppressed this expanding power. In the end, he actually directly held the power of this chaotic heavenly thunder in his stomach and completely digested it. Almost, just a little. When the latter consumed a lot of energy to digest the power of this chaotic heavenly thunder. His eyes also became quite terrifying. He stared at the three figures in the sky. The incarnation of the Wuji immortal from the upper world almost fell down here today. This caused the latter to feel quite angry. So at this moment, he also released his aura at the same time. Boom! A surge of aura shot up into the sky. After that, the Wuji immortal condensed a spell in his hand. Qi Yanran and the others had just studied this spell. When the other party used it, there was a trace of familiarity, and it felt very close. Dezhen Flame Spell. The spell was cast. Immediately, the power of fire quickly condensed. It seemed that there was also a blazing flame in the latter's hand. Buzz. The moment the Dezhen Flame Spell was released, it immediately turned into a beam of strong light. At the same time, the Qilin tattoo on the latter's body seemed to have come to life at this moment. It rushed toward the sky and directly caught the power of the flame. And quickly rushed toward the sky. Boom! The moment the black tortoise was hit by the latter, all of them were unable to withstand the powerful energy contained within. It was directly torn apart. Li Zongjiu and the others worked together and spent several months to set up the array. They organized 4 celestial realm experts to cast it at the same time. However, the effect of this formation was obviously very unsatisfactory. The main reason was that the other party was too strong. A group of mortals. Seeing the black tortoise being destroyed, the incarnation of the immortal said coldly. At the same time, he looked at the shocked expressions of these mortals, who even looked like they didn't want to die. Such a complicated scene obviously made him very happy. High and mighty. What he wanted was this feeling of being high and mighty. He wanted to ruthlessly trample everyone under his feet, and let these people clearly understand who was the real expert. Resistance was futile. As long as you submit to me, I will spare your lives. The incarnation of the immortal said with a laugh. It seemed that for the three of them, surrender was the only way to survive. They had cultivated for so long to obtain the strength and status they had today, and they didn't want to die like this. But at the same time, because of his strength, he was considered to be one of the top existences in the mortal world. How could they just bow down as they wished? He had to put up a good struggle. When Hua Wushuang saw this, he knew that everything was over. Any preparations made would be in vain. Their fates would depend on this final battle. He was definitely going to have a real battle with the other party. Otherwise, the other party would definitely think that it would be easy for them to get their hands on it. Qi Yanran naturally knew that this battle was inevitable. Xianxia shook her body. He transformed into a frost dragon. Help me tell that kid to hurry up and refine it. I hope that the two of you can take care of the Dragon Island in the future. After Xianxia finished speaking, her entire body glowed. Almost instantly, her power gathered. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, even the clouds in the sky were frozen by this force and turned into frost. Immediately, the power of frost condensed. It was also quite intense. The Ice Blast Wyrm's aura reached its peak at this moment. Furthermore, he was constantly making breakthroughs. He's burning his own lifespan. Return to peak condition? Qi Yanran exclaimed when she saw this scene. She had never thought that this old dragon from more than 100,000 years ago, who was always smiling and liked to ask others to show him some respect, would be so resolute in this life and death crisis. Without saying anything, he burned his remaining lifespan and vitality to restore his cultivation to the peak condition. It was really moving. Such an action was really too great. Originally, this Ice Blast Wyrm was an expert in the Heavenly Dragon realm. However, after being frozen for hundreds of thousands of years, his power was fading rapidly. It could even be said that it was a miracle that he could come back after hundreds of thousands of years. An expert from more than 100,000 years ago had awakened and gained vitality. Perhaps this was what God wanted him to do. Specifically to prevent this disaster from happening, so he came back to life at this time. Celestial Realm. At this moment, the power of the Ice Blast WYRM had been completely released. The momentum formed by itself and the heaven and earth was also amazing and quite strong. Therefore, the incarnation of the immortal couldn't help but exclaim. Another expert in the celestial realm had come to deal with a group of innate realm experts. For the incarnation of the immortal, it was a piece of cake. But to face the expert in the celestial realm in front of him. In fact, it was a bit difficult for the incarnation of the immortal. Moreover, the celestial realm experts in the lower world seemed to be more powerful. At this moment, the incarnation of the immortal clearly felt the pressure. At this moment, the Ice Blast WYRM's aura did not stop. Instead, it continued to climb. Boom! The Ice Blast WYRM released its Dragon Ball. Suddenly, the whole world seemed to be condensed with a thick layer of frost. In the blink of an eye, the black water forest became a world of ice and snow. Even if they were tens of thousands of miles away, they could still feel the sudden arrival of this chilling power. Everyone else was also stunned. How could it appear so quickly, this kind of strength? It was really shocking. Why do I feel like it's suddenly winter? Tens of thousands of miles away in the Azure Wave Giant City. Everyone shuddered at the same time. Then, they all looked at the direction that used to belong to Luoxia City. It was said that the reason why Luoxia City migrated was because Evil Lord was cultivating in the Black Water Forest. Therefore, such a commotion could very well have been caused by the Evil Dominator. It was shocking. As expected of Evil Lord, his strength was really quite terrifying. Just by feeling the movement of this power, it was already beyond heaven and earth. The Ice Blast WYRM descended from the sky. It also held the Dragon Ball in its mouth. When the incarnation of the immortal saw this move, his face became quite ugly. At least, it could be said that even he could not resist this move. However, it was not so easy to kill him. At the moment when the power of frost descended, the incarnation of the immortal instantly activated the Qilin tattoo on his body. A surge of energy enveloped him. Then, the power of frost completely froze the incarnation of the immortal. This frost was the power that the Ice Blast WYRM had accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years. In an instant, thousands of miles were frozen. However, a gentle force wrapped around Qi Yanran. Even Hua Wushuang was instantly frozen by this force and turned back into the Wushuang sword. Hua Wushuang was just a sword spirit. It was already good enough that he was able to focus on protecting the person when he made the move. He couldn't possibly protect every blade of grass and tree in the surroundings, could he? That would consume too much energy. Damn it! The power of frost instantly froze the incarnation of the immortal. She did not give the incarnation of the immortal a chance. He had just escaped not long ago, but he was trapped again. As an expert from the upper world. Originally, he wanted to come to the lower realm and dominate the world. Who would have thought that he would be frozen time and time again by someone using some kind of method? This time, I'd like to see what other means you have. The day I break the ice is the day your continent falls into a sea of fire and hell. Qi Yanran did not have time to stop Xianxuang's killing move. She could not stop it. Because if Xianxuang did not make a move, they did not have any power to compete with it. There was no other way. If the other party made a move, it could definitely kill Qi Yanran and the others. However, Xianxuang sacrificed herself. She created an iceberg. The power released by the iceberg was to completely suppress the latter. However, it was hard to know how long this power of frost could last. It was also possible that the incarnation of the immortal would be frozen to death on this endless iceberg. It was the most powerful dragon in the heavenly dragon realm. The power of the Ice Blast WYRM really opened Qi Yanran's eyes. Hua Wushuang finally woke up from the sword energy. However, she could not break free. Fortunately, Qi Yanran quickly dug out the Wushuang sword. She broke the ice on the surface. What a strong chill. I feel that my power is flowing away rapidly. Hua Wushuang said. She also had a lingering fear in her heart. It seemed that the cold air below was also something extremely dangerous to her. Obviously, this was the latter's indiscriminate attack. But fortunately, the other party was completely sealed. that was the most important thing. I don't know how long this ice power can last. Qi Yanran's brows were deeply furrowed. She thought that with the strength of Li Zongjiu and her, they were at least at the peak of the realm. She dared not say that she was invincible on the continent, but she could at least rest easy. But after this series of events, these experts descended from the sky. It also made Qi Yanran understand that she was still far from being able to fight with these people. Her own strength did not have such an easy breakthrough. And once these top experts arrived, the first thing they would look for was Li Zongjiu and the others. They could only defeat them. Naturally, they would be able to rule the entire continent. They could even do whatever they wanted on this continent. But Qi Yanran would never let such a thing happen, so it naturally became a kind of destiny for the two of them. They were destined to accept the challenges from these experts. This was the most uncomfortable thing. After all, if the sky fell, it was the tall one here who held it up. There was no way to escape. In comparison, Qi Yanran belonged to the tall one. It was only when they could no longer hold on that more experts would appear. Originally, she had a strong helper, Wang Jing. But obviously, Wang Jing was also dealing with the battle on the Ape Clan continent. She did not know the current situation of the Ape Clan continent. As for the situation of the Sacred Martial Realm, there was no need to worry. The Sacred Martial Realm seemed to be the entrance of the Sacred Martial Realm. If people came down from the upper world, they would first have to reach the Sacred Martial Realm before they could go to the Sacred Martial Realm. As long as they could protect the Sacred Martial Realm. In that case, nothing would happen at all. 3 months later. The Black Water Forest was already covered by thick ice and snow. As the power of the mysterious frost was gradually released, the power formed in the surroundings was also getting stronger. So, the mysterious frost power was also constantly condensing. It was getting stronger every day. This was the effect of the self-destruction of the Heavenly Dragon Realm expert's strength. Clearly, to break through the Ice Mountain's suppression, one would need an extremely strong power. Moreover, the little ice dragons of the Dragon Island would often come here to pay their respects. Every time they paid their respects, a new iceberg would be formed here. This caused the cold air within to become even more intense. After Long Ji and the rest of Dragon Island learned about Black Frost's great deeds, they all felt proud of their frost dragon ancestor. The ancestors had sacrificed themselves in order to protect the continent. But in fact, not many people knew about it. Sometimes, heroes don't need to be remembered. But there were always people who remembered. Even the cave where Li Zongjiu was cultivating was covered in a thick layer of frost. Li Zongjiu opened his eyes. A powerful fluctuation spread out in all directions. Then, they rushed into the distance. Such an intense fluctuation was extremely shocking. It was truly shocking. Qi Yanran rushed over quickly with the unparalleled sword. When Qi Yanran arrived, Li Zongjiu was already standing on a snowy mountain, looking at the series of white glaciers in front of him. There seemed to be an infinite light in his eyes. It seemed to be under the endless ice mountain. A dragon's soul was lying there. Seeing the appearance of the dragon's soul, Yi Zichen was stunned. Li Zongjiu already knew what had happened. Qi Yanran quietly landed. "How long has it been?" Li Zongjiu asked. 3 months. Qi Yanran answered. 3 months. Black Frost's dragon soul hasn't dissipated. I'll refine a soul-gathering pill to gather his dragon soul. Maybe there's a chance to revive him. Li Zongjiu said. He can be revived. Qi Yanran didn't expect Li Zongjiu to have such means. The iceberg in front of her was endless. It was all formed by the other party's power. All the power of flesh and blood was buried in it. But the dragon soul was still condensed and didn't dissipate. Maybe. This might be the best news they had heard in a long time. Being able to resurrect Xianxia was a great boost to their morale, at least for them. It was indeed a pity that Xianxia had been sacrificed like that. Many people were caught off guard. Li Zongjiu didn't say much. First, he checked the situation here to see how long the power of the glacier could last. However, from the looks of it, it shouldn't be a problem for at least 4 to 5 years. But Black Frost's soul couldn't hold on for so long. In 8 or 10 days, it would probably dissipate. When that time came, he would truly be dead to the point where he couldn't be any more dead. So Li Zongjio seized the time to refine the soul-gathering pill. But before that, he inserted the unparalleled sword into the ice mountain. The heart of the blue sea in the unparalleled sword could also increase the effect of the ice power. At least the increased power could ensure that the ice mountain wouldn't melt so quickly. The power released could at least ensure that it could continue to trap the incarnation of the immortal below. Li Zongjio was busy refining the soul-gathering pill. Of course, he had all the herbs. Basically, Li Zongjio would replenish the herbs every once in a while. After all, as an alchemist, even if he wasn't refining pills, he had to ensure that he had the herbs to use. Only in this way would he be able to refine the elixir that he wanted at the critical moment. Usually, he would just casually prepare some elixir with him. The soul-gathering pill was a very rare pill, so he rarely refined it. It took him 7 days to refine the pill. Li Zongjio succeeded in refining the soul-gathering pill. This pill wasn't for people, but for souls. So Li Zongjio directly sprinkled the pill on the ice mountain. The power of the pill gradually integrated into the ice mountain. Qi Yanran and Wu Wushuang both gathered around, ready to witness the miracle that was about to happen. Immediately, they saw the light flowing on the ice mountain. As the light kept surging, it quickly condensed in the direction of the soul-gathering pill. Buzz buzz. It seemed to be the sound of an electric current flowing through the ice mountain. They could feel that the power in it was increasing rapidly. At first, it just absorbed some remnant souls. But later, Xianxuang's soul also felt the call from the pill and quickly condensed. Qi Yanran was also an alchemist. She didn't even think that the pill could have such a magical effect. When the pill condensed the soul, the figure of a frost Wyrm was also growing rapidly. Immediately, they saw. They could all understand. This level of strength was already at a very high level. It was hard to describe. In her beautiful eyes, she could only watch this shocking and astonishing scene unfold. Xianxuang's soul power quickly condensed. Qi Yanran and Wu Wushuang were also stunned. However, Xianxuang's soul also needed a place to stay for the time being. Therefore, Li Zongjio temporarily put Xianxuang's soul in the Chaos Bell. This was equivalent to Li Zongjio refining Xianxuang's soul into the Chaos Bell's weapon spirit. However, the weapon spirit that Li Zongjio refined was to gather these broken souls and send them to the Chaos Bell. The attributes of the Frost Dragon and the Chaos Bell didn't match, so it wasn't difficult to store them temporarily. When the Tombstone Spirit saw the power of the Frost Dragon condensing, he immediately understood. It must be the clone of the Wuji Immortal. Didn't he tell them to run away? No, he had been beaten to the point of being a remnant soul. However, he was actually very lucky to be able to keep such a remnant soul. That's great, I have a companion now. The Tombstone Spirit couldn't help but say. The mountain and sea concentrating spell. That kind of spell couldn't be successfully cultivated even if one wanted to. There were thousands of great Daos in the world. If one couldn't find a suitable spell, it would be very difficult to cultivate it to such a state. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to cultivate it successfully. If one tried to cultivate it by force, it could even cause one's cultivation to regress. Because the cultivation of this spell was like casting a sharp sword in one's body. However, if one's stomach couldn't accommodate this sharp sword, it would be very troublesome, because this sharp sword would directly penetrate one's chest. Therefore, it would directly backfire. That was the principle of acting according to one's ability. Therefore, the Tombstone Spirit didn't hold back. He didn't even need any tricks to hand over his spell. Rumble. Li Zongjio put away the souls of the Frost Dragon and Xianxuang to stop vomiting. Naturally, the power of the iceberg was directly reduced by more than half. Therefore, the clone of the immortal below would definitely take the opportunity to break out of the iceberg. Be careful, this person is very strong. Qi Yanran was a little worried. After all, the other party's strength was not as simple as the previous opponents. In the past, he could more or less put up a fight against his opponents. However, when facing this person, they had no power to fight back at all. They could only wait for the other party to decide their fate. Qi Yanran had not felt such a sense of powerlessness for a long time. However, he could feel it once more from the clone of limitless true lord. I know, he can't run away, Li Zhongjiu said calmly. At this moment, he would definitely not let this person off so easily. Although Xianxia was not Li Zhongjiu's good friend, she was not a good friend of his. However, he was definitely a friend of his. This mere incarnation of the limitless lord had forced the frost dragon into such a state. That was equivalent to directly killing his friend. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu was definitely going to take revenge on this guy. Crack, the ice cracked. Cracks began to appear on the entire iceberg. Then, the peerless sword flew down from the ice mountain and landed in Li Zhongjiu's hand. You don't have to use the peerless sword, Li Zhongjiu said. At the same time, there was already power gradually gathering between his fingers. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu raised his head and looked forward. His eyes focused slightly. It seemed that he had made the decision and was now waiting for the other party to show up. You succeeded? Qi Yanran was also very surprised. Because? Over the past 3 months, Qi Yanran had been trying to see if she could cultivate or not. However, the result was very unsatisfactory. She did not succeed. She failed again and again. At this moment, seeing Li Zhongjiu make a move, of course, she was very surprised. Of course, Li Zhongjiu said. It seemed to be a very easy thing to do. However, in fact, Li Zhongjiu had experienced countless life and death situations in the past 5 months. In the end, he cultivated all of this. Every time he condensed this spell, there would be a fatal backlash in the end. Every time, Li Zhongjiu was able to forcefully withstand it and persevere. It was only until the last time that he succeeded completely. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu's incantation technique had reached the consummation stage. He knew that the other party would take this opportunity to kill him. In fact, Li Zhongjiu was also waiting for the other party. The iceberg shattered. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The turbulent power was quickly released. A ball of flame burst out, as if it was going to melt the surrounding glaciers. The figure that condensed was the incarnation of Master Wuji. I want you to die. He had been trapped for a full 5 months. During these 5 months, the power of Limitless Sage's incarnation had been weakening every day. Fortunately, the other party's strength could only be considered average. Otherwise, the power of Frost alone was enough to devour him completely, and there would be no chance for him to appear again. He reckoned that he would not live to see the day when he broke out of seclusion. This time, he was able to escape with a murderous aura and rushed out directly. He was determined to kill Qi Yanran and the others completely. He would not show any mercy and did not need to subdue these people. But unfortunately, the incarnation of Master Wuji thought too highly of himself. The way he saw it, these people had already used up all their tricks. Even the only dragon in the celestial realm was now dead. What other powerful moves could they have? There was no need for him to worry at all. Mountain and sea concentration spell. Li Zhongjiu's voice fell. From his body, a powerful aura was instantly released. This aura seemed to penetrate between heaven and earth, and instantly condensed this powerful force in front of him. It directly rushed down to the people below. Boom! What? When the incarnation of Limitless Sage felt the power coming down on him, he instantly felt like he was being suppressed. This powerful spell was released. Limitless Supreme was instantly stunned. How is this possible? The spell of Great Emperor Shantian. Boom! The powerful force instantly sealed the ladder. The glaciers within a radius of tens of thousands of miles were also smashed at this moment. However, all of the power had been condensed. There was a loud boom. It was as if everything was covered by a powerful force in an instant. It was the incarnation of Master Wuji. He had never expected that these people would have so many tricks up their sleeves. Furthermore, they were constantly attacking with their attacks. It made him unable to resist. He could only be sealed and suppressed again. This time, the iceberg was directly shattered and the incarnation was smashed down with a boom. A big pit appeared at the bottom of the iceberg. The surrounding ice was also quickly piled up. All of them poured into the deep pit. The incarnation of Master Wuji could only be buried under this ice cave. Hunyuan Bell. Li Zhongzhou covered the Hunyuan Bell with a boom. He completely sealed the incarnation. He couldn't escape. It was impossible to leave in a short period of time. But after using this move, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Li Zhongzhou's body? His power was also rapidly dissipating. His body fell from the sky. Fortunately, Qi Yanran noticed that something was wrong and hurried forward to catch Li Zhongzhou. Otherwise, he would have been in a sorry state when he fell to the ground. I'm fine. Fortunately, this person is extremely arrogant. With this spell, he won't be able to come out for at least 5 years. 5 years, in fact, 5 years seemed to be a long time, but it passed in the blink of an eye. He easily passed through it. After Li Zhongzhou cast the spell, he rested for 3 months. After all, to cast the spell, he needed to be at least in the celestial being realm. Li Zhongzhou could be considered to have forcefully used it, so it had caused great damage to his body. During the 3 months, Li Zhongzhou lost a lot of energy. He looked like he was a few years older. However, he recovered after a while. After all, Evil Lord wasn't called that for nothing. After refining a few pills, he was able to replenish the life force that he had lost. At the same time, during these 3 months, Xianxia woke up. When Xianxia woke up in the Chaos Bell, she couldn't believe it. Li Zhongzhou didn't restrict Xianxia's movement, so she could come and go freely in the Chaos Bell. When Xianxia woke up, she knew it. She must have been saved by Li Zhongzhou. Otherwise, how could she come back to life? Seeing such a miracle, Xianxia was astonished. She was extremely surprised. Although his power had been greatly weakened, he was still able to come back to life. It was already very fortunate. Xianxia quickly fell to the ice mountain. In the end, he spent half a month using the ice to create a body for himself. Qi Yanran refined an ice bead for the latter. She could stay in the ice bead. There was a formation in the ice bead. It could nurture one's own strength and help them master their own body faster. Obviously, it was a good way. Xianxia couldn't speak for the time being, but she had already expressed her gratitude to Li Zhongzhou. Even with Li Zhongzhou's cultivation, he reached this level after casting the spell. From this, one could see how powerful the backlash from the curse was. Li Zhongzhou knew that he might be able to hit the ladder this time, but 5 years later, he might not be able to. The other party's strength would definitely not remain the same. Most importantly, he had gained a huge advantage this time. The other party didn't expect this at all, so he got such an opportunity. The latter was hit squarely in the chest. If he wanted to completely eliminate them after 5 years, he would need to have the power to fight against them. During this period of time, Li Zhongzhou also made a trip to the Black Sea, hoping to find the Black Sea Overlord. He wanted to see if he could get some new knowledge. He had obtained some new clues. However, Li Zhongzhou was unable to locate the Black Sea Overlord. Perhaps it was because his strength had yet to reach the required level. That was normal. The Black Sea Overlord was truly not giving them any face at all. They had lost the lead of the Black Sea Overlord. Li Zhongzhou wanted to gain enough experience in these 5 years. In order to obtain true strength, one would need to embark on a true path. There was only one way. He had to give himself enough time and opportunity to make a breakthrough. That was the 5 great worlds that the gravestone had mentioned. Li Zhongzhou could only truly go to the great world to undergo a trial. He might even have to enter the world of Wuji True Flames. Only then could he truly find a way to deal with the incarnation of the True Lord. Isn't this too dangerous? We haven't even figured out the true identity of that guy. Qi Yanran was extremely worried. If there was an accident during this process, he might not be able to come back. It was hard to say what he would encounter in the great world. If he were to encounter danger, he wouldn't even have a helper. It would definitely be a great danger. In a situation where he was alone and without help, he would only die in despair. That's right, kid. 5 years later, with our strength, we might be able to get rid of this guy. Xianxia appeared and said. However, Xianxia now looked more like an ice sculpture of a small dragon. Although the soul had been collected and returned to its place. But Xianxia's? Her physical body had been destroyed. It had turned into an endless iceberg. Therefore, Xianxia could only use the ice to rebuild her body. It was probably impossible to restore her physical body. It would also take some time to transform into a human being again. This is just an accident. If there are 2 or even 3 people like this next time, what can we do? Only by quickly strengthening ourselves can we not be afraid of these problems. Li Zhongjiu said blandly. Since they were already here. In the face of such a situation, they had to abandon everything. They had to really give it their all. Otherwise, sooner or later, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. They wouldn't be so lucky every time they died. This is really, Xianxia couldn't help but say. She had already died once. However, she knew that Li Zhongjiu was risking his life to go to a very dangerous place to seek power. It could give birth to such a monster. How could such a place be simple? Therefore, Li Zhongjiu would most likely die this time. Although Qi Yanran was reluctant. She also knew that no one could dissuade Li Zhongjiu from his choice. Besides, Li Zhongjiu was right. Qi Yanran also wanted to go by herself. She would take the risk in place of Li Zhongjiu. She would go through the danger and gain power. However, her strength was obviously not as good as Li Zhongjiu's. In terms of survival ability, she was far inferior to Li Zhongjiu's. What she needed was. She had to silently support Li Zhongjiu's decision behind his back. And she had to do it before Li Zhongjiu came back. She had to guard the Xingwu continent well. That was the best response to Li Zhongjiu. If he wanted to go to the big world to gain experience, he had to go through the Tombstone Spirit. Previously, the Tombstone Spirit had said that there was a way to send Li Zhongjiu there. As long as he could send Li Zhongjiu there and send him back, he would let him go. However, before he left, Xiaoxiao sent a message. He needed Li Zhongjiu to go back to the White Deer Mansion. Originally, Li Zhongjiu was going to visit his parents in Luoxia City. He might not be able to come back. However, Li Zhongjiu was confident that he would definitely return from this trip. Otherwise, this trip would have been meaningless. Let's go. Xiaoxiao seems to have something important to do. Li Zhongjiu said. Xianxia stayed for the time being to guard this world of ice and snow. She could not let the incarnation of the true Lord come back. If that happened, it would be too scary. Holy Flame Imperial City, White Deer Mansion, in a secret experimental base. Li Tianqing, Li Zhongjiu, and the others were also there. Xiaoxiao was also a little excited. This is the first product of our White Deer Mansion's ultimate weapon protection. Yuan Railgun. Almost everyone had arrived. They came specifically to see what kind of weapon was being researched. Li Zhongjiu was also very curious. Xiaoxiao had told him about this so-called ultimate weapon project. However, Li Zhongjiu did not take it to heart. Because in Li Zhongjiu's opinion, these so-called ultimate weapons were not worth mentioning at all. As long as one's strength was strong enough, there was no weapon that could not be destroyed. Even these attacks could be easily blocked. It was not a problem at all. However, Li Zhongjiu did not stop this plan. After all, Li Zhongjiu had seen some of the technological developments 3,000 years later, and they were indeed quite advanced. Even in the future, it happened to be at the boundary between the old and new cultivation methods, and it might be directly surpassed. And let some people who were not strong enough carry out some. Arming and self-protection was also a good way. There might be one catastrophe after another in the future. It needed not only these top experts. It was also a state where everyone was a soldier. At the same time, when it came to things like developing technology, there had to be people walking in front. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu did not mind. For Li Zhongjiu, things like money and resources were innumerable. Now? The resources were enough for Xiaoxiao to use at will, and he was completely not limited by himself. There was enough time and opportunity to create more possibilities, and for Ali. Li Zhongjiu supported. The Yuan railgun, everyone did not understand what magnetism was. Even Xiaoxiao had sent someone over to explain the situation. However, these people still did not understand. There was no other way. It did not matter whether they understood the principle or not. Therefore, everyone came specially to watch. A cannon made of metal appeared. There was something similar to roller skates on the cannon, which could help it to move around. Except for the bottom that was installed by oneself, there was no blind spot to speak of. Let's get started, Li Zongjiu said. The various displays were not important. The most important thing was how much power it had, at least in Li Zongjiu's opinion. But in fact, as a weapon, this was naturally the most basic part. If even the power was not enough, then it would be useless no matter how good your aim was. Immediately, Xiaoxiao also gave some instructions. Soon, someone carried out a huge cage. Inside the cage was an abyssal monster. The latter's strength was already at the peak of the primitive emperor realm. However, under long-term dehydration, the strength of this abyssal monster would also decrease a lot. Someone used water to help the latter recover, and then directly opened the iron cage. And behind the Yuan railgun, there was a basin of water was placed. Although there was only a little bit of water, it was already a fatal attraction to the abyssal monster. Boom, the abyssal monster was like a runaway horse. Its speed suddenly burst out. It was incomparably fast and ferocious like thunder. But at the moment when the abyssal monster was charging, the Yuan railgun had already made a prediction. Then, with a loud bang, the abyssal monster was shattered into pieces. The attack of the Yuan railgun was like a ray of light, and even this ray of light was like a transparent energy strip. When the crowd saw this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. It was killed in an instant. The abyssal monster that was close to the Supreme Being realm was killed with ease. If there were 2 more of them, they could easily kill the Supreme Being realm expert. There was no pressure at all. Although this kind of thing was expensive to make, as long as it could be made, it didn't matter how much money it cost. After all, this was a weapon that could be used against Supreme Being realm experts. Even the Luoxia city needed it. This thing is quite powerful. Li Tianqing was also a Supreme Being realm expert. With a glance, he could clearly feel the powerful fluctuations in it. If he was not careful, it was very likely that he would be penetrated. After all, if an ordinary Supreme Being realm expert was in this state, under normal circumstances, his defensive power would be far inferior to these abyssal monsters and primitive beasts. It was just that he was slightly stronger than ordinary people. It was very easy to be killed in an instant. Even if you wanted to block it, it would be impossible. By the time you reacted, you would already be dead. Young master, can you go down and do the test? Xiaoxiao asked boldly. Everyone was very surprised when they heard this. Was Xiaoxiao going to take this opportunity to eliminate Li Zongjiu? Of course, it was impossible. If not for Li Zongjiu's protection, Xiaoxiao would have been assassinated by many people. After all, Xiaoxiao had too much power in his hands. As long as Li Zongjiu was around, no one would dare to touch Xiaoxiao. Okay, I'll try. Li Zongjiu's curiosity was aroused. His realm was different from these people. Therefore, he could tell at a glance that the power of the Yuan railgun was extraordinary. Just now, the abyssal monster had used a variety of changes in direction and speed, but the Yuan railgun easily killed it without any hesitation. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was very curious about how this thing could lock on. If this thing could kill Li Zongjiu. Now, Li Zongjiu did not dare to say that he was the best in the world. But at the very least, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. Therefore, Li Zongjiu agreed without hesitation. Qi Yanran and the others were even less worried. According to Li Zongjiu's words, if this thing could kill him, then he wouldn't need to work so hard to cultivate. That would be a good thing. Then, Li Zongjiu came to the scene and faced the Yuan railgun in front of him. The Yuan railgun in front of him looked very simple. It did not even pose any threat or damage. He looked at the slight advantage of the distance. Li Zongjiu was also worried that the Yuan railgun would not be able to hit him. Since it was a test, Li Zongjiu had to use a real standard to deal with the Yuan railgun. Therefore, Li Zongjiu also walked forward. After a dozen steps, the distance between them was directly shortened to a range of 10 meters. Li Zongjiu stood in front of the Yuan railgun. Turn the power to the maximum. Xiaoxiao did not hesitate. Some of the researchers below also started to make adjustments. He had even changed the barrel of the cannon. Just the barrel in front of them was enough to cover half of Li Zhongzhou's body. It seemed to have a certain degree of threat. Come on. Li Zhongzhou gestured to Xiaoxiao to start. Everyone widened their eyes, wanting to see how powerful this thing was. The atmosphere at the scene also seemed to be a little nervous and excited. Even Li Zhongzhou's eyes became extremely serious. Boom! The Yuan railgun instantly blasted out. Li Zhongzhou saw a ray of blue light appear in front of him. He instinctively raised his hand to block. At the same time, he released his Yuan Qi of the Absolute Saint Realm. He directly blocked in front of him. A powerful wave of air directly blasted towards Li Zhongzhou. When this aura covered his body, Li Zhongzhou could clearly feel a burning power. He was injured, a trace of shock appeared in Li Zhongzhou's eyes. After all, it was very rare for him to be seriously injured. Even when he fought with the Tombstone Spirit, he was not injured. The Tombstone Spirit only temporarily sealed him and did not cause him any harm. You can trap me, but you can't hurt me. That was roughly what it meant. However, the Yuan railgun in front of him had such power, which made Li Zhongzhou very surprised. Half of Li Zhongzhou's body was directly slashed by this terrifying power. Immediately, this half of his body felt like it was being destroyed. On the surface, a lot of power was condensing. Li Zhongzhou also quickly recovered from his injuries. This is good. Li Zhongzhou was also very surprised. How many do you have now? Li Zhongzhou then asked. Currently, there are a total of 3. This one is the most stable. After seeing Li Zhongzhou block it, Xiaoxiao also heaved a sigh of relief. After all, she was very worried that Li Zhongzhou would be directly blasted to death. If that was the case, Xiaoxiao herself would become an extremely evil person who had committed a heinous crime. It would even be too late for regrets. Bring all 3 of them up. Adjust this thing to the maximum power output. Li Zhongzhou was also a little excited. This thing was very powerful. If there were enough of it, it would definitely have a great effect. Just the power of one cannon had almost injured Li Zhongzhou. Now, Li Zhongzhou even took the initiative to ask for 3 cannons to attack at the same time. This caused everyone to become nervous. But at the same time, they were very interested in the Yuan railgun. It was because the Yuan railgun could actually pose a threat to Li Zhongzhou. That move just now wasn't something that a Supreme Being could withstand. It was estimated that even the Supreme Being experts present might not be able to withstand it. As for Li Zhongzhou's request, of course, Xiaoxiao did not refuse. He directly ordered people to take out the 3 cannons. The 3 Yuan railguns were tested. They restocked the energy and were waiting to attack Li Zhongzhou at any time. Come on, Li Zhongzhou said. The people outside were also very worried. Isn't that kid too arrogant? Li Tianqing could not help but worry. Qi Xiaohun and the others were also present. But their women did not come. If a woman came to such an occasion, she would definitely not be at ease. It's hard to say. But Zhongzhou's strength has not been fully displayed. Qi Xiaohun analyzed. Qi Yanran also nodded. Zhongzhou has the chaotic body. Although the energy is strong, it can at most injure him, but there is no way to kill him. It's good that he won't die. Li Tianqing nodded in agreement. Let's not talk about other things for now. It was fine as long as he was alive. No matter what the situation was, as long as he was not dead, there was no problem. Therefore, this matter was not a big deal to them. Hearing Li Tianqing's words, the people around were also very embarrassed. This father's education was really on point. At this moment, the 3 Yuan railguns were ready. Li Zhongzhou released a defensive wall formed by his will. Seeing Li Zhongzhou's action, Qi Yanran's eyes were also shocked. If the power of this energy was strong enough to injure Li Zhongzhou's willpower, it would be very difficult for him to recover. This was not a physical injury that could be healed with pills. In the process itself, it would be an extremely dangerous act. Although the crowd could not see Li Zhongzhou's wall of will, they could not see it. However, they could clearly feel that Li Zhongzhou was releasing a very powerful energy. Fire! Xiaoxiao ordered. The 3 Yuan rail cannons fired at the same time. Boom! The intense light tore through the space rapidly, tearing apart everything before it. At this moment, the entire space violently shook. Qi Yanran raised her hand and used her elemental energy to protect everyone present. This was because when the energy of the Yuan railgun collided with Li Zongjiu's wall of willpower, the energy of the Yuan railgun collided. In an instant, it exploded on the spot, producing an extremely strong and ferocious fluctuation. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to withstand this attack. Therefore, Qi Yanran made a move to block this fluctuation. Looking at Li Zongjiu in the field, the light wave of the Yuan railgun had ended. Although Li Zongjiu was not injured, he was forcefully pushed back dozens of meters in the resistance just now. His feet also dragged a long trace on the ground. Moreover, Li Zongjiu's expression was also quite dignified. Seeing this, he probably already understood. At this moment, Li Zongjiu himself was clearly under a great deal of pressure. Under the impact of such power, it was obvious that even Li Zongjiu had already felt uncomfortable. At this moment, he had already pulled himself together. Qi Yanran jumped in front of Li Zongjiu. Obviously, Li Zongjiu's current state was not good. "How is it?" Qi Yanran asked. Immediately, Li Zongjiu waved his hand. "It's very powerful." Li Zongjiu could not help but give Xiaoxiao a thumbs up. "This thing is very well made. Continue to strengthen it. In addition, produce as many as you can." Li Zongjiu called Xiaoxiao over and said to Xiaoxiao. It was very precious to be able to get Li Zongjiu's help. It could be said that all of this was already very worth it. It also made Xiaoxiao very encouraged. If there is no big problem, 1 year is enough to make 2. No, it has to be faster. Li Zongjiu shook his head. 2 in a year was too slow. No matter what kind of crime it takes, no matter how many resources it takes, even if you have to catch more talents, you have to make 10 within a year. To be able to find such a good weapon. Obviously, Li Zongjiu was also very surprised. This ultimate weapon plan also had a very significant effect. Therefore, Li Zongjiu could be considered to have spoken directly now. He directly dealt with this matter. Very few Li Zongjiu personally intervened in this matter. Now, Li Zongjiu had spoken. Naturally, he had to complete it even if he died. Okay. Xiaoxiao nodded and said. In the test just now, the power of these 3 Yuan railguns was enough to kill a level 1 innate expert. Under the circumstances of continued production and research, the power of the Yuan railguns would definitely continue to be improved. After 5 years, 50 to 60 Yuan railguns were aimed at the incarnation of Supreme Jing at the same time. They directly fired one shot to know how powerful it was. Even after 3,000 years, there had not been such a powerful weapon. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu would have made this weapon long ago. Could Xiaoxiao find such a weapon? Only then did he come. It was really a very shocking thing. In fact, many things disappeared because they were neglected. It was inevitable for such a situation to occur. After all, not everyone had such huge financial resources as Li Zongjiu. In addition, Xiaoxiao had such foresight. The rest of the matters were handed over to Xiaoxiao and Qi Yanran. What Li Zongjiu said to Li Tianqing and the others was that he would be in seclusion for a long time. Seclusion. Everyone had long been used to Li Zongjiu's seclusion. He picked a good day. Li Zongjiu also returned to the Black Water Forest. The Chaos Bell was still hanging there. Immediately, Li Zongjiu entered the Chaos Bell and found the Tombstone Spirit. He said that he was the Tombstone Spirit that was the incarnation of the Great Tao. You said last time that you could bring me into the great world created by the great Emperor of Xiantian. As long as you bring me in and bring me back, I will let you go. Li Zongjiu said to the Tombstone Spirit seriously. The Tombstone Spirit seemed to have been waiting for a long time. I knew you would come. Of course I can bring you there. I can even guide you through the difficulties and obtain power. At least, it won't be a problem to deal with the incarnation of Supreme Wuji. The mysterious black soul said. It can deal with Supreme Wuji? It's not Supreme Wuji, it's his incarnation. It's what you saw. If it's his real body, it's at least tens of thousands of times stronger than the incarnation. It was tens of thousands of times stronger than the incarnation. It was so powerful that it was exaggerated. This caused Li Zhongjiu to be slightly shocked in his heart. Even before this, Li Zhongjiu was still complacent about his strength. At least he could become the top existence in this continent. And he had saved the continent many times and resolved countless crises. But he never thought that when a ruthless person came, the entire continent would be directly plunged into such a crisis. It also made Li Zhongjiu realize how terrifying the strength of these people was. There was such a series of events. So Li Zhongjiu had no choice but to take this path. In fact, for many people, this was a true path of no return. Once they stepped on it, they would never be able to return. If they wanted to return, they didn't know how long they had to wait. So these things were hard to say. But there was no other way now. 5 years seemed to be a long time, but in fact, even Li Zhongjiu didn't have the confidence to break through to the celestial realm. Even if he could break through 1 or 2 levels, it would be useless and useless. Although he knew that the tombstone spirit must be hiding something, or even a conspiracy, hidden in it. But Li Zhongjiu didn't care. As long as he could become stronger and destroy these damn invaders, it would be enough. Give me a stone from your continent. Li Zhongjiu directly gave it a primordial stone. The tombstone spirit directly pieced the primordial stone into its body. It was on the gravestone that was already broken. Then, the tombstone spirit also did the same. It muttered something. Suddenly, a dark and gloomy passage opened in front of Li Zhongjiu. Behind the passage, they could feel waves after waves of ferocious and frightening energy fluctuations coming one after another. This is a path of no return. I have marked this stone for you. If you want to come back, you just need to touch the power on it. But you only have one chance. Once you come back, you will never be able to return. Perhaps a lot of people were also curious. I only went there to obtain power. As long as I obtained power, it wouldn't matter if I didn't go back. However, a lot of people eventually forgot. Humans are greedy by nature. There was no end to desire. It was like walking into a casino. If they didn't lose everything and get thrown out, they wouldn't be willing to leave. Li Zhongjiu was an expert from a small world. Casinos naturally had no allure to speak of. However, this was filled with countless opportunities, and countless opportunities to obtain great power. That was the real temptation. It was just like a casino, where one could keep a clear head before entering. However, once they entered, the things that would happen were no longer predictable. What about you? Me? After you go in, I will be free. That's my mission, he said. Tombstone Spirit said. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu seemed to understand something. The Tombstone Spirit in front of him had said that he was just an incarnation. An incarnation of the Great Tao. Just a mere clone like this was enough to threaten Li Zhongjiu and the others. Moreover, the Tombstone Spirit itself had come with a mission. As long as the mission was completed, it would be able to take over the Tombstone Spirit. As long as he completed the mission, he would be free. Clearly, Li Zhongjiu's appearance could allow him to complete his mission. Furthermore, in fact, the small Chaos Yuan bell had no way of trapping him. When Li Zhongjiu's figure disappeared into the mysterious space crack, it was true. Qi Yanran, who was standing on the peak of the snowy mountain, was stunned. Suddenly, he was stunned. The desolate heaven essence in his hands seemed to have lost its strength at that moment. It had become an ownerless item. It wasn't because its owner was dead. It was because Li Zhongjiu was too far away from them. It wasn't a distance that could be measured with the naked eye. At such a great distance, it was as if he had been exiled into an endless dark space. There was no chance of returning. It was like an ant walking into a desert. It seemed possible to come back, but in reality, it was already impossible. This was the furthest Qi Yanran and Li Zhongjiu had ever been separated. There was no other way. You must return safely. Qi Yanran said softly. She kept the white silk that was formed by the desolate heaven essence. If Li Zhongjiu returned, the desolate heaven essence would definitely awaken immediately. At the same time as Li Zhongjiu disappeared. In the Black Sea domain far away. Black Sea Overlord was cultivating. At that moment, he couldn't help but open his eyes and look in the direction of the Black Water Forest. He should be able to return. Black Sea Overlord thought to himself. It was as if he had expected Li Zhongjiu to head to such a mysterious place. So? That was why he didn't appear. Everything was fated. There were very few people who knew that Li Zhongjiu had left. Qi Yanran couldn't announce it either. Xiao Zhao had already brought out the ultimate weapons. They were set up on the surrounding icebergs. They were all aiming in the same direction. If Li Zhongjiu couldn't return, they had to make backup plans. Wuji True Flame Great World. This world was so vast that it was boundless. Every day, countless experts would be teleported up using different methods. Furthermore, it was a training ground. The people in the upper world would also send their avatars into the training ground. It was equivalent to. The lower world wasn't just the Xingwu continent that Li Zhongjiu was in. The Xingwu continent was just one of the countless small worlds that were as vast as the Sea of Stars. However, there was only one upper world. The cultivators in the upper world had created a place like the Wuji True Flame Great World. It was mainly because the great Emperor Shantian had created such a world. Therefore, the experts in the upper world would enter the Great World with their avatars to train. As for the targets of their training, other than the checkpoints, difficulties, and missions that existed in the Great World, there was also a very important hunting target. It was the experts from the lower world. They all had many ways to come here. Even if their avatars were destroyed, their real bodies would still be safe and sound. At most, they would lose a little strength. However, once the powerhouses of the lower realms died, they would be dead for real. Even their souls would be refined and devoured by the other party. They would have nothing left. Among these small worlds, the Xingwu continent wasn't considered powerful at all. Li Zhongjiu's figure landed on the ground. There was green grass under his feet. There were shady trees around him. What a strong vitality! Li Zhongjiu lowered his head and glanced at the grass and trees under his feet. It could be felt that their energy was even stronger than that of a vigorous adult. At the same time, the density of the surrounding spiritual energy was far beyond that of the Xingwu continent. It was at least 100 times stronger. Li Zhongjiu was surprised. This was equivalent to setting up an extremely large spirit gathering array. In such a spirit gathering array, one could feel a strong resonance. Even if it was just breathing normally, the effect was stronger than cultivating seriously in the Xingwu continent. Therefore, in such an environment, even if there were no fortuitous encounters, there would be a great breakthrough. In Li Zhongjiu's storage ring, there was a huge hourglass. Once the hourglass reached the bottom, it would be a full 5 years. Li Zhongjiu's purpose in coming here was very clear. He wanted to find more existing spells. The tombstone spirit had already been tortured, but there was no harvest. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu did not trust the tombstone spirit very much. Now, Li Zhongjiu was very clear that it was not so easy to obtain the secret scroll of spells. Moreover, the tombstone spirit itself was very problematic. As for its origin, it was impossible to figure out. If Li Zhongjiu was really a tombstone, then he was really treating Li Zhongjiu as a 3-year-old child. This was simply impossible. Li Zhongjiu would not believe the latter's nonsense. In fact, as a newcomer, Li Zhongjiu did not dare to be too careless. After observing the surroundings, he began to walk forward. Always stay in a place like this? Obviously, there was no benefit in staying in this place. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu walked in the forest. He shuttled through the dense forest. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu was quite vigilant in his heart. However, after walking for 3 days and 3 nights, he did not see any people or animals. There were a few times when he was almost killed by some of the plants in the forest. These plants were also good at eating people. If Li Zhongjiu hadn't discovered it early and jumped away early, he would have been eaten by the other party. Finally, on the 4th day, Li Zhongjiu actually saw an incomparably huge city. The city seemed to be made up of countless mountain peaks connected together. However, what was surprising was that this city did not have any city walls at all. The reason why it was so huge was because there were too many tall buildings in it. The forest was just a piece of barren land. The real thing, the thing that had this protection, was this city. At the same time, the truly dangerous place was within this city. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu could be considered to have taken a tour in the wilderness. At the very least, Li Zongjiu knew what kind of existence such a city was. No matter which direction he walked in, he would definitely encounter such a city. What kind of magic and charm did the city have? It was constantly attracting people to walk in. Li Zongjiu was not in a hurry. Instead, he stayed in the distance and waited for 2 days. During these 2 days, he saw many people walking into this city. In fact, most of the people who came and went basically rode on their swords. Of course, the way they rode on their swords was more powerful. This was undeniable. At the same time, Li Zongjiu observed for a while. These people were at most in the absolute saint realm. There were also a large number of higher heaven realm experts. For the time being, he did not see any celestial realm experts. In fact, if the celestial realm experts did not take the initiative to expose their aura, it would be difficult to find them. "Hey, brother, you also came up from below?" Just after Li Zongjiu observed the situation, he was ready to go inside to have a look. What was going on? No matter what kind of situation it was always necessary to observe the unknown first. He could not blindly move forward under such circumstances. He had to find a good opportunity to do so. However, just as Li Zongjiu was about to move, a voice came from behind him. This caused Li Zongjiu to be surprised. Because before this, Li Zongjiu did not realize that there was someone close to him. How did that person suddenly appear behind him? Li Zongjiu was really shocked. Someone was actually able to approach him without making a sound. "Don't be nervous. I also came up from below." A bald man appeared behind him. He was big and rough. However, there seemed to be a little purity and innocence in his eyes. This made Li Zongjiu vigilant. At this level, you still think that you can put on an act? How could there be an existence that is so naive and sweet? Thus, Li Zongjiu paid close attention in his heart. "Me too." Li Zongjiu nodded and said. Hello. My name is Tai Tu. I cultivate the stone mental cultivation method. As long as I don't move too much, I won't leak any aura. Therefore, ordinary people can't discover me. You don't have to be nervous," Tai Tu said. As soon as they met, he directly revealed his identity. Obviously, this also made Li Zongjiu suspicious. Was this guy really stupid? However, Li Zongjiu soon found out. Other than Tai Tu, there were several people around him who were similar to Tai Tu's cultivation. These people were all 9th grade absolute saints. In the lower world, they were absolute experts. There was no doubt about it. Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, had stopped his yuan power at the 6th level of the absolute saint realm. If it was converted according to the upper world, that was the acquired 6th grade. There were 3 people on the other side, and all 3 of them were acquired 9th grade. And they specially released one of them to confuse Li Zongjiu. They were obviously dealing with someone weaker than them, but these people didn't seem to underestimate him at all. They went all out from the beginning. Li Zongjiu also wanted to test these people's skills. He didn't even use the unparalleled sword. He was barehanded. Right here, he even deliberately approached Tai Tu. In Tai Tu's eyes, he had completely deceived Li Zongjiu. Without hesitation, he instantly stood up and charged towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! Although there were strong and weak people, they didn't seem to be smart. However, he didn't seem to have made any progress in terms of intelligence. All he could do was use these little tricks. It seemed that the people living in the upper world weren't necessarily that powerful. They were even far less ruthless than some people from the lower world, because these people tended to be arrogant. The moment Tai Tu moved, Li Zongjiu's figure also swayed. He directly threw a punch to the side. The punch seemed to have hit nothing but air. But in fact, a figure that flew over just happened to land on Li Zongjiu's fist. Bang! The strength of a 7th grade innate exploded instantly. This punch smashed the head of the person who was close to him. It turned out that the heads of people from the upper world could also be smashed. Innate level 7. When Tai Tu felt Li Zongjiu's power, he was scared silly. He had been observing Li Zongjiu for a long time. He was just a level 7 pre-celestial. How could he jump to level 7 pre-celestial in such a short time? It was unbelievable. This was an extremely large span. It seemed like they were the prey. Just by coming into contact with Li Zhongzhou's strength at this moment, they could already feel an extremely powerful threat. After Li Zhongzhou punched the man, the remaining Tai Tu and the other man realized that the situation was not right. After all, to be able to reach Li Zhongzhou's level with such strength, it would be extremely foolish to fight with him. The most important thing to do was to leave immediately. Staying alive was the most important thing. They had been tricked by Li Zhongzhou. After he crippled the man with a single punch. How could Li Zhongzhou let them escape? His figure flashed. He rushed to the side of the two men and punched them with both fists. Like two dragons coming out of the sea, he punched them. Bang bang, the two men fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Zhongzhou stepped forward and punched him again. The other man's head exploded. He died on the spot. At the same time, Tai Tu rolled on the ground and was stepped on by Li Zhongzhou. He couldn't move at all. Spare me, spare me. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Tai Tu admitted defeat without hesitation. At this moment, everything was over. The opponent had such great power. What else could he say, just as Li Zhongzhou was about to say something? The person whose head had been smashed just now seemed to have been crushed by the power of the surrounding world at this moment. Bang, in the end, it turned into 8 black beads that glowed. Li Zhongzhou seemed to be familiar with this kind of bead. He seemed to have seen it somewhere before. He grabbed these beads and brought them over. Soul beads? Li Zhongzhou saw that the object in his hand was the same as the soul bead that the tombstone spirit brought to the holy martial continent. However, it was obvious that the soul bead in his hand was much purer. They had not been tampered with. Back then, the soul orbs released by that fellow had all been tampered with. What is this? Li Zhongzhou held the beads in his hand and asked, as if he already knew the answer. However, to the latter, the item in his hand was already an ordinary item. When Li Zhongzhou deliberately asked this question, he started to panic a little. He even thought that Li Zhongzhou was playing with him. It was truly soul-stirring. Sir, this is a soul bean. Although he was confused, he still answered truthfully. What's its use? Li Zhongzhou continued to ask. At the same time, he realized that the corpses nearby had all disappeared. Only the 9 soul beans were left floating 3 feet above the ground. Immediately, Li Zhongzhou extended his hand and beckoned, summoning the soul beans over. What was the use of soul beans? When Tai Tu heard Li Zhongzhou's question, he was even more shocked. Either Li Zhongzhou really didn't know what was going on here, or he was playing with him. However, when Tai Tu saw Li Zhongzhou's expression, he didn't think that Li Zhongzhou was pretending. It seemed like he really didn't know what was going on here. Soul beans can be used as currency in the 5 main cities. They can also be absorbed for cultivation. These are the rules of this great world. Every day, the number of soul beans on your body will decrease by 1. If all of them disappear, you will be killed by the power of this great world. Li Zhongzhou frowned. If that was the case, why hadn't anything happened to him these days? If you have just arrived in this great world, you will be protected for 7 days. Tai Tu said. If that was the case, tomorrow would be the last day. He had almost died unknowingly. Li Zhongzhou had never encountered such a situation. The shock in his eyes was very real. A situation like this was really interesting. This meant that you had to kill people every day. The more people you killed, the more time you would be given. Li Zhongzhou didn't expect the legendary upper world to be such a hellish place. However, at the same time, Li Zhongzhou also understood. This wasn't the real upper world. It was just a training space created by the experts of the upper world. After that, Li Zhongzhou had a friendly chat with the iron-headed young man. He had finally figured out the rules of this great world. First of all, there were a total of 5 main cities in the Wuji True Flame Great World. These 5 main cities were all places of residence. The effect of cultivating in these cities for a day was comparable to cultivating in the forest for a month. Therefore, it was a very precious opportunity for these absolute saints and even Xiantian realm masters. Anyone would want to cultivate in such an environment. However, after entering the city, the only thing they needed to use was soul beans. In other words, this was what people obtained after they died. In the wilderness, they could hunt as they wished. However, if they killed people in the city, they would be fined directly. If I accidentally punish you and make you bankrupt, then your life will be gone. However, if you had enough soul beans, it didn't matter if you killed people in the city. There was order in the city, and there were rules in the wilderness. Basically, all the things and resources were in the city. The wilderness was empty. Li Zongjiu had seen it before. Therefore, if you couldn't obtain soul beans in the wilderness, you would either be killed by the power of the rules of this great world, or you would obediently enter the city. Everyone would be forced into the city. However, the rules in the city would be even crueler. The chances of obtaining soul beans would be even lower. Otherwise, Tai Tu and the others wouldn't have been able to leave the city. There was no need for them to leave the city. In this great world, as long as you had enough soul beans, you would have the entire world. It's a bloody world. Li Zongjiu's eyes flashed with a cold light. However, such a world was exactly what Li Zongjiu wanted. He didn't need anything. He only needed things that could increase his strength. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was very direct. After answering all of Li Zongjiu's questions, Tai Tu's eyes were filled with the desire to live. He hoped that Li Zongjiu would let him go. Alright, thank you for your cooperation. Li Zongjiu finished speaking. Before Tai Tu could be happy, he punched Tai Tu's head. Instantly, 9 soul beans appeared. Other than the soul beans that the 3 of them had turned into. Li Zongjiu also picked up the bags under the 3 of them. This kind of bag seemed to be specially made to store soul beans. So poor? In total, he only obtained 50 soul beans in the end. No wonder these people didn't dare to stay in the city. With such a poor appearance, if it was Li Zongjiu himself, he would be embarrassed to stay. However, these 3 people only had soul beans left on their bodies. He didn't have any other worldly possessions. From the moment the corpse was shattered into pieces, Yi Zichen was shocked to the core. Li Zongjiu already knew. The power of the rules in this great world was extremely terrifying. To ordinary people, this was an irresistible force. To everyone in it, it was also impossible to resist. If you wanted to die, then you had to die here. There was no other way to survive. The limitless true flame great world has existed for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. It is a good place to pursue power. Li Zongjiu kept the 52 soul beads in his hand. Then, he walked towards the main city. Scarlet Soul Main City. It was the name of this main city. Because the current city lord of this main city was called Scarlet Soul. And the rule that surprised Li Zongjiu was that as long as you could defeat the city lord, you could become the new city lord. And every day, all the taxes in the Scarlet Soul Main City would also fall into your pocket. It could be said that the city lord would be a supreme expert. With so many soul beans. The process of cultivation every day could also be many times faster than ordinary people. Looks like it's still very challenging. A light flashed across Li Zongjiu's eyes. The power of the bloodline in his body seemed to be gradually awakening in this state. It seemed that this kind of place was the place Li Zongjiu wanted to come. He put away the primeval stone that could bring him back. 5 years later, he would have to rely on this primordial stone to bring him back. As for whether he would be able to return in the end, and how he would be able to return, that would be a matter for another day. After learning about the situation in the Crimson Soul City, Li Zongjiu did not hesitate to enter the city. Although he was curious, on the surface, he looked indifferent. No one cared why Li Zongjiu was so young. Once one's cultivation reached a certain level, it wouldn't be a problem for a man to become a woman. What was a mere change in age, even if it was a puppy on the side of the road, it must not be underestimated. Otherwise, there would be big trouble. Li Zongjiu entered the city to observe. There was no such thing as a huge city, but there was a moat and a large drawbridge. He stepped onto the suspension bridge and walked directly into the city. There were also some soldiers patrolling the streets. His face was expressionless. Everything in the city operated according to the soul beans. Becoming a patrolling soldier was also a process of earning soul beans. He could get 2 soul beans a day by standing guard, which was barely enough to maintain his life. After all, He had to consume a soul bean every day to ensure his own safety and not be directly erased by the laws of this great world. At the entrance to the city, there was a statue that was 50 feet tall in the middle of the road. The statue had a pair of wings on its back and both hands were holding a huge sword. On the huge sword, there were flames spreading out. Anyone who stood in front of this statue would feel intimidated by the latter's power. Everyone who saw it would definitely tremble in their hearts and even want to kneel on the ground. The owner of this statue was the Crimson Soul City Lord. This was also a privilege after becoming a city lord. He could descend on this statue and kill in all directions to intimidate everyone. Only in this way could he manage the order in the city. People came and went on the streets. Even the most lively city in the Holy Martial Continent was several times more bustling than the most bustling city in the Holy Martial Continent. Li Zhongjiu strolled around the Crimson Soul City. At the very least, he wanted to know what the place he lived in was like. There were some strange things. Therefore, after seeing it, Li Zhongjiu also discovered some interesting things. Looks like soul beans are really the hard currency of hard currencies. In the city, they had actually set up a trading house. In the trading house, Li Zhongjiu also saw the secret scroll of incantation that he needed. However, the price of this secret scroll of incantation was at least 1,000,000 soul beans. Clearly, this incantation was a very precious item. There were also many things: magic treasures, armor, weapons, pills, mansions. They could all be found in this trading house. Li Zhongjiu only had a pitiful 50 soul beans in his hands. Therefore, he had no way to continue reading. Earn soul beans. It became the most important thing. The most direct method was to rob. Of course, he had to fight outside the city. If he fought in a place where fighting was not allowed in the city, he would be fined at least 1,000 soul beans. If soul beans broke something in the city, he would have to pay a high price as compensation. It was hard to say what would happen in an instant. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu found an inn. This inn also collected soul beans. A good room, Li Zhongjiu said. 10 soul beans a day. How many days do you want to stay? The shopkeeper said expressionlessly, as if he was an emotionless stone man. He stood behind the counter. 4 days. Li Zhongjiu took out 40 soul beans. He had obtained 52 soul beans from Tai Tu and the others. After giving out 40 soul beans in one go, he still had 12 soul beans left. These soul beans had to be kept with him. Although Li Zhongjiu was confident, he had to leave a way out for himself. The shopkeeper put the soul beans in a box. Then, he gave Li Zhongjiu a key. 8th floor, turn right, second room, the shopkeeper said. Li Zhongjiu picked up the key and went to his room. He rested for a while, and at the same time, he sorted out some information in his mind. If he fought for it bit by bit, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. Moreover, there were many ways to increase his strength. Even Li Zhongjiu saw some pills. The prices seemed to be quite good. Li Zhongjiu needed some top-grade pill recipes. He needed to increase his strength. Some of the skills he had learned in the Xinggu continent were nothing compared to the ones he had learned in this world. But at the very least, Li Zhongjiu was able to adapt quickly. Unparalleled sword was in his hand. Under the rules of this great world, unparalleled sword couldn't be revealed. Li Zhongjiu's current strength wasn't enough to reveal it. Li Zhongjiu rested for a night. Then, he went to the mission residence. In this kind of mission residence, one could see all kinds of recruitment information. As long as you had enough strength to complete it, you could go to the designated location to sign up. Li Zhongjiu browsed through it. It was like a mercenary mission. Most of them were just some simple personnel recruitment. Doing some ordinary things. Some people had already established their power in the main city and formed a sizable force. For example, buying a mansion, or doing some kind of business. Would this kind of person also appear? Recruiting when there wasn't enough people, some would also recruit some hitmen to complete some killing missions. Li Zhongjiu took a fancy to one of the missions. Rescue mission? There was a rich man's daughter in the city who had been kidnapped by the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold. Recently, the rich man's family in the city had been recruiting people to save their daughter, Now, they had recruited many experts. However, there were still 2 empty spots among the 30 people. Just by participating and reaching the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold, you can get 50 soul beans. If you save the rich man's daughter, you can get 500 soul beans. Li Zhongzhou's eyes lit up. At least for now, this mission was simple and convenient. Most importantly, during this process, killing enemies would increase the soul beans. Moreover, as long as the fatal blow was delivered by you, the soul beans would belong to you. The so-called soul beans increase. For example, if this Hotian rank 7 bandit was killed, you would get double the soul beans. Therefore, this was what Li Zhongzhou took a fancy to. East of the city, Shi family. When Li Zhongzhou saw the contact address, he hurriedly made his way towards the Shi family in the east of the city. Shi family courtyard. There were a total of 8 people who came to apply. However, only 2 people were needed in the end. They were in charge of the selection and were also in charge of this mission. They were the Shi family's #1 expert bodyguard, Shi Buyu. Like his name, he was taciturn. His resolute gaze was like a knife that could pierce through your heart at any time. Shi Buyu was wearing a short black suit, revealing the muscles on his arms. It looked like it was filled with power. It was said that Shi Buyu could crush a Xianxia expert with his bare hands. Shi Buyu's sharp eyes sized up the 8 candidates present. This operation could be said to be extremely important. They could not allow anyone to fool around and swindle soul beans. My name is Shi Buyu. Now, each of you punch me once. If you can make me retreat, then you'll be qualified. The 7 of them looked over. Li Zhongzhou looked around the rich man's courtyard. The style of this courtyard was pretty good. The garden design was unique. He just didn't know how many soul beans it would take to buy it. Li Zhongzhou was the latest to arrive, so he was the last in line. 5 of the 7 people in front of him? His fist was weak and powerless. But fortunately, there were 2 with decent strength. Using all their strength, they finally forced Shi Buyu to take a step back. Although Shi Buyu was not very satisfied, he had no other choice. Time was of the essence and there was no room for delay. Okay, it'll be the 2 of you. Li Zhongzhou was stunned. What was this? That was it, the rules of the game were obviously wrong. Li Zhongzhou immediately shouted. Wait a minute. Li Zhongzhou said. The rest of the people also looked over one after another. Although age and appearance were not a problem, one's aura was also very important. This was a sign that belonged to experts. Whether one was an expert or not, others could tell at a glance. Li Zhongzhou was a scholar who had never killed a person, not even a chicken. How could such a person have the face to come to such a place? The limitless true flame great world had existed for countless years. Other than countless people who came from the lower world, there were also many people who lived here. It formed a feeling that they would always be in the underworld. Only here, they had to live every day and fight for their lives. But there were also many people who were not good at killing, but other things. This was an action full of blood and killing. Li Zhongzhou was such a weak scholar. Was he here to freeload? Among the 7 people, both the winners and losers could not help but laugh at Li Zhongzhou. Furthermore, in their eyes, someone like Li Zhongzhou shouldn't have appeared in this place. Shi Buyu also furrowed his brows. But because he was a man of few words, he did not say anything. Li Zhongzhou didn't care about the disdainful gazes directed at him. How many steps did they push you back just now? Li Zhongzhou asked. How many steps did they push him back? Shi Buyu said disdainfully. 1 step. To be able to push him back the step, it was because the ladder went a little easy on him. Otherwise, these people would not even be able to push him back half a step. Li Zhongzhou pointed. About 30 steps away from a rattan chair. Do you believe that 1 punch of mine can make you feel at ease on the rattan chair immediately? Li Zhongzhou said indifferently. What kind of presumptuous words were these? Shi Buyu himself also sneered. The rest of the people also laughed at him. Everyone laughed, but Li Zhongzhou also smiled slightly to show his politeness. Shi Buyu gradually let go of his smile. He was already prepared to teach this arrogant young man a harsh lesson. Come. Shi Buyu said. But Li Zhongzhou threw out a palm across the air. When he was 6 steps away from Shibuya, he threw out a palm in the air. Bang! Shibuya originally thought that this was a weak move. But when he was hit by the real attack, he also immediately understood how terrifying the might of this move was. Without a doubt, Shibuya was directly thrown out. He flew accurately to the rattan chair 30 steps away. Bang! Immediately, he sat down on the chair. Everyone was shocked. Shibuya was also an expert in external strength, and his lower body was as stable as the roots of an old tree. But he was instantly thrown out of the ground by Li Zongjiu. And he fell on the rattan chair in an instant. Most importantly, Shibuya was not injured. To be able to control the power in such a way, it meant that if Li Zongjiu wanted to smash his body, it would only take one palm. An expert, an absolute expert, Shibuya did not think that he actually made an error of judgment. Li Zongjiu in front of him was an absolute expert. There was no doubt. As for the murderous aura, that was also because Li Zongjiu's aura had been completely cultivated to a restrained level. This kind of person looked amiable, but if he fought, just the aura that erupted from his body could turn into countless knives and tear you to pieces. Li Zongjiu smiled and withdrew his hand. Young hero, you have great skills, great skills. A middle-aged man walked out of the courtyard. This person was the owner of this mansion. Shirwanjin. Shirwanjin's huge family business would eventually be targeted by others. This time, just these people kidnapped Shirwanjin's daughter and demanded a total of 5,000 soul beans. Even if Shirwanjin had a bit of capital, 5,000 soul beans was still a bit too much. Therefore, in the end, Shirwanjin decided to spend 2,000 soul beans to recruit experts and wipe out all of the people in the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold. Otherwise, if there was a first time, there would be a second time. With your help, my daughter can finally be saved. Shirwanjin said excitedly. It's my duty. If it weren't for the soul beans, Li Zongjiu wouldn't have come here. It was obvious that the job of harvesting soul beans wasn't easy. However, the difficulty of this mission was relatively low. The strongest, Shibuya, was only at an 8 level 1. Therefore, it was easy for Li Zongjiu to send him flying. There was no difficulty at all. Shibuya also admired Li Zongjiu's strength. However, the number of 30 people was not small. The person who had passed the assessment was also directly eliminated. Under Shirwanjin's repeated instructions, Shibuya also set off with 30 experts. Riding on the flying boat. On the flying boat, Shibuya was also explaining the plan to everyone. Everyone listened attentively. However, Li Zongjiu saw a square-faced man whose eyes were flickering as if he was thinking about something. There's a problem. The flying boat left Scarlet Soul City. It flew towards the direction of the deep mountains. Poison Dragon Stronghold. In other words, he was the king of a mountain in a forest. Furthermore, it was said that the fort master of this Poison Dragon Stronghold possessed a Xianxia-level poison dragon that was hiding in this Poison Dragon Stronghold, causing people to tremble in fear upon hearing its name. Li Zongjiu was confused. Why did these people look so strange as well? It felt like they were preset. The plot was ordinary. Although Shibuya looked like a real person, he had obvious problems. However, there was a very obvious problem with him. He didn't like to talk, and the emotions he expressed were very wrong. You must be a newbie. When the square-faced man saw Li Zongjiu's puzzled expression, he immediately laughed in disdain. Huh? Li Zongjiu frowned. These are preset plots. The spaceship can't reach Poison Dragon Stronghold. The square-faced man said. Oh? Li Zongjiu guessed it. However, he was still very shocked by such a result. The great Emperor Xiantian created the Wuji True Flame world, which meant that he had the ability to create worlds. Since he had created worlds, it was normal for him to create people. It wasn't hard to understand. It even felt like, as we usually said, everything was predetermined. That was because when someone created the world, everything had been arranged. But the world created by the great Emperor Xiantian had some flaws after all. These flaws caused Shibuya and the others to feel uncomfortable. Although they looked the same, there was a world of difference. They were real people. But the thoughts and missions that they were given had been brought forward. It was preset. Li Zongjiu didn't ask much. If they couldn't reach Poison Dragon's stronghold on the spaceship, why did the square-faced man come? Why did the others come? Well, obviously, except for Li Zongjiu and the square-faced man, the rest of the people on the spaceship were preset. Puppets. That's what we call them, the square-faced man said. The square-faced man said. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on a certain direction in the sky, as if he was waiting for something to arrive. Puppets, that's an interesting name. At this moment, Li Zongjiu sensed a strong attack coming quickly. The target of the attack was their spaceship. Boom! The spaceship was blown to pieces without any reservation. The square-faced man had already turned over and landed on the ground the moment the spaceship was hit. Whoosh! Li Zongjiu didn't land on the ground. Instead, he was looking for the direction of the explosion. What? Li Zongjiu's body rose to the sky. But he saw a small spaceship in front. On the flying boat, there was a cannon that was emitting black smoke. Clearly, it was the explosion of this thing that blew up the flying boat. Shirbuyu's body was also in the air. However, the rest of the Hotian realm cultivators all fell to the ground and were heavily injured. Look at that again? The square-faced man had already hidden himself in the forest, disappearing without a trace. Li Zongjiu could see that the other party had set up a formation in this place in advance. Now, he was using the power of this formation to hide his body. It was smart. Shirbuyu clenched his fists. He stared at the small spaceship with the cannon in front. When Li Zongjiu saw this cannon, he was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Origin railgun. Even Li Zongjiu himself was stunned. The origin railgun actually appeared here. But the other parties? The origin railgun was obviously an upgraded version. It was different from the one created by Xiao Zhao and the others. It was much more advanced. Li Zongjiu naturally believed that this should be a product of the upper world or other worlds. It seemed that all things developed in the same direction. Since this upper world already had it, it meant that the Xingwu continent was also walking the same path that this upper world had once walked. At least now, the Xingwu continent could be considered to have touched this level, which was related to the laws of the world. But here, they could find even more advanced technology. This made Li Zongjiu's eyes light up. Bringing the advanced technology of this upper world to the Xingwu continent. Naturally, it could also strengthen the defense of the Xingwu continent. But now, the most important thing was. It was to improve his strength. The armed forces of the Xingwu continent could be considered to be sufficient. If he encountered a real expert, these things would still be useless. Shirbuyu, you want to attack the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold? It's simply wishful thinking. It was obvious that the people on this small spaceship were also the minions of the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold. But because of the existence of the advanced origin railgun in their hands. So, they could threaten Shirbuyu. Shirbuyu's body was also shaken by the explosion just now. If it wasn't for his innate origin energy protecting his body, he would have been crushed. Just now, he would have been directly blown to pieces. Those who were not strong enough had already been turned into ashes. Li Zongjiu also saw that on the ground, there were many people from the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold who were attacking on the ground. Some people who were seriously injured but not dead were also attacking on the ground. It was very cruel and very real. It seemed that these puppets were not easy to deal with. These puppets died again? Then, they also turned into soul beings? However, these soul beings automatically fell into the hands of these people who were attacking on the ground. Others could not take them away. After Li Zongjiu took a look, he also felt that this kind of setting was rather interesting. But no matter what, the logic was the same. It was fine as long as the enemy was crippled. This was the hard truth. At this moment, Shirbuyu's fighting strength had obviously decreased greatly. But in order to go to the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold and save his young miss, he still carried his seriously injured body and rushed forward. Boom! The opponent once again fired out an origin railgun. When the square-faced man who was hiding on the ground saw the second shot, he shook his head regretfully. No one could avoid the second shot. Li Zongjiu had probably been blasted into pieces by now. But after waiting for a while, the square-faced man was shocked. Looking up at the sky, another explosion was heard. He saw that the Poison Dragon Mountain Stronghold's flying boat had actually exploded out of thin air. Boom! The flying boat exploded, and two small fries fell from the sky. Li Zhongjiu, on the other hand, grabbed the high-grade Origin railgun amidst the flames. Good stuff. Li Zhongjiu took a look at the Origin railgun, then put it away. The operation of the Origin railgun. Not everyone knew about it. Coincidentally, Li Zhongjiu knew how to use it. It was mostly because Xiao Zhao had led people to research this Origin railgun. Although it was only a low-level version. But this thing was all different and had the same result. He just needed to familiarize himself with it a little. Shibuyu also thought that he was going to die. But before he could see clearly, Li Zhongjiu had already finished off the opponent, which shocked Shibuyu. He didn't expect Li Zhongjiu to be so powerful. How is this possible? When the square-faced man saw this, his eyes widened, and he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He didn't know how many times he had participated in this rescue mission. Shibuyu had never survived that shot. Basically, when the second shot appeared, he was already dead. Then, he just needed to wait for everyone in the Poison Dragon Mountain Stronghold to leave, and then he would arrive at the Poison Dragon Mountain Stronghold and complete the mission. He would receive 50 soul beans. However, this array formation of his would be easily destroyed by the other party. It was not an easy task to build it up. It was precisely because of this that it wasn't easy to carry out this mission continuously. But these years, he had repeated this mission at least 100 times. He had seen all kinds of situations, but this was the first time he saw the Poison Dragon Mountain Stronghold's flying ship being shot down. Whoosh, whoosh, Li Zhongjiu and Shibuyu landed on the ground. Shibuyu immediately coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he wouldn't live for long. His internal injuries were too serious. When the two of them landed, 10 or so people from the Poison Dragon Mountain Stronghold rushed over. These people were originally going to do the last hit on the ground. But when they saw the flying ship being shot down, they rushed out without hesitation. A sharp sword appeared in Li Zhongjiu's hand. He waved the unparalleled sword easily. Immediately, a terrifying sword chi killed all the people around him. They were all 5th level pre-celestial, they were only 5th level absolute saints. However, Li Zhongjiu's killing of these people now had bonuses. A total of 12 people and 120 soul beans were taken by Li Zhongjiu. Not bad. Li Zhongjiu was very satisfied. The square-faced man who was hiding in the distance was stunned. Immortal weapon. This young man was actually an expert with an immortal weapon. It was simply shocking. After the danger was gone, the square-faced man walked out with a nervous heart. I didn't expect to meet an expert. I'm Honglong Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu cupped his hands and said. At the same time, the two of them looked at the heavily injured Shibuyu. As if he could see Li Zhongjiu's reluctance, Honglong said slowly. I've participated in this mission hundreds of times. His fate is here. Did that mean that no one could save him? Li Zhongjiu, on the other hand, laughed. Fate? I don't believe in fate. I believe in myself. After saying that, Li Zhongjiu injected a surge of Yuan energy into Shibuyu's body. Yuan Li surged into Shibuyu's body. Shibuyu's life force, which was gradually fading away, was rapidly recovering at this moment. Li Zhongjiu took out a healing elixir. He refined the elixir's power and injected it into Shibuyu's body. He helped Shibuyu refine the elixir. A miracle appeared at this moment. Shibuyu's vitality gradually recovered. Under Li Zhongjiu's powerful treatment, Shibuyu's injuries were healed. Honglong's eyes widened. How is this possible? Honglong said in shock. Li Zhongjiu was truly defying the heavens. It was truly heaven-defying, and Li Zhongjiu had achieved it. What great path! What puppet! Before I, Evil Lord, came, you could do whatever you wanted. But after I, Evil Lord, came, everything depended on my mood. Li Zhongjiu's lips curled into a cold smile. As the Evil Lord, he naturally had to act like the Evil Lord. If he compromised so easily, it would directly weaken the reputation of the Evil Lord. You saved me. After Shibuyu woke up, he looked at Li Zhongjiu in shock. Obviously, Shibuyu, who was a puppet, also had a plot for the next round. However, with Hong Long's previous strength, there was no way for him to reach this level. Now, Li Zongjiu had completed it. There was finally a breakthrough in this inconspicuous little mission. Let's go. We still have to save your Mississippi, Li Zongjiu said with a smile. If the Black Heaven Emperor was the one who made the rules, then Li Zongjiu would be the one who broke the rules. It was not that he had a problem with the Black Heaven Emperor, but that was his character. If anyone made Li Zongjiu unhappy, he would make that person unhappy too. Shibuyu, who had just woken up, didn't show any abnormalities. Although it was almost equivalent to dying once, Shibuyu still did not give up on saving his miss from the sea of suffering. While moving, Shibuyu led Li Zongjiu and Hong Long to rush forward. After crossing this mountain range, they arrived at the Poison Dragon Mountain Stockade. From afar, Li Zongjiu also saw the existence of a mountain stronghold on the opposite side of the mountain. Moreover, this mountain stronghold appeared to be heavily guarded and was not simple. Even if that ship wasn't destroyed, it would be impossible for them to break in with so few people. Moreover, Li Zongjiu was also able to sense that there seemed to be an extremely powerful aura existing within this Poison Dragon Mountain Stockade. It should be the legendary Poison Dragon. Brother, don't blame me for not reminding you. Leave after you finish. Don't fight. Otherwise, the stockade's experts in the stockade will tear you to pieces. Hong Long walked to Li Zongjiu's side and whispered. For Hong Long, who had been here many times, he still had this bit of experience. Moreover, he was also very clear about how many terrifying existences there were. It seemed that he saw that Li Zongjiu's strength was not bad and he was a good person. Therefore, Hong Long could not help but remind him. However, it was up to Li Zongjiu whether he listened or not. That poison dragon is a level 7 and 8. A level 7 and 8 was already a very powerful existence. If it was placed in the main city's city guards, it would be at least a deputy commander. A terrifying existence of a level 7 and 8 would definitely make people vigilant. Even Li Zongjiu himself frowned. The difficulty of this mission was actually so high. Level 7 and 8. Li Zongjiu himself was only a level 7 and 8. If he wanted to fight with the other party and kill him, unless he used a curse, Li Zongjiu didn't have much confidence in himself. Therefore, this mission was actually very difficult. Fortunately, he only needed to rescue the other party's daughter. He did not need to kill everyone in the mountain stronghold. In this way, there was still a chance. It would not be said that this mission was unattainable. I'll attack from the front. The two of you find an opportunity to rush in and rescue the Mississippi. If you can rescue our miss, the clan master will reward you handsomely. This was the most words that Shibuyu said. He did not even have a specific plan. This made Li Zongjiu a little speechless. After all, there was a plan before this. However, everyone was dead, so naturally, the plan had failed. Now that there were only 3 people, there was naturally no other way. They could only attack from the front. No problem. Li Zongjiu nodded. Perhaps the person who set this rule wanted to make it impossible for others to complete this mission. In that case, Li Zongjiu wanted to give it a try. He wanted to see if this mission could be completed. Just as he said that there was no problem, Shibuyu let out an earth-shattering roar and rushed towards the front door. Seeing this, Hong Long quickly rushed to the back door of the mountain stronghold. Then, he touched the stone wall of the back door. Was this considered to be the completion of the mission? In front of Hong Long, a wave of energy suddenly condensed into 50 soul beans. Hong Long immediately put all the soul beans in his pocket. Li Zongjiu also followed suit. Similarly, 50 soul beans appeared in front of him. The power of the natural order. Li Zongjiu felt the appearance of these soul beans. If one didn't have enough power to resist the power of this law, then one's body would also be turned into soul beans by the power of this law once they lost their power. No one would be able to avoid it. If one wanted to break through, then one had to break through the final hurdle of the Wuji True Flame Great World. It was said that as long as one could break through to the end and defeat the Wuji True Lord's Great Tao Avatar, then the Wuji True Lord would personally appear to fulfill one's wish. Anything would do. Even if it was to revive one's lost loved ones, the Wuji True Lord would be able to succeed. It was quite unbelievable. However, until now, no one had been able to complete the legendary trial. The Wuji trial. Li Zongjiu did not know how strong the Wuji True Lord was. However, the avatar that escaped was said to be the guardian of the first stage of the Wuji trial. Therefore, if one wanted to test whether one could defeat the Wuji True Lord, then one only had to work hard to break through the first stage of the Wuji trial. Just the first stage required one to be at least at the heavenly human realm. This was indeed an extremely difficult task. For this ultimate goal, Li Zongjiu would definitely not give up easily. You really want to go in? Hong Long saw that Li Zongjiu did not leave. Everything has to be tried. Since you're already here, don't you want to see what's behind this mountain stronghold? Li Zongjiu smiled indifferently. Then, without caring about Hong Long, he leaped and arrived at the backyard of the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold. When Li Zongjiu saw the things in the backyard of the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold, he took a deep breath. Immediately, he sucked in a breath of cold air, unable to laugh anymore. No story without coincidences. From where Li Zongjiu landed, he happened to see the strongest expert in the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold. Poison Dragon, it was a venomous dragon with barbs all over its back. It was grabbing a wild boar and putting it into its mouth. There were also heavy chains on its hands and feet, directly locking it up. Next to the Poison Dragon's lair, there was a pile of white bones like a small mountain. Moreover, one could clearly see that there were a few human bones. Although Li Zongjiu didn't know why there were human bones, he didn't know why there were still human bones. Didn't these people directly turn into soul beings after they died? Not even their corpses were left behind. Perhaps it was to increase the atmosphere, to create a more terrifying feeling. The Poison Dragon obviously also saw Li Zongjiu. Immediately, he stopped eating the wild boar in his hand and directly threw it at Li Zongjiu with all his might. Boom, the moment the Poison Dragon struck, it was earth-shattering as well. That immense power smashed the wall into smithereens. Li Zongjiu didn't talk nonsense. At this point, what else could he say? The unparalleled sword appeared in his hand. Instantly, the strong sword energy was released. It quickly rushed forward. Boom. The sword energy vibrated. Immediately, there was a sharp aura rushing forward. It hit the Poison Dragon's body. It directly flipped the Poison Dragon's body to the ground. Obviously, the power of the sword had already surprised the Poison Dragon. He didn't expect it to be such a strong sword attack. It can't even break the defense. Li Zongjiu was also surprised. The Poison Dragon that fell on the ground also climbed up at this moment. He opened his mouth and spat out hundreds of poison arrows. Swoosh! Swoosh, the series of poison arrows. They directly rushed towards Li Zongjiu. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's body flashed, and he escaped to the side. Those poison arrows came one after another, and instantly, they blasted a small hole in the wall and the ground behind him. Moreover, the wall quickly collapsed because of the corrosion. However, below the ground, there was also a problem. The ground that was contaminated by the venom turned into a quagmire. If someone were to fall in at this time, the best way to describe it would be to not even leave a corpse behind. This venom is really strong, but you seem to be trapped. Li Zongjiu also saw the Poison Dragon's situation at this moment. The Poison Dragon itself seemed to be restricted. Because no one had been able to undo the chains for the time being. Li Zongjiu was also good at dealing with meta beasts. Now that he saw that the Poison Dragon was trapped, he thought that he might as well start a negotiation with the other party. I'll let you go and you can leave. I won't be your enemy. Li Zongjiu said sincerely. The Poison Dragon was also stunned. Where did this guy get his courage from? He actually dared to negotiate with him. Puny creature, how dare you negotiate with me? The Poison Dragon immediately roared in anger. His temper was really quite irritable. The Poison Dragon immediately stomped its claws on the ground. Hung, under Li Zongjiu's body, there was suddenly a strong vibration. The ground kept collapsing and Li Zongjiu kept retreating. When he retreated to the edge, he realized that the Poison Dragon's Poison Dragon pool was below. So this used to be your territory. When Li Zongjiu saw this scene, he also came to a realization. The so-called Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold was built on top of the Poison Dragon pool. The other party must have some method to be able to do this and make the Poison Dragon so obedient. Let's join forces to attack the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold. After we're done, I'll return the Poison Dragon pool to you. Li Zhongjiu said. They were already at innate level 7 and naturally had intelligence. Just like Xianxia. That guy's intelligence wasn't simple either. Hence, the Poison Dragon also had intelligence. As long as they communicated properly, they would definitely be able to communicate. The Poison Dragon also realized that Li Zhongjiu was very slippery. It couldn't hit him no matter how hard it tried. Moreover, this weak creature didn't seem to be weak either. If you can bring me the head of the Great Master, I'll believe you. The Poison Dragon said. Ordinary people couldn't withstand its attack, but Li Zhongjiu could. Perhaps there was a chance for him to complete this task. Why don't I just let you go? Li Zhongjiu saw that the Poison Dragon actually had something to talk about. It was obvious that the Poison Dragon had been trapped for a long time. Naturally, it wanted to get out. Moreover, it wanted to take back its territory. This was the most important thing. Nothing else was more important than this. It was actually enslaved in its own territory. If this matter was spread out, it wouldn't be able to survive in this world. Who would have thought? It would be a joke if it was spread out. However, the Poison Dragon had no other choice. Hearing Li Zhongjiu's words, the Poison Dragon sneered. If you can break this Paramount God chain, I'll listen to your commands in the future. So what? The Poison Dragon said. Li Zhongjiu heard that. Unexpectedly, there was such a good thing. Are you serious? Li Zhongjiu's interest was aroused. The so-called Paramount God chain. No matter how powerful it was still a chain. No matter how strong it would still be broken. I, Poison Dragon Aotian, never boast. Aotian said in a deep voice. As someone who came out to make a living, he naturally had this bit of integrity. Why would he lie to you? He would definitely do what he said. All right. Li Zhongjiu immediately let go of Unparalleled Sword. Allow Unparalleled Sword to do as it pleases? It hovered and danced around him. Although Unparalleled Sword couldn't show itself, it could still play a role in Unparalleled Sword and command it to fight for him. Hence, Li Zhongjiu wasn't worried at all. The Poison Dragon also knew Li Zhongjiu's scruples. He directly threw out a chain and threw it in front of Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu tried to use his hands to test it. It's really hard. Nonsense. Even my sharp claws can't break the chain. You think you can? Aotian was very arrogant. Now that he saw Li Zhongjiu using such a stupid method, he immediately regretted it. How could he have trusted this guy? He should have killed Li Zhongjiu directly. Wasting his time. But then, Li Zhongjiu took out a small, pitch-black hammer. 10,000 Dragon Hammer. It was said that the hammer also contained the power of 10,000 dragons. Li Zhongjiu suddenly understood why his will eventually formed into a hammer. That was because Li Zhongjiu loved to break all kinds of rules. The best thing to use to break things was a hammer. Hence, Li Zhongjiu's will naturally became a hammer. I'm actually a hammer. Li Zhongjiu shook his head helplessly. Then, he poured the power of his will into the 10,000 dragons hammer. Suddenly, he smashed the Paramount God chain. Clang! There was a sound of something breaking. It entered Aotian's ears clearly. Poison Dragon Aotian could not believe it either. That's it? Your will is actually a hammer? Even Aotian was surprised. He thought that he had seen it wrongly. However, the power of the 10,000 dragon hammer was indeed explosive. Even Aotian himself was afraid of it and did not dare to fight against it. How is it? Li Zhongjiu showed the broken chain in his hand to the other party. Aotian could not help but be convinced. Moreover, he seemed to have sensed that he had a chance to escape. Start again? Obtain freedom. This is extremely precious and supreme freedom. Quick, there's one more. Aotian said quickly. Although Li Zhongjiu said that he had the strength, he was worried that Aotian might betray him. However, it did not matter. Even if Aotian had the strength to threaten him, if Aotian wanted his life, given Poison Dragon's strength, he could not do that. Sounds of fighting could be heard coming from the front yard. Shibuya seemed to be doing really well. He seemed to be restraining all the enemies. That was why he gave Li Zhongjiu so much time. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu attacked again and smashed the other chain. Bam! Aotian broke free from the chain. Immediately, he faced the sky and let out a long roar. At the same time, he quickly released his own power. The scales that had aged on his body fell off and were replaced by new scales that had just grown out. Even his claws were renewed. The newly grown claws were filled with threat and murderous intent. Li Zhongjiu held the matchless sword in his hand. He looked at Aotian. Aotian's aura seemed to have a slight breakthrough. Obviously, being trapped here for a period of time had restricted a lot of his energy. Now, it could be considered as a blowout. Even if Aotian was not willing to help him, as long as Aotian did not cause trouble, it would not be a problem. If Aotian insisted on helping the people of Poison Dragon Stronghold to fight against him, in that case, Li Zhongjiu could only retreat first. I'll do it again tomorrow. After Aotian displayed his powerful aura, he actually bowed down to Li Zhongjiu. It was a sign of submission. Do we dragons keep our word? You are my master now. Aotian said. He actually lowered his noble head to Li Zhongjiu. This caused Li Zhongjiu himself to be surprised, because he really did not expect that this guy would actually keep his promise to such an extent. It was indeed surprising. After all, in the current situation, the poison dragon could just fly away. It was normal for them to attack Li Zhongjiu. However, Aotian chose to keep his promise. This was something that Li Zhongjiu did not expect. This was indeed interesting. Li Zhongjiu wasn't polite at all. He leaped up and landed on Aotian's head. Aotian immediately let out a furious roar. Now that he had escaped, he was definitely going to slaughter everyone. Whoosh, just at this moment. Hong Long flipped over and landed in the courtyard. It was obvious that he had mentally prepared himself during this period of time. Most importantly, he had been listening to the roaring sounds coming from the courtyard. He did not know what was going on. What's going on? When Hong Long jumped in, he immediately saw the shocking scene. Li Zhongjiu was actually stepping on the poison dragon's head. It was hard to stop halfway. It might not be easy to stop riding on a dragon. Hong Long had already come to this poison dragon stockade countless of times. He had even seen the appearance of this poison dragon a couple of times. It was an extremely ferocious and extremely poisonous poison dragon. At this moment, it was actually obediently being stepped on by Li Zhongjiu. Aotian saw someone rushing in and was about to attack. However, he was stopped by Li Zhongjiu. Brother Hong, you are here too. Brotherly, this is, Hong Long was about to escape because he thought that Li Zhongjiu was definitely going to die. However, after walking for a while, he thought that it was rare to meet an expert like Li Zhongjiu and thought that there might be a turning point. After all, Li Zhongjiu's strength was there for all to see. If you think that all the decisions made by those who were stronger than you were only made by fools, then that was basically the reason why you were weaker than others. Don't use your own realm to measure the decisions of those who were at a higher realm. Therefore, Hong Long wanted to take a gamble. When he came in and saw this scene, he reacted a little. It had only been a few minutes and the poison dragon had been defeated. Could it be that the two of them were old acquaintances? I just took in a little brother. How about this, I will go and kill them. You go and save the Shi family's daughter. Li Zhongjiu said. Before Hong Long could react, Xianxia's expression changed. The poison dragon immediately flapped its wings and flew. Its huge body soared into the sky and smashed some of the buildings in front of it. Bang! At the same time, the poison dragon opened its mouth and spat at anyone it saw. It spat out the venom one after another. Those who were poisoned to death by the poison dragon. They were all turned into soul beings under the power of the rules. And it was double, obviously, after the poison dragon recognized him as its master, the number of people who were killed was all counted on Li Zhongjiu's head. He rushed to the front. Shibuya was already covered in injuries. However, there were many corpses lying on the ground. The few leaders of the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold brought their men and hid in the distance to watch. Why does this person look so fierce? Why don't we run away quickly? The first leader and second leader of the Poison Dragon Mountain stockade were also privately discussing whether they should find an opportunity to directly flee. No, there is still a dragon locked in the backyard. That person said that if we come back and the dragon is gone, we will die. You saw that person's strength too. The second leader was also very anxious. Then, he loudly ordered his men to kill. Quick, shoot him to death. Roar. At this moment, Aotion's roar came. Instantly, the mountain stronghold trembled a few times. Aotion was not polite at all. He destroyed the houses he saw. When he saw people, he slapped them with his claws. If they were far away, he would spit out a mouthful of venom and poison them to death. With a fierce sweep of its tail, it destroyed all the pavilions and buildings in the surroundings. What? Why did that evil dragon come out? Who is it? Who let this evil dragon out? Isn't he trying to kill me? When the first leader saw the poison dragon appear, he was scared out of his wits. Brother Sure, let me help you. Li Zhongzhou laughed. Aotion landed on the empty ground. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of terrifying venom. Boom, 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 the surrounding area was also being corroded by this powerful venom. Those who did not escape from the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold were all melted by the venom without exception. Turned into soul beans? They were kept by Li Zhongzhou. In just this short period of time, Li Zhongzhou had already collected close to 2,000 soul beans. However, the biggest gain was still the poison dragon. The poison dragon had the strength of a level 8 innate. In this situation, it was an extremely powerful help in battle. Shibuyu looked at Li Zhongzhou in shock. He was looking at the mighty and majestic poison dragon. He did not like to talk. Now that he saw the poison dragon, he was so shocked that he was speechless. Although he didn't say anything, Li Zhongzhou had already seen his expression. Who is the leader? The surrounding members of the mountain stronghold did not dare to move. This was just a very ordinary mountain stronghold. The people walking around in front of them were only at the pre-celestial realm. The strength of the first master and second master had barely stepped into the Xianxia realm. Over there, that is our great leader. They all betrayed their great leader to Li Zhongzhou. Li Zhongzhou was able to see through their cultivation with a single glance. With their strength, how could they subdue the poison dragon in front of him? It was wishful thinking. Oh no, this is probably a trap. Li Zhongzhou's heart skipped a beat. Under normal circumstances, there was a so-called cause and effect. There would probably be more things to happen later. There would be more danger and people coming. This could be considered a trap. Li Zhongzhou did not care. Whatever came, would come. Whatever came, would be destroyed. How could you release this evil dragon? The great leader and second leader looked at Li Zhongzhou in shock. They could not believe their eyes. Li Zhongzhou did not waste any time. Everyone in the world had countless questions. Could it be that Li Zhongzhou wanted to answer all of these people's questions one by one before making a move? No way. Poison Dragon Aotion could not hold back any longer. He roared and flapped his wings to charge forward. His body also exploded with endless ferocious light. Bang! A poison bomb flew towards the Poison Dragon Stronghold's great leader and the others. Bang, all of them were killed. When the remaining people saw this, they did not dare to stay any longer. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. They fled into the distance. Li Zhongzhou did not kill them all. There was no need to. After this trip, he had earned 3,000 soul beans. After a while, Hong Long rushed out with a person. When he saw this person, Li Zhongzhou finally understood why this person did not have a name and was always called the Sure family's young Mississippi. It was indeed a little too much to say that she was the daughter of the Sure family. However, she was at least 100 kilograms. Although Li Zhongzhou wasn't from the Appearance Association and he wasn't here to talk about love. However, when he saw such a top-quality item, he was also a little surprised. Thank you two young heroes for your help. My family's young miss is safe. Let's go back now. Li Zongjiu nodded. However, they didn't have any other means of transportation at the moment. Hence, he let everyone sit on the back of the poison dragon. Immediately, the poison dragon flapped its wings and moved. It brought the four of them and soared into the sky above the poison dragon mountain stronghold. Boom! Hong Long and the others sat on the poison dragon. However, they were rather shocked. They never thought that there would be a day where they could sit on the back of an upper sky realm giant dragon. Even when the poison dragon flew back to the Scarlet Soul main city, it caused quite a commotion. After all, the poison dragon's strength was incomparably violent. Its aura was extraordinary. No matter where an expert went, he would be respected and would be the center of attention. Li Zongjiu also wanted to keep a low profile. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to. A mere poison dragon might not be able to keep such a high profile. After all, in the Scarlet Soul main city, one could similarly see other strong fierce spirits. However, the owners of these fierce spirits were all ruthless people. Even if it was your fierce spirit, if it fought fiercely on the streets and destroyed things, it would be captured by the city lord manor and punished at the same time. Hence, this matter wasn't so easy to solve. If two fierce spirits happened to be natural enemies, it would be very difficult to stop each other from attacking. Ao Tian brought the four of them and landed in the Shi family's courtyard. The daughter of the Shi family also hugged Shi Wanjin and cried. The father and daughter were finally reunited and everyone was happy. Looking at the situation of this surprise, it was rather touching. Thank you, two heroes. This is the reward that I promised you before. Please accept it. 500 soul beans. This wasn't a small number. Just these soul beans would allow you to continue living for close to 2 years. It was also the first time Hong Long had received so many soul beans. All of a sudden, he was pleasantly surprised. In fact, he was quite excited. Thank you, Shi clan head. Hong Long said. Li Zongjiu glanced at Hong Long. If this Shi clan head was just a puppet, then Hong Long was being too polite. Under normal circumstances, there was naturally no need to do so. Unless Hong Long was enjoying himself, or he had other reasons for doing so. Thank you, young masters, for saving me. I have nothing to repay you with. Just when Li Zongjiu thought that the matter was over, he saw the young lady of the Shi family walking towards the two of them. Could it be that she wanted to marry him or something? Li Zongjiu was shocked and took a step back. But Hong Long looked very calm. This item was accidentally obtained by my daughter in the village? Perhaps the two of you can use it. The young lady of the Shi family gave Li Zongjiu and Hong Long a grain-like item. This item was so small that it couldn't be seen. In terms of weight, it wasn't enough. Even if it was useful, it definitely wouldn't be too useful. After all, there was too little of it. This is a token from the Sky Spirit Valley. Hong Long was also very shocked. Sky Spirit Valley? Li Zongjiu looked at the latter. After all, he had just arrived. Hence, he didn't know much about these things. The Sky Spirit Valley is a sect. It is said that this sect is very strong. As for how strong it is, I don't know. But if you can join the Sky Spirit Valley, you will definitely be able to obtain a lot of cultivation resources. At least the soul beans that are given out every day are enough for cultivation. I heard that the Scarlet Soul City Master used to be a disciple of the Sky Spirit Valley. Later on, for some reason, he left the Sky Spirit Valley. After Li Zongjiu heard this, he understood. It was the same trick again. It was probably another hidden powerful sect. Asking the great evil Lord Li Zongjiu to walk the path of this sect again, this was really ridiculous. It is said that if you can become a core disciple of the Sky Spirit Valley, you will have the opportunity to learn the Great Curse technique. Just learn a curse and you won't have to worry about anything for the rest of your life. Curse technique. Li Zongjiu wanted to learn a powerful curse technique. In addition, he wanted to become stronger. With such an opportunity, it wasn't a bad idea. Hence, Li Zongjiu now had a good choice. Usually, most people don't have such an opportunity. I didn't expect that after completing this task, I would get such a good opportunity. If I had known earlier, I would have risked my life to complete this task. Hong Long now understood why this task was so difficult. It turned out that the real reward was here. It wasn't written in the previous conditions at all. If it was, who knows how many people would sign up for it. Sky Spirit Valley. One of the rumored top 10 immortal sections. Just listening to it made one's body tremble. If one could join such a powerful sect, it must be a very good opportunity. Then how can we find the Sky Spirit Valley? Li Zongjiu asked. It's still early. In 3 months, the Sky Spirit Valley will send people here. At that time, whoever has the Sky Spirit Valley will be qualified to enter the Sky Spirit Valley and accept the entrance test. Li Zongjiu understood. It turned out that the thing in his hand was equivalent to an entrance ticket. Whether he could stay or not depended on his own ability. At least from the looks of it, there were still 3 months. In these 3 months, many things would happen. Li Zongjiu also thought that he could do more tasks and earn more soul beans. In this way, he might be able to buy some things in the transaction shop that could increase his strength in advance so that he could return earlier. This place was indeed full of strong attraction. However, Li Zongjiu was also clear about the reason why he came here. If Li Zongjiu hadn't experienced the events of his previous life, perhaps he would be lost in this world. He wouldn't be willing to leave at all. However, the current Li Zongjiu was mature, strong, and determined. He had tasted the feeling of losing a loved one before. This time, he definitely wouldn't let it happen again. Brother Li, where are you going? Wait for me. Hong Long caught up to Li Zongjiu. After all, with such a strong expert like Li Zongjiu around, he naturally couldn't give up so easily. Following such an expert, what was there to worry about? Li Zongjiu allowed the latter to follow him. At this moment, in the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold, a figure came. It was a man in a green robe. His eyes had a tinge of darkness. The green-robed man sized up the situation around him. The Poison Dragon village had obviously been destroyed by someone, and from the looks of it, it seemed to have been destroyed by the Poison Dragon. My Supreme God chain can only be broken by the Heaven Realm. With the strength of the Poison Dragon, it is impossible for it to break free by itself. Could it be that there is a Heaven Realm expert against me? The green-robed man had found a poison dragon with great difficulty. After he collected the other poisons, he would come back to take the poison dragon's gallbladder. With this, he could refine the strongest poison in the world. It was a truly unique poison. But who would have thought that after he collected the other items and wanted to look for this poison dragon, it actually disappeared? I just left not long ago. I want to see who dares to go against me, the green robe. No matter whose incarnation it is, I will refine you. Immediately, the green-robed man waved his hand. At the same time, he leaped. He headed towards the direction of the Crimson Soul City. Firstly, the Crimson Soul City was the nearest main city. Perhaps there would be some clues. In addition, he also had some things to do in the Crimson Soul City, therefore, he headed towards the Crimson Soul City to investigate. If he could find some information, that would be even better. Li Zongjiu returned to the inn. Hong Long also followed Li Zongjiu to the inn. As for the poison dragon Aotian, it also turned into a tattoo and landed on Li Zongjiu's finger. If you need to fight, just call me, Aotian said. He thought that this guy would land on his body. That was just a temporary place to stay. However, Hong Long directly told Li Zongjiu that this was a way to tame the beast. However, if this beast was attached to his body, it would consume a soul bean every day. If he was injured or when he was cultivating, he would need to become stronger. He would also directly absorb the soul beans on Li Zongjiu's body. What, this guy, why do I feel like I'm the one who's being tricked? Yes. Li Zongjiu did not expect this. He had just found the method, and now he had to raise another one. It had not been easy for him to take in a dragon. Right now, he didn't get any benefits either. Instead, he had to give up so many soul beans. This made Li Zongjiu very unhappy. However, Li Zongjiu was also very clear in his heart that as long as this poison dragon was in his body, the effects it could exert would definitely be able to earn more for him. It was just this one mission. Li Zongjiu also added the final reward during the course of the mission. He had obtained a total of 3,500 soul beans. With these 3,500 soul beans, he would be able to obtain 3,500 soul beans. At the very least, Li Zongjiu only needed to cultivate in peace, and he would be able to sustain himself for almost 10 years. However, it was still very difficult to buy some things. Hong Long asked for a room next to Li Zongjiu. This inn could only be described as ordinary. Therefore, Hong Long could afford it. It was mainly because of this mission that Hong Long had obtained more than 500 soul beans. This was in the past. This mission had to be repeated 10 times before it could be successful. Li Zongjiu took advantage of the night to come to the trading hall. In any case, he had a huge sum of money in his hands. Li Zongjiu also wanted to see what good things could be bought. There were 2 places in the trading hall. One was a shop, and the other was the trading hall. The trading hall was a transaction between people. However, the shop was a transaction between people and the shop owner. The transaction with the shop owner was basically a marked price. Moreover, the shop did not display anything, but it would give you a menu. If you needed anything, you could just tell the shop owner directly. Is this the law created by the power of the Great Path? Li Zongjiu was very surprised. It had to be said that the mysterious Sky Emperor had the power of creation and the law. He was also very impressed. However, he did not look after the thing he had created. It turned out to be? This thing ran into Li Zongjiu's territory and caused trouble. Then Li Zongjiu could not tolerate it. If there was a need, even if it was the mysterious Sky Emperor, he had the confidence to defeat him. This was Li Zongjiu's thought. He had never been afraid of anyone. Li Zongjiu browsed through it. It was a thick book, as if it was a manual. Then, Li Zongjiu looked at it. He roughly knew. It was all-inclusive. Almost everything that could be imagined could be obtained. Even Li Zongjiu saw the flying pill that he had refined before. The flying pill was only worth 3,000 soul beans. Li Zongjiu was completely stunned. Because according to this calculation, the flying pill was most likely a rank 11 pill. It could actually be purchased with a mere 3,000 soul beans. It seemed that the purchasing power of these soul beans was quite good. As for the flying pill's pill formula, if he bought it, it would cost 10,000 soul beans. Unfortunately, he already had the pill formula, but there was no way to sell it. If Li Zongjiu wanted to sell the flying pill's pill formula to the shop would not accept it. Of course, he could sell it privately. However, Li Zongjiu did not have that much time to interact with people. Moreover, it was a waste of time to set up a stall to sell it. Oh? Today's discount, 100 calamity pill? Li Zongjiu noticed a sign at the side. There were some discounted items hanging on it. 100 calamity pill. Lava hound puppy beast spirit. 10,000 weak immortal grass. Demon locking rope. These were the 4 items that appeared today. Demon locking rope was a magic treasure. It should be able to increase its effectiveness when dealing with fierce beasts. However, such a demon locking rope cost 5,000 soul beans. Li Zongjiu shook his head and did not look. 10,000 weakness immortal grass, weak at first, then strong. This was an immortal grass that could be consumed. After consuming it, one would experience 10,000 times of weakness, and then another 10,000 times of strength increase. With Li Zongjiu's experience, this item would definitely be able to greatly increase its effectiveness, and most importantly, improve one's body effects. The original price was 9,000 soul beans. Now, it only needed 7,200 soul beans. He could not afford it. Although the item was good, not everyone could endure the 10,000 times of being in a weakened state. As for things like beast spirits, no matter how strong they would need to be nurtured for a while before they could become stronger. Just the amount of consumption during this process was like a bottomless pit. Moreover, this beast spirit also needed 4,500 soul beans. He could not afford it. He did not look. Moreover, he already had a poison dragon. Therefore, Li Zongjiu did not care about this item. The final 100 calamity pill. The original price was 5,000 soul beans. Now, it only needed 3,500 soul beans. Li Zhongjiu even suspected that this shop was specifically here to harvest his soul beans. 100 calamity pill, experience 100 calamities, but the effects vary from person to person. The more calamities one experiences, the stronger the effects. Grade, level, 12. It just so happened that Li Zhongjiu had about the same amount of soul beans. The discount for the 100 tribulation pill was also very good. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu was just in time to exchange for the 100 tribulation pill. Then, Li Zhongjiu spent 3,500 soul beans to buy the 100 tribulation pill. One had to know that the flying pill was already worth 3,000 soul beans. Now, this was a level 12 pill, so its effects were naturally even better. Moreover, Li Zhongjiu really wanted to see the legendary level 12 tribulation pill. What level was a 12th grade medicinal pill? What kind of effect could it have? Although Li Zhongjiu was able to concoct the flying pill, it was only in terms of its effects. He himself had used many precious ingredients to concoct the flying pill. The transaction process was very simple. One hand for the money, and the other for the goods. The cold and expressionless shop assistant lowered his head and took a box. Then, he brought the 100 tribulation pill that Li Zhongjiu wanted. He only used his mental power to scan it. Li Zhongjiu knew that the pill in his hand was definitely not of a low grade. Therefore, he didn't inspect it and put it away. Because Li Zhongjiu had stayed for so long, he was already being watched. Right now, the other party probably couldn't tell what exactly was being traded. However, when Li Zhongjiu took the 100 tribulation pill in his hand, he saw the sign above his head that said special offer. The line of words that said 100 tribulation pill actually dimmed. Damn, so direct? When Li Zhongjiu saw this scene, he was very surprised. Wasn't this clearly telling others that the item was in his hands? Clearly, the other party knew. Li Zhongjiu cursed inwardly. Then, he knew that he was most likely being watched. After leaving the trading store, Li Zhongjiu also felt that there were at least two groups of people following him. Obviously, they all wanted to get the 100 tribulations elixir from Li Zhongjiu's hands. Although Li Zhongjiu had easily obtained over 3,000 soul beans, it seemed as if obtaining soul beans was an extremely simple matter. However, this was not the case. Because Li Zhongjiu's luck was better, he was able to complete this mission with the assistance of the poison dragon. Of course, it was also because Li Zhongjiu's strength was also stronger than the average person. For example, Hong Long himself was an innate ranker. However, he did not have the opportunity to complete this rescue mission. It was all thanks to Li Zhongjiu that they were able to obtain the final 500 soul beans. If he had been alone, he would have only obtained the initial 50 soul beans at most after this fearful journey. If it wasn't for his rich experience, he would have been very likely. In that case, there was a very high possibility that he would lose his life because of these 50 soul beans. After all, launching a sneak attack midway was simply too damaging. He had never seen such a shameless person. He directly attacked and killed the person. No one could react in time. Li Zhongjiu didn't care. Li Zhongjiu had already investigated the other party's strength. They were only SOSO and couldn't pose much of a threat to him. Moreover, Li Zhongjiu had a level 8 innate poison dragon on him. If the other party wanted to attack, only death awaited them. They were still in the city, so they couldn't do anything even if they wanted to. Otherwise, these people would be the ones at a disadvantage. However, Li Zhongjiu realized that these people seemed to have some special methods. On the main street, two people walked towards him. They directly walked towards Li Zhongjiu, not avoiding him at all. Two people also approached from behind, blocking Li Zhongjiu's path. Li Zhongjiu was very surprised because when the other party walked towards him, they didn't avoid him at all. It was obvious that they wanted to attack him on the main street. Li Zhongjiu also stopped in his tracks and simply watched. He wanted to see how they would attack. As expected, the other party had come prepared. The four of them crushed a crystal ball in their hands at the same time. Immediately, a wave of ripple-like energy rapidly attacked. Li Zhongjiu saw that the other people didn't seem to notice the change. Immediately, the people around him seemed to walk further and further away. Although Li Zhongjiu was still on the main street, he was still there. Unknowingly, he had been brought to an independent space by the other party. As expected, there are policies from above and countermeasures from below. Li Zhongjiu also knew that it was impossible to be peaceful in the Crimson Soul City. For example, if he ran out of soul beans today, he would die tomorrow. Under such circumstances, who would care about so many rules? Naturally, they would rush out without hesitation and kill in all directions. And there would always be some hatred. It had to be settled in this city. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a happy thing. Let you live under the same roof with your father's murderer every day. Such a thing was obviously impossible. Moreover, since this great world was created by humans, then, no matter how perfect it was, there would still be loopholes to be found, and all kinds of opportunities would appear. What are you guys doing? Li Zhongjiu was very curious and asked if he didn't understand. There was nothing embarrassing about this, not to mention asking some people who were about to die. In that case, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu was very frank. As expected of a rookie, you don't even know about the mirror space. Looks like we've made a fortune this time. One of the two people walked over from behind with a hunched back. He seemed to be carrying a pot on his back. However, there were a few hilts at the edge. They should be carrying weapons on their backs. Mirror space? Li Zhongjiu was naturally unfamiliar with this term, indicating that he had never heard of it. It's just a little thing to avoid the rules. Don't worry, you won't encounter these things again in the future. Now, obediently hand over the 100 calamity pill you just bought and all the soul beans on you. The hunchback said. This person seemed to be the leader of the group. Li Zhongjiu said, there's only 100 calamity pill, but there are 4 of you. It doesn't seem easy to split it. And this? Discount goods, it doesn't seem to be able to be used for transactions. Li Zhongjiu said. What he said was true. When he bought it, the shop assistant said so. It couldn't be traded, but it could be given away. This point was very interesting. In other words, you could give the pill to me directly, and I wouldn't give you money. This kind of thing happened in this man-eat-man world. Who could guarantee that the other party would be willing to fulfill the promise without restrictions? Haha, naive. Hearing Li Zhongjiu's words, the other party couldn't help but laugh at him. Obviously, Li Zhongjiu was a rookie among rookies. Although rookies often came to this great world, it was not uncommon to encounter rookies. However, it was really rare to meet someone as naive as Li Zhongjiu. She was definitely one of the best in the world. At least in his original world, this guy probably didn't know what the unspoken rules were. If he knew what the unspoken rules were, then he would be clear about the various rules in the macro world and would have a yardstick for himself to measure. In the macro world, everything has rules, but everything also has no rules. Remember this moment, maybe you can use it in your next life. The hunchbacked old man pulled out 2 long sabers from his back. After that, he slashed the sabers in front of him. Obviously, he was ready to attack. Immediately, the hunchbacked old man had already sentenced Li Zhongjiu to death in his heart. And he didn't want to delay any longer. Although there was no time limit in the mirror dimension space, it was easy to be discovered by the patrolling guards. If he was discovered, although it wouldn't be a violation of the rules, he wouldn't be able to achieve some of his goals. Wait a minute, I have another question. Li Zhongjiu raised his hand calmly. He seemed to know that he was going to die, so he didn't fight back. This kind of attitude could save a lot of trouble. If I kill someone here, won't the patrolling guards in the city find out? You don't have to worry about this. You can go on your way with peace of mind. The 4 of them attacked at the same time. They were like 4 wild leopards galloping violently. They quickly rushed in the direction of Li Zhongjiu. At the same time, the murderous intent in their hands was awe-inspiring. Waves of terrifying yuan force were released, trying to trap Li Zhongjiu in the 4 corners. If this was the case, it was very clear. That was also very clear. If someone were to kill someone here, no one would know. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu also moved with a whoosh. The unparalleled sword appeared in his hand. Immediately, his sword technique was displayed. It was actually 1 against 4. He managed to block all of the attacks from the 4 opponents. This elegant sword technique was like pulling chestnuts out of the fire. Li Zhongzhou's swordsmanship seemed to be completely natural. When this move was simplified by the Great Tao, it was very clear. The move became simple. But its power had become even stronger. Clang! Clang clang clang, 4 fierce collisions, the 4 of them were sent flying at the same time. And their strength was not as strong as imagined. They were only innate level 2. Furthermore, he seemed to be around innate level 3. He was not Li Zhongzhou's opponent at all. He forced the 4 of them back with a single sword strike. Li Zhongzhou immediately stepped forward. Suddenly, his sword slashed towards the person in front. Boom! The sword soared. The face in that person's hand had a terrified expression. There was even a look of disbelief on their faces. By the time he could see it clearly, it was already a beam of sword light that flashed through his eyes. Whoosh! The sword-sure's head fell to the ground. One of the 4 was easily killed by Li Zhongzhou. The other 3 did not react. When they reacted, Li Zhongzhou had already rushed towards the second person. Bang! Another sword slash was made. But the opponent's elemental energy defense was extremely strong. Therefore, when Li Zhongzhou's sword slashed at the defense, it was like slashing at an iron ball. However, although the person had a strong defense, he could not escape the fate of death. He saw this person's body in an instant. He was directly invaded by the power of ice, and his entire body was sealed in ice. His life force was frozen. What? Seeing this, the hunchback and the other person finally reacted. Li Zhongzhou's strength was far above theirs. Although Li Zhongzhou looked like an ordinary rookie. But if you think about it carefully, an ordinary rookie. How could he earn more than 3,000 soul beans in such a short time and use them to buy the 100 calamity elixir? This meant that this fellow had even more soul beans on him. But now, Li Zhongzhou's soul beans had nothing to do with the other 2. Even their own bodies disappeared with a bang. They turned into soul beans. One had 12. One had 13. One was a level 2 innate, and the other was a level 3 innate. In fact, no matter if it was level 3 or level 2, the difference was the same to Li Zhongzhou. He directly took care of them. He treated them equally. There was no difference at all. Li Zhongzhou did not stop. He tapped his foot. His figure also rushed toward the other party. Bang! At this moment, seeing Li Zhongzhou's fast movements. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed in front of them. It was impossible for him to escape now. Only by facing Li Zhongzhou head-on could they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, they would definitely be killed by Li Zhongzhou. But in reality, they were wrong. Even if they faced Li Zhongzhou head-on, they would not have any chance. Li Zhongzhou's sword technique was extremely fast. Furthermore, after the sword swept past, it would release a terrifying ice power that struck the opponent's body. Following that, the ice power entered the opponent's body. The entire body would be frozen. Freezing life force. Not to mention Li Zhongzhou. Even if Hu Wushuang could show his spirit body, he could kill the 4 people in front of him. If they had to blame someone, they could only blame these people for finding the wrong person. Bang bang, 2 figures turned into soul beans. Even before the hunchback died, the unwillingness and confusion in his eyes were clearly seen by Li Zhongzhou. But so what? The rules are the strong. Only the strong can control the rules. Li Zhongzhou said indifferently. The strong could follow the rules, but they could also break the rules. It was such a simple truth, but these people did not understand it. They deliberately pretended in front of Li Zhongzhou, and even wanted to guide Li Zhongzhou. Although it was possible that these people's lives were longer than normal. But in Li Zhongzhou's eyes, everyone's experience was similar. In fact, Li Zhongzhou's experience would be even richer. The brilliance of his life would be so great that it would not be able to be written down in a book. Because Li Zhongzhou's life was not over yet. As for the so-called mirror dimension, Li Zhongzhou had already started to analyze it. He found that it was just a temporary space. Since it was in the space, there must be a door. As long as he found the door, he could get out. Before he broke it through violence. It was the same as looking for the eye of the array. Soon, Li Zongjiu found the door. He counted the soul beans in these people's hands. Even with the 4 of them added together, they had only received 720 pills. Among them, there were 50 that came from these people's own bodies. A bunch of poor people, no wonder they came out to rob. Li Zongjiu could not help but ridicule. With such strength, they still dared to mess around in the Scarlet Soul City, but now, Li Zongjiu could see it. These people's strength was average, and they liked to do these things. They were not good at anything else, but they were good at robbing. Those who were slightly stronger would rob in the city, but those who were weaker would rob in the wild. After all, if there were any problems in the wild, they would not be caught by the city guards, nor would they be punished. They were all divided into levels. Then, Li Zongjiu opened the door. He walked out. The street was still the same as before, as if Li Zongjiu had never left, and the people around him did not notice Li Zongjiu. Of course, the people who were staring at Li Zongjiu were also staring at him normally. When they saw Li Zongjiu walk out unscathed, they were also very surprised. Some of the people who wanted to make a move were still regretting it. Actually, someone had beaten them to it. But now, Li Zongjiu was alone. Safe and sound? He walked out of the mirror space. This meant that the other 4 people were also dead. Li Zongjiu casually made a grabbing motion in the air. Then, he took out the 4 pearls. The so-called mirror space was born from the 4 pearls in his hand. So it's a spatial array of spatial power. Li Zongjiu observed the pearls in his hand. The mirror space pearl in his hand was quite exquisite. He did not know how much it was in the market. But thinking about it, it shouldn't be too expensive. At most, it was about 100 soul beans. This thing was not complicated, and after research, it could be mass-produced. But there were differences in the realm of the pearls. The higher the level, the bigger the space. As long as the space was not broken, this thing could be used forever. It was a good thing to kill and rob in the city. With this thing, he only needed to be a little careful when moving in the city. Li Zongjiu looked behind him in the direction of the people who were following him. They also waited in place for a while. They wanted to see what treasures these people had. But they seemed to be afraid, so they did not dare to go forward. And then Li Zongjiu? After mocking him, he left directly. These people also knew that Li Zongjiu had discovered them, and they were a little surprised. Obviously, they did not expect Li Zongjiu to be able to discover them. It seemed that this guy was not simple. After hesitating for a while, they finally chose to give up and did not dare to follow him. They did not want to follow in the footsteps of the 4 people. Li Zongjiu returned to the inn safe and sound. As expected, no city guards came to find trouble with him. After all, in the mirror space, nothing was broken, and no corpses were left. It was indeed difficult to trace the origin of this thing. As long as he was in here, he would be able to do anything. Unless there was a witness. Unfortunately, Li Zongjiu had already killed all 4 of them. In the inn, Li Zongjiu and the poison dragon ordered. He did not allow anyone to disturb him. He wanted to refine the 100 calamity elixir. 100 tribulations elixir. Li Zongjiu took out the elixir in his hand and observed it carefully. From its appearance, he could see some clues. However, he soon discovered that there was an extraordinary power on the object. To prevent spying? How can it be so delicate? Li Zongjiu was also very surprised. It seemed that the protection of these things could be said to be very powerful. Li Zongjiu did not study it further. He would take it himself. He swallowed the 100 tribulations elixir directly. At first, there was no reaction. Li Zongjiu thought that he had bought a fake elixir. But soon, the elixir worked. The elixir did not have any effect on Li Zongjiu's body. Soon, it could be seen. The surrounding environment had begun to change. After that, Li Zongjiu himself also understood. He was brought into an illusion by the elixir. In this kind of invisible situation, people would be brought into the illusion. This showed the power of the elixir. Li Zongjiu himself was also very shocked. Because of him? With the evil soul eye, at least when facing the illusion, he could maintain a certain level of sanity and consciousness. At least the effect of resistance was still there. Who would have thought that the 100 Tribulations pill would bring him into such an illusory world in just a few seconds? What a strong effect, I can't even detect it. Although Li Zhongzhou's consciousness was still clear. He knew that he was in the room of the inn, but in fact, he had been brought to the wilderness. He was sitting on the mountain peak. Around him were ravines of the wilderness. The long yellow dragon stretched endlessly. Li Zhongzhou looked up at the sky. 100 Tribulations elixir, as the name suggests, is to go through 100 tribulations, and this tribulation, very coincidentally, is the thunder tribulation in front of me. Li Zhongzhou roughly understood in his heart. If he wanted to resist the thunder tribulation in front of him, then it would be considered as crossing the tribulation. Only by resisting the thunder tribulation could he bring enough benefits and effects. Boom! Lei Yun didn't have the slightest intention of waiting. With a furious roar, he charged forward with a ferocious thunderbolt. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck Li Zhongzhou. Soon, Li Zhongzhou's body absorbed the power of the lightning. This was because he had also cultivated the ancient golden tyrant body art. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou's body could be considered very strong. Furthermore, he had once used the evil dragon's eye. After being crushed countless times, his willpower had become ridiculously strong. Therefore, if he could hold on, Li Zhongzhou would have more opportunities. However, just the first stage of the lightning tribulation had actually sent down 9 bolts of lightning to temper it. This was a terrifying number. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that the 100th wave of the tribulation would be over 10,000 lightning strikes at the same time? Li Zhongzhou calmly cultivated under the endless bombardment of lightning. Suddenly, a set of cultivation techniques appeared in Li Zhongzhou's mind. Heavenly Void Divine Form Record. Li Zhongzhou suddenly woke up. This set of Heavenly Void Divine Form Records was the cultivation method that Li Zhongzhou had cultivated in his previous life. Later on, he discovered that this Heavenly Void Divine Form Records could only be cultivated up to the peak of the Supreme Being realm. Later on, it was naturally abandoned by Li Zhongzhou. This was because he had obtained the cultivation techniques of the 4 dragon tribes. However, just now, this Heavenly Void Divine Form Record actually started cultivating on its own. This made Li Zhongzhou extremely shocked. This cultivation technique. When Li Zhongzhou reread the cultivation technique of the Heavenly Void Divine Form Record with his current cultivation level. However, he realized that he had made a huge mistake in the past. There was no way for him to cultivate this Heavenly Void Divine Form Record correctly. His previous cultivation methods were all wrong. He could only learn and understand it with his current strength. Only then could he find the real correct method. Immediately, Li Zhongzhou himself was extremely surprised and shocked. It turns out that I have been wasting a real treasure all this time. After Li Zhongzhou recomprehended this Heavenly Void Divine Form Record, he was also more aware of the powerful force recorded in this Heavenly Void Divine Form Record. It was definitely not something that ordinary cultivation techniques could compare to. The first level. This Heavenly Void Divine Form Record can only be cultivated to the first level in the Khanate realm. The real first level. Li Zhongzhou was extremely shocked. This meant that what Li Zhongzhou had cultivated in the past was only the tip of the iceberg. He had thought that with his cultivation level, he was already? He was very familiar with this Heavenly Void Divine Form Record. Now, it seemed that this was the real waste. Only when one stepped into the Khanate realm could one truly feel the powerful force within. Boom! Li Zhongzhou's body immediately felt a powerful surge of energy entering his body. When he activated the Heavenly Void Divine Form Record, he had already memorized the contents of the mental cultivation method. As long as he continued to cultivate, he would be able to feel the different state within it. In fact, the 19th cloud of tribulation lightning had already appeared in the sky. The power within was also continuously being absorbed and devoured by Li Zhongzhou. He was actually directly absorbing the power of the tribulation cloud. At the same time, Li Zhongzhou's cultivation level was also increasing rapidly. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. Li Zhongzhou could already feel that his power was increasing rapidly. This was undoubtedly a timely help for Li Zhongzhou. After all, Li Zhongzhou himself had the omnidirectional hell technique. In Li Zhongzhou's opinion, this kind of power was completely uncultivated. It was not even perfect in the establishment of the power system. Anyone below the Khanate realm could cultivate it casually, and it could bring about powerful effects. But in the face of a Khanate realm expert, this kind of power could only be casually looked at. It would not be able to withstand a single blow. It could easily break the hell you created. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu also understood this point, and did not reveal this in battle. Otherwise, the only one who would be severely injured would be himself. Now that he had obtained the Heavenly Void Divine Form record, he picked it up and cultivated it again. This was also a very surprising and unexpected thing for Li Zhongjiu. His power kept increasing. Let me see how far your Heavenly Void Divine Form record can go. Li Zhongjiu was also very surprised and excited. If he could cultivate this Heavenly Void Divine Form record to the extreme, he could cultivate it again. What kind of effect would he get? It was simply unimaginable. This was because Li Zhongjiu had completely stabilized at the innate stage with just the first level. Even his own primordial energy was stabilized. Previously, Li Zhongjiu had the power of will and reached the Khanate level 7. But his primordial energy was still at the absolute saint realm. Therefore, when these people from the great world saw him, they would think that Li Zhongjiu's cultivation was only at the absolute saint realm. But they did not expect Li Zhongjiu to be such a strong person, with such a cultivation. But now, Li Zhongjiu's cultivation had directly increased. And it was unstoppable. He directly broke through to the Khanate realm. This made Li Zhongjiu extremely surprised. To Li Zhongjiu, cultivating this Heavenly Void Divine Form record again was also a very unexpected and surprising gain. But it was also his fault that his cultivation was not enough before. So there was no way for him to understand the essence of it. But it was different now. Not only that, Li Zhongjiu also needed to abandon all the previous cultivation experience of this Heavenly Void Divine Form record. Otherwise, it would also affect his cultivation. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu also cultivated very seriously. After all, the thunder tribulation in the sky had not ended. The thunder tribulation continued to brew. It kept crashing down. It directly bombarded Li Zhongjiu's body. The number of thunder tribulations increased and became stronger. But fortunately, Li Zhongjiu's Heavenly Void Divine Form record also increased Li Zhongjiu's own strength to the extreme. It allowed Li Zhongjiu to withstand the impact of the thunder tribulation one after another. He was also in a safe and sound state. He continued to absorb the energy within it. Li Zhongjiu's strength and realm kept increasing and absorbing. It seemed that because he had been stagnant for too long, his own strength was also rapidly increasing and replenishing his realm. How many thunder tribulations have there been? Li Zhongjiu already had no idea how many thunder tribulation clouds there were. Just the power that was constantly released in the sky had already made Li Zhongjiu completely numb. He even lost the ability to calculate. He only knew to accumulate and absorb the power bit by bit. In this way, he could ensure that he would not be defeated by the thunder tribulation. Refine, 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 give me one, refine one. A mere 100 tribulations elixir gave Li Zhongjiu an experience that even surpassed the feeling of cultivation in the past few years. It allowed Li Zhongjiu to constantly accumulate power and accumulate his own strength in this cultivation. It was extremely terrifying. The effect of the elixir was very strong. Just looking at it was enough to shock anyone. It was completely unbelievable that the existence of such power could be so powerful. He did not know how long he had spent in this space. When Li Zhongjiu opened his eyes again, in the sky, it had already begun to brew a purple thunderbolt. Purple heavenly thunder. Li Zhongjiu had seen this kind of thunderbolt power before, but compared the thunderbolt power that he had seen before with this one in front of him. It was like a teacup between this sea and a small stream. Just the gap between them was not something that ordinary people could make up for or imagine. This kind of power was so strong. Li Zhongjiu was also quite shocked. If I remember correctly, this should be the 99th thunderbolt. Li Zhongjiu thought in his heart. When he saw this thunderbolt, he began to understand in his heart. Obviously, the 99th thunderbolt was to catch this incomparably powerful purple heavenly thunder. Li Zhongjiu was also extremely shocked in his heart. He was also quite shocked. Come on. The purple heavenly thunder would not wait for Li Zongjiu to prepare before it came. Directly, there was a boom. Even the entire sky was stirred by this power, and it became extremely loud. The power of the purple heavenly thunder instantly penetrated Li Zongjiu's body. Finally, Li Zongjiu had a feeling that his soul and body were destroyed. It was as if the power that he had cultivated all his life was shattered at this moment. So powerful! Li Zongjiu exclaimed in his heart. He could not even resist the appearance of this power. In Li Zongjiu's heart, it was as if he had been devoured by this power. He fell into the endless darkness. Obviously, this purple heavenly thunder was not something that Li Zongjiu could resist. He was no match for it at all. Even when Li Zongjiu activated the heavenly void divine image in his body to the extreme, there was no effect at all. In the end, Li Zongjiu was struck out of the illusion. Li Zongjiu, who had just woken up, was drenched in cold sweat. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's eyes flashed with a cold light. What a powerful power! Li Zongjiu opened his eyes. He was still sitting in the same place and had not left. The feeling that the power just now brought to Li Zongjiu was too deep. Even Li Zongjiu himself could not imagine it. Just what kind of level had the power within reached? If I want to resist this purple heavenly thunder, I need to be at least in the celestial realm. But Li Zongjiu estimated in his heart. This power was too powerful. It was impossible for the current Li Zongjiu to resist it. Fortunately, this was only in the illusion created by the elixir. Therefore, Li Zongjiu could recover quickly. He tried to activate his heavenly void divine image. He realized that the heavenly void God form record was circulating much faster than before. With the infusion of this power, Li Zongjiu's body directly woke up. Although it was an illusion just now, in reality, the effect is still on me. Li Zongjiu heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the effect of this elixir was very magical. If he wanted to refine a 12th grade elixir, he had to at least know how to control space and create space. In Li Zongjiu's heart, he was also very surprised. After all, it was extremely unexpected for this to happen to him. Li Zongjiu glanced at the burning sandalwood on the table. This was ignited by Li Zongjiu in order to calculate the time. It would be exactly 5 days after the sandalwood finished burning. Li Zongjiu thought that he had been in the illusion for at least 7 days and 7 nights. After all, he was in the illusion, so he had a feeling that it was an illusion. Therefore, Li Zongjiu himself could feel it. Time should have passed a long time. However, when Li Zongjiu saw the burning ashes under the sandalwood, he was shocked. Li Zongjiu immediately. How is this possible? Li Zongjiu stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with disbelief. He did not dare to imagine it at all. It's only been an hour. Li Zongjiu's face changed drastically. How did he do it? Li Zongjiu believed in his own strength. In the illusion, people would have an illusion of time. But Li Zongjiu was confident that his feeling would not be wrong. Who knew that this force would emerge in front of him? For Li Zongjiu, such a change in power was completely unbelievable. The change in time was even more shocking. The shock in his eyes was not hidden at all. Li Zongjiu even pinched his fingers to calculate. And he also summoned Aotian. How long have I been in closed-door cultivation? Li Zongjiu asked. How long? About an hour. I haven't even woken up. How did you come out of closed-door cultivation? Aotian himself was also very surprised. When he looked at Li Zongjiu, his face was also full of suspicion. Could it be that there was something wrong with this guy? Amazing. Li Zongjiu took a breath of cold air. Li Zongjiu believed. This was not because his feeling was wrong, but because someone had changed the rules of time. To put it simply, you clearly took 7 days to refine this elixir. But someone directly changed the rules of time. You clearly experienced 7 days, but in fact, you experienced only an hour. In just an hour, it was directly completed. Therefore, when he understood this point, that was why Li Zongjiu was so shocked. How shocked was his heart? It's really amazing. But at least, it let me know that there is a realm above the realm. Li Zongjiu was also clear in his heart. And he was not afraid. Instead, he was extremely surprised in his heart. The occurrence of this kind of thing was expected. Many people's cultivation realm could not be too high, because they simply could not imagine how strong a person could be. This was a very important point. Your way of thinking limits your achievements. Before he felt that the other party had changed the rules of time, Xianxia was also very confident, because he could know how strong the strong could be. But after witnessing the other party change the rules of time, Xianxia also completely knew how terrifying the other party's strength was. It was not something that ordinary people could compare with at all. It seems that the celestial realm is always more powerful than imagined. Xianxia could at least understand in his heart. He understood his own strength and position. It was here. He needed to know the gap between his realms. It was also very important to be able to correctly recognize one's own shortcomings. Many people thought that they knew. But in fact, what they knew was far from enough. The gap between their realms? It was here. So you could never recognize your own shortcomings. Just when Xianxia wanted to see the changes in his strength, there was a knock on the door. "Brotherly, it's me," Hong Long shouted from outside the house. Although he did not know what Hong Long wanted to do. But at this moment, he also knew that the other party knew all kinds of rules and tricks. With Hong Long's guidance, at least he could be more familiar with the big world in front of him under more circumstances. Xianxia had gradually become interested in such a world. The various rules here, they were simply specially made for cultivators. It's all for the sake of allowing you to continuously cultivate and become stronger. There were even people who specially refined the soul beans in their hands. Using this method to improve their strength was also the most direct and effective. However, it was not as effective as some other elixirs or other methods. The effect was faster, but at least it could guarantee your strength. Your strength could be improved continuously and reach an extremely powerful realm. Xianxia opened the door. Hong Long walked in with a face full of excitement. "Look, I found something good for us. Usually, we can't pick up such a bargain." Hong Long swaggered into the room. Then, he opened a scroll and spread it on the table. He showed it to Xianxia. Xianxia also saw the scroll on the table. Mission announcement. Demon mission: a group of demons has appeared in the south of Crimson Soul City, more than 600 miles. Slaying fiendish demons would earn them generous rewards. Signature: Crimson Soul City. Xianxia's eyes also had a hint of surprise. After that, the appearance of this mission also surprised people. After all, the one who issued this mission was actually the City Lord's mansion. This surprised Xianxia. Why didn't the Crimson Soul City Lord personally mobilize the power of the city to kill these demons and demons? Wouldn't that be enough? Instead, he wanted to issue this mission. Let the rest of the people go and complete it. But soon, Xianxia also thought of it. This was a kind of rule. Even Crimson Soul himself had to abide by it. This was how the game was played. Hong Long and Xianxia explained. This demon group doesn't appear often. We can't find where they usually hide. They only appear themselves. In the beginning, they will move around in a fixed place. Once they are familiar, they will start to destroy and attack. It's quite troublesome. So when the main city discovers a demon group, they will also issue this kind of mission. Kill a postnatal demon and you will directly obtain 10 soul beans. Kill a postnatal demon and you will directly obtain 20 soul beans, regardless of rank. More importantly, these fiendish demons might bring out some treasures from the underground palace. If you can find the underground palace treasures on the demons, you will be really rich. Even if you put it here and on the black market, you can sell it for at least 100 soul beans. Not only that, the City Lord's mansion will also rank you according to the number of demons killed, and then distribute a certain amount of rewards. It had to be said that it did sound like a very attractive mission. At least Xianxia also understood. Treasures could be found on the bodies of these demons. A notice: at most 5 people can sign it. I have already put my fingerprints on it. Do you want to take a look? Hong Long gestured to the fingerprint area below the notice. Hong Long had already put his fingerprints on it, and it could be considered as signing a contract. The use of this notice was to help you record the number of demons you killed. Everything seemed ridiculous, but with this kind of power, it was very reasonable. It didn't make people feel the slightest bit of shock or surprise. Then I'll give it a try. Li Zhongjiu directly pressed his fingerprints on the fingerprint area. Immediately, he saw his fingerprints appear on the contract. At the same time, this notice also directly used a force to enter Li Zhongjiu's consciousness. However, Li Zhongjiu could also see that this thing was only temporarily bound. It wasn't a lifelong binding force. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu himself was also very surprised. Let's go. The demon's activity time is very short. They usually appear at night, and we can't find them during the day. Hong Long seemed to be a little impatient. After all, it was not too close to the south 600 miles. In addition, there would be many competitors, so they needed to arrive as soon as possible. Only then could they have a chance to complete the mission. Li Zong and Hong Long rented 2 wind-chasing horses from the post station. The wind-chasing horses were very fast. They could travel 3,000 miles in a day. Under the suppression of the rules in the big world, many people's power had been limited. It was very difficult to carry out a certain degree of resistance. Only after reaching the celestial realm could you fly freely. Otherwise, you only needed to fly a little distance or time, and you would fall into a very tired state. As for the poison dragon, it shouldn't be too conspicuous. He also needed to keep a low profile when dealing with things. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu also knew that the group of people in the poison dragon village had no way to trap the poison dragon. So it was someone else who trapped the poison dragon. With the strength of this person, Li Zhongjiu didn't want to go head-to-head with him now. The wind-chasing horse quickly advanced on the wasteland. It was extremely fast. Ta-ta-ta, a cloud of dust rose behind him. The Tianwu ship was considered a top flying ship in the sacred martial realm. However, Li Zhongjiu had already tried. The Tianwu ship couldn't fly in such an environment. If he bought a flying ship in the main city, he would need thousands of soul beans. Moreover, just the usual maintenance and consumption alone was a very large number and expenditure. Li Zhongjiu didn't have many soul beans to begin with. He only had about 500 left. There was also this poison dragon that always came to eat his soul beans. Therefore, he couldn't find the time to increase the consumption of another flying ship. He spurred the horse forward. 600 miles away, it just so happened that there was an extremely dense forest. Just as the two of them were about to charge into the forest, suddenly, the wind-chasing horse they were sitting on also fell. It seemed to have flipped and rolled on the ground. Bang! Li Zhongjiu also stepped on the ground and his body rose into the air. Hong Long's reaction wasn't weak. He was also in a state of alert. In such a crowded place, especially in the wilderness, and doing something related to a mission, he would always be at risk. They could also encounter danger at any time and place, so they could not let their guard down and let down their guard. Li Zhongjiu's body rose into the air. He felt the sound of 2 people breaking through the air and heard a whistling sound. Then, they suddenly rushed in front of him. Boom! The air-piercing arrow chi attacked. Li Zhongjiu directly used the unparalleled sword to break it. Although the arrow was fast, Li Zhongjiu's sword was faster and more accurate. Swoosh swoosh. The 2 swords easily broke the arrow in front of him. Go! At the same time, Li Zhongjiu directly slashed into the forest with his sword. Instantly, the sword chi violently swept out. The sword chi cut through the trees in the forest. Boom boom boom. As the sword chi swept out, the other party also leaped up at this moment. A total of 3 figures rushed out. The other party's figure landed on the ground. Hong Long also held a long blade in his hand. He held his saber in a straight line. Saber chi crisscrossed. He entered a defensive state. He stared at the people in front of him in a state of alert. His heart was also quite nervous. However, they saw Li Zhongjiu rush into the formation of the 3 without hesitation. It was obvious that Li Zhongjiu was very confident. In his opinion, it would be a piece of cake to kill these people. The sword chi pierced through the formation of the 3. One of them wielded a spear, one wielded a dagger, and one wielded a crossbow. Evidently, the three of them did not expect Li Zongjiu to charge at them without any hesitation. For a moment, he was at a loss of what to do. Li Zongjiu also greeted him cordially. The sword momentum was unparalleled. This person's swordsmanship is too powerful. We can't fight him head-on. Retreat. The person brandishing the spear also brandished the spear in his hand, forming an airtight defensive circle. However, this defense was unable to withstand Li Zongjiu's sword qi. Even after this guy had just finished his words. Yet, a beam of sword qi had already slashed down and broken the long spear in his hand. Clang, the spear was cut off. The other party's face was instantly filled with shock. He was shocked. At this moment, he also understood that he was finished. Li Zongjiu did not hesitate to kill him with a single slash. Hong Long himself was not idle. When he saw Li Zongjiu gaining the upper hand and that his cultivation was similar to his, this guy who had been lazing around for thousands of years finally took the initiative. After all, if he wanted to follow Li Zongjiu, he must show a certain strength and attitude. Otherwise, it would not take long for Li Zongjiu to leave him in the dust. Since there was such a big tree, of course, he had to rely on it well. Hong Long faced the expert who wielded the crossbow. The other party was also caught off guard by Hong Long's attack. In addition, one of his companions was directly killed. For a moment, he actually panicked. In his panic, he even had a feeling of wanting to escape. Once fear arose in his heart. Then, the fatal moment arrived. Li Zongjiu once again killed the person who wielded the short sword in front of him. Bang! The expert who wielded the crossbow was beaten back by Hong Long. Seeing Li Zongjiu kill both of them, the expert who wielded the crossbow was obviously panicking. Good boy, what a ruthless sword. If you kill me, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance will not let you off. The crossbow man saw Li Zongjiu looking at him. His heart skipped a beat. Therefore, he hurriedly released his final trump card. Heavenly Fiend Alliance? When Hong Long heard about the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, his expression changed. However, Li Zongjiu did not hesitate at all. When the other party opened his mouth to speak, he had already killed him with a sword. Bang! He turned into soul beans. Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and waved it. Then, he collected all the soul beans. These people were all killed by Li Zongjiu. Therefore, Li Zongjiu collected all the soul beans. Hong Long seemed to be stunned by the other party's words. For a moment, he was stunned on the spot and did not know what to do. One should know that the other party's strength was average. However, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was not easy to deal with. What did he just say? Li Zongjiu asked. They were all in a life and death battle. Who would care about what you said, anyway? Li Zongjiu would not care. You can say whatever you want. As long as you can't defeat me, I will kill you first. Heavenly Fiend Alliance, this is bad. I did not expect these people to be members of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Hong Long said in shock. Even his eyes were filled with fear. So was Li Zongjiu? It was very surprising. It seemed that the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was not simple. They seemed to be very powerful. They had killed many people and made a name for themselves. That was why people were so respectful and fearful of them. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance is one of the three big forces in the Red Soul City. It is said that their leader is also a top expert in the Sky Realm. Most importantly, this person was once the adjutant of the Red Soul City Master. Hong Long said. In fact, he could already understand what he was trying to say. It was obvious that the other party's strength was here. If they offended the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, it was equivalent to offending the Red Soul City Master himself. Just based on this relationship, anyone would have to give face here. As for the existence of this alliance, what was it for, that was not clear for now. But there must be a reason for its existence. Who would have thought that under such circumstances, they would still encounter such a thorny problem? Li Zongjiu did not care. So what if it is powerful? What is there to be afraid of? Li Zongjiu said in disdain. Anyway, no one saw him do it. The only person who saw him do it was Hong Long in front of him. Could it be that just because you have a strong background, if you kill me, I can't kill you? The people here all had today and no tomorrow. It was hard to say what would happen in the end. So there was no need to be afraid of others. If he killed them, then so be it. It's not the same. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance is a legally registered gang. If a member of the gang dies, there will be a mark of hostility. That means that you will appear on their hostile list. Just on this point. That meant that if they met, they would immediately know you had done something to offend their gang. So as long as they met people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, they would basically fight with each other directly. In the end, the accumulated hatred would also become higher and stronger. At that time, the experts of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance would come looking for you. No matter what, you can't escape. Unless you hide all the time. As long as the other party's people don't get close to you, they won't know what you have done. This was the most important thing. Li Zhongjiu himself was also very surprised that there was such a thing. It was indeed very powerful. Then just don't go near them. Li Zhongjiu said. As long as you don't come into contact with them. It wouldn't be too troublesome. Usually, you can, but it will be very obvious. The people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance are already nearby. Obviously, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance wanted to control the resources of the demons this time. This was also the reason why Hong Long was so anxious to come here. If it was any later, who knew what would happen, but he didn't expect it to be too late this time. That's not right. Usually, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance wouldn't be interested in the gathering of small demons. But this time, they are here. This means that there is definitely something wrong. Maybe there is a treasure. Hong Long said. Li Zhongjiu glanced at Hong Long, who was in deep thought. He waved his hand. So be it. Anyone who stands in my way will have to die. Li Zhongjiu said. Just because you are stronger, you want me to give you all the benefits? Li Zhongjiu naturally wouldn't agree to such a thing. If he had the ability, he would fight him head-on. Of course, if he really couldn't defeat the other party, it was not impossible for him to hide. But to be honest, he, the great evil lord, had never been afraid of anyone. Even if there were enemies, he would kill them easily. Even if he couldn't kill them now, he would definitely kill them in the future. It was just a matter of time. I admire Brother Li's domineering attitude. Hong Long saw how determined Li Zhongjiu was and immediately smiled. He was very impressed with Li Zhongjiu's attitude. Therefore, they were determined to stay by Li Zhongjiu's side. He wanted to see how far Li Zhongjiu could go. Back then, he chose to follow Li Zhongjiu because of Li Zhongjiu's bravery and fearlessness. After all, if something really went wrong, if something unfavorable happened to him, he would definitely turn around and run away without hesitation. On this point, they were very certain. With Hong Long's attitude, he would never risk his life unless there was a chance to gain something. Although he didn't kill the 3 people, he would still be regarded as an enemy of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. It was just that the hatred wouldn't be too high. It would still be dangerous. If he encountered it, he could only admit that he was unlucky. Everyone would be in a critical situation sometimes. Then the 2 of them continued to move forward into the forest, looking for the so-called demon group. There is a very strong aura in front. Li Zhongjiu sensed an extremely strong presence. Immediately, he quickly rushed forward. The reason why he brought Hong Long along was that Hong Long's strength didn't pose much of a threat to Li Zhongjiu. Secondly, Hong Long was able to give a good explanation of the rules in this great realm. At the very least, he could save Li Zhongjiu a lot of trouble. Li Zhongjiu's interest was piqued by the demonic aura fluctuation in front of him. Hong Long did not expect to encounter a demon so soon. The so-called demon. It was a creature that resembled both a demon and a demon. It had a murderous aura all over its body and would kill anyone it saw. It was as though it could not coexist with anyone. Once it went berserk, its destructive power and threat would be quite great. Moreover, if a large number of demons appeared, they would directly destroy the rules and order of this great world. The order that they had painstakingly established could not withstand the attacks of these fiendish demons. Therefore, as soon as there were traces of fiendish demons, they would eliminate them in the shortest time possible. Li Zhongjiu gradually understood. The existence of these demons happened to be looking for loopholes in this world and was constantly bringing destruction to this world. It was as though where there was light, there would be darkness. Although the great emperor of Xiantian was very powerful. However, after creating so many positive things, there were bound to be some negative things that were difficult to control. It was also the result of the karma cycle of the heavenly Tao. Where there was yin, there would be yang. Therefore, the great emperor of Xiantian could not stop these demons. After these demons appeared, he even ordered the people in this macro world to deal with them. Li Zhongjiu was the first to arrive. He saw a figure standing in the forest in front of him. This figure was tall and big. It looked vaguely like a human figure. However, it could be seen from its body. There were also some extremely strange things growing on the surface of its body. It had edges and corners. His appearance was similar to that of the fallen race. It was said that the uglier the demon, the more powerful it was. This fiendish demon seemed to have just appeared, so it stood in place, seemingly at a loss of what to do. Suddenly, Li Zhongjiu's scent entered its nose. Immediately, a ray of light shot out from the demon's eyes. Its sharp eyes immediately looked in the direction of Li Zhongjiu. Hiss! The demon's head looked like a huge snake. Then, the huge snake's eyes opened instantly and its tongue flicked out. His scarlet eyes instantly erupted. Immediately, he dashed toward Li Zhongjiu in an instant. Boom, the latter's speed was extremely fast, and his movements were also extremely loud. It was as if there was a wave of air being released. It was deliberately telling others that he was here and they had to come and catch him. While Li Zhongjiu was still in shock, his opponent's fist was already in front of him. Li Zhongjiu immediately punched out with all his might. He was going to clash head-on with his opponent. At the very least, he had to know the approximate level of the other party's strength. If he didn't know anything, it would be very troublesome. Immediately, the fist met the opponent's face. Bang, Li Zhongjiu and the fiendish demon each took a step back. Li Zhongjiu glanced at his fist. There was actually a crack in it, there was actually a bone spike in his opponent's fist. Just now, it was this bone spike that directly punched Li Zhongjiu's hand bone. However, the crack in Li Zhongjiu's hand quickly recovered. After all, the effect of the 100 Calamity Elixir and the operation of the Heavenly Void Divine Form. It directly made one's body extremely powerful. Although his body was injured, it recovered quickly. Li Zhongjiu was also very surprised by his body's recovery ability. Different degrees of injuries would also have different degrees of recovery speed. Some wounds were too sharp and could not be healed even if one wanted to. This was not surprising. It was normal for such a situation to occur. The fiendish demon did not suffer any injuries. In fact, in the exchange just now, it could be said that it had the upper hand. Immediately, the corners of its mouth curled up into a cold smile. When it smiled, it was an even uglier performance. Immediately, the fiendish demon's body surged forward. Boom, once again, a fist smashed towards Li Zhongjiu. And this time, when he punched out, he directly displayed a sky full of fist shadows. It was vigorous and vigorous. Ordinary people would not be able to see where the fist shadows came from. If one was not careful, one would be directly hit by the opponent's fist. This was the afterimage produced by the opponent's speed. Li Zhongjiu was not in a hurry. The fist in his hand suddenly punched upwards. The power of one punch could destroy everything. Boom, the power of Li Zhongjiu's fist was even more domineering. Under this domineering power, the power produced instantly shattered half of the fiendish demon's body. Bang, half of the fiendish demon's body was directly shattered by Li Zhongjiu. Such a situation was also quite shocking for the fiendish demon. This was because it did not expect that this injured person could actually shatter its body in such a short time. How did the opponent's strength suddenly soar so much? Whoosh, Li Zhongjiu held the unparalleled sword in his hand and landed on the ground. With one sword, he chopped off the fiendish demon's head. Originally, the fiendish demon's body would not be able to survive after being split into two. It was only because of its strong vitality that it did not die. Now, its head was directly chopped off. Immediately, the fiendish demon's body also exploded, as if it had turned into a soul being after dying. However, the fiendish demon's body also turned into a wisp of fiendish demon energy. It just happened to drill into Hong Long's body, who had just arrived. The place where it drilled into was the mission notice in Hong Long's hand. There was an additional wisp of fiendish demon energy on it. He killed one so quickly. Hong Long's eyes were also filled with shock. He did not expect Li Zhongzhou's strength to be so strong. Unexpectedly, he was so strong. He easily killed the fiendish demon. If they continued at this speed, the amount of bountiful harvest they would reap was simply unimaginable. Li Zhongzhou reached out his hand and grabbed 10 soul beans. It seemed that these fiendish demons did not have a difference in level. He directly collected the soul beans. "You're too fast. I couldn't even keep up," Hong Long said somewhat embarrassedly. Although he could not obtain any soul beans from killing the fiendish demons. However, if he completed this mission, as long as he brought the mission notice back, the City Lord Mansion would reward him handsomely. This was almost like picking up a bargain for free. To Hong Long, he was already satisfied. What more could he ask for? Hong Long was very clear in his heart. With his strength, it would be very difficult to kill even one fiendish demon. You just need to take care of yourself. Li Zhongzhou did not expect this fellow to be of any help. From the beginning, this fellow was just here to freeload the mission. The trees in the forest were overturned, as if something was rapidly approaching. The trees on both sides were also rapidly falling to the side. What is it? Hong Long also noticed the commotion. Immediately, Hong Long became nervous. His body immediately jumped to the side. Li Zhongzhou also saw the two figures that were rapidly approaching. The sword in his hand was also rapidly swinging forward. Boom! A gust of sword chi instantly fell forward. It directly blocked the three figures from advancing. Buzz! The three figures were directly blasted away by the sword chi. Another 3 fiendish demons were attacking. They were indeed a group of fiendish demons. 3 of them appeared at once. The hands and mouths of these 3 fiendish demons were all stained with blood. It was obvious that these 3 fiendish demons had killed people before. They had just killed someone. However, they sensed the presence of a fiendish demon aura. Hence, they wanted to take their fiendish demon companion with them. As long as the group of fiendish demons grew stronger, the threat they posed would be even greater. Such a situation occurred. It was like spilled water that could not be retrieved. Hence, they had to kill these fiendish demons in advance before they truly formed a large group. Three of them. Hong Long was stunned. The 3 fiendish demons in front of him. Obviously, they were also at the innate realm. Fiendish demons of this level. Even if he had calculated everything, he could only block one of them. Moreover, he might not be able to hold on for long. If he was not careful, he would be killed by the other party. This was the sad thing about being weak. Li Zhongzhou glanced at the fiendish demons in front of him. There was no fear in his eyes. In the next second, the figures of these fiendish demons also instantly burst out. They directly charged towards Li Zhongzhou. 2 of the figures charged towards Li Zhongzhou. The remaining figure also dashed towards Hong Long at lightning speed. Obviously, the lives of these people could not be spared. They must be killed. No chance would be left for these people. Li Zhongzhou was naturally fearless. The unparalleled sword in his hand. The power of ice and fire lingered. The other party's aura was more than several times stronger than the previous fiendish demon. Now, 2 of them were charging towards him at the same time. Even Li Zhongzhou felt a certain amount of pressure. The sword chi slashed on the other party's body and suddenly burst out a powerful movement. Boom! There was such a strong movement. Flames shot in all directions. After a confrontation, the other party's body was not injured at all. He actually blocked all of Li Zhongzhou's attacks just now. At the same time, the 2 fiendish demons also instantly punched. They blasted on Li Zhongzhou's body. Bang! 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. The speed and attack of the other party were also extremely fast. Even Li Zhongzhou couldn't avoid it. Immediately, he landed on the ground. A wave of air was released from his body and spread around. Unparalleled strike. Li Zhongzhou lifted his sword and stood up. 2 sword chi burst out from the unparalleled sword and swept out in an instant. Bang bang, the 2 swords hit an innate realm fiendish demon at the same time. The other party's figure was directly forced back. At the same time, a big hole was directly blasted in its chest. Obviously, it was severely injured by the sword. The remaining fiendish demon also directly punched out. But it was blocked by Li Zhongzhou's palm. And what shocked Li Zhongzhou was that the other party's wrist actually exploded in an instant. It seemed that there was an additional force that directly bit down on Li Zhongzhou's hand. This caused Li Zhongzhou himself to be surprised. After the shock, the other party's teeth had already clamped down on Li Zhongzhou's wrist with a bang. A sharp pain immediately came. "You're courting death." The chaotic force in Li Zhongzhou's body surged. Instantly, a terrifying force erupted from his body and directly blew up the demon's hand in front of him. Li Zhongzhou's arm was also bleeding. If it was a little later, his entire arm would have been bitten off. Li Zhongzhou sealed his acupoints with his elemental energy. At the same time, he reduced his blood flow to the lowest. He did not expect the demon's mouth to contain such powerful poison. Li Zhongzhou could feel the flow of his aura. It seemed to be gradually disappearing. Li Zhongzhou immediately activated the Heavenly Void Divine Record to force the poison out of his body. Such a threat was quite strong for Li Zhongzhou. So difficult to deal with. The remaining fiendish demon was clearly beating Hong Long into retreat. Even Hong Long was sent flying by the impact. He rolled on the ground for more than 10 times before he came to a stop. Li Zhongzhou took the opportunity to appear behind the demon. With a slash of his sword, he opened up a wound on the demon's back. Immediately, the demon knelt down on the ground. The sword energy of the unparalleled sword was too powerful. After being tempered by the heart of the blue sea, it was also very powerful. Naturally, it was also very powerful. With such an imposing aura, it was easy for him to cut open the body of the fiendish demon. Obviously, the strength of this demon was not as strong as the other two. Even Li Zhongzhou had to use a lot of energy. Now, the two demons were only seriously injured. "Phew, thank you, Brother Li." Hong Long thought he was going to die. But at this most critical moment, Li Zhongzhou finally made a move to save him. Only then did he manage to save his life. Hong Long heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly expressed his gratitude to Li Zhongzhou. He did not expect that he could not help Li Zhongzhou at all. Instead, he seemed to be a burden to Li Zhongzhou. Li Zhongzhou waved his hand to show that he did not care. But he frowned. He looked in the direction of the two injured demons. He saw 2 fishing nets flying out of the forest. It was covered with talismans, and it immediately caught the 2 demons. "Oh no, someone is here to steal our demons?" Hong Long exclaimed when he saw this. Li Zhongzhou's eyes turned cold. How dare they steal from him, Li Zhongzhou? Speaking of which, Li Zhongzhou had never encountered such a thing before. Even in the Xingwu continent, such a thing had never happened before. Who would have thought? In this great world, someone dared to rob Li Zhongzhou. "How dare you steal from me?" Li Zhongzhou immediately let out a cold snort. His figure flashed as he charged towards the other party. He slashed the fishing net. Suddenly, the talisman flashed with golden light and blocked Li Zhongzhou's sword aura. When Li Zhongzhou saw it, he was extremely shocked. It was obvious that the talisman on it had an indestructible power. But the power of the talisman itself was limited. Although it blocked Li Zhongzhou's sword. But soon, one could see that the light on the talisman gradually dimmed. "Stay here." There had never been a situation where someone tried to steal from Li Zhongzhou. Not in the past, not now, and definitely not in the future. Li Zhongzhou immediately swung his sword. Instantly, the terrifying sword chi overlapped like layers upon layers of waves. They continued to bombard the fishing net. Even if the fishing net was made of special materials, it could not withstand Li Zhongzhou's bombardment. Under the last sword, it was instantly shattered. The fiendish demon was also severely injured by the fishing net. Now, after being bombarded by Li Zhongzhou, it was paralyzed and unable to move. It had no strength to fight back. "Watch him," Li Zhongzhou said to Hong Long. Since the other party wanted to capture this demon alive. This meant that this demon must be useful. The other demon was dragged away by the other party. Li Zhongzhou would definitely not let the matter rest. With a flash of his body, he chased after the other party. Li Zhongjiu wanted to see just who had the guts to snatch something from him, Li Zhongjiu. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu immediately chased after the other party. Boom! Li Zhongjiu's footwork was as fast as thunder. He had learned it in the Xingu continent. At this time it could play a crucial role. When Li Zhongjiu chased after the other party realized that one of their fishing nets had been cut open. Two figures blocked Li Zhongjiu's way. Who are you? How dare you stop the Heavenly Fiend Alliance? Heavenly Fiend Alliance. It was the Heavenly Fiend Alliance again. The two figures stood in the middle of the road and glared at Li Zhongjiu. Below him was the fiendish demon that had been dragged away by the other party and was riddled with injuries. It was the fiendish demon whose arm was broken by Li Zhongjiu. Clearly, this fiendish demon had also suffered serious injuries from the other party's continuous attacks. This fishing net was a good magic weapon. As long as it covered people, the talismans on it could form a set of arrays. Then, under such circumstances, it would constantly release attacks. However, if the person did not have enough strength to break free from the fishing net, he could only be trapped in it and slowly lose all his energy. Li Zhongjiu glanced at the fishing net and was very interested in it. So what if you are from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance? You dare to snatch my things? Only death awaits you. Li Zhongjiu said calmly. His tone was full of killing intent. The injury on his arm had miraculously taken a turn for the better. After being injured by the other party, Li Zhongjiu was very surprised that he could recover in such a short time. After all, an injury of this level was obviously not easy to recover from. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu did not expect his injury to recover so quickly. It seemed that the effect of the 100 Tribulations elixir was very strong. Now, Li Zhongjiu's body was like a treasure that could be excavated endlessly. Under such circumstances, he could recover his injuries to the extreme. If the injury was more serious, Li Zhongjiu's body? After the recovery, his body would become more powerful. Li Zhongjiu's arrogant tone surprised everyone. The two people in front of him were also shocked. Obviously, they looked at Li Zhongjiu in disbelief. They did not expect this guy to be so bold. He actually dared to go against the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Either he was a fool or he had just arrived and did not know how powerful the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was. Young man, I advise you to be more respectful. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance is not something you can offend. There were two people. One of them was an old man in green, holding a fishing rod in his hand. The other person was an old lady carrying a fish basket. The two of them were obviously a married couple. To be able to stay together after such a long time, it showed that their relationship was very deep. Moreover, the tacit understanding between the two of them must be very high. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu could tell that the cultivation of the two of them was not simple. Innate level 5. The other person was innate level 6. No, return this demon to me. Otherwise, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance is the one who provoked me. Li Zhongjiu shook his head. He said calmly. Based on the situation in front of him, it was not easy to let the matter rest. Moreover, there must be other experts from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance around. If the fight continued for too long, it would definitely attract other people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Li Zhongjiu came here to kill fiendish demons, not to kill people. However, if these people insisted on stopping him, Li Zhongjiu would have no choice but to take action. It was difficult to win against the strong. However, Li Zhongjiu would also let them know how powerful Evil Lord was. Li Zhongjiu used to be the best at surviving in desperate situations. If such a situation had to happen, Li Zhongjiu would definitely be like a beast in the dark, devouring the Heavenly Fiend Alliance bit by bit. Seeing Li Zhongjiu's sharp gaze, the two of them could not help but be stunned. Most importantly, they had never heard of anyone who could speak in such a savage tone. It was as if he did not take them seriously at all. He did not even take the Heavenly Fiend Alliance seriously. Who exactly is this guy? Why is he so domineering? The two of them were stunned. They did not expect this young man to have such courage. From the latter's gaze, they could also tell that Li Zhongjiu was not joking. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Little brother, if you like this demon, I'll let you have it. We'll meet again in the pugilistic world. The two of them actually left the demon where it was. At the same time, they kept the talisman fishing net. Then, the two of them turned and left. They quickly disappeared before Li Zhongzhou's eyes. They thought that they could not be kind anymore. However, Li Zhongzhou did not expect that the other party could understand so quickly. Knowing that he was no match for Li Zhongzhou, he gave up on the demon and left. This made Li Zhongzhou heave a sigh of relief. However, he did not let down his guard. This time, the other party left because he was afraid of Li Zhongzhou. However, if they met again, the other party would have a great advantage. When that time came, he might not let the matter rest so easily. Even now, they might have gone to look for helpers on the way. This was not a place to stay for long. Li Zhongzhou grabbed the fiendish demon on the ground. He leaped back to where Hong Long was. Hong Long looked at the two demons alone. Although they were both seriously injured, they were still under a lot of pressure. If someone were to sneak up on them from behind, it would be terrible for Hong Long. If a demon directly smelled the scent and approached, it would be even worse. Fortunately, Li Zhongzhou came back quickly. When they saw that Li Zhongzhou actually brought back the demon that was caught by the celestial master net, they were very surprised. You can still snatch it back. The latter was obviously very shocked. He did not expect Li Zhongzhou to really snatch the demon back. He thought that Li Zhongzhou was just angry and wanted to chase after the demon to vent his anger. However, it seemed that he really had the ability. We just met two people who wanted to capture these two demons alive. Why? Li Zhongzhou asked. Hong Long was shocked at first. Then, he thought for a moment. If they chose to capture them alive, they might want to use them as bait. They want to catch a big fish. Let's find that demon with the treasures in the underground palace. The underground palace treasure. Li Zhongzhou also thought of it. Since these people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance did not care for such a small business, why would they mobilize so many people at this time? Obviously, there was something here that was worth their attention. Therefore, they came. The legendary underground palace treasure. This was the real fatal attraction. Evidently, he was going to use this item to catch a big fish. Li Zhongzhou understood. However, he wasn't going to do that. Since it was a big fish, with Li Zhongzhou's current abilities, he might not be able to take it down. After all, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance members were still here. If he were to make a move now, he would definitely be targeted by them. Hence, what Li Zhongzhou wanted to do now was to find out where the main force of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was. Once they caught the big fish, it would be very convenient for him to make a move. He would defeat them directly. Even if he were to make a move, it would definitely be extremely dangerous. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. The current Li Zhongzhou was still the evil lord of the past. Hence, Li Zhongzhou still had the ambition to search for treasures. The belief to take risks. If one wanted a stable and safe life, one wouldn't be able to increase their abilities greatly. Everyone had to break through and stand up. Even if one was mediocre, when one broke through one's own fire, one would know how powerful one's potential was. One could even create unlimited possibilities. Bang bang. Li Zhongzhou killed the three demons on the ground. There was no point in keeping them. Instantly, the power of the three demons surged into the mission notice. Li Zhongzhou kept the remaining soul beans. Hong Long was drooling at the side. These 10 soul beans are yours. Li Zhongzhou tossed 10 soul beans to Hong Long. Even Hong Long himself was very surprised. He didn't expect Li Zhongzhou to be so generous. These were 10 soul beans. To some extremely poor people, this was equivalent to 10 days of lifespan. Who knew how many people were constantly on the move for these soul beans? Some even fought until their heads bled and they lost their lives in the end. The reason why Li Zhongzhou gave it to Hong Long was because Hong Long was indeed a good tour guide. Besides, the following things might be very dangerous. The fisherman couple had seen him earlier and should already know that he had killed a member of the Sky Fiend Alliance and was listed as an enemy of the Sky Fiend Alliance. However, they did not attack him on the spot. This meant that they were wary of Li Zhongzhou. However, when they returned this time, they would definitely report this matter to their leader. When they met again, the other party would definitely be prepared. They would find Li Zhongjiu directly. Go. Li Zhongjiu continued to lead Hong Long into the forest. Hong Long was also very excited. In just a short while, he had already killed 4 demons. One had to know that although some people had accepted this demon hunting mission, the strength of the demons was too great. In addition, there were so many of them that it was extremely difficult to kill them. Often, they would have to pay an extremely painful price. Many people lost more than they gained. However, Li Zhongjiu could easily grasp it. Kill these demons and capture them. It was so easy to get what he wanted. Up until now, he had only seen Li Zhongjiu with this kind of ability. It was indeed very amazing. He did not expect to be able to get a share of the pie. Hong Long himself did not expect this at all. Moreover, he was even more determined to follow Li Zhongjiu. As long as there was meat to eat, it did not matter who he followed. At the very beginning, Hong Long and Li Zhongjiu went to complete the rescue mission together. Hong Long could tell that Li Zhongjiu's strength was extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not have turned around and run back. Even after he ran back, he was shocked to find that Li Zhongjiu had actually directly subdued the other party's poison dragon with his powerful strength. Who else could achieve this level of strength, to this extent? It was really unprecedented and would not be replicated in the future. Anyway, Hong Long had never seen it before. It was gloomy all around. These demons only appear at night. However, they are at their strongest at night. Usually, if the Heavenly Fiend Alliance wants to take action, they will definitely do it before daybreak. At that time, the fiendish demon is at its weakest. However, this fiendish demon mission has only been out for a short period of time. It will not be easy to find the fiendish demon with the treasure in the underground palace. Hong Long analyzed. Although he was not powerful, his analysis of the situation was clear and logical. Li Zhongjiu could not help but take another look. Usually, how many days will this situation last? Li Zhongjiu was asking about the continuous appearance of these demons. How long would this situation last? This was also a very crucial point. Hence, Li Zhongjiu also needed to know the approximate time. Usually, it will be cleaned up within a week. It mainly depends on the number of demons. If there are a lot of them, it will naturally take longer. If the situation goes out of control, the city lord's mansion will even send troops. Hong Long said. At most 3 days, these people will be able to find the demon who has the treasure in the underground palace. Li Zhongjiu's eyes were shining. He was already thinking in his heart. What exactly should he do? What method should he use to get the treasure in the underground palace? Li Zhongjiu knew how powerful this parallel world was. Now that he knew about the existence of the underground palace's treasure, he was also very tempted. He would definitely not let go of such a great opportunity. You are not thinking of taking action against the underground palace's treasure, are you? Hong Long suddenly looked at Li Zhongjiu in shock. It was as if he was in disbelief. No one had ever been so bold. He actually wanted to become enemies with the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. This was a very foolish action. Although the underground palace's treasure was very attractive and there would be countless people who wanted to fight for it, it was obvious that these people would only end up in one place, death. Don't worry, you don't have to do anything. Li Zhongjiu looked at the hesitant Hong Long and said directly. The latter also swallowed the words that he wanted to say to persuade Li Zhongjiu. Only Li Zhongjiu himself could decide what to do. Outsiders had no way of interfering. Moreover, if he angered Li Zhongjiu directly, he might not even be able to protect his own life. It was fine as long as he did not have to do anything. Although it was a very dangerous thing to follow behind and take advantage of the situation. Li Zhongjiu found a quiet place to adjust his breathing. Since there was still time, Li Zhongjiu was not in a hurry to waste his time and energy. He adjusted his body's condition first. The previous battle had consumed a lot of Li Zhongjiu's energy. Although his injuries had recovered, the way these people fought with their lives gave Li Zhongjiu a headache. These demons were indeed very difficult to deal with. They were very resilient. As long as there was a chance, they would kill you. Even if he would get hurt, he would risk his life to leave a wound on his opponent's body. This was the terrifying strength of these people. Therefore, the next time he fought with these fiendish demons, he would have to kill them from afar. If they got close to him, the threat would be infinitely greater. Late at night on the first day, there was no movement. Both of them deliberately restrained their aura. They lowered their aura to the lowest level. However, they could still hear the sounds of fighting outside. Li Zhongzhou estimated that these people would need at least 1 or 2 days to find the demon that hid the underground palace's treasure. Li Zhongzhou did not care what method they used. Hong Long also hid in the same place for the whole night. Although he heard the noise outside, he did not dare to come out and take advantage of the situation. If he rushed out, he would definitely be beaten up by the crowd. Therefore, Hong Long stayed in the cave obediently. With Li Zhongzhou here, he was at least relatively safe. The next morning, Li Zhongzhou and Hong Long were also searching the mountain. Along the way, they found many traces of fighting. There were even some people who were on the verge of death and were abandoned by the side of the road. When such a situation occurred, Li Zhongzhou also went forward and directly killed the people, taking their lives. Otherwise, if they were abandoned, it meant that these people had been abandoned. In the macro world, there was no such thing as companions. 1 second, they might be your companions, but the next second, they might become a top assassin. I'll directly harvest your head and take away everything you have. In the macro world, no one was trustworthy. There had been countless examples, and Li Zhongzhou was naturally aware of this. However, Hong Long was relatively honest so far. He did not have any intention to deal with Li Zhongzhou. If there was, the poison dragon Ao Tian would have rushed out immediately and killed Hong Long instantly. Li Zhongzhou knew that Hong Long would not do that. He also knew that Hong Long had other motives. That was why he appeared by Li Zhongzhou's side. He was at Li Zhongzhou's beck and call. The two of them also searched for a while. They followed the mountain forest and approached the place where the traces of fighting were getting stronger. Even Li Zhongzhou was in a forest. He actually saw a fish basket. When Li Zhongzhou saw it for the first time, he felt that it was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. It's the woman from yesterday. When Li Zhongzhou saw the fish basket, his heart skipped a beat. In Li Zhongzhou's impression, these two people were relatively vigilant. Moreover, his strength was not weak, but in such a short period of time, he had lost his life. Li Zhongzhou sighed when he saw this. In the macro world, when a person died, there would not even be a corpse left. The only thing left would be the clothes that belonged to you. Perhaps these things would also be taken away by others. In such a situation, the situation was very serious. It was no wonder that Hong Long did not dare to leave Li Zhongzhou's side. It was really too dangerous. Seeing such a situation happen. To them, this was a very dangerous situation. It seems that the battle last night was very intense. In that case, there will probably be a result tonight. Li Zhongzhou calculated in his heart. The other party's actions were much faster than expected. Obviously, they wanted to end the battle quickly. If they delayed, there would be changes. Perhaps there would be other forces. After hearing about the treasure in the underground palace, they would quickly come. After all, there would be some troublesome people who would come. Even the name Heavenly Fiend Alliance might not be useful. Suddenly, there was a wave of fighting in front. There are no demons now. There must be people fighting. Hong Long said. Let's go and take a look. Immediately, Li Zhongzhou and Hong Long arrived at the edge of the battlefield. However, he discovered that there were a total of 7 people surrounding and attacking a woman. They are from the Sky Fiend Alliance. The strength of these 7 people was quite strong. They attacked the woman in front of them. The woman's body movement was graceful. She was fighting 7 men alone. Naturally, it was dangerous and urgent. However, it was not easy for the 7 of them to take her down in a short time. This woman seems to be the Thousand Moon Sect leader. Thousand Moon Sect leader, Li Zhongzhou also felt a little strange about this form of address. Thousand Moon Sect leader, we are just following orders. If you want to force your way in, don't blame us. The other party seemed to be afraid of Qianyu. After fighting for a while, they realized that they could not take her down. Therefore, they used such threatening words to persuade her to leave. Otherwise, they would definitely kill Xianyu. Xianyu would be able to bear the consequences herself. However, the woman who was called the Thousand Moon Sect leader was not moved. The Sky Fiend Alliance is so arrogant. How dare you attack me? Xianyu snorted coldly. Her tone was extremely arrogant. There is a Thousand Moon Sect in the city. Although there are not many of them, they are all beauties and top experts. They keep in touch with many forces. Therefore, ordinary people do not dare to act rashly. Hong Long said in a low voice. The Thousand Moon Sect leader seemed to have heard the movements of Li Zongjiu and the others. She looked over and dashed towards Li Zongjiu. Good move. The 7 of them chased after the Thousand Moon Sect leader. Otherwise, with the Thousand Moon Sect leader's strength, he would be able to shake them off easily. If the Thousand Moon Sect leader made a move at the critical moment, it would not be good. The 7 of them had failed in their duties. Whoosh, Li Zongjiu and Hong Long appeared. The 7 people from the Sky Fiend Alliance looked at Li Zongjiu and Hong Long cautiously. For the past 2 days, the entire mountain had been on high alert, so no one would be able to come this far. Even the outermost layer had been sealed. It was impossible for ordinary people to rush in. For these 2 to be able to appear here, they were either originally on this mountain and had been hiding here for a long time, or they were so powerful that those who sealed the mountain were not able to stop them. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance is handling matters. Why aren't you all moving aside? The leader of the 7 also shouted angrily. He was the first to speak, wanting to test the strength of Li Zongjiu and Li Zongjiu. In the great world, anything could happen in the pursuit of benefits. Thus, he had to clearly see the origins of these 2 people. If they ruined the Heavenly Fiend Alliance's plans, then the 7 of them would definitely be in trouble. When that time came, the Alliance Master would definitely not let them off. 2 heroes, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance is arrogant and despotic. Now, there are only 7 of them. If you can help me fend off 2 of them, I can naturally take care of the remaining 5 by myself. How about that? Xianyu purposely forced Li Zongjiu and Li Zongjiu out. If they formed a tripartite situation, at least the Heavenly Fiend Alliance would not be able to deal with her wholeheartedly. To her, this was equivalent to finding an extremely good opportunity. As long as the opponent's formation was chaotic, then she would have a chance to break through the defense of these 7 people. By then, if they wanted to find her, they would have to sleep together at night. 100 soul beans per person. I'll help you kill as many as you give me. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance people looked fiercely at Li Zongjiu. However, they did not expect Li Zongjiu to say such arrogant words at this moment. He actually wanted to kill the Heavenly Fiend Alliance people. Furthermore, he had clearly stated the price. To Xianyu, such bold words were extremely impressive. She did not know where this child got his courage from, but he actually dared to say such words. She admired him very much. As for whether he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to cheat the soul beans, that was another matter. After all, to be able to say such words, he himself was not simple. If an ordinary person mentioned the 3 words Heavenly Fiend Alliance, their teeth would be chattering. Alright, help me kill the 3 strongest ones. Xianyu pointed at the 3 people in front. The 3 of them were all innate level 6. The 3 of them joining forces obviously had a huge impact on Xianyu. It was also because the 3 of them joined forces that Xianyu was very wary of them. As for the remaining 4 people, their strength could only be considered average. It was naturally easy to deal with them. The 7 people from Heavenly Fiend Alliance were also burning with anger. They did not expect these 2 people to casually push them around as if they were discussing a pork business. Moreover, they were discussing such a deal in front of them. They really did not take them seriously. Pay up first. Li Zongjiu said. A ray of light flashed across Xianyu's eyes. This request was not unexpected. However, he did not expect Li Zongjiu to actually dare to accept this job. This meant that Li Zongjiu was really capable. Since he dared to make such a request, he might even help Heavenly Fiend Alliance to kill him later. Hence, Xianyu threw out a bag of soul beans. 100 soul beans. This is the deposit. Li Zongjiu weighed it in his hand. It was not a lot, not a little. You will be the first to die. Li Zongjiu pointed at the leader of the other party. Since there was already a beginning, and they would definitely have to fight with these people next, there was no need to be afraid of offending the people in front of him. He would just kill them all. It was also a good opportunity to destroy Heavenly Fiend Alliance's prestige. In the past, Li Zongjiu was not here, so you people could be as arrogant as you want. However, now that Li Zongjiu was here, he naturally would not allow you people to continue being arrogant. You are courting death. The leader of the 7 people from Heavenly Fiend Alliance roared angrily. He made a hand gesture and charged out with another innate level 5 expert. The remaining 5 people continued to stare at the person in front of them. They would definitely not let him leave. Xianxia was the most important target. As for this Li Zongjiu who suddenly appeared, he was just a clown. The weapon in his hand was a huge 2-handed sword, while the innate level 5 expert was holding a pair of bronze hammers. When the hammers collided, sound waves spread out. Once they were released, they would cause people to fall into a state of dizziness. Li Zongjiu was still holding a sword by himself. The sword was his? His cultivation was much weaker than Li Zongjiu's. In addition, Li Zongjiu had taken the 100 Calamity Elixir. Although his willpower had not broken through to innate level 8, he was not far from it. Moreover, his physical strength had also increased. His abilities were many times stronger than before. It would be a piece of cake to deal with the 2 of them. He unsheathed the unparalleled sword. In the next second, Li Zongjiu's body swayed. He charged towards the 2 people. Instead of retreating, he advanced. This made it clear to the people from Heavenly Fiend Alliance that this guy was serious. He was simply courting death, he roared angrily. Both of them released their energy towards Li Zongjiu at the same time. Suddenly, a strong wave of energy hit them. Hong Long naturally hid far away. When such experts fought, even if it was just a little bit of the aftershock, it was not something that ordinary people could withstand. They had to protect themselves. Xianxia also stared at Li Zongjiu's movements closely. In an instant, Li Zongjiu also drew his sword. Suddenly, a cold light flashed past. It seemed like a white light had swept past. This beam of light was swift and fierce, and its aura was like a rainbow. In an instant, the 2 of them were enveloped by the sword energy. There was no need for any extra fancy moves. Boom! The remaining sword energy even gradually spread towards the horizon. In the process of flying, it also swept forward bit by bit. Like a wave, it was pushing forward layer by layer. He looked at the 2 people in front of him. He still maintained his original posture. But soon, blood burst out from his chest. Puff, thick blood, like a fountain, instantly spread out from his body. At this moment, the 2 of them looked at each other. Obviously, they could see in each other's eyes. It was obvious? They were shocked. They did not see the sword move at all. How did it come out? Boom, boom, their bodies directly exploded on the spot. At the same time, they turned into 11 soul beings, which Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand to summon them. This is 2 of them. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. According to what Xianxia said, if the other 4 people attacked at the same time, then he would not be able to counterattack. Naturally, it would be a loss. How could Li Zongjiu do this kind of loss-making business? Everyone was extremely shocked. A ray of light flashed in Xianxu's eyes. Even she couldn't see that sword move clearly. It was too fast. The speed and power of the sword were too strong. When did such an expert appear? Xianxia was instantly shocked. No wonder he could directly say that he wanted to buy their lives in front of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. With such strength and confidence, there would naturally be no problem. Okay. Xianxu's eyes were instantly filled with joy. It was naturally a good thing to have an expert like Li Zongjiu to help her get out of this predicament. Maybe they could even cooperate. The remaining 5 people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance looked at Li Zongjiu with a tinge of fear and vigilance in their eyes. Because Li Zongjiu was a person who would do what he said. Brother, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance will give you 1,000 soul beans as long as you kill this woman. The second in command of the other party seemed to have a quick reaction. He directly said to Li Zongjiu. Okay, pay up first. Li Zongjiu nodded. Then he stretched out his hand. 1,000 soul beans? This was not a small sum. However, compared to the 100% chance of being killed by Li Zongjiu, it was still a very dangerous thing. He would rather bribe the other party directly under such circumstances. Spending some money did not matter. The most important thing was to be able to survive. That was the most important thing. He threw a black bag to Li Zongjiu. 1,000 soul beans. Hong Long, who was at the side, saw Li Zongjiu's actions and was simply stunned. He was so shocked that his jaw dropped. This was because Li Zongjiu had directly earned 1,200 soul beans. He had easily become rich. He had completed such a difficult mission and was only rewarded with 500 soul beans. Not only did he have to have strength, but he also had to have enough courage. Xianyu's eyes were calm. If Li Zongjiu were to attack her, she would have to run away. Very well, I will give you a quick death. Li Zongjiu pulled out his sword and looked at the Heavenly Fiend Alliance people. Everyone from Heavenly Fiend Alliance was stunned. Why didn't they follow the script? Why did this guy draw his sword against them after taking the money? You didn't keep your word. Everyone from Heavenly Fiend Alliance looked at Li Zongjiu. Moreover, the expression on his face was extremely resentful. They seemed to hate people like Li Zongjiu who didn't care about morals. He took the money and didn't do anything. There's no other reason. I just don't like you guys. Li Zongjiu released a strong sword aura with his sword. Ice and fire tornadoes swirled. The sword actually engulfed the remaining 5 people. This sword attack was extremely terrifying. It was extremely powerful. The 5 people from Heavenly Fiend Alliance were caught off guard. 3 of them were instantly crushed by the strong sword aura. Their bodies exploded in the air. They turned into soul beans and fell into Li Zongjiu's hands. The remaining 2 wanted to escape in different directions. With Li Zongjiu and Xianyu's strength, it would be impossible for them to survive if the 2 of them joined forces. They had no other way to deal with them. The only way to survive was to escape. It was obvious. In front of Li Zongjiu, it wasn't easy to escape. He quickly chased after them. With a single slash, this innate level 6 expert was heavily injured. In fact, if he fought with Li Zongjiu head-on, he wouldn't have died so quickly. But the bad thing was, the strong abilities that Li Zongjiu displayed just now completely shocked them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so scared. They turned around and ran. This was a very foolish behavior. In front of a beast that was stronger than you, if you directly turned around and left, then the outcome was very clear. You would be killed. Li Zongjiu originally wanted to chase after the other person. Although the other party ran quickly, it wasn't difficult to catch up. But when he turned around, he felt a strong wave of energy. The remaining innate level 6 experts were all killed by Xianyu. Xianyu's weapon was a fan. Phoenix Bone Fan. The pulsating flame aura was also extremely dense and intense. That expert was killed in an instant. Indeed, it would be very difficult to escape from the joint forces of Li Zongjiu and Xianyu. Previously, these people had worked together to force Xianyu into such a sorry state. If he didn't retaliate, then he wouldn't be the Thousand Moon Sect master. Xianyu was a little worried just now. He was worried that Li Zongjiu would really deal with him after receiving the money. Now, he was actually relieved. When Li Zongjiu killed these people, he was so decisive and straightforward. He already knew that Li Zongjiu was definitely not with these people. There were very few people who could directly go against the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Hong Long, on the other hand, was hiding in the distance as he watched this scene unfold before him. His heart was also extremely shocked. It was obvious that this group of 7 people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was also very strong. However, at this moment, they had all been dealt with. They were easily wiped out by Li Zongjiu and the rest. The strong image of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance in the past was also gone. Before this, they still thought that these people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance were extremely vicious. They killed people like flax and did not care about feelings. They killed people on sight. But now, after seeing Li Zongjiu against these people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, he didn't show any mercy. One sword, one sword, one sword, one sword, this was a truly ferocious person. No matter who saw it, they would feel a sense of fear. Only when such a scene appeared would it be shocking. Evil people would be tortured by evil people. So these people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance couldn't do anything when they met Li Zhongjiu. Too strong. If these two people joined forces, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance would probably tremble. A thought flashed across Hong Long's mind. Xianyu and Li Zhongjiu were so powerful that the Heavenly Fiend Alliance naturally couldn't resist. So if the two of them joined forces, they might really be able to challenge the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. He just didn't know if the two of them could sit down and talk about cooperation calmly. After all, no matter how he looked at it, these two people were extremely proud and arrogant. They wouldn't accept others so easily. Your Excellency, you are very skilled. Xianyu would like to thank you. Here are 700 soul beans. Please accept them. Xianyu maintained a sense of vigilance. At least from the looks of it, this Li Zhongjiu's strength was also above hers. Even without her help, Li Zhongjiu could easily wipe out this group of people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. But Xianyu couldn't. If she was really forced to use any means, she might be able to do it, but it definitely wouldn't be easy. So in comparison, Li Zhongjiu's strength was obviously stronger. Facing such a powerful person who killed without batting an eyelid and didn't hesitate at all, Xianyu had to be vigilant. They had to be even more vigilant. Otherwise, they might be killed by Li Zhongjiu. If that happened, she would be really unlucky. The soul beans were even better than what she had said before. Xianyu had specially given more to prevent Li Zhongjiu from finding an excuse to cause trouble. Since she was willing to give more, Li Zhongjiu didn't have to reject her. He directly reached out and took the soul beans. Just from this battle alone, Li Zhongjiu had earned more than 2,000 soul beans. That was why it was so easy to earn money with great power. After receiving the soul beans, Li Zhongjiu called Hong Long and turned to leave. He didn't say anything more to Xianyu. This made Xianyu very surprised. Such a straightforward person was truly difficult to deal with. However, Xianyu didn't continue to stay at the same spot. Her figure instantly flew into the distance. This time, she had personally come to scout. She didn't expect to meet such a strong resistance. Obviously, this mission was extremely important to the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. This was an important matter. There must be a treasure. Since Xianyu knew about this, she definitely couldn't let the Heavenly Fiend Alliance take it away so easily. Otherwise, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance would become even more powerful. In the future, her small factions wouldn't have any chance of survival. So she had to stop the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Not only that, but there was also a mysterious young expert. Xianyu didn't know Li Zhongjiu's name, but from his strength, he was extremely powerful. Fortunately, such a mysterious expert was an enemy of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. If he was a friend of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, it would be an even more difficult day for Xianyu. However, Li Zhongjiu's appearance had obviously increased the difficulty of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Perhaps in the end, they would be able to cooperate with Li Zhongjiu. In the depths of the forest. This was a piece of flat land that had been cultivated. There were many figures lying in ambush around. And there was a deep pit in the ground. There were more than 10 severely injured demons piled up in the pit. The blood of the demons flowed out continuously. Once it was daytime, these demons would hide and be hard to find. Some of them? It would directly transform into a stone statue to hide its body. However, demons that were captured by humans would not be included in this list. Hence, these demons were all severely injured and caught. Even the blood of the fiendish demons was constantly gathering, the blood gathered into a river. The sky was turning dark. A few men in black walked out from the forest. One of them had a compass in his hand. At this moment, the compass also seemed to be rotating slightly, almost to the point of stopping. There were close to 20 experts lying in ambush in the surroundings. They were all upper sky experts. Has the area been cleaned up? The man with the compass asked the two people beside him. This man's identity was not simple. The third head of Heavenly Fiend Alliance, Qin Tianwei, his eyes were imposing. This mission was extremely crucial. If they could snatch the underground palace treasure from the demons, it would be equivalent to raising the strength of Heavenly Fiend Alliance by a level. Then, there would be no other forces in the city that could go against Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Even the other two would not be able to. Heavenly Fiend Alliance was even confident that they could devour the other two forces. But the prerequisite was that they had to get the treasure. Everything has been cleaned up. But there is no reply from Wu Fu and the rest in charge of the north side of the mountain. I have already sent people to check on the situation. North side? Bring more people. No, Qinghu, you go there personally. No matter who it is, once you find them, kill them. The third head of Heavenly Fiend Alliance said in a deep voice. Qinghu, who was standing on the left side of the third head, accepted the order immediately. He waved his hand and picked 6 people. Qinghu was considered the third head's right-hand man. He was strong and loyal. It was said that the third head had saved his life a long time ago. Hence, Qinghu followed the third head. He was loyal and became the third head's sharp knife. There are less than 4 hours until nightfall. Tell everyone to stay alert. If we succeed this time, everyone will be rewarded. The third head said. This enticement was quite effective. It directly ignited everyone's enthusiasm. Qinghu and his subordinates were called the Qinghu Squad. This team was also considered to be the team with the highest appearance rate in the Crimson Soul City. Basically, all the troublesome matters were resolved by the Green Tiger team. When an unexpected situation occurred, the third head sent the Green Tiger Squad to resolve it. Soon, someone from the Cyan Tiger group discovered the clothes that were left behind by Qian Yu and the others after they were killed. Because there were no corpses. Therefore, he could only rely on the remnant aura and the items and clothes that he had. It's the remnant aura of Wu Fu and the others. They must have run into some experts. A capable subordinate of Qinghu said. As one of Qinghu's subordinates, he had always followed Qinghu's style. They killed decisively and were cruel by nature. Furthermore, his perception was extremely sharp. Apart from Wu Fu and the others, there are 2 other people who are fighting. There's a fragrance, and one of them is a woman. It wasn't strange for a woman to appear. However, since she dared to go against the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, this woman was definitely not simple. Even in the entire Crimson Soul City, there weren't many of them. Sect Master Qian Yu. Qinghu said calmly. He was indeed very sensitive to the surrounding sense. With a casual sniff, he already knew the identity of the other party. He was very close to it. In this aspect, he couldn't be wrong. Search for them. Qinghu ordered. The 6 subordinates quickly spread out and carried out the search. They searched for Li Zongjiu and Qian Yu. The forest seemed very big, but in reality, it wasn't too difficult. After all, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had already sealed off most of the areas. If outsiders wanted to get close to the central area, they would definitely be discovered by the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. If there was no news of the dead or slaughtered people, they would have entered from this direction. Qinghu opened his arms. It was as if he was embracing the air. Under the surrounding aura, he gradually felt a strong sword aura condensing. After a while, Qinghu opened his eyes. There was a trace of shock in his eyes. Obviously, he had felt a strong aura coming towards him. What a strong sword aura! Qinghu's eyes lit up with a trace of battle intent. Qinghu could feel the strong sword aura from the other party's sword aura. It made Qinghu understand. This was an expert. It's been a long time since I met such an opponent. Qinghu's eyes were filled with battle intent. According to his intuition and judgment, the other party was so powerful. He would definitely go straight in and find the place where they had set up the trap. Then, at the crucial moment, he would directly attack and disrupt the battle. Therefore, he had to take down this person with strong sword aura before that happened. After finding a direction, he directly leaped into the air and flew forward. Boom! Li Zongjiu and Hong Long were walking in the forest. He could vaguely feel that there was something wrong in the south. It was as if an extremely strong blood aura was brewing. Li Zongjiu guessed that this should be a place set up by these people. Yesterday, they had met these people who wanted to capture the demon that Li Zongjiu had injured. Thinking about it, this was probably the reason. Let's go. Just as Li Zongjiu was leading Hong Long forward, In the sky, there seemed to be many figures flying in and out at high speed. Those who could act so arrogantly must be from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Is it really okay for us to barge in like this? Isn't it bad? Hong Long's heart was still filled with fear. Although he had gained a lot of benefits, at least Li Zongjiu had taken good care of him. However, Hong Long was already feeling a little guilty. The deeper they went, the more experts there would be and the stronger they would be. The risk of fighting would be greater. Unless Li Zongjiu was invincible with his sword. In that case, there was still some possibility. Don't worry, I will guarantee your safety, Li Zongjiu said calmly. It was obvious that this kind of guarantee was so weak that no one would believe it even if they stopped. However, Li Zongjiu had this kind of charm that made Hong Long choose to believe him. He could not help but choose to believe Li Zongjiu. Since he had already said so, there was nothing to worry about. He just had to do it. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to be safe. Li Zongjiu and Hong Long stopped in their tracks. The voice coming from the front made Li Zongjiu frown. End of chapter 1610. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.